To Manify. Sub Properu, Sub Carful, Sub Zen, Sub Swirling Ghost, Sub Layler, Sub Mosby, Sub Arnux, Sub Jagger, Sub Veneer, Sub Sixlen, Sub Myral, Sub Avoid Storm Warden, Sub Gleam, Sub Tesseract Array, Sub Mosby, Sub what's my bit rate? AK right now? Tofu, Sub Brevi, Sub Panda, Sub Tortoise, Sub Lucky, Sub Poofy, Sub Suki, Sub VV, Subtropical Melons, Sublunar, Subskyanger, Subskyo, Subloop, Subclarify, Subcrazy Man, Submobile, Subsonia, Submay, SubFN Burger, Subsleeping Boy, Swirling Ghost, thanks for the 11 months, thank you. Hi everybody. Subdan, Sublate Breakfast, Subkey, Suburiel, Subcloudy Day, Subhungry Orange, Submarai Gank, Subgamer. You watch all of them? Hell yeah. Substorm Warden. Hey everybody, welcome in. I'm excited for today. Sup, Appler? Preds for today? Let me check. Given all my amazing insight and quality predictions in the past, I think that Hacks 3-1. Mine Lover, thank you for the tier 1 sub, thank you. Hey, maybe. Hacks 3-1, Aquacord 3-1, Infium 3-1, Dugal 3-1. That's my predictions. It's all 3-1s. Hello-y.
How are you feeling today?
Dude, I'm feeling good. I'm like low-key wiping the sleepers out of my eyes, but it's chill.
I'm hyped.
Dude, yes.
I'm so hyped.
Let's go.
This is gonna be epic.
Fuck yes.
I haven't been this excited for playoffs in
Had a good
long
morning.
time.
I got some food.
I don't know why.
I'm
I just
ready to
am.
watch a lot of high quality Minecraft.
It
No.
feels like
We
this
have
is the
a lot
moment
of high
for
quality
MCSR.
Minecraft for you today. So that's
Dude,
why we're
I know.
for that. hope
I
you
know.
guys well, chat. As you can see above our heads, the first match
It's fucking exciting.
versus Steez, a battle of the current reigning playoff champion from season 8 and a newcomer who upset the #1 seed in EDC. So this is going to be a super exciting matchup. Let's take a look at the bracket first up to see how we got here. You could see, as I said, Steez beat
Yeah.
EDCR, our #1 seed last weekend. Hacks beat Feinberg.
Hacks 3-1, Aquacore 3-1, Infume 3-1, Dugile 3-1.
Coming up right after this one, we have Dugile versus Blazemind, followed by Aquacord and Skycrab. And then finally today, the last match will be Infume versus Lowkey. Parker, out of all these matches
Steez wins.
today,
Bro, I don't know. It's
what was
just
your
like
favorite match from last week?
seeing
Someone missed the first weekend on ranked play.
how Hacks has been playing. Like, I just watched him play a seed like this morning, and that's why my stream started like almost late.
A lot of game fives. Everything was a game 5 except
And then like rewatching the round of 16 matches and playoffs and stuff, and like
Silver versus Skycrab's match, it felt like
Ah.
different play styles battling it out. This two demon of players, but one of them never playing in the playoffs before, Skycrab, and making it past Silver. That was maybe my favorite match.
Bro, I just upped it so much. Does it really need to be higher?
I think for me personally,
Why is my mic so loud?
Nahan Lowkey was a great game as well. I mean, there were so many great matches, and the hope is that again this weekend, where by the way, we didn't really mention this last week. $5,000 is on the line, by the way. For anyone who doesn't know, maybe this is their
Bro, we didn't even know the prize pool.
$5,000 on the line. If you win this ranked playoffs, you're getting $3,000 deposited to your bank account. We got money to spend on these players, kind of. Well, I guess they're like kind of just winning the money. It's not like where that's kind of it's like they can win it. We're not really paying them. I don't know.
They're earning it.
They're winning the money. Let's not worry about the logistics or any of that. Anyway, Steez versus Hacks, round 1 today. You saw in the bracket, 15 seed versus the 12 seed there. I don't want anyone to get it twisted. Hacks should not be the 12 seed. And with how Steez performed last week,
Don't get it
I
twisted.
think this could really go either way. I mean, we mentioned in the ECR Steez game, anything can happen. Steez played amazing last week.
Yeah, I totally agree. Do not underestimate these players. Like, Hacks literally won last playoff. Steez literally beat the #1 player. I think this is going to be a cinema match. It's sort of the same battle of like a new.
Wait, yeah, low-key my mic is kind of loud. Let me turn it down a little bit.
Demons. It's just going to be high quality. Steez was playing really well last week. Hacks obviously played really well, both going to game 5s. I'm hoping for another game 5.
That's true. Actually, I forgot that both of these games did go to a game 5. So hopefully we do get another one. Let's take a look at these player cards. Let's get moving here. Let's move right along to see what these stats are. Obviously, we did see this last weekend,
what
but
is
now
going
that
on?
weekend, it's nice to kind of refresh. And Parker, I'm going to say the thing that stands out to me is Steez has a better 1.16 RSGPV and a faster rank time by nearly 30 seconds in both. So the top speed for Steez to keep up with Hacks.
Dude, Farmer's not even paying the prize pool anymore, I don't think.
I totally agree. That's what I was going to mention too. But if I also recalling correctly, I think Hacks had a 6:43 in playoffs last week. So these players both have really fast top times, but it's interesting to see Steez actually just has a faster completion with less games than Hacks.
Hacks doesn't have a sub 7 this ranked
really,
season.
Wait, they're really close.
They are really close. I mean, no, you're. I don't. They got like the same amount of games. They
basically the same. Okay, never mind.
That much this season. And Hacks, you know, after winning last season, kind of took, I would say, a little bit of just a ranked hiatus. I'm a little bit less sure of what Steez did. I'm curious if it's like practice rooms or anything of that, because for anyone that doesn't know, Steez is very new to Minecraft Speedrun as well. I believe has really only been playing for like a year and is at this stage, which is incredibly impressive. So I'm curious how they got so good so quickly with only that many games. A lot of practice, just like private rooms or bastion maps or anything like that. But I mean, yeah, both of these players, some really high level top speed and some really impressive stats to go around. And we can see a little bit more here with their average win percentages. Parker, there's a lot here. I mean, Hacks has a sub 9 3 seed types. Steez has a really fast average on BT.
Hacks fans.
44% win rate on Ruin Portal. That's really interesting. What stands out to you here?
Yeah, I mean that 44% win
BT
rate. If I'm Hacks, I'm thinking
and picks
I want to play Ruin Portals. We've seen
Desert Temple.
Crazy performances from Hacks in the past with RPs, so that's definitely what I would be pushing for. If I were Steez, I would be banning Ruin Portal because I don't want to be dealing with that low win rate. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's not only confident today though.
But I mean,
I don't know.
We've seen in the past, I think if there's any player in ranked playoffs that we associate with like a Ruined Portal seed, it's Hacks, right? Like he always gets like these crazy Ruined Portals where you're getting like 12 gold carrots and just like a fast completion, and it just really plays into his playstyle. But also from what we've seen from Steez, I mean, remember from his interview last weekend, his kind of thought process was like, I need these really linear seeds where I can go fast, show off my mechanics. But the problem is that's what Hacks wants as well. So I'm really curious. Like with EDCR and Steez last weekend, it was kind of like a difference in play style. Same thing with the Hacks Feinberg matchup, kind of a difference in play style. I think these two players are going to play very similarly, and I think it's really going to come down to top speed and execution.
That's a great point. Yeah, both their matches, if you were trying to categorize them, you could categorize it as
Like, if
speed
Steez
versus
beats
decision.
Hacks,
And in both of them,
this will
the
be the worst
speed
playoffs
won. And
performance
so now
Hacks
we
has
got
ever had.
speed versus speed, fighting fire with fire. Which
Which
one's
is
gonna
just
come out on
like
top?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, the other
not
win rates
happening.
for Steez are not anything to sniff at or to, scoff at all. But Hacks picking Desert Temple,
To
Steez
sniff
is
at.
banning Ruin Portal. Hacks is going to ban Shipwreck. So that means it kind of makes sense from Steez on Ruin Portal. And I
Hacks
think
banned
what we've seen
his
in the
highest
past
win rate
was that
again. Classic.
a lot of top players really don't like playing Shipwreck in playoffs. So that's
I don't like it
definitely
either, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Desert Temple.
It's so gross.
Just a pretty solid seed to play. First one to kick off the day. I like it. Maybe we'll get like a fancy notch apple or something.
Like, what is Steez's mindset?
I
because
mean, TNT is always
I
tough. We've
thought
seen a lot
against
of players kind of
EDCR,
experiment
Steez was like, oh yeah, I'm like trying to play
versus
linear
that so
seeds
far.
and
So
out
I'm excited to
mechanics,
see
but does he just
how
not think he
these
can out
players
mechanics
execute on
Hacks and
that.
then he has to
Obviously,
get
the
lucky,
food
like,
consumption, the way that
on a
Hacks
village
can
seed
grab
by like
food
finding
in
better
Desert Temple
decisions
is
or like
always
making better
exciting.
decisions.
I'm very happy that Village is not banned because I don't know about you, Parker. I was watching. Hacks has been live for a bit today, like just warming up and everything. I've seen a lot, and I don't know if this is going to be a trend we see in playoffs. I've seen a lot of people utilizing Village Bed for blocks recently. It's like a very recent development. So very curious to see if that shows up in a Village seed, especially with Hacks.
I didn't see that Hacks is.
Would you say?
That's a great point. That's
Wait,
something I've
what?
never done, but
Hey.
and was it
Would you
Hacks
say
last
Hacks is
weekend?
better or
Maybe it was
worse
on like a death
at
recovery.
decision making?
A very interesting way of
than
getting blocks,
EDCR?
and it seems like it
Then
works pretty well. Like, you
EDCR?
can get like half a stack of just blocks raw.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get
'Cause
like
you were
20
like,
to 50
why?
ish usually, like 20 on the low end, 50
Like
if you
if
kind of get lucky
Steez
with
was
fire. So
trying to
can
out
be
mechanics
very, very useful in
EDCR,
a pinch. But
I mean,
in this
probably
VOD seed, it's
EDCR
gonna
is
be all
he's
about
better.
not
the
trying
TNT,
to.
all about what these players can do with this Desert
Yeah.
Temple. And here we go. Weekend 2 of Season 9 playoffs is underway with the Desert Temple to start.
Beautiful. Like both
Yeah,
of
I
them
don't.
reaching the
It's just
stand
like
early
weird.
so they can get to where they need to be. Maybe we'll see a cool TNT portal like last weekend. I don't know if I saw
How
any
is
lava
Steez back on
just
Norwegian? Like, how is that
these
even
players stay
possible? Like,
patient.
how did he switch his
I have
language
not
that
seen
quick?
lava yet, but we did have the river, excuse me,
That's
right
ridiculous.
next to
Why would he
the
do
Desert
that?
Temple, so that'll be really useful for gravel. We just see full
I
mechanics
don't
of
know.
Hacks with Hacks on full display.
He said
So
he
we have the
wants to
inventory,
He
read.
lava
legit
buildup.
had
Looking
layers
for a
for
lava pool.
either
Not sure if I'm seeing anything. I don't know if you spotted anything, but this river is going to be really
beforehand.
nice to get the gravel that he needs. And the trees from the acacia, it looks like there's a couple
Those
trees
damn
close to
search
each other. So
crafters.
really nice kind of start here if these players can find the lava pool.
Yeah, look at this. Both of them doing the same tree TNT and the same gravel TNT.
This is on
It's just so
Danish,
perfectly
right?
aligned right here. You're going to get everything
Yeah.
you need. Easy reach of water.
So
The
funny
main
that he
question is,
switched
have they spotted a lava
right
pool?
when
If one spots and the other
Norwegian
doesn't, this could
actually
be a
became meta again.
massive
I know.
game-changing decision.
Definitely kill these
Yeah,
bigs.
absolutely. And we're
You
seeing
definitely
here,
kill a couple.
Hacks in the river now looking for the
He's
lava pool
dodging.
still. Like in F5, I'd imagine he's in F5 because he just doesn't see it yet, but pivoting towards the desert now, maybe sees it now, crafts the flint and steel.
I think
Looks
Hacks
like
is
sees
crazy
again,
with 15
completely
rotten
different
flash.
directions from both of these runners looking for anything, but Hacks has the lava pool right off the jump here.
Yeah.
This could be a problem
Just a
if
high
Seas doesn't
roll.
find another one quickly, but
But
does,
look at
thankfully.
this. He does with
Cactus.
a floating cactus next to it. Look at that. Cactus, lava cactus.
Very
Looks
nice.
like Steez isn't going to be too far ahead, and he got those extra pork chops.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be big here. This nether doesn't seem super linear right off the bat.
What did
Like,
I
there's
usually
no
do? Wait, we don't
immediate
need
bastion
this.
For Hacks. Wide macroing to see if he sees the fortress, the bastion, really
Are they going
anything
completely
here.
different
But these
directions
blocks
right
from
now?
the TNT is gonna be super, super useful. And it also looks like two completely different terrain
Where the
here.
fuck is Hacks
Two
going?
different biomes fully going to this bastion.
I think
What
Hacks
happened?
just totally made the wrong decision.
Steez is too
I
far
don't
to the
see a
left.
bastion
already for
He's going to
Steez.
have a really hard time getting to the bastion here, Curry. If this terrain up towards the top
Is he just way
doesn't
too
open up
high
and
right
let him
now?
backtrack, Steez, I mean, looking at Steez's screen, it looked like it was very far to the right, and Hacks just took a left in the nether. You see him completely lost, and Steez is at the chalice.
Yeah,
The
this
other
is
way
a
around,
really bad
right?
for Hax.
huge difference. I'm
Season
not
two
exactly
color.
sure if Hax is Y level right now.
Is
We
this like
finally
a...
see just the
This
soul
isn't
pick
a
now
fake
making the punish
spike.
stream, but
Oh
watch
my
this
god, yeah,
hogline for
it's just
Steez
around this
on the
corner. He has to like
chalice,
wrap...
Oh my
Parker,
gosh.
going down to 3.5 hearts. Has to
He's
craft
so
a
far
helmet
ahead
still.
though, holy shit,
Probably
Hax is
wants
in
to
such a
maybe
bad
get a pork
spot.
chop off. No, still gonna force the rotten flesh, but that's risky because he's gonna take damage from this hoglin. Down to 2 hearts. And
Oh,
Oh
please.
my
Oh my god.
Had
Oh my
such a huge
gosh.
advantage on this first seed, but plays slightly too aggressively, doesn't want to eat the pork yet, and gets punished
Dude.
big time for it.
Wow. Just
Wait, I
like
kind of
one
want to
more
see the
block.
death. I would Loki
No,
wasn't paying
he's still
attention.
gonna force the rotten
2RD
flesh,
from
but that's
Steve's. Ew.
Why is it lagging?
Still gonna make
Where
up
did Hax enter from?
first seed.
I don't know, bro.
Dude, I swear this scrubbing feature is worse than
Just
going
going in the
VOD.
VOD. Yeah, I know.
But
It's
the
so
difference in
fucking
playoffs,
ass.
it's a huge difference in plays. I mean, 3
Just have the VOD up or something.
minutes is a whole split, right? Like Hacks in 3 minutes will be maybe even measuring in 3
Yeah,
minutes.
what the
So
fuck?
unless I
So
mean,
now,
the silver lining
what am
for
I
Steez
watching?
is like, I don't know, you were ahead by like a minute, so
I
maybe
think
it's
it's
just
just
like a full
back.
mental reset. Like I
I'm gonna
can
pull it
do that
up.
again. Like I'm confident in my play, but it's gonna be tough to get back into this.
Why
I'm
the
curious how
fucking
fast you can run
POVs
it back.
are
We've seen some
okay,
very
okay.
impressive run backs so far in playoffs. Most notably, I
Shooter
mean, in that
geeked.
Loki game, Loki died
Well,
in
I'm trying to
Bastion,
see
won in
the
seed 5 after a crazy run back. So anything can happen, but against an opponent like Hacks, it's tough.
I was just looking at
It's
Hacks.
tough.
Like
It's
he
tough.
just
Let's keep
like
watching.
Steez was just...
Hacks now checking chunk borders to see what direction the fort is. Looks like it's
Oh
off
my
seed.
god.
Not sure if there's any great terrain.
Literally, like he's
Really
so close
early
to not dying
towards
there,
the
but like
chalice
you
is
just
gonna be
can't do
important there,
that.
but scuffs the pearl a little bit, and yeah, that terrain looks great. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing trouble from Hacks getting to the fortress, which is not good if you're a Steez fan. But he's entering the Nether now.
Yeah, I mean, we're
not
already
bad.
at the
Yeah.
Nether, like you said, like very solid, but Hacks is gonna be leaving here soon. We don't have to really do that many pre-crafts on a seed like this.
Died
in
to
the Bastion,
fletching
because
table
Hacks in
jump,
the
really?
overworld has the TNT for the blaze bed, crafted a stone sword from his stone or his cobblestone from blowing up the temple. So he
Hacks
has
just
really
checked
everything
chat
that he
and saw
needs
no
to kinda
advancements
go
on
here, and
Steve's
is gonna be
side.
raising for the pearl
And he's
flank.
like,
We'll
oh,
see where the fortress is.
Well,
Still not on the screen. So again,
he
this
knows
is
Steve's died.
any like
We need
hesitation or any
mics.
time of not seeing the structure
What is this
that
guy doing?
that gets Steez a little bit back into it, but Hacks now at the spawner, commanding lead in this seed 1 of a best of 5.
Like,
Yeah, like you said, we're not gonna have here. This is also bad for Steez. You know,
yeah.
we were hoping for some sort of enclosed spawner if you want him to make up time, but that's just like a pretty linear path to the
And
spawner.
again, Parker, he's in a similar spot. He's down to
Oh my
1.5 on the spawner.
Owie.
A very
Jesus
low render. I'm not sure
Christ.
exactly why. Maybe a gas, the skeleton, something. But does decide to eat the
Owie.
pork chop this time. The hoglins are there, blocks them off.
We
But again,
survived.
Hacks in the fort, already a blaze rod, doing the crafting. I presume as a
Hopefully we
blaze bed
eat
and spawner,
again
it
before
is
we break
4
the gold
blazes to
block.
kill. It's going to be a really tough time for Steez, especially with having taken so much damage and already having to eat his pork
Nope.
chops.
Yeah, Steez is really fighting
there you go.
demons here. He's on low RD, presumably because of a gas, having to deal with those 2 hoglins after the PTSD of having died to them. And look at Hacks, already pre-crafted. As I was just saying all of that, like not time to. Steez is gonna be able to make up on mechanics.
No, it's gonna be
Oh my
really
God,
hard. It's something that I always
get
love
up
about
the
Hacks' gameplay. I
stairs.
think it's my god, he down to 2 hearts again. But
Not
something I
by
really love
Steez.
about Hacks' gameplay is like he's one of the players who forces gold pickaxes, I think, more than almost anyone else. And I think it's become a staple in everyone else's gameplay. But like I feel like every time I look at Hacks' inventory when he pre-crafts, there's also like 5 gold pickaxes in there. So that's I think gonna be something where like another player can make up time. Like Hacks has everything he could possibly need here. And this is fast.
yeah, I mean, the seed is like already lost.
9 sub 830 even. It's a 1200 distance stronghold,
Did
and
they say
only
that?
needs 1 more rod to be able to
Oh
go
my God.
here with 3 blazes already at the spawner.
Oh my gosh, this is not looking good for Steez. He's fighting another
Steez
piglin
is
now. Ran into another gas.
Fucking hell.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my
Two guys dropped on
God.
him.
What?
The mafia
This guy's
has come
coming
for
No one is.
Steez, and it's not
No one
looking
has
good.
been
He's
down
hiding in a corner.
here.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
We'll
God.
we'll pretend that we didn't see him see that piglin through the chunks. Like,
It'd be nice
to
yeah,
get a
yeah,
pearl
you know what?
or
It's fine.
something.
Like, we
He
didn't
probably
see
just
it.
heard it, subtitles. You know, you can hear
Oliver,
Minecraft
close
sounds.
your eyes. Close your eyes. It's totally chill. Don't even worry about it. Hacks is still
Oh my
fighting for
gosh.
this last rod. Obviously, it doesn't really matter at this point. You know, finally gets it. So is going to be able to raise the render.
Accidental.
Finally going to be able to head to cords.
Bro,
Has
oh
everything he
my
needs to beat the game. I guess
god,
besides
look
food, but
at
that's
them
common in
all.
these high-level games where we're just going to hunger reset.
Jesus.
No worry
The
there.
fuck?
And Hax knows he's ahead, right? These players can see the split that
This
the
is
other
the
players in.
second
Hax
time
knows that
Steez has
Steez now
had
made
like
it to the fortress here.
insanely
He can play
late
a
pigs
little bit
in
calmer here
bridge,
in this final
like
part of the
messing
game,
him
having him
up.
taking on cords, especially on low health.
Yeah, literally. Like you could have the debate to yourself: do I even go
Oh
for
my god, through
a
the
0
obby.
because I'm just so far ahead? I mean, Steez
Is
is
this the
now
same
just
way
getting out,
Hax
but
went?
he was having to deal with mobs that entire time,
This
losing
seems
health,
so much more chopped.
and maybe now sees the fortress. But Hax is
GL.
going to be entering the end.
It's an awesome
anyway.
switch grab.
Yep. Had a pretty good preemptive spike. Sees the
Someone made an
portal room
emote.
there. Gonna hunger reset in
Oh
the
no,
side
GG it was. The GG
of
search,
the
bro.
room. Gets everything he needs. And while Steez is entering the fortress, Hax is gonna be entering the end. He probably will go for 0 cycle. Hax is just so practiced at something like this. All of these players are. So as long as it's not something that's like actually scary, it's going to be, you know, this front 91 tower for Hax is something that he could literally potentially do with his eyes closed. So I think he's going to be okay here, especially with like 10 beds. And I mean, Parker, if you're Hax, you got to be feeling pretty good, especially
Quick
after
charge.
taking so much worse terrain in the back.
Damn.
No, they were double bowing.
To close it out.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
agree.
so cool.
That 0 was awesome. I don't know if you saw, but I think it was quick charge. This guy
Yeah.
better not freaking. If there's one guy who would
Quick
show
charge
off
love.
when he's ahead, I think it might be Hax. I remember in LCQ he went for like a crazy like one
He's trying to flick
rotation
the boat.
0.
Oh, we got it.
Oh my gosh, what is this guy doing? I mean, he had the quick charge 3
Hey,
crossbow, which was
like,
cool. He
actually
double shot the
fucking
dragon
PMO.
with a crossbow.
I
don't
hate
know
when
if
people
you-
lose time for fun for
That
no
was
reason.
solid from Hax.
I did.
2 seconds that the entire universe and the earth and everybody will never get back. Thank you, Hax. Thank you, fucking Hax.
We're still looking, but
Okay.
not
Dude,
much
you
to
should
look at on
put
this
it
split
to him
screen.
like that.
Think about all the
It makes you feel
50,000
bad.
million viewers. 2
You would
seconds?
actually feel bad if you said
100,000 seconds? 100,000 seconds. Just on that. Sorry.
that. Oh my
Just kidding.
god, you actually just... You would actually make him feel bad.
Dude, I hate when people do it. Oh my god.
That's such a strong argument.
Tough way to start in this match.
It's fucking, no, it just actually PMO. Some people just do that shit. Like, fine, we're going for a triple neo, like,
and had some 2 like really late pigs drop, so maybe if you toggle earlier, you don't get those. Not sure
So
exactly what
funny.
was going on, but he was definitely taking far more damage than Hax was.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hax is going to be up 1-0 in this best of 5. Steve's going to try and bring it back on some type of seed. We'll see shortly. But again, like Hax just did such a good job there. Good seed selection. We're going to
27 hours. Thanks, Hax.
I think it makes sense. Very Treasure is a seed type that.
No, it's
It's
fine.
ridiculous.
It's just fine. He's fucking around. But, like, dude.
I think this will be a really fast seed, Parker, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Steve's can bring it back here, make it 1-1.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, Bear Treasure is
You've
one of those
convinced
really
me
high
it's not
quality
fun.
seeds where you're
Don't
gonna
tell
get
me
good
it's
food, you're
fun.
gonna get good tools, sparing some unfortunate circumstances. And like we were seeing on the player cards, I mean, Steez has played a lot of RSG. That's a lot of buried treasures. He has the fastest RSG.
Like, I don't think he meant to do that. Like, I think he thought he had a pearl.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is.
But, like,
I mean,
he
Hax
should have been
doesn't
more
really play
locked
that
in.
much RSG, but I mean, still, to have a faster time than someone like Hax is still very, very impressive. And I mean, 2 sub-9s in this from RSG, both of these players, very cool to see. Steez, I mean, Buried Treasure is like kind of that, you know, seed type that I think so many people are more familiar with because of it's just like the, you know, the world record strategy nowadays, but it's always fun to see in ranked as well. It's just a really fast, consistent seed type, and you know, it allows for really aggressive gameplay later on with salmon, etc. So we'll see.
All right, come on,
how
Steez.
easily the VT is for these players. It usually doesn't happen where it's, you know, any big struggle for these players at this point, but looks like Steez will get it slightly earlier than Hax, and that can again be, you know, just a nice confidence boost in the beginning to see the achievements first, right?
Oh, 100%. And that's
Like,
something
what I like what
gonna be
Steez does
wanting
here
to
is he's
ensure
just
you
one
still
block
in the game.
higher.
You don't want to be going into the second seed.
Okay, yeah, they're
behind
both
on
aware.
everything. You know, Steez was holding his own on that last seed up until the
And just
death.
gets the mining
It
off
looks like
quicker.
We're gonna be swimming to a completely different island. Always a little bit awkward when you just don't have trees on yours. But we do have TNT, so we're gonna be seeing some TNT here. We can also make a diamond pick. The diamond pick is back for us, Curry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I was gonna mention, like, this BT is awesome, right? Like 3 diamonds, a couple pieces of distraction gold, you get TNT for your
choke from
blaze spawner,
Steez.
like This is great. You have everything you could
All
ever want
right,
and more,
dude.
really here.
Yeah, now the question is, have we seen a magma ravine? I don't think either was looking super hard for it, so probably both confident in this first direction that they're going.
Yeah, this kelp looks good.
I mean,
for
Steve's
gold.
just
I think
put down a
Hacks
worse
ended up taking a little bit
TNT.
of a lead there, just because I think his TNT was slightly better. Didn't have to grab some logs afterwards. So
But also, I
gets
think
back
Steve
here with
has
a little bit
hella
of a lead, but
logs.
Silverworld's pretty standard for both players. I'm very curious. Like that nether terrain decision seemed very
I don't
uncharacteristic
know.
of Hacks. I wonder if that was like some just first game nerves or something to
That
kind
what
of
portal?
monitor in the rest of the series. We'll see here, as it looks like actually Steve's built a much quick. Oh, didn't grab gravel yet. Never mind. That's why Steve's looked like they were ahead for a second.
So just slight differences, but yeah, you're totally right. Let's see if Hacks makes
Just
that
like
same mistake
this
here.
2
I don't think
seconds.
he will, but could be signs that he's not playing at exactly the top of his game. But both players appear to be going the same direction. No? He's taking the lower left terrain here.
Yeah, and a
Again,
hoglin.
oh,
And gets
freaking
hit.
goblin again.
Owie.
This has
Okay.
been the
Actually
game of
handled that.
Bro,
Oh my
that's
god,
so
handled that.
annoying. That's
That's
so
really
annoying.
annoying.
Double
Not for
hit.
the time
Just going
constraint,
back
but
into where
the
Hacks is
food
too, that just
that Steve
doesn't
has to
change.
now
Like,
eat
I think he's
compared
just
to Hacks. That
losing
is
time to
so
doing this.
annoying. Like just really unfortunate situation. Doesn't really want to
Is
waste
that the
time keeping the
fort?
hoglins either. But also,
No, that's
And look
Sebastian.
at
Sebastian
this
Wait.
there.
hurry!
Where is
The
Hacks
Where
same
is
thing
going?
has
Hacks? Never
happened.
mind, bro. What
Steez
the
takes
fuck?
different terrain. Hacks went right.
He
Steez
is,
went
no, he's
left
just
this
legit
time,
the
and
opposite
Steez is in the
direction.
bastion
Hacks is
first.
just like
And
really
I think
high
it's gonna
up or
happen again.
something?
I was kind of joking about maybe Hacks is gonna make the same mistake, but he made the same
I think
mistake.
it was
And if
legit
Steez doesn't die again,
180
I mean, this
degrees
is
from direction.
a similar
Okay.
match. Steez has been taking more damage already. Let's watch and see if he dies. I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean
he
that's the
will,
thing,
but
right? Like, I mean, he's got
Where
that
are
advantage.
we?
He's
Where
gonna
are
absolutely
we?
try and conserve as much of his
Dig
time as he
in,
can,
just
but
dig into the
Hacks is starting
box.
from
Trying to
a
go up
better
at
spot, and I
top.
really like this play of digging into the treasure, especially when you know you're this high up in the treasure. Gives him so much less likely you're gonna get like scared off by pigs or
And we're
anything like that. Hacks just
behind,
makes
and we're
so much more sense entering the
behind.
bastion where Steez was just digging around trying to find it. Now I do think I just saw the fort on Steez's screen and that like right side. So neither of these players are gonna have to go to the bottom, which is huge. But again, this is a really back and forth game right now, and I'm really worried about what the food situation is going to look like for
Ow,
Steez, who
ow.
has taken so much damage and is
Okay.
down just to 2 salmon after this, Parker.
wow, yeah, he really has been cranking for the food, and it's
Wait,
kind of crazy.
no.
Hacks really did make up all of the time by dealing with the bastion better than Steez did. You know, Steez going for maybe a high roll play, assuming that where he needs to go is in a given direction, but it just wasn't, so he had to dig
Wait, really?
into the bastion. But I mean, both have a diamond pick here, so we should
That
be
could be
seeing
bad.
a fairly fast treasure route. And again,
How
we
are you
do know
losing
where
a
that
gold
fortress
block
is.
here?
Yeah, I will say though, Parker, it doesn't look
Bro,
like
I've been
there's
there.
that many
I
gold
think
blocks. Like these players actually might still
I've
have to go down to the bottom just to get gold for maybe trades or getting close to 20. I mean, rank chests are juice, but I
Oh,
think
is it the
Steez
elevator
legit
for the
mined like
backup?
6 gold blocks, but that is
Fuck's sakes,
16 obsidian.
that shit
That's gonna be
is.
a lot. It's gonna
I
really
thought we
depend
left that
on the
in
pearl trades
fucking
here.
2024.
Hacks is
I
taking
know it's so
Am
bad.
I down to? Oh no,
It's actually
split his pearls.
it's such
Why
a
do we
stupid
have
strat, but like
3
it's just
pearls?
like a
So
little
that would make sense.
faster,
We're
so
already
it
up to
just feels correct.
16. I mean, these players are gonna be out pretty soon, Parker.
Okay.
It looks like they are gonna get
Steve
everything
skipped
they
the
need for
second
all the gold
backup.
blocks.
I mean,
Yeah, with gold to
Wait,
spare.
what?
Like
Hacks is
Hacks has
mining the
5 gold. He's gonna be
spawner?
able to get a diamond pick.
I
But he
swear I
looks like
saw
he's
it on
going
Steve's side.
Maybe he didn't
the
see
bottom
spawn
okay,
treasure.
Hacks just didn't
I'm
see it
How many
confused
then.
what he
pearls do they have?
wants.
They have 20
This
pearls.
is strange.
He must have just not seen the
Is he
fort.
gonna grab
I'm
gold?
so confused. Yeah, has to break spawning. That's
No.
all he wanted to do. So
Wow.
he didn't see it on the side, but Steez did, and now Steez has that's a huge lead, Parker. That's like
Wow.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
Did we throw
Oh my gosh,
bottom?
I can't.
Bro, I feel like I
You see
always
that
check the
Steez
bottom chest there
again
because
making
even
better
if it's not a
decisions
looting sword,
with
it's like
terrain and
if
just
you get good armor,
digging
then
around, but
that's
Hacks
food, and if
Also,
you
we
get
talked about
gold blocks, then
longer
that's gold
sight line on
picks.
the
And it's just
top
like
here.
so
Maybe,
much
yeah,
better to
Hacks
check the
maybe
bottom
not gonna
chest
go inside,
always.
but he can find the
That's
spawner
just
quicker.
a
I saw
bastard,
Steez did the thing
man.
that
Yeah.
Loki did in the other match where he like
Oh,
built
did he do a
up
head
on the
hitter?
side to do a head hitter. Yeah, that was awesome. Just
Yes.
hitting the head hitter, getting the ore again. Like you gotta put yourself in Steez's head for a second. Like you're the underdog in this match. You know you're the underdog. You're in your first playoffs ever. Like have some fun.
Let's go,
Have
Steez.
some fun. Farm the crowd. Like that's a cool play from Steez. And I'm
This is
hyped
your
to get
seed.
there.
You didn't see the fort.
I totally agree.
Don't
I think
bleed the
that's
time back.
phenomenal analysis. You know, Steve feeling comfortable here. You know,
It's
especially
just
after
Steve.
death, you want to be feeling more comfortable. The more comfortable that you are, the closer that you can play how you normally play and not have to worry about any shakiness with nerves. But I mean, Steve's not really ahead by too much here. Ahead of Rod and a Blaze spawn or two, but Hax is still
Kill it.
playing
Bro.
dangerously fast. So
We,
you've always got to
there
be
we
wary
are.
of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Steve's already building the portal. 3 rods so far. No, 6 rods so far. I was looking at the eye count and not the player inventory thing. So these rates are crazy fast. It's basically a 6 flat blind. We'll see how many eyes he has to throw. It looks like he's going to be good with just one. Gonna grab the eye, head back, and be heading to Quartz. Hack's not too far behind. Only has 4 rods, but I mean,
It's
what a
Sky
play from
Crab. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
just not having to go to the bottom is
I need
so
2
so
bows.
huge in this matchup.
No.
Dude,
Fully
fuck it.
pre-drafted. I think we saw a lot of gold picks from Steez.
Gold
Probably
picks
more
that
than
we couldn't
Hax is going to
craft.
have. Also, the health
So Hax is
advantage.
just
We have a
sending 2
2,000
hearts.
block
Oh my gosh,
stronghold.
yeah.
I don't know why Hax didn't hunger reset there. He's going to have
Oh my god, why did he do all that?
Did Steez almost die?
No, Steez just hit a crazy low clutch. Just a crazy, like,
Okay.
wasn't gonna die from it because it had fire res and stuff.
W drags.
Full reach.
I was
distance
busy looking
low
at
clutch.
Hax's
this is really
screen,
scary for
like,
Hax.
what
think
is he
knows
doing?
He just
I think
like
he's trying to
really
like,
like had to
He's
hit
gonna
like such
anchor
a
hunger
now.
reset.
such a crazy like
We're
aim.
basically on chords, not too far away. Wait a minute, we're in a second ring stronghold. How many times do you go second ring in rank?
Does Hax
Wow.
not
What
have
is
fire
this?
res?
And look at this, Steez
Oh,
using
boy.
his gold picks here.
Like
So
Hax
if
voted like
doesn't
this,
find any better terrain, he's
Steez
gonna
just
be
bow
losing
clutched that,
a
but he
lot
like
of terrain.
ran off, so it was
Also,
like
if
really
Hax
hard to
oh
aim
my
it.
gosh, did you see that dragon
Oh, he
purple to the
didn't
left?
jump.
Did he put it all the
Yeah.
way down?
Oh,
Ah.
almost. Very close.
Okay, there's
Oh
an
my
overland
gosh,
of earlier stuff
That's
brilliant.
here
crazy.
now.
That's
I
actually
freaking
crazy.
love
Oh my
that.
god, this
That
looks
tech
scary.
is just amazing. Steez
Holy.
playing really well here.
He
In the
has to
lava,
hit
looks like there's a
this.
lot of terrain
Or this is just so
in the
behind.
lava, so maybe Hax found some
Yeah.
better terrain here. But
Oh
Steez
my
is keeping the
god.
stronghold.
Oh my god. Okay,
I can't. I'm
nice.
sorry. I can't get over there in second ring. I don't know if we've ever had a second ring stronghold in playoffs. I'm not even kidding. Like,
Really?
I
Yeah, I'm
cannot
not
remember the
sure.
last time I've seen a second ring stronghold in playoffs.
Wait, so how
And
far
there's
is
a portal room.
he?
Yeah, Steez has got to be feeling confident now. Hax isn't even in
Let's go,
the
Steez.
stronghold. If this is a hittable 0,
Let's go,
he's
Steez.
gonna be
Let's go.
bringing it back to 1-1. Crafting his eyes, he has 5 extra. You can hit any 0 with that, but it's buried.
56.
Buried
It's
and
back,
back.
Parker.
It's okay.
What's the
Uh-oh.
tower? Oh, this is
3
a pretty
pearl?
good tower.
This
He's
is
gonna wait, throw a delayed
strange.
second pearl. Probably
Let's
like
just
having
go
to do
90.
90
pearl
here.
back
But if the
tower
dragon
like
doesn't
that.
fly, Steez can hit this 0. They're a rotation early. Has the bow, but no arrows, it looks like.
Flies.
And the
Oh
dragon
my
flies.
god.
Oh
Whoa,
my
whoa, whoa,
gosh.
whoa, 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 whoa.
And I mean,
Oh, it's so
again,
lucky! Hax is
95
definitely
on
going to
the 0.
95. Like, why did we not for a pearl? We just hunger reset. We're
Hax might
fine.
win here. But he's low pearls, Curry. Only 7.
Oh my god,
Wait.
He might not
Oh, okay, no, he
throw.
doesn't have enough.
He's
He
gonna
doesn't
have
have
to
enough. He doesn't have
wait
enough.
wait
He only
to
has
throw
he only has
pearls.
2.
Steez did. How many eyes were on the portal? 1, 2, 1.
So he's gonna have 2 pearls only.
Oh, but it's
What the
an
fuck is this
extra
perch from
pearl.
He has no health!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Where'd
god!
his
No
health go? Where'd all his health go?
health.
Where did his health go? We
And
were
look at
watching
Hax. Hax just
seconds.
doesn't have enough pearls to push for
And
the
Hax
0,
is just not gonna
so he's
go
gonna
for it
have
at
to play for a
all.
1 cycle, which little does
Oh,
he
he
know
is going
gonna
for
win him
it.
that. Never
Look.
mind. He's
And
still
Hax
going for
is
0.
just
But
gonna
it's just
fly.
not gonna work.
Even if he makes 90, he's just not gonna be able to hit it.
But he's not
Yeah.
gonna lose the
Oh
health.
my gosh. Oh my gosh, Curry. He bails though.
out.
He bails.
Oh, Hax was supposed to
He
die
bails
there.
because
It's just Hax's game in the end. It's
Dude,
Hax's
that's
game in
so
the end. How did
stupid.
Steez-
If it doesn't
with
fly,
him-
Steez
was
just
he that
wins.
low? I don't even remember
No, 'cause
clocking
he-
that Steez's health was low.
I think and
Oh my god, it's second
Um,
ring.
or
And it's
something.
second ring.
Oh, and it's
It's-
second ring.
Oh my
my
god,
god.
bro. Oh my
It's second
god.
ring,
No, it
it's
must have been an
across
Enderman or something.
insane
'Cause I think
Well,
lava.
it just
he
doesn't
had
matter. Hax just has
3
to.
pearls, but then when he got into the fountain, he was on like 2 hearts
There's
or
no
something.
reason to fucking suck.
Maybe
I'm
we
ready
get
for
an
the most
analysis on something.
Fulham analysis of all time after this match. We're gonna need to stall so much because he's gonna have to clip 17 different things because we're stupid. But here's the
look
perk
at
for
that.
Hax.
Yeah!
He's like,
Oh
yeah,
my
sure, why
God.
not?
And
Goes for the
that
pearl.
is a more impressive head hitter than
That's
either
what we
what
call
Steez
perch
or Loki did
standardization.
because it's on flat ground. And now finishing off with a beautiful 1 cycle.
Oh my
Hax
Oh, that's
taking the
fucked.
2nd seed.
That's actually
Wow.
so fucking stupid.
That was actually so awesome. I love
I don't
the
even know
little
what to
head
say.
hitter. That was so cool.
a crazy match.
Okay, look at
So
Steez here.
Back and forth, like I don't even know what happened. Every split, it seemed like just back and forth and back and forth.
Pearl
Wow, I
over
mean,
this.
these splits
Okay,
do not tell the
that's
whole
not
story. He's
terribly
ahead
smart.
by a
but-
minute entering the end.
Look at the
there's
perch.
So many
hurting it all the way
throughout
back.
the
Look
dragon
at-
looking, the mechanics on display.
What is that?
The dragon flying. I mean, Parker, I don't even know what to say.
Ow.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
seed was really just
God.
the story of.
No, he just should have
Dragon
waited.
Flight. I think
Okay,
he's
that's
honestly
kind of.
maybe
It's hard to
pushing
make the.
95
It's like hard. Like what? Like why did the dragon
maybe
perch
he's
like that?
within 10
Right there, it
seconds of
perched.
Hacks, he would have pushed 95, and he
That
would
is
have hit the 0.
crazy.
Like these are very close matches here, and Steve's unfortunately just choking his performance. I think he's feeling
yeah.
pretty confident though. I mean, we've seen him hitting some head hitters in
Oh,
gameplay.
God.
I think there's definitely a good chance that Steez wins this next match and keeps his tournament life alive.
I mean, there's a real world that we could really see Steve's up to. You know what I mean? Like just doesn't die in the Bastion, doesn't die in the end there. Like 2 deaths is really what's given Hacks this advantage. So I don't even know if you're feeling great as Hacks if you go back and watch these replays. But I mean, speaking of replays, Fulham is
Make
ready for
people.
some
I don't even know,
I can't
bro.
wait to see what he caught in
I
this
thought
last season.
Hacks was gonna win this
We'll throw it to
3-1
him now.
in my head. My pick'em's in my head.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the analysis segment, the mid-match analysis of MCSR ranked playoffs. We are in day 3, and it is time to talk about this first match, Hacks versus Steez. And what a match it has been so far. What an amazing match it has been. Let's send you
Like,
back
why
to
does
that
Hacks keep
first
running the
seed,
wrong way
right?
for the
Steez
Bastion?
in the lead, taking
Low-key,
amazing
Steez's terrain was
towards the Bastion.
kind of
But again,
confusing.
the commentators already noticed that. The commentators already spoke about how different Hacks' terrain management was to Steez's and how much of an advantage that gave him. But I want to talk about one small
hard to
thing
figure out.
that you may not have noticed. And that is that last week, Steez was playing in Yiddish. You might remember this. He played in a different language so that his search crafting was easier. Since then, he has changed from Yiddish to Norwegian. As we can see in his subtitles on the right-hand side of the screen here, these are all in Norwegian. Now, this change is completely, obviously, optional. You can change it in the settings, and that encourages Steez to save time on his search crafts. However, one small thing that I noticed during this
Oh boy.
is that during Steez's search craft here, as he tries to speedily craft his helmet while the TNT is exploding, firstly, he mistypes. He's intending to type LM here. Instead, he types NM, which doesn't give him any valid searches. So he leaves the crafting table, re-enters it, and as you can see, the first craft available for him is a pillmaker bank, which I have been reliably informed is Norwegian for fletching table, because that's what it is in English. So, unfortunately here, he attempts to craft the golden
What is this
helmet, which
junk?
the option
How
right
is this the
next
best
to him,
language?
but instead almost
No, it's
crafts the
3
fletching table.
character. Oh no, it
He
isn't.
isn't able
No, you
to
Wait.
fucked
correct
it up
himself
again.
It's just
before the
because
chalice explodes.
He
And
has
if he
2
was,
random
then
flint
he would
on
be able
him.
to
Like,
leave this
who would
chalice
have
instantly.
2 random
Instead,
flint
once
on
he
them?
does this, grabs this block, he has to take damage from this hoglin, comes back down here, takes another hit from the hoglin,
Oh,
and then still
tanking
has
that
to
is
craft.
crazy.
And notice, as he's crafting here, he does the same
Fucking
thing again.
oh yeah,
Fucking
dude, he's
crafting
so
head
locked
rolling
in
out
his
his ability,
fucking
which is
muscle memory,
This is
bro.
good
Now, this is after
analysis,
TNTing
yeah.
the gravel on the floor. Having this in his inventory has definitely messed up his muscle memory, and being relatively new to Norwegian search crafting language could definitely have caused him some mental strain here. Definitely having, leaving his crafting table there, for example. Struggling and having to be chased by a hoglin as we speak. Hoglin in front takes the fire tick damage to avoid knockback. But, and of course, obviously taking
Are
the
there
death
any,
here.
like,
Piglin
who
jumps in
is
the way.
Danish
Hoglin unfortunately able to
in,
hit him,
like,
even though he does
the
triple
top
stack
runner
and
circle?
tries to block
Anyone?
himself off. It is really
Has anyone
unfortunate.
ever been
And
a top
after the
Danish
reset,
runner?
notice, I believe that he noticed this as well, because after
don't
TNTing here,
know.
noticed that he starts throwing out his flint instantly, leaving himself
From
only 1,
Denmark.
so he doesn't have that repeat a second time. Now,
I
that
have
was just
no
a really,
idea.
really niche, small thing that I wanted to mention that was a big change, obviously, from last week. Changing your entire language that you play Minecraft in is a massive change. And midway through playoffs, maybe it wasn't the right time to do it. It's something that Steez can analyze. However, in that second seed,
No,
Steez
but
found
low-key,
himself
changing
miles
your
ahead again.
language one day before playoffs is kind of
This is
aura.
how it ended. I know that the commentators didn't quite see exactly what
Is
happened,
it one day?
but he's playing max distance for a perch, and somehow
That's
this dragon perches
unbelievable.
in a very, very unorthodox
Steve's got that dog in him.
It seems like it perches diagonally. It seems like it perches before it even reaches the node that's opposite the 2 towers. It perches so fast that Steez decides to pearl in on 4.5 hearts, and he then leaving himself on just 2. The dragon is already insanely low down, and he takes an early bed, dealing very, very minimal damage, as you can see, to retain the height, leaving himself on just 1.5 hearts, gets another bed out, tries to save the 1 cycle, but with very minimal damage, he realizes that it's not going to be possible for him to kill the dragon on this rotation, and with
He's
no
using
arrows, there's no
Bokmars
chance for him to
again,
continue
which is-
the victory. Steez has been ahead in both of the seeds, but has ended up
No one
losing.
has
Can
two
Hacks
Flint in the
find a way
Bastion.
to increase
Yeah.
his speed to guarantee the
Well, it's just
3-0?
like I always
Will
would drop out
Steez's,
the 2 Flint because
speed
then
be able to see him through and maybe hit a reverse
Actually,
sweep?
I
Stick
guess
around to
just to
find out.
clear
I'm
out
going to
the
send you
Flint.
back over to Curryway and Wreck-Rap right now.
Thank you so much, Fulham, for that incredible analysis. That was wild to watch back. I mean, Parker, we were talking about it like,
Yeah.
I think like if I tried to learn a whole other language,
Just
to
a
search
fraction of a second Steez
picking the
wasted
week in
like,
between playoffs
blowing
is a
up a
pretty
bed
aggressive choice, I'd
on the
have to say.
0.
Yeah, I know a lot of people wait
Versus Hacks
like
just
for the
bailing
literal
early.
lull between seasons where there's the least amount on the line to change the search cost crafting because they know it's just gonna be bad.
me.
Maybe it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of respect trying to change to a new language just because you're like, you know, I'm one of these players, these top level players. I can adjust to this. I can learn. But I just don't think it's smart in the long run. And we saw that really just kind of like butterfly effect into just a whole bunch of mistakes. And I think that's really the story of this high level gameplay is you can make one tiny little mistake, but that can cause you to, you know, get hit by a Hoglin, then get hit by a Hoglin again, and put you in a bad situation where you die and you lose the entire seed. And maybe he lost the entire
Yup.
seed because he didn't get that first search craft.
Yup.
Because he chose.
And that's why
to
Infium's so
blink,
good,
you
is
know,
this never
love that
happens to him
analysis from
ever.
Fulham.
He never
It was crazy.
has
And
a
some
mistake
chat,
that
I think you
cascades
say
into
that,
another
like,
mistake
speak
that
between
cascades
the
into
language.
unlucky and
That
then
doesn't change
loses
the
the
fact that
seed.
you
It
are
just never
literally
has that
changing
happen.
from another language, like in like during a playoffs. Like I still think that's like crazy, like almost. I don't know if impressive is the right word. It's like really bold. It's really, really bold.
Is a good word.
And it's just like it's a crazy decision. I hope it pays off for him, but it's a very, very bold decision, and it's very unfortunate that it had a consequence in the first game. Yeah, I'm waiting for like the lolcat or the pirate speak or like upside down. Like that would be awesome. So hopefully we get a
Bro,
player
it's already
that
so
wants to
loud.
experiment with that eventually. Anyway, Village, very excited for this. Steez is the only pick that he can pick left. He tried to do it on Buried Treasure, didn't make it work. But again, Parker, if you're Steez, like you gotta kind of feel like okay, you know what I mean? Like sure you're down 2-0, but like this is probably like maybe the best way to be down 2-0. I don't know how to say that without sounding like we're crazy coping as commentators, but like he's been ahead basically at the Bastion both seeds. Like that's not nothing.
Okay.
He has had a lot of situations where he's ahead, and it's just it really is just those like 2 mistakes in the end on the last one. You could chalk up as
the best way to be down 2-0.
And then he gets a diagonal perch, doesn't get the beds off, no damage, loses the seed. You know, there is definitely a line, especially to keep
like it's just like
here.
losing in the end when you entered at first is not good for the
mental.
mental.
But tournament-wise, he is in a really bad position. His back is pushed against the wall. He has to win this seed.
It's good in the way that you were.
I mean, that is pretty nuts. It is tournament life
You're
on the line.
decidedly
for Steez
ahead
here.
on all the
Day
seeds.
2 invite tomorrow. I guess day 4 invite tomorrow.
I'm just
on the
worried
line for
about.
Steez. Acacia Village spawning right next to a lava pool is a pretty
Really front load. I mean,
grab
might as
right
well, but like
doing the
I
same,
feel like we saw the lava
curious to
pool
see
spawn,
where
so
the
we're probably gonna go
blacksmith
back
is.
there.
Haybell's on the way as well. Steez will grab these, but in pretty linear overworld here, Parker. Just gotta find the blacksmith.
Yeah, having the blacksmith so far away, maybe you're even looking for a second lava pool. I know we spawned on top of one, but if you can find a closer lava pool, that could potentially save you time here. Hacks is going to be able to grind flint.
No,
on the way,
Fulham's
maybe
mic
to
is
get into
definitely louder
his
than
water or on his way to the lava
Curry
pool.
and.
It looks like Hacks is running further into the savannah as well. Sees a ruined portal.
Oh,
so maybe
what?
Wow,
that
for
could
an
be
enter
huge.
here.
The fuck is this for Steve?
There's another lava pool behind it.
And we've got some fucking tweaky shit
I
happening.
mean, this is huge. You get 2 extra iron ingots. This allows for shears
I
here.
mean,
It also allows for just, I mean, really aggressive play here from Hacks. I'm curious. Steez probably not going to go for this. I mean, this is a really unique line from Hacks here, and I think it's going to pay off big time.
Yeah,
I don't think
was
so. I
originally
think he's
scared
behind.
for Hacks because I didn't see any water, but there is a water pool right next to it. So I think Hacks
Never
is
mind.
just going to be
I
making up
don't
a
think he's
lot of
behind
time
anymore,
here
actually.
on
Yeah.
Steez.
Well,
We're gonna be entering any
I think
second.
this is the thing. I think they're still going to enter relatively similar times. I think the difference is going to be. I mean, Hacks isn't even going to make shears because he's going to be able to do the gold axe and everything. That's the difference.
This
The
seems
difference. Oh, he is going to make
really
shears. So the difference is they're going to enter roughly the same time.
Okay.
But Steez, without really knowing it right now, is hoping that the Bastion is directly in his face because Hacks has way more blocks, way more resources. The shears are nice to have, but if the Bastion is legit right in front of you, it doesn't matter at all. So that's the variance that Steez needs right now without even knowing it because he didn't know this ruined portal even existed. And there's the Bastion,
Okay.
Parker.
There it
It's
is.
right
Oh,
there.
he's below it, I guess.
But
So
it's
all
bad,
the
though. He
awkward-
doesn't have blocks.
Though Steez only has 29 planks left, so he's gonna have to mine some from somewhere. Hacks, on the other
Above
hand,
him.
he's gonna get a little advantage, but you're totally right. We spawned on the Bastion.
This
Doesn't
is
matter
where
nearly as much.
the
Doesn't
Norwegian
matter
double
nearly as much. You also
craft
have
comes in, the bridge
he's right
craft.
at 10 netherrack above you. Sure, you're gonna lose
Watch
like a
it.
little bit of time over
That's
Hacks.
true.
Wait, no,
This
he's
could have
probably
been
not going to
this
do
could
it
have been like a 30-second time loss for
because
Steez
he's
without him
doing a whole
even
different
realizing.
craft entirely.
So not
No,
gonna
he
run
did
into
it.
the same problem here. Also gonna make the gold pick here. I really
Wow.
like that. Just fully aggressive, have as many blocks as you can,
Shout
save
out
all the wood.
Norwegian.
And Hacks is gonna have to use leaves here in the sense of it can burn, Parker. It can get a little bit scary. There can be the unluckiness there. Seems to not be happening, but
Yeah, X doesn't
obviously
have that.
scary. Steez getting hit though. Going for the
Oh
bridge.
my gosh, he might
Barely
die again.
survives.
Oh my gosh.
Is going to be okay. Both going for Sug out here. I really like the recovery from Steez, but it is going to lose him some time. Hack's already getting the piglins in the trading hole.
Yeah, as opposed to last seed, Steez is handling the damage better. He's not taking death, still at good health. Did lose a bit of time on Hacks, but not a crazy amount.
Okay.
No, not a crazy amount at all. Neither player going for auto funnel. I think both got a similar amount of pigs. We haven't seen the Bastion yet. Steez trying to wide macro and also gets this last like stray piglin on the side here. Still looking, is going to pie chart. Hacks probably will be doing the same shortly, getting this last stray pig. Both players pretty close here, but again, that like advantage that Hacks could have had is much less because of how close we are here.
I like the pearl off to the
100%.
left.
Looks like they're both pearl hanging a similar direction. We do have a crimson forest, so maybe it's potentially weird.
Is Hacks just out?
Finding the 4 or
18
pearling
obby.
because you have all the trees, but I think the terrain looked decently open. Hacks also doing his pre-crafts. It's just such a treat to watch these guys.
Wait, did Hacks?
play.
No, Hacks didn't even pre-craft. He
Yeah,
just made an
absolutely.
axe.
Hacks already out though. Sees the fort. Oh
What
my
the
gosh.
fuck?
Maybe did have a little bit more pigs
That's what
out
I'm.
of here.
This is the
little
kind of shit I'm
sooner.
on.
Doesn't see the spawner, I don't think.
I
No,
don't
he's
know.
Make the bed
on it
here.
right now. Iron axe, iron sword in the hotbar, ready to go. And again, I mean, Steez's life on the line here in this tournament.
Look, it's good.
Has to bring it back here, and it's
I
gonna be
fuck
tough.
with this.
Struggling to find the best terrain.
Honestly, it is pretty good.
We're
If you
not
have,
really finding a good
Faster
spot to
crafting
pearl,
now.
Parker.
And he's just
I think if
losing
Hacks
time off
placed the
time
crafting table
back
like
here.
in a spot where it
Have a
wouldn't
terribly
explode,
disadvantaged position going into
and then
Bastion,
doesn't
but
have to
now
pick it
just
back
going
up,
into
then
the
that would
fort.
be good.
Like Hacks is already building his
Yeah.
portal.
Yeah, that is crazy. Really
Is it
aggressive
blinding
portal build
now?
from
Bro, this
Hacks. Gets the pie chart
blazes.
set up for preemptive. Hits the blaze away.
Oh,
Ocean, it's a little bit annoying, but should be
bro.
okay here. Can obviously pearl right back onto the
Blind
portal, which he's
earlier.
going to do right now. Steez is
All
going to try and
times.
bring back some time here. It's really going to come down to second portal navigation, which is actually going to be a big play, Parker. The stronghold is over 2,000 blocks away, and they're playing the same.
No, you can
same
place it on the
square here.
stairs
So it could
if you
really
do
come
left,
down to
right,
another
place
terrain
fit.
nav going to second portal.
Phenomenal point. And if it's anything like
Oh,
the last couple
lost
of
a rod.
games, Steez has been
Steez lost
playing
a
the train
rod.
better. That looks
my goodness.
bad. He hasn't lost it entirely. It didn't
Just
fall
fine.
into lava or anything. But it is just a little bit awkward. You know, you could
Front
pearl
back
hang
from
and boat
Steez,
down
what do
to
I
it to
think?
get it, but it's
Bro,
definitely
both
not
of them
as
did front
ideal as
back.
straight up getting the rod. Hacks now fully pre-crafted. I don't know if he has any gold picks in this
Wait,
situation,
really?
which maybe could matter
Yeah.
for such a strong. Oh my gosh, Dolphin! Dolphin's
Dolphin
almost
Oh my
free
god,
punching!
Steez,
I haven't opened
but he
that
punched the
That's
yet.
it.
Dolphin.
Wow. Maybe not a fan
3 blocks
favorite
out
decision,
from the
but
stair.
he's going to be fine with that.
No,
outcome.
if you
Gets
just
the
do
pick
left,
up
right,
from
you can place it
high.
like on the
Has the
stair. I
pearl hang up.
swear, like
Does
I saw
eye
something like that
player
on the
gonna know, like,
fucking
has a
Searchcraft
definitely a
Discord or
different
something.
angle of an eye throw compared to, or of a pearl hang.
Could you build the
compared to what
setup
Hacks
so that
did.
it
Both
blocks
still
the
waiting on
crafting
these blazes,
table
so
but doesn't
maybe the terrain
affect
will come into
the blaze
play
area?
here. 4 rods to throw.
Maybe
You
you could
see
place like one
to
extra
the
nether
side
brick or
of
something.
our cams. It's gonna
Left
really
right
come
is
down to blaze
worse.
cycle, I think.
Bro, I don't know
Like,
if it's
you
worse.
just gotta hope that
I
they
was
both
talking
leave on the
about it
same
with
cycle.
Duga.
Yeah, and I don't know if either player really got any strays, so not a ton of variance is gonna happen.
And Hacks is out.
Fucking
Steve
out.
should leave from these 4, I think.
Oh,
But maybe not.
I don't
No,
know.
this is
I don't
Why would it
know.
matter?
4.
It's got to be
No,
another
front back
cycle. You didn't get
it's
a
just
single
blocks
blaze
compared
off
to fire.
all of those.
Front back gets
Wow.
more blocks, but also produces more fire.
Still, this is now 1 cycle behind. There's the cycle. This will give Steez the blazes that he needs. Is going to have to drop
What
down.
EDCR
what
numbers?
The last rod does.
Haven't
Hacks
seen
low,
any
though, in a
EDCR
ravine.
numbers.
So it's a weird
Also,
terrain spot
EDCR
for
does
Hacks.
left to
Big
right.
boat
they're not
clutch
gonna
from
take
Steez
some
to
terrain.
survive
Oh my
there.
gosh, Hoglins.
7,000 Hoglins on his screen as well. Navigating the terrain. Hacks,
Hax's
I
terrain
believe, maybe
seems
even
so crazy.
digging down on cords right now. Steez is going to have to do everything he can to catch up. But Hacks should be building the portal soon. Has a lot of blocks to still dig to get down to like
He's going
540-ish. I'm not exactly sure where Steez is.
Go under, go under.
50 blocks away, Parker.
Go under!
Gonna be tough
Yes,
here.
Steez is gonna need.
Oh, what
a
the
mirror
fuck was
mirror.
that? I didn't even see
There's a
that.
little
worked
tunnel.
out.
Okay, this
It
is
actually
good.
makes a really good
This-
terrain decision. Is only like 20 blocks off now, and is gonna bridge to it. This will still hit stronghold, so he made up a
Lead.
lot of time. But Hacks is still in the lead.
Go.
It's
Let's
just
check out
not enough. But Hacks is
preemptive.
in
No
starter.
fire res?
Hacks
Is
is not
Hax
in
a
starter
starter?
right now.
Hax is not
Why the
a
fuck
starter.
does he not have fire res?
That could be a
Oh my
huge
god, he's
difference
deep.
maker. They could be on equal pace. Steez
Yeah,
is
he's in starter.
Hacks is in starter. Now they're exactly the same position. I think going different parts of the
No,
stronghold.
Steez has
Different
way
way.
better,
Oh
yeah.
my god, he's pushing it.
Steez found it.
But Hacks is swimming through.
Hax is outside the
He's gonna be
portal
in
though.
first,
my gosh.
But not by a
Yeah,
lot.
Hax
Having
fucking.
actually a
Oh my god, he's winning. Oh,
Hacks took the
Jesus.
hunger reset though, Parker. I missed the F3. I
What
didn't
the
see
fuck was
how
that?
Come on,
much it was.
Steez.
Tell
Steez at
through.
least 058.
Okay, it's fine,
So
just...
it should be okay. Has the pearls, has the extra
What
burst
is
level,
this,
all
bruh?
power,
Okay, it's
but
actually fine.
all.
97.
99 here is going to be
So
tight.
you have to go
Steez gonna
fast,
make
but...
it just barely get
Okay.
the
Wow, what a zero
Nice,
setup.
nice,
Crazy,
nice, nice.
crazy
Let's go!
setup.
Oh my
Has
god.
the explosives,
It's a little
has the
low,
bow,
but...
and
Okay,
any
it's fine.
nerves he might have had
Nice.
with an O2 deficit
Holy.
is gone.
Let's go!
Wins against Hacks,
Jesus, that was
keeps
sick.
himself
Hax
alive.
fucked it up.
Hacks was
Oh
gonna
my
hit the
gosh.
0, and all of a sudden,
Wow, wow.
Steez looks like
Dude,
a
Steez has been taking
That
way
was
better
so
terrain
good.
decisions, like, all day today.
What a
Versus
comeback.
Hax, which is so
He was
surprising.
so far behind.
Like, how is
Dude,
Hax
I
even
don't know
mining through the
where
wall
Hax is
there?
Made up
going.
so much
Hax is
time on
on
the
like a
terrain nav.
ravine and
Made
was
up
like
time on the stronghold
mining
nav.
down.
And hit the 0. That was a beautiful 0. You've got to be
He
feeling
must
good
have
if you're
been
Steez.
really
I'm
hot.
so
'cause he was
excited.
on lava
Oh my
lava.
gosh. Steez is in it,
And
ladies
then
and
he
gentlemen.
was
When
ended up
everything
fucking
looked
Y7.
down, when it
Real-
looked
look
so
at
bad.
He was 40 seconds behind finding the stronghold.
No,
Finding the
Steez is just,
power
like,
line. Makes up 30
playing,
seconds
like,
to
kind
get to
of,
the
like,
stronghold.
bad on, like, the
Another
in-betweens, but then
20
somehow
enters
just
the
making
end
up so
faster.
much time, and, like...
Finding a hunger reset is
Okay, to be
so
fair,
huge
it's
there.
kind of unlucky that
And
Hax
then
didn't get
Steez
snapped to
is
starter,
unbelievable
but
hero.
Steez just
Both
took better
teams
terrain, and it
picked
led
up
him
3
to, like,
blocks
being
in
higher, so, like,
then
Steez
had to get the
made the
front
correct
97.
play, so, like,
And
Hax
then
got punished for
just
making the wrong play.
totally thought he was gonna go for a side setup there.
I thought he was going for a side setup too, but now he was like,
Oh,
nah,
I wasn't
I'm hitting
too
like
locked
that
in on
top
Hax.
setup.
Like,
Unbelievable.
was Hax only
Absolutely
low
unbelievable. Wow.
because he
Seed.
dug
How do you
down
follow
and
that up,
fell
Steve?
into
Oh my
lava.
god.
I don't know.
I mean,
That's
now the
gotta
bans
feel
are off the
so
board.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a little bit scary though because Hax can just come in here and be like, okay, yeah, that was cute. Now I'm going to pick Ruin Portal and sub 7 on your head. So that's like a little bit
That
scary.
could happen.
We'll see if Hax actually decides to do that. But I mean, that's kind of what we're saying. Like, Steez really had an argument to winning those first 2 games. Really shows why in the third. And I mean, if you're Hax, you got to be at least like a little nervous, no?
Come on, that's
Yeah,
actually,
I
like,
mean,
low-key,
kudos, he's
like, this
a
has been pretty
newcomer.
chopped so far,
He's kind of starting to make
'cause
a name for himself. He's like, you know what? I beat the number
Steez
1
has been
ranked
making,
player.
like, correct,
You know
like,
what?
high
I'm
roll
playing Hax,
decisions
I'm
or
down
whatever, like,
2-0, and I went off a crazy
and,
comeback.
like, has been
But
saving
it
a lot of
is very
time, and, like,
important,
also
and
just,
this
like,
is gotta
taking
be
better
scary
terrain
to
and
see.
stuff.
It's
But
the
then Hax
seed
is just
type
always,
that
like,
you
making up
ban
time in,
when
like,
it
every other
belongs,
moment in
in
the
my opinion,
seeds,
that you don't
and
want
is
to put
also
on
not
the portal.
choking.
It's Hax.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary here.
I mean, I guess you could just look at it like,
I'm not gonna say anything,
Steez
but
choked twice, and then Hax
Steez's
won
mechanics
those
on that
seeds,
last
and then
game,
Steez
hopefully
didn't choke, and then he
I
won,
think
but,
the
like,
entire
I don't
season,
think it's
you
that,
mentioned it
like,
before, like the drag
simple.
queen thing he did on that second seed, I think it was, to get to the portal. Like, those are things that on a room portal seed are going to be crazy.
So now we have the most
I'm
linear
really excited to see
overworld.
what both of these two players do.
Oh
Even
my
though
god.
Steez's win
Both
rate
of
was
them
44%,
were
I
played
think that's just because
both
he's
of the
trying to
other
just crank it.
non-linear
Maybe it's because of
overworlds,
deaths. Like,
so
we'll see what happens
crazy
here.
different.
The good luck in the chat.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Final
snowy.
verifying
Snow.
top 4 spot in
Oh,
the
what are we
What is
doing?
ruined for
Ah,
you?
that's disgusting!
This is
What is that?
The only thing that
Fucking
is, like,
perfect RP? Are you
I
fucking kidding me?
8 Garrett's.
No, this is
You're what?
insane. You have an iron pick, you have everything. I was watching Hax's stream
The
this
hacks
morning,
are here,
and he was
though.
warming up with Mungie, playoffs
Don't give this guy
competitor
2
this
RPs in a
season.
match.
And
This
I
is
legit swear to God, they got maybe this exact seed. It was like 12
Not grabbing the
Garrett's,
gold block?
4 iron,
Why are we
and
not
he
grabbing?
literally said,
37.
"This is the portal
No,
seed."
no, no,
They
no,
got
no,
it.
fuck you, fuck you!
What
I
is
hate
this?
the play, I hate,
What is this?
I hate,
Oh my God.
hello, 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 no, 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 no. We can't do this. This is not a regular seed. This is fucking handpicked. They fucking generated this intentionally to make a fast seed. This is not interesting or fun. This is not fair gameplay. This is world record level.
But look at this, like, they've started their route sub-minute, Curry. This is literally, like...
How are players like me, who have terrible mechanics, supposed to ever win playoffs when this is the only seeds that they give
This
us?
is insane.
This is an absurd seed. I really love the decision
But
making
it's
that Hax has
cinema.
made on this
It's
seed so
cinema,
far. It's
though.
so hard to go back and forth. But Hax didn't have a gold block in his inventory, or like in his
So your
hotbar. So
argument
what does
is
he do? He knows he
invalid.
has a gold axe, breaks the chest to aggro the piglin, then lets them in, has a bunch of gold already.
Oh, let's just get a
Go
fucking
with
sub
that.
2 fort.
Does incredibly well. And the food is the thing to really keep an eye on, because 8 golden carrots,
Sub
they don't have to think
2,
about a
that's
thing.
actually
I
that's
think honestly,
crazy.
like looting 3 is
This
obviously
is
like the best
what's
thing. But golden
happening.
carrots is not that far behind. Like, just being able to play so aggressively here, not worry about your health at all. That chest is crazy. 2 more gold blocks for anything that you need.
Did Steve just lose that gold
obsidian
block?
should hopefully be
Yeah,
enough.
he
We really
did.
don't want to see these guys have to
Oh
go
man,
to
we
the
just got 2
bottom
in the chest.
of treasure. Shouldn't have to. Hack's already with 12 obsidian. I haven't seen the spawner,
probably
Parker, but I don't
fine.
really think it matters. I think we're gonna be.
There's no pigs because they have to
I
fucking
totally agree.
get
I saw
over
the
that
Steez
shit,
get
and there's
one
lava
gold
and
block,
stuff.
But there were 2 more in
Just
the
get like a
chest,
pearl hang off.
so we're
Right.
probably totally
You didn't
fine
get
on
the one
trades.
that overall
Pay
did.
Bro,
attention
we're
to the
geeks.
Pay attention to the mechanics here, the micro, because it will be mattering. As Hax, I think, is about
Watch
to
the rates
leave.
too. Watch
Has
this.
20 obby.
Should be
52
6.
extra
Yeah,
gold
just
carrots.
go. Just play for the fucking
He's gonna be leaving
stupid ass
everything
time.
he wants.
Okay, just drop RD. Just drop RD. Play for the. They're giving 6 or 6 on the seed. Just drop RD right now.
No strays.
No, this is
spawner. Oh, that is
crazy
the spawner.
strays
That
if
was
you
probably
play for it.
So
No?
he's
Look
gonna
at
be
the
on it. No,
surface
it's just
area.
the good part. We're getting to the good part. And it is a buried fort, so that's a little
See,
bit
it's
annoying.
just go,
There's the
bro.
spawner now, so
You
Steve
have to
saw
play.
the spawner, Parker. Not sure if he saw the second one. I
This
don't think
good
he did.
part
So he's gonna
here.
be
Okay,
playing
Oh my
the
god.
first
He just
one,
cut
has
into the good
blaze
part.
mask
Yeah,
set up,
wait.
ready to
Steez
go.
found that spawner way
He's on the
faster.
fort
Hax just
at a
did not look
different
to the right.
spawner.
Yeah, he did not look to the right at all.
Terrain.
Yeah, even though Hax
We're not getting different
apparently made up
strongholds or
a
anything
lot
with
of
this,
time
right?
just on that bastion and getting to
it's
the...
just-
Oh my
there's
gosh,
just
the
no
drag
way.
clicking from
Probably
Steez.
not.
Sorry, that was so good. Even though he made up so much time, Steez right back at him, finding the spawner faster, and now at a very comparable position. Maybe Steez even having a better position.
Start the first
Farming
portals.
the
It's gonna be
right
6 for
Single
terrain. We
6.
have a lot of awkward overhangs here. Steez is
Dude.
potentially a little bit more open.
Drama.
And now it's just a game of how fast can we pre-craft. We've got good spawns here. Steez has a 4 spawn. How many rods we at? We're both at
Oh
3.
my
It's not even
fucking
4.
god.
bad.
This
It's
is a
not even
fast
4
seed.
minutes.
blazes
It's
are-
3:30. Hax is
Okay.
building the first portal. We have
okay.
4 rods. Hax is gonna be
No,
behind.
playoffs is so
He
boring.
is not too far behind. I think you made a great point about the terrain. That's really the thing to watch out for. We could be going to different strongholds. One of them could have an advantage. We'll see how far this stronghold is. It's far.
2,000.
Hax has to throw 2. These could be different strongholds.
Hit
Hax
the
is
2,000 blocks away because they're at like
You see it on
fucking
Steez's screen.
1,500.
Looks like
It's just
the same
towards.
stronghold. It looks like it's the same
Yeah, it's just
stronghold.
towards
It's
Steez.
far for both. It's very
Dude, I
far
was
for both,
thinking
and
about
it
it.
looks like the
We
same
have this
stronghold.
one
So Hax is gonna get the
huge
pre-craft done now.
fucking tournament,
Again,
and
the
that's
gold
like
picks are gonna
kind of
come out
it.
for both players.
I
They
know.
have a bunch
Like,
of
and I
explosives.
think
The
about
gold
like
picks are down.
Melee.
The golden
They have
carrots
like
are there. It's gonna come down
tens
to
of tournaments
can
a
Steez
year.
or Hax
Mages,
leave
minors,
off
super
this
mages.
blaze cycle. Steez needs one more rod. Doesn't
Oh, it
get
And
it.
they have
So
like
it's still on
hundreds,
5.
if not
It's
thousands, of
crawling off.
people per
Does
tournament.
Hax leave? No, also on 5.
No.
They're both
No,
fully
it's kinda
stuck up
crazy.
until the next
And then we just
blaze
have
cycle
16
spawns
people
in.
for the one tournament every 4
Can't
months.
do much besides
Unfortunately,
craft more gold picks.
I think
it's
the
kinda
fact
all
that
sucks.
our
online
ranked
too.
world record is
So
out
like
the
the
window. We don't have good enough blaze rates.
organization
But
is
both are waiting here.
I mean, it's
eyeing
still
that
fucking
spawner
crazy
like
to
hawks.
organize that many
Everything
people, but
pre-crafted, literally both just waiting, and
I
one
think,
of these
we have to
should give them the final round
lug
that they need.
fucking
A little bit awkward for
CRTs
Steez,
around.
though.
Yeah.
And
Hax gets it. There's the rod for Steez.
Steez
a
gets
Golden
it.
lot of
leaving a
extra
cords.
Wiis.
Hax's Pro way better. Hax's Pro way better leaving. So what we thought could be a Steez advantage ends up being a Hax advantage. Both in lava, both have to go a crazy distance. But Hax is on such better terrain. Has the
No,
gold picks as well.
Nintendo
Steez just
literally
stuck under lava, and Hax can just
wants
blast
them not
all
to
this
be
terrain
melee tournaments though,
already
and
at
they still
cords, Parker.
manage.
Steez has a good, I
Yeah,
think,
we have
100 blocks
Minecraft
to still go.
sponsorshipping. No, we
Yeah,
don't
really
actually,
just throwing
but
a lot of panic pearls. They're trying to get out of the lava, and it's just not working. Hax is in the stronghold. Looks like a good spike, and we could see a closeout.
530
The
stronghold.
snap
There it is.
Fucking
oh my god,
dog
and the
shit.
spike is so
530.
free too.
Very fast
Boring.
Get up!
Get on the portal.
Jesus.
And Steez is going to be entering here, but it's just not fast
Who
enough.
hit that sub
Pay
7
attention to the
parlay?
Hax
The
zero.
sub 7
It's back
playoffs.
dragon. We had the gold picks though. Still probably going to be able to
Lot
push
of
95
explosives,
here.
yeah.
Have a
Looks
heart.
He's gonna be
One
low
heart.
on his Pearl, though.
This is not
One heart
particularly
should be okay. The
ideal.
Pro wasn't great, Parker.
Doesn't
Should be able to
matter.
95, but it's gonna be tight.
94.
Does get there. Only goes to 94. So I guess technically Dragon could fly. It's gonna stay. The explosive.
Eat!
And we're still very
Bro.
low. Wait, he's gonna finally
Oh
get
my
it up.
God.
But this
That-
damage
it's
is
that serious.
amazing.
No, it's fine.
What?
Just, it's
That's
fine.
serious.
Might break crystal. It
Wait,
does
it's all
break
nether,
crystal. Last
netherrack.
reactor
Okay, yeah.
should
It's
be
just fine.
okay. Hax just
Oh
barely.
my gosh.
Wait, it did. Oh no, that's the last.
Yeah, the
one. I was
last
like,
one
fuck.
broke anchor. I mean,
Classic
honestly, if
Fury.
Steez,
Wait.
instant out of that, he might have been able to pull it back.
Geeked
but it
for no
really was
reason.
That terrain decision.
Oh my god.
Particularly
So why did Steez make better macro the whole seed, and then it was just like,
Beautiful match.
like,
though.
I feel like
Very
it's like
fast.
surprising
Wow.
that you make
What
better
a good
macro against
final
hacks, like,
split.
constantly. Like, just every seed, Steez was making better decisions, which is weird. But, like, because hacks shouldn't be making those mistakes, but it just doesn't matter. Hacks just still, like, was able to close out the seeds.
236 Fort enter. This seed was really only stopped by just the blaze rates not getting the memo that this was going to be a sub 6. A crazy fast time, a crazy great performance in Hacks, and just a phenomenal match overall.
Hey, my prediction was right.
Incredibly.
What can I say?
Yeah, sad to see Steez go, but shout out him for his first ever playoffs performance.
I don't know if
Very
my
solid
prediction's right
performance from
anymore.
Hacks. Now
Well, I'd
he's
made a new
up
updated
to
prediction, because my
dominate.
old prediction was completely wrong, because my old prediction had me winning without losing a single match.
That's true, and I mean, not only that, Parker, but again, Hacks
Same.
has made top 3.
And then
6
you win
playoffs
and
in a row.
lost, you
Now
motherfucker.
is
Yep.
basically there. I mean,
I said
team
Aquacord
is the
3-1,
best
Infume
match.
3-1, Dugal
Has the
3-1.
chance, even if he loses
And
this
also I
round,
said
still
Hacks versus
still
Steez
beating
3-1.
that. But obviously, the number one thing on his mind, I'm sure, is trying to repeat. And now, after beating Steez, has a real chance of doing that. So let's not waste any time. Let's bring him in here. Let's talk to Hacks, see how he's feeling after a
Yay, Hacks
crazy
interview.
match against Steez. Hacks, congratulations on your victory. You're in the top 4 for the
So why is there a
seventh
little
time in row.
green
You're
ass
going from
box
top 3
sticking
to
out
the
right
7th
here?
time in a row. How's it feel to make the final day of playoffs once again?
Ooh,
I don't know. It
that's
feels
not gonna
weird
cut
because
it, is it?
I feel
Nope.
like I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of parallels between this season and last season. I'm just like the fact that I'm in like the same spot in the bracket. There's the bracket of death on the bottom. I was expecting to play EDCR like in quarterfinals last time as well.
Yeah.
And it's like there's just so many parallels. I don't know. I'm like low-key getting nervous because it's like there's like I don't know.
Yeah,
I
they've
gotta
got it twice.
I gotta repeat the plot of last time and win, but that's hard.
I mean, the plot
Crazy.
went well for you last season, so I mean, if it does repeat, that would be nice. How did you
Hero
enjoy
down,
playing,
50 watch streak is
these
crazy,
seeds
by the
here? I
way.
know, especially for fans, it's easy to get attached to those really fast seeds. Are the really fast seeds like your favorite to play? Are those the ones you were most proud of today, or was it the more like technical, longer seeds that you had?
I like the fast seeds when I'm winning. When I'm winning, they're awesome because it's like, damn, I'm crushing. I'm going so fast. I'm getting crazy times. But it's like, I genuinely, they are.
Like, Steez was waiting in the Bastion for so long, and then
most of the time
just like got on top of the fort and just looked around way better.
When it's like you're in the struggle at the same time, and it's like I don't know. It's just like it's such a fast.
And then was at a closer and then the spawner, and then spawner was closer to the
That makes sense.
stronghold, and then he just
in
biffed the
first
terrain.
siege, you did go up 2-0, but there were points in both of them.
I know he was waiting for string, but you just have to leave there. Because you have low pigs, and you have 7 total. Like, you just have to leave.
Composure in those type of situations. Do you think your experience really helps you with that? You maybe like learn,
Or maybe
along the
6
way to,
total.
like,
I
not
don't
let
know.
those splits get in your head, or is there anything else that you really try and focus on to just kind of keep your own game as like the forefront in your mind?
I think I'm good at like refreshing before each seed. Like I feel like I don't think about the last seed when I go into the next one, but it's like it definitely depends because I think on seed 2,
I saw a TikTok
one
comment
last
was
seed
like, it was like this girl like who did the like the 6-7 emote to like some random kids, and then the comment was, wait till you tell the kids about the 9 to 5. That shit was so funny.
9
9
to 5.
9 to 5.
I just try not to think about it too much, because like if you're worrying about like, oh, what happens if I lose, then it's like that detracts from thinking about the game, and you're gonna play worse. So you just have to like stay focused. I feel like, and that's something I think it is definitely is a trial and error thing. Like some people get it instantly, where they're just like, okay, I'm locked in.
Oh,
For me, it
hell no.
definitely took a while, where it's like I had to play a bunch before I feel like I really understood it. It is still like really hard though. It's definitely not
Dude,
like to lose.
okay.
It's definitely like
Stop.
fast.
Chill on him.
I don't know. I think I've gotten better at it, and I think I've gotten better at just like playing consistent.
No, it's very valid. Parker, you got anything else?
You've got like the reps in. You know, you
Wrap it up, dude. We get it. You're really good at talking.
It was a treat to watch you play.
It was a really great back and forth match in a lot of ways. Last thing I'll say to get you
Not
out of here,
everyone
I mean,
is
you're gonna
good
play
at
the winner
talking, bro,
of
we get it.
Aquacord Skycrab. I don't remember if it was you. I think was it you like a couple seasons ago that was like putting hexes on like the opponents that you might place? There was someone doing
Wrap
that.
it up,
So
dude. You
wanna
made
play a
everybody
hex
cry
on
last
turf on
playoffs.
anyone, or kind of what's your vibe going into that matchup where you might play someone?
I don't know anything about hexes. But like, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Skycrab is really good. I can't lie. Skycrab, like, I was looking at Skycrab stats, and he actually plays more rank than I do. Like, he plays more private rank than I do. And I was like, he's more of a rank player than me. And I was like, I low-key felt like I need to play more. Like, I don't know. He plays like 8 hours of RSG or whatever, and he still plays more rank than me. I don't know.
Skycrab's a grinder.
Skycrab is scary. Aquacore's also really good though as well. Like Aquacore is 4th seed or something. She's definitely really good. But I don't know. Semis is scary. I'm just happy I got to the last one. I think like I really don't care about whether or not I get top 3. I only care about making the final day. I can't lie. So I'm just glad I made it to the final day.
Fuck off.
Congratulations. W Media Training worked on you. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you tomorrow, where you could potentially be the first ever repeat champion. I'm sure we'll talk more about that if you win. So congrats, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Amazing. Well, it's always good to hear Hacks in the booth. That was a fun interview. And Parker,
he's so
crazy matchup
good at
coming
talking.
right up. You want to talk about someone who's won playoffs before? We got Dugile, who is a
yes, I'm so excited.
Are we just going straight into it?
Matchup here.
I hope so.
BlazeMind, a new playoffs competitor.
Fuck, bro. I wanted a
really
little bit of a break so I can go
Monkey,
shower.
who I think that was maybe
If you lock in right now, you probably have time. You'll get back
at, like,
in like
fuck it.
there, like 4 a.m.
halfway through the first seed.
Matchup, so that'll be pretty crazy. I mean, any early predictions? Anything you want to say?
I think it's Dugile 3, BlazeMind 1.
Dugile versus BlazeMind. I mean,
I think BlazeMind is a little bit more locked into like
Steve skins in it. BlazeMind was looking really good last time, but I know both players are both scared of
how
each other.
to
we've heard BlazeMind
play the
say
game.
scared of Duke. Duke has also said I'm scared of BlazeMind. I think the stats definitely.
I don't know how to say that exactly, but like Dugile hasn't been playing ranked a lot.
Get a seed, though.
And I was watching him play last night, and I was watching him play ranked, and I was like, why is he doing that? And then I asked myself that question like 5 times.
Normally, I don't really get the time to
but then
BlazeMind normally because again,
BlazeMind,
time zones, whatever. Like I got my own
new to
job,
playoffs,
busy,
was nervous last time,
some of his VODs,
choking
the
a little
dude
bit.
can crank, Parker. Like I don't know if you've been watching BlazeMind. The guy is legit. Like his mechanics are crazy.
I actually made the analysis videos and it lost Dugal the playoffs because he was so fucking stuck doing 9 hours of analysis with me.
Clear picture. And I think Blazemind is kind of like a very similar archetype, or at least getting to that point. I think obviously
No, but he learned though. He's a better player after the
I
analysis.
really
Come on.
like from watching him, like his approach to the game is very interesting as well. I think it's gonna
I
be
had
a
to
really
take
good
Dugal
matchup
down
between
with me.
a veteran and someone who has played speedrunning for a while to be sure, but not a veteran in the playoffs scene.
I
I
totally
wouldn't
agree.
say
I think they
Blazeman
have
was
very
playing good. He
similar
died twice. I mean, he was
playstyles,
playing
but it really
good,
is
like
the
yes,
story
but
of,
like he
a
was playing
veteran
bad, like he
versus a
died twice.
newcomer. You know, sort of like our last our last matchup between Hacks and Steez. This time we got Doog and Blazemind.
Yeah, no.
So we'll see if it goes any different.
I mean, it's gonna be.
I also
interesting
forced
stuff.
Dugal to
I'll put
play
a pred out there because I don't have the
like
stats.
every
I'll put a
day
pred out there.
for like a
I
week
think
with me.
Dugal is gonna win. Now, I don't think Blazemind is gonna like lose 3-0 or anything like that. But I think my pred for this matchup is gonna be 3-2. But enough speculation. Let's start over to some stats. Let's see what's going on here between these two players. We got Dugal 6:36 best rank time. Blazemind 6:18 best rank time. Both these guys average sub 9 of 40. Now, I don't know if this is true or not. And also the win-loss versus opponent. That's crazy to Dugal. Does Duke have the best average in the tournament? A 920 average, Parker, is ridiculous. Like, that is just crazy.
I would be very surprised if there was a faster one. I'm honestly surprised it's 920. I thought it was hovering like 924.
Infume has a 919. Like, okay,
was he
like,
really?
Of course it's
Dude, did
Oh.
everybody drop at like the last couple of days? I swear, all these
I just
players have,
remember
like, 920s and now
Ludwig making fun of the ranked cards because it was like it's all just chokes. It's not actually like it's not like anything. It's just a joking.
I mean, Blazemind again, new to this, so don't have as much. It doesn't have as much playoff experience, but we could see in his stats, won the Australia-New Zealand playoffs winner. That's not like, that's a pretty big who's who. Like we have a lot of players who have played in playoffs or LCQ, or obviously like Blazemind, Mungie, Super C, Eric. Like there's a lot of Australian and New Zealand runners that are very impressive. So winning that in a tournament format shows that Blazemind can keep his composure, keep his cool. But Dugal, 2-time playoff winner. I mean, former RSG world record holder. The guy has been around.
Sugro
He is
co-founder.
maybe the best all-around player in this tournament, and I'm just excited to see.
No, like everything that I have invented in MCSR, I don't have my name on, but everything I haven't invented, I like people just see it from me and think I made it. Like it's so stupid. Like, I did not make the route. I didn't do that. I didn't make it. I maybe told Dugal like how to dodge hoglins nicely or something like that.
The best players in the world. You're right. That looks really scary. Even though
And like,
Blazemind has
no, dude, I've invented hella stuff, but like, it's just my name is not on it.
Above 10 minutes.
Like half of the game is kind of invented by me if you think about it.
It's just better than Blazemind's.
Yeah, it just is. It's tough. I mean, it's really hard to when you compare yourself to.
What did I invent?
It's really hard to have a split that's better, but you know, what you can say that's very
I
impressive
can't
is that they are
remember.
comparable. Like, there's nothing here where I'm thinking like, oh, like Blazemind's just cooked.
I didn't put my name on it.
Absolutely, Blazemind.
I just I misplaced my strats.
Other upsets like Blazemind deserves to be here. Anything can happen. That's why we play these games. Like, I'm very curious to see how this matchup's going to go. I think Ruin Portal is really the C-type that I'm looking for. I hope neither ban it. They don't. Thank gosh. Dugal's actually going to pick it to start, Parker.
Picking what? RP? Yay.
We go right into another one, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait, I have to message Dude. Good luck. I forgot almost.
We're not guaranteed a beautiful seed like the last one, but Ruin Portal seeds are usually.
He probably isn't going to see it, but.
Stats. We should expect a sub 9 here at the very least.
No, I hate 58.
Wait, you told him to do that?
I think Loki's as well was like 824 or just like
Wait, he replied.
Stats. So like when
he said thanks.
Players get room.
My god.
You know they just want to push it to the limit because like I know ranked is about like consistency and like playing smart and all that things. But like at the end of the day we're speedrunning, right? Like
this is an unbiased watch party. I promise it's unbiased.
Just full crank it. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. I hope they have the mindset in playoffs. I think they do. I think especially from seeing how fun it is. I'm really excited to see it. It is notable that Duke banned Buried Treasure because I feel like so many of these top runners now really like Buried Treasure. Maybe he's scared of something he's seen from Blazemind, or maybe he himself is just not really feeling it, wants to stay with kind of the seed types that are kind of, a little bit more rhyme with each other. Desert Temple is very unique compared to the other seed types, I would say.
Yeah, I think I remember
Bum,
hearing
bum, bum,
on
bum,
like a
bum,
silver
bum.
VOD, Duke just really analyzing the stats, kind of just picking whatever he thinks looks the best. But we're into the seed now, Curry. It's
Chicken.
pretty solid. I mean, we have chickens here that we can kill. Unfortunately, no iron pick to start off, but both managing to kill these chickens before they swim into the water or anything, so that's nice to see.
Yeah, we're gonna see here. Gold axe is really nice. No reason at all for shears with that iron. You're gonna save it, try and get even though like a bastion chest is guaranteed to have 3 iron, you can still get other chests with less iron, or having that 21.
Look at Dougal, man.
Really, really nice. Interesting to see like these players in deciding how they're gonna grab their wood. Dougal has such an advantage here. One less chicken, but I really like how he managed the trees to get the wood types that he wanted. Instead of Blaze having 3 different wood types in his inventory, Duke just has full
That's
oath.
crazy. 3.
Yeah, just 3
So
that are
inspirational.
Lane here is a little bit awkward. Notably, neither runner has a gold pick or anything like that, so having to use a wood pick here from Dougal could be a little bit awkward. The seed definitely not as pretty as the
Ew.
seed that we just played.
I would grab
Yeah, both
logs
kind of
almost.
making their way
Oh,
through this ravine past the
probably
lava.
fine.
I think Duke may be taking it a little bit more linearly, but Blazemine not too far behind. I think did lose a good few seconds getting that extra chicken, having a slightly worse
Changes
mine
the
to
world.
all of his
Yeah,
trees.
like he had some
So maybe
netherrack with a
slightly
wood
more wood
pick. I
than
would have
Duke.
maybe
It's
gotten
hard to tell, especially with the 3 different wood types.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think the birchwood is just like hiding in the background right now, and like we just have like all the other seed types.
Yeah,
And
but look
Dougal
at this.
is having to mine some netherrack compared to
Yeah.
Blazemine, who was
It's not
just
looking ahead enough.
continuing to crank. Doing the math in my head, 7 plus 5 is 12 plus 6 is 18. So did have more wood entering than Dougal. Still has 21 wood total. That's 7 beds. Probably is gonna have to use like 1 block or something to get around this. So probably we'll have like 6 beds worth of stuff, which is still great. Like obviously good for 0. Dougal is still utilizing a wood pick so much more than Blazemine, who hasn't even crafted one. You know what I mean? This is really interesting playstyle developments here.
I was thinking I like Blazemine's position better just because he's been like faster to everything, but he dies. Oh my gosh.
And the mouse shake, the
That does
universal
not feel
sign
good.
of I'm not happy. Not a fun start.
That
Parker,
sucks.
Rain getting back.
That really
Not really
sucks.
forgiving. This is gonna be a second for Blazemine.
That's upsetting.
Dougal
Yeah.
already starting triple to gap from the middle rampart. I mean, this is a second seed in a row where immediately someone dies in the first.
So I don't even what happened.
And Parker,
Yes.
this
But he died.
one. You know what I mean? This is really interesting playstyle.
Yeah.
Is it the corner of the block?
I was thinking I like Blazemine's position better just because he's been like faster to everything, but he dies.
I mean, this is really
That's so fucked, actually. Wait, look, the piglin, the piglin's chill. Piglin's chill, normal, right? Second piglin pulls up, shove, corner, double hit. Like, what?
Lights out. I mean, Duke is checking for where the fort is. He's got a scan. The terrain looks pretty good in that direction as well. He still has that 2 chicken curry. Like, has Duke even taken any damage yet?
Sorry, I thought you meant like chicken curry, like the food.
I know, I was thinking about the LUD
I
clip.
was like, wait, what's happening? No, but that makes a lot of sense. The
Yeah,
2 chicken
so-
here is nice, but also you have stables, right? Like if you want to get food, like kill
Dude.
a hoglin. You're in a crimson too.
Chicken
like,
curry.
So many things where like if the food management really became a problem, like I think it's gonna be okay. Unlucky chest here for Blazemine 2 gets like sure the 8 iron's great, the 6 obby's great, but you need armor, you need a piece of
Build with the
destruction
obby.
gold at the least.
Lol.
Gets completely
Oh
hosted.
my
Has to
gosh.
use the obsidian
Building
to
with
build back
obby is
up,
crazy.
and we still have no gold. The piglins might have traded. I'm not sure
Bro,
if
okay,
enough
we
of
didn't
it
need to
to,
block
get the
off with the
chest plate, so this
obby.
can be okay
Oh
there.
wait, never
But,
mind, we did.
I mean, on the other side, there's the fortress for Dougal. We're in it sub 410, and Dougal's playing lights out here. This is the consistency that we've come to know from Dougal.
Yeah, the consistency is a great point here. I mean, even though Blazemind has made it back, like he had to place the obby, he's having to do different things in his route. He's taken, I think, even more damage than Duke, and he's been in here a second time, waiting for these piglins, and Duke has just got his blaze bed off, and it just so commandingly in the lead here.
Yeah, similar stable stuff from Blazemine here. Barely gets the block off to live. But again, this is all just secondary to what Dugal's doing. Already at the spawner, already has a blaze.
I don't even know what Blazemine does there. Actually,
I
usually block, like, how you would block in for, like,
not sure why we'd have to pearl hang or anything. So I'm assuming gas.
purple
33
triple
rods,
when I'm crafting.
and
I think that's what I
Blazemine
usually
did
do.
find the obby chest, but I mean, pretty tough to come back against someone like Dugal.
Yeah, I mean, just very technical gameplay. Look how clean Duke's inventory is. Not only has he pre-crafted everything, but he has like 4 empty slots. He's thrown out all of the stuff that he doesn't need. Look at that portal build. Very standard from Dugal.
I mean,
And
I think
he
they
probably
died this
isn't even
often in
feeling the
previous
pressure here
playoffs.
either. And so that's going to be putting him in a better position mentally, perhaps, where
Did-
he's thinking, you know, I got this. I just got to play
Did
my
Blazemine
game here
not
as long as I
just-
don't make
what
a
did
major
Blazemine just
mistake.
throw
I
out?
should be winning the seed. Throwing a pearl, this is a really low
It's a
eye,
leather.
but gets it just in time. And I mean, he's got 8 rods, Curry. I mean, eight eyes. Like he's
eyes
very
already.
close to leaving.
I mean, you just know your opponent hasn't been in the fortress, right? This is exactly what you're talking about. Like, there's no reason to do anything risky. There's no reason to try and, you know, force something or try something crazy. I mean, you're ahead by a lot. You know you're ahead by a lot, and you're just ready to go, basically. Already raising render, going to second portal chords, has everything he needs. Is a little bit lower than he might like, I just realized. No food, 2 hearts. I mean, should be fine. Obviously has done this hundreds, if not thousands of times before in this similar situation. So just has to be a little bit careful here. As long as Dugal crosses his T's, dots his I's, should be fine getting to the portal here. And that is quite the build, I must say.
Bruh, why he's so good at that?
Blazemine now in the fortress, but look at this, only on 1 heart. So he's going to be trying to get his first rod here, do a hunger reset in the overworld. Oh my gosh.
So tough.
Half a heart. Please do not build out a soul sand. If a blaze spawns on him here, it's just actually over.
I mean, he's got to kind of do that, though, right? Like, you're just behind by so much. It's so scary. You're just in this weird spot, standing as far away as you can to make sure he doesn't get hit. But a blaze can basically spawn like 5 seconds from now. Dugal's, in the end, a really weird pearl clip because of the terrain, but hits it very cleanly, organizes his hotbar. His whole inventory is ready to go. A little bit of a weird pearl, but should still be fine to get to 99 here. Actually going to be a little bit close, but should make it. Yeah, has the time, half a rotation to spare, plenty of explosives. And unless we see something crazy, Dugal will be winning the first seed against Blazemine in a very nice confidence.
It just looks so easy when he does it.
Portal Parker, and it's still sub 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what we were saying, huh? I mean, Blazemine just hunger resetting so far behind. Very solid gameplay from Dugal. Love to see it.
Oh no, the dolphin.
7.
What the string?
It doesn't matter at all. But like, just the icing on the cake there for Blazemine. Goes down, tries to pick up his eye, picks up a piece of string. Didn't realize it wasn't the eye. That's crazy. That's tragic if that actually matters.
NT.
But you can see here.
Good job
you
today.
You can find the split where Blazemine died. It's a little bit tough. It's hard to make up time in that type of situation, especially like. Sometimes people forget, like, not only do you lose time to dying, of course, but like then having to reorganize your whole hotbar and like just like getting over the fluster. It's just so difficult to really make up time in those kind of circumstances. So Blazemine, I mean, we heard Hacks talk about it in the interview. Like trying to go into the next seed with a clear mind is so important. Blazemine's got to find that right now.
Yes, goldfish memory. You don't want to be spending time thinking about it. I think I remember, maybe it was in a Hacks interview, but sort of the same position on like last season grand finals when Infume loses a seed. He's talking in chat about what he's done wrong. Hacks is like, I'm just trying to think about the next seed. And out of the people who won, it was Hacks. You know, the person not thinking about the previous seed. I think that's a very important thing to remember here. And Blazemine has a lot of practice. He's a good ranked player, so I think he can pull it back. We just need to see no deaths from him in the next seed. I mean, he made up time, I think, by having more wood, but I don't know. I'm curious to see how this next one will go.
It's definitely going to be interesting. Like, can Dugal keep it up? Like, is today going to be the day where, like, yeah, we had a lot of nice stories in that first weekend, but now the heavy hitters are coming through. Like, yeah, Steez is out now. Like, Blazemine might get out now. Is that going to be the story? Or is Blazemine going to fight for the little guys here? I mean, it's crazy to say that. Blazemine's like the 10th seed, like, really good at Minecraft, but, like, it's just hard to, like, you got to have that mindset against Dugal where, you know, anything can happen, dude. Like, run it back, shipwreck. We'll see what we can do here. I like this pick from Blazemine. Let's go to the ocean. Let's go to, like, the farthest thing possible from a ruined portal. And
shipwreck.
Try and run it back.
Shipwrecky.
Yes, try try to swim through a good magma ravine, potentially get one that Duke doesn't spot, and then you save a couple of seconds. Maybe that's.
I don't like shipwreck, but it's not that bad usually.
A lot of variation in like things like food and iron count, though. It can always be a little bit awkward.
You're back.
It's definitely going to be a little bit awkward. That's the thing to keep in mind for shipwreck seeds. Just the kind of variance that can happen in the specific overworld.
Dougal, Blaze Mine, Dougal, Blaze Mine.
Are we getting golden carrots? Are we getting rotten flesh? We'll see. Shipwreck pretty close. The
right
island
there.
does have trees. It's right side up, but it's warm ocean, so we definitely want to be aware of grabbing our grabble. And if this ravine right next to the boat is real, I'm looking for the.
It's just definitely real. I saw it.
Him on Blaze Mines. That is a phenomenal food chest.
Oh my god.
7 carrots and a TNT for good measure. But the iron.
Oh
a
no.
little bit annoying.
Yeah, a little bit. So you'll probably have to punch a tree to detonate your TNT. But looks very nice.
No, you pick these 2 birch trees and then you place it in between them and you place it on the and then you blow up to the ground and then there's oh my god. Where's Dougal going?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dougal's
Don't love the TNT spot there from Blaze Mine. I think hesitated.
Dougal went here to like try to not have to mine crafting table. 11 though, it's just so
They're
bad.
gonna expose stone, gonna craft. I'm presuming a stone axe here.
Bro, like so much can happen even in like the small game.
Dougal's actually gonna make a wood axe. I find really interesting. I guess gonna just play for crafting later in the Bastion. I think makes a lot of sense, especially because the difference here, really, Parker, is Dougal doesn't have to grab any more wood, where Steez, Blaze Mine, because the TNT wasn't that great, does want to grab a little bit more wood and is going to make a stone axe to do just that.
Phenomenal point. I totally agree. I think that's the major difference, which is so interesting. Just having the better TNT allows you to like run with that.
11's actually perfect. Well, it's 1 less than what you would want. You probably want 12.
Time saves here, and Duke is in with not an insane lead, but maybe struggling to decide where to go here with the terrain. He decides to go left. Let's see if BlazeMine decides to do the same thing, and he does slightly faster, potentially handling this terrain a little bit smoother. But Duke still ahead.
Duke is ahead. I think BlazeMine took a little bit higher terrain. That makes a little bit of this time up. Only behind by 3 or 4 seconds here. It is going to be a housing. Both are going to be able to enter in the top rampart, do some type of top-down route here. Plenty of blocks from the TNT, which is really nice. But again, a little bit of difference in the terrain. Dougal going all the way up to the top, while BlazeMine,
bro, that looting
has to deal with the piglins. Maybe sees a little bit lowered render to 2 because saw a gas, which is a great play. Great heads-up maneuver. Gets 5 obsidian in this first chest. Gonna have a little bit of a tough time getting to this other triple, especially with the gas there. And is gonna build up just to buy himself a little bit of time, maybe heal up a little bit before going. Isn't
Can't really.
Oh my god.
Hearts, Parker, and is gonna punch a piglin.
I mean, yeah, BlazeMine's playing so aggressive.
While all this is happening, a skeleton could have easily just spawned down here or something. Very scary. Is not gonna get punished though.
Go to normal.
Okay, and again,
Did he place the block? I didn't see.
Behind Dougal in a very scary moment.
But yeah, not only is he behind by a couple seconds though, but also I think the major
food
is just the health management, the food management. It's something we were seeing even in the last match. You know, these veteran players potentially managing their health better, managing the mobs a little bit better, and these newer, maybe speedier players are taking just a little bit more damage. And it could matter, especially on a bastion as fast as housing, where you don't have a ton of time to regen properly. And if the fortress
did he do the thing that he was talking about?
That extra health can really matter. But I guess we do have golden carrots. BlazeMine is going to be crafting golden carrots here, so that's going to help his situation a lot.
Yeah, saving that gold for the golden carrots is going to be big. Dougal has a stray piglin, which is annoying to deal with a wood axe. So finally gets it taken care of here. Organizing his inventory. BlazeMine now doing the same. I don't believe we saw a fortress for either runner, but I haven't seen either pie chart yet. So maybe they did see it just out of our view with the bit rate. But we'll see here. Iron Axe gets crafted for Duke. Iron Sword gets crafted on the other side for BlazeMine. While Dougal actually doesn't have a sword, that could matter
just picked up his last
a little bit towards the end of the Blaze Rod kills. Looking at the inventories for both runners here, and we could see again in the player inventory, a bunch of explosives, a bunch of pearls. These runners have everything they need to lead.
Oh, that pearl.
Dougal throwing a pearl out. Steez not too far behind, but leaving from
Steez, bro. He keeps saying Steez.
Completely different spots right now, and Dougal sees the fort.
Yeah, I think it's just the knowledge of.
I mean,
maybe
why did No.
This
Four?
might be
Mm.
different
Potentially?
fortresses.
No, was
I
that
have
just a
no
ruined
Why
idea
did
what they
Blazeman?
were
Blazeman is
I think it was
just
just a
didn't.
ruined portal. It
Blazeman
was just a
didn't.
ruined portal. Maybe got baited slightly there, but I think it was just the knowledge of quadrants. Duke
Yeah.
looked out the direction that Blazemine left and said, "No, I'm going back
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
bastion so I can leave out the backside," because potentially he knew that it was this quadrant that now Blazemine is getting to. And Blazemine has just
Yeah.
lost so much
Lost
time
so
on
much
Duke
time.
here.
Yeah, that was tragic. I mean, did lower render a little bit earlier, so can potentially get some strays. Only got one. Is that one spawner? Has a couple in the distance, but the thing with strays that a lot of top runners realize at this point is, sure, they can be like okay if they're like bundled up and everything, but when you have to really chase playing for strays, it can be difficult because you just really want
I
to
mean, they
have
have
the
gold
time to really
carrots, so
craft
it's like
the
a
rest
little
of your
better on
inventory
this
setup
seed. But
for the rest of the run. So Steez, I keep saying Steez. Blazemine.
Okay.
Blazemine is playing right now.
Blazemine, yes.
Blazemine is playing. Blazemine keeps seeing the strays in the background, and I think it's just not really worth it to go because playing at the spawner is
How
just so
did
much better to
Curry
overlap
farm
everything
this
else that he
time?
needs.
What did he do?
he just keeps
Yeah, I
saying
mean, I guess the
Steez over and
faster
over again instead of Blazemine.
overlap and the faster precrest that you have, maybe there's more of an argument for it. But Blazemine mistyping just a little bit. Maybe we're seeing some nerves potentially. This portal build looks solid.
I think
but
Aqua
Duke
Cord's
is
gonna
just
win.
still so ahead here on 5 rods. Only needs one more. Blazemine still trying to catch up now on 5, but is just that raw 10 or 20 seconds behind. He still needs to measure his eyes. Duke having to throw 2 here, so
Wait,
if
yeah, waste
Blazemine
a
only
lot of
needs to
time having to throw
one,
2 and hesitates a little bit picking them up. If Steve, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. If
Blazemine.
Blazemine picks up this raw, and it's 100%,
And he
so
does?
it's 100%, picks up the eye, leaving,
Ooh, love
curls
that
back
aggressive
in,
pearl.
is fully back in. Dugal does get the 6th rod though, and Blazemine has the blazes right here, gets it as well. So he's gonna be
Ooh.
Duke
leaving.
is
We have
going.
a ton of time. I
Oh,
mean,
it's
Parker,
not too.
Blazemine lost literally 30
Ooh.
seconds to just going the wrong way, and is now
Oh my god.
right here
Oh
on
my
base.
god, Blazemine.
Half a heart.
Dude.
Oh
So,
my
So
god.
Duke
fucking
tweaked on the
aggro.
But
cards.
Gold
does he
picks?
have the same gold picks that Duke does?
Gold
I don't
pick
think
diff.
so. So
I
Duke's
don't
going to be
think
making
so,
up
no.
more time here. And
GGs.
even though he lost time on that measuring split, he's going to be entering the stronghold
Bro.
right now. Blazemine left behind in the dust, even though it looked like he was making up time. Duke looks like potentially a spike bottom right. No, doesn't like it. Pushing mid. Does he like this spike to the back right? He
Crazy
does.
world.
There's only one path that goes this direction. Is it exposed here? No, this could get a little bit scary. If the portal room is not here, it's not going to be. This spike might be
Blazemine
fake.
has a good spike.
Nvidia
Blazemine has a really good spike.
spike.
Same
It's the same
location.
spike.
Really forcing this aggressively compared to Dugal. And here's Silverfish, I think. I think this is it. No.
No.
Heard something.
Dude, he
knows
can't
he
find a
wants to
way
go
in.
this
Oh
way.
my god.
Both players
Unless
in
it
the
was just
same sort of
lava.
Blazemine
position.
knows it's here.
Duke now mining the same blocks that Blazemine was. Maybe also hearing the Silverfish really pushing through this wall. He
Are they
knows he
both,
didn't see
what
it.
is
That
this?
entire
How are they both
bottom
controlled?
left quadrant. So really forcing a mine here. And
It
it's
was in the
back in
same
an
spot
awkward
Dougal
position. But I
was.
think this is
So
gonna be a portal
far
room,
back
and
to the
Duke
right.
Where
will be entering the
are
enemy first here.
we?
What
Yeah,
the
it must have
fuck
been
is
like
that?
bottom left wrap or something like that.
Dugal's gonna enter the end.
Wow.
I mean that I feel like Blazemine.
How did
can't hear
Blazemine not hear
something.
it?
The audience, we
Or
can't
top
hear
left?
anything. We have no
What?
audio.
He
So
did,
I was
but he
looking
just
at
didn't
subtitles. It
send it
seemed
out
like Blazemine
enough.
was really happy with something, but doesn't force it. Builds up for the 0, has plenty of time, and Dugal can close it out here.
Like, he
and we
knows
have
it's
2-0
there. He's
again.
really trying.
Yeah, for a
That
second
is
there,
just
it
two.
looks like he could come
2+2.
back. Oh my gosh, that's such a
Clean.
clean 2+2. Didn't even have to like
Wow.
double bow or anything.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And it was
Blazemine
just a
not
little
even
bit
getting the chance to enter the end.
Hey.
Wow. I mean, for a second there, I thought Blazemine was going to dig into the portal room. I think he did.
I really
hear it.
thought so too. I'm really looking to see where he ends up going in spectator here when this game ends. I want to see where it is. Did he hear it? No, it's not even here. Oh, it was above and behind. That's such a
Oh,
sweet
what the?
spot to get to. I'm curious if maybe he didn't hear it. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but Dugal able to close it
The
out.
ravine just
It's
makes it
up
so
2-0 in the
confusing.
series, and similar situation to last match where Blazemine, the underdog of this match, I would have to say, is down 2-0, staring elimination in the face from the final day.
Yeah, we'll see if he can take a match back, sort of in the same fashion that Steez did. But Duke looking very solid. Very
Bro, like, I feel like
play. All green
Dugal
spots
is
on
just
his
like
team, even though he lost
playing the
a bit
game,
potentially to measuring eyes,
and then
still
Blazemine
one
is
step
like
ahead on on every single split.
like going crazy, and then Duo just keeps making up time like
Dugal
randomly, and then
has a
Blazemine
chance
is
to
like
close it out.
making it
They
back
only
because
have
he's like
one seed
fucking
type now,
cranking
so
sometimes.
even though it's Blazemine's pick,
Like
it's
Dugal
not
doesn't
really a
feel like
pick.
he's
What
cranking.
do you
He's just
try
kind of
and do
playing
in
the
this
game.
situation? Like, do you focus on maybe the negative of like, I entered the fort way later because I made a silly 30-second mistake. If I just don't do that next time and have a consistent nav, like I can.
But I mean, I guess
get
he's
past
averaging
that
like
and have
8
to look
plat.
at it, like almost by focusing on the mistake, or do you just fully block it out and say, I don't even care. I'm just gonna play how I would play and hope for the best going into the next seed.
I think it's the fully block it out play. You know, just forget about those last 2 seeds. Yes, you're down 2, but
Which
it's
the
not
best
like you should be
playoff seed
approaching
type?
any individual seed
Maybe for real.
easier than another one. This is playoffs.
like
You're
it's
playing
fine.
to win every
I
single
fuck with
time. It's
Village.
a village here. Maybe you're gonna get good food. I think you just block it out, lock in with your own gameplay, and hope that you can take the win over Duke.
Absolutely. We're going to village.
Hey, come on, Blazemine, you have to win one so that my predictions are correct,
But
please.
to get to that point, Blazemine's gonna have to win. Gonna have to figure something out. Gonna have to dig deep here to keep the playoff dreams alive. Knocked out his own fellow Australian in the round of 16. Wants to try and move on against Dugal here. We'll see how it goes going into seed 3 in this matchup.
What
I like the
NPCs
good
are
luck. I'm glad
chatting in the
everyone still does
NCSR ranked
that. There we
chat
go.
official channel?
Blacksmith, Plains Village, pretty standard here. We'll see what we get. Oh my god,
Oh
apples.
my
I would have
apples!
grabbed the other one, no?
In the famous words of President Poundcake, doctors are gonna be terrified of this seed.
Doctors
One
are
or two
terrified.
What
apples.
emote set do they have?
Oh my
what?
gosh, even
Leave
more.
the
Doesn't even
blacksmith.
Oh, yeah,
grab
true.
though.
Do they just
Now it's a
copy
little
like
bit
Fine
awkward.
Rigs
Like, do
70
you
or something?
grab the bread? I mean, I guess you have 6 bread, so it doesn't really matter. But like, even though you have so
they
much
just
food,
have-
it's not the
yeah.
highest
Imagine that
quality
it's
of
just like
food.
full
You
on
can kinda just
global
chug it through
emotes.
whenever.
Oh my god.
I know
that'd be brilliant.
Dugal from like watching and talking to him. Like he doesn't really like grabbing food in chests. Like he'll grab bread, but he won't grab anything else. It's very rare that he's gonna grab apples or something like that because
Who?
it's just like maybe he'll grab some, but like the variance play. I'm surprised he's doing it in playoffs. Maybe this is something that's changed of him.
Oh,
I
this
used to vividly
villager
remember
is
him just like not
freaking
grabbing.
trolling, man.
So
No, yeah,
curious
this
if
has
that's
changed.
maybe he
This
wants
has
to play it
changed
for,
when
like,
me
multi
and
character
Dugal
versus
started
golden apples,
grinding
but
and
I know
practicing
Duke
more
has been very
together.
intentional about what he keeps in his inventory a lot of the time. So interesting to see maybe
Different
that playstyle
spots.
changing a bit here in playoffs.
True. I think Duke has spotted a lava pool for himself. Gonna be able to get the flint from this river. No, maybe he doesn't. Maybe just looking for flint. Blazemine maybe making up some time here, taking a totally different
Unlucky.
line, potentially sees a lava pool that Duke doesn't, and I think Blazemine is going to be entering here first, Curry.
Yeah, that's really big. I mean, the thing here to note as well, like Dugal has less apples, but has more of the better food. Also, Dugal does find a different lava pool, but this one is really awkward with the sand kind of falling into it. It's always, you got to be careful because it could flood like
Oh, I
that.
was trying to send it, but he
Barely.
ghost
Oh my god, this
bucketed.
is really weird. I think it's going to be okay.
Like that would have worked if
but
he
this is not what you want to see in a closeout match
got to the right side
potentially for
faster.
yourself here. Going to be able to finish it up, make sure he's able to enter the nether, but
I think that's the right thing to
Blazemine in the
do.
driver's seat on a seat he desperately needs to be on.
And it looks like it's housing. Blazemine pushing all the way to the top. Maybe we see Duke play a manhunt here. Not sure what these players are looking for. I think Blazemine is potentially confused.
Thought it was the
thinking this is
stables.
Oh,
Yeah,
bruh.
maybe he got turned around. I thought it was housing as well. It is. Fully thought it was stables on his end, I guess.
Tree bastion.
But he's gonna be okay here. It's gonna aggravate the piglins just by seeing him. Gonna break this chest. Holy obsidian! Not gonna get punished at all for not checking the single chest there. Dugal taking way different terrain, gets up here a little bit quicker, but Blazemine just with such a commanding lead that he's still gonna have a 10-15 second advantage here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as we saw where the fortress is, maybe not as much time to make up on that end. Maybe the difference in food doesn't matter as much. But we probably aren't going to be needing to get
Oh,
backups
he's
or do anything
geeked.
funky. We got 11 obby. Very solid here. Housing is going to be a fast route.
Yeah, it's gonna be really quick here. I especially not having a pirate for that fortress like we're talking about. Like seeing that right off the
No,
river.
that chest looting
It's
was so
nice for the
crazy.
pace. And another really cool thing about villages is you already have your beds crafted, right? Like you don't have to worry about pre-crafting that at all. You're kind of set up to go. You're probably only going to worry about pre-crafting a sword if you want to go for that. The apples are the thing to watch out for food-wise. Dugal still has 13 bread. Blazemine deciding to eat apples now, almost treating it like a rotten flesh thing. Normally, what you want to do in seeds is eat your worst food when you're not pearling. So he's doing that, eating the apples while he's just kind of sitting around doing nothing, and then saving the bread for later on in the seed. But only 6 is a little bit annoying if he ever takes a huge amount of damage. Dugal, way less concerned about that, having the 13 bread.
Yeah, and both players also have the option to craft golden carrots if you need to, so potentially maybe saving a bit more gold. I think Blazemine kept enough for a golden apple and is now going to be pearling out, going to be in the fortress
like that
first,
from
and Duke
Blazemine.
having some trouble with
Good pearling.
these piglins here.
My
Really
god, that
should
was
have, like, that
scary.
long pearl hang
19 obby for Dugal needs
That
one more.
was
Probably going to
so
get it here when he
awkward.
checks trades. 22 obby, 21 pearls. Gets another pearl trade at the last moment. Is going to leave here. We'll see how the
Scary.
pearling is. It's
Oh,
incredible.
what a pearl.
Right on the floor, but 3 strays for Blazemine. And I think I see
my
2
God.
spawners, Parker. This could be really quick here.
Wow, strange.
Yeah, I mean, Duke at a
One
precarious
heart.
position. I mean, you
Mm,
have
Scary.
bread to
just have
heal
this
up,
spawner.
but it's not the fastest. Blazemind has his blaze bed off.
Oh, I blew up a rod.
Beautiful
Oh,
job
we
from
missed
Blaze.
it. How
Mind.
we?
Inventory
How we?
full.
Yeah, has the spawner fully cleared out. Dugal just getting that point now, but also very low still. Like, has to get this bread off. Was still a one-shot if a blaze just spawned right on him, which is always scary and can happen when building out from the spawner like this. So knows that that's a
Bro, do
possibility.
your-
Standing far away.
Do your
basically
inventory.
making sure that he's not going to be able to get hit here. So watching the spawner, making sure that doesn't happen. But Blazemine doesn't have to worry about that. Has the rods already up to 2 now. These rates seem a bit slow, but while that's happening, has the time to organize anything he wants to, is pre-crafted up, gets the Eyes of Ender crafted, and gets another 4 spawn of blazes in the meantime.
Yeah, that was really interesting from Duke there, looking to play very conservatively.
Blazemine
Literally
is
just
gonna need
waiting
these
for
apples,
5
bro.
or 10 seconds for those blazes spawn. Could
My
have
god,
spent time pre-crafting. Maybe
was
Blazemine,
kinda hurt.
the more aggressive playstyle here, is making up even more time on Duke here. We're measuring in a glacier. What does it look like? Gonna have to throw another eye, but one offset looks like 3 digits. Could be very close, and it is. 200 blocks away. This is only
200
a
blocks.
pearl away
No
in the nether.
pickups. I'm chilling.
Has to get one more blaze rod, but has blazes sitting here. Oh no, has to get actually quite a lot more blaze rods. I am very wrong. Has to get a lot more blaze rods, but with it being so close, it's going to be really nice.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Does a quick pause to make sure that he's going to be okay. 200 block blind is going to be really nice. Dugal is going to have a very similar situation.
Dude, oh my
there.
god.
And Blazemine
Fire
chipping away
everywhere.
with these apples, clearing the fire. Has
Is
everything
that a
he needs to lead
rod?
the game.
What is
Once
that
again,
on this
just
spawner?
kind of a spot where we are just waiting on the blazes to cooperate literally at all.
Yeah, Duke exploded
Yeah,
his first rod, I
it's
saw.
literally just a waiting game. I mean, we saw a little bit of waiting in the last seed. These players.
I mean,
are
he's just
so
already
fast with
behind, and now he's
pre-crafting.
even more
They have
behind.
nothing to do. I like seeing Blazemind break the portal. The portal blocks do give
It's
off a light
okay.
level, and so breaking that allows for more blazes to
No, he's wrong.
Like Blazemind potentially even looking for a pearl
He's
hang,
wrong.
only a handful of blocks away. Maybe not.
What is that?
How many more rods does he need? He needs
Wait.
2 more rods.
Oh
One
my
rod. If this drops, he's gonna be out. But
That's
no.
funny.
Oh, he is.
No, he is out, yeah.
Wait, who
Also,
made
I think
Is it
that?
he's
here?
gonna have to,
Blazemine is
yeah,
just
freeze
on
it
it.
back. It's so close.
Oh my
Dugal
god.
looking for maybe a spot to pearl hang or just kind of
Wow.
like think about where to pearl to.
Wait,
Blazemine
that's so
pulls
fire.
forward,
That's so fire.
finds the time to.
Oh my god, it's so
Dugal
Holy
still
shit.
waiting on just one more.
Smart.
Is it this blaze? It is. I think Duke is ready to leave. Pearl's down to a different spot. A little bit off here. Should be pretty close. Having a little bit of trouble in the lava. Blazemind, meanwhile, in the stronghold. Looking down. Double staircase. Library. Not the portal room. And this is just giving Dugal time to crank a portal, Parker. And all of a sudden, they're in the same splits.
Yeah, this is giving Duke
This-
time to
no,
make it up. We'll see
dude,
if Duke goes
Blazemind's
top
not in
right
it.
here as well. If he goes down
Duke
mid,
probably just gonna do the
that's going
same
to be his
thing, no?
advantage. Or if he even goes a different direction.
Whoa, the triple chest!
No, he
Blazemine
isn't.
is gone, so potentially makes up time here. Oh my
Blazemine is
chest.
Look at
literally
these. 1, 2, 3 chests in a row. Is that all weird?
They both have to dig out. What is
That
that?
is
There's
pretty
so many chests in that
freaking
hallway. I
insane.
missed that.
Yeah,
There's like
that's
6
actually
chests in
Yeah.
that hallway. That was crazy. Still trying to get any spike. This is where
Oh my god.
Blazemine had
Okay,
already
but
been on Dugal's screen. Another pathway. This is
Blazemine's
a different spike for Blazemine. Doesn't get it.
not
Both these
even-
players just running around the stronghold like a
There we
go.
cartoon,
It's
but
gotta be
there it is.
something.
Wait, what do you mean
Blazemine.
5? There was
Can
3.
Dugal find it.
Apple.
And this is a big play, actually, Parker. BlazMine
Eat.
not Hugger resetting. Is going to eat through the portal, but
Bro,
that's not
what?
going
We're
to
just
Why are we entering on?
If this is back, it's going to be really weird. A lot. Going to throw a pearl here. Is going to get
Okay,
enough
we're fine. Oh my god, Endermite.
to be fine here. 4 hearts is chill. Also has apples in the inventory. Is going to have just enough time to get to 95. A really nice
That was
setup.
buried. It's
we
just
have
he's
to
just
grind
fucked.
The loss of the
here.
stronghold. BlazMine has a chance here. A nice arrow. One more bet will do it.
Beautiful.
And BlazMine is saying not yet. Survives.
3-1.
Now down
2-1.
2-1 in this matchup so far. A crazy matchup.
Look at all these Endermen.
Wow,
Dude,
fucking
really
Nav
still
again.
just lost in that stronghold. But a very clean 0 from BlazMine. Love to see it. Love to see him still in the tournament. And what was even the big difference maker on this seed here? Was it just entering the
Oh my
nether
god,
and
I
BlazMine
see it
just sort of
now.
kept
Wow.
that lead everywhere else?
Entering the nether.
There was
and
3
then
stronghold
just-
chests and 2
yeah, I mean, that
from the
was pretty much it.
spawner.
The rates really made it a tough thing. You could see Doog enter the nether.
Yeah, they do
20
affect by
seconds
sure.
slower. BlazMine
They
did
might have
put a
thought like
little
those
bit of,
chests plus
like
like the
a lead
library
back,
was
mainly
like
because Duga was having a hard time getting to the
big
exact
orange spike.
coordinates for the stronghold.
Yeah,
But
that
BlazMine having a
plus
26
library
second
is
advantage,
crazy.
entering the stronghold.
But also I think the
into
portal room
finally
was that way. It was
Duke
just like
could not get it. A really weird
past
stronghold.
it.
So many chests. Looked like potentially a mine shaft as well. Just not really anything that was looking great there, and BlazMine able to capitalize.
Yeah, it was interesting. Both of them kind of got baited by a fake spike. Not exactly what it was composed of. Maybe there was a spawner, but all those ultra chests, maybe making some weird funkiness on your scans. Crazy to see.
Crazy for sure. And we are going to be heading over to Fulham for a quick analysis to see what the heck was going on. Obviously, we missed something. So, Fulham, show us what's going on. What do you got for us?
Beautiful. Wow. After the 3rd seed, it is 2 plays 1. Dougal in the driving seat, but losing that last seed. And Rekrap asked a beautiful question as that seed finished. He asked, where did BlazMind gain his time? Or alternatively, where did Dougal lose his time? What was the difference maker in that seed? And now, I don't know what exactly the difference was. Of course, BlazMind did enter the nether a little bit earlier, but I did want to bring up one small
He doesn't
point
know.
here.
Sad
Just
pack.
one. And that is this. Dougal double blaze bedded the spawner after getting to the spawner slightly behind, getting to the spawner ever so slightly later than BlazMind.
Blew up the rod.
Watch this as we go. Of course, he kills this wither skeleton here. This stray wither skeleton. He takes a little bit of time, wastes a tiny bit of time there.
I don't
But
like
notice,
when emotes are
kills
just
this
words.
blaze. Did you see that it dropped the rod? I'm not able to pause it perfectly. Here we go. You can see the rod just out of the corner of the particles just here. The rod indeed was dropped here. But notice, as he walks over, no into fire achievement. He has no room in his inventory. And now this is quite ironic because at the very start of the seed, Kuriwe was talking about how decisive and intentional Dougal was with exactly everything
Why do people
that's in
play
his
with
inventory.
particles on?
But right now, his inventory is entirely full. And as he places these blaze beds, he does not pick up the rod.
No, it's a lot
As
better.
you can see, it's still on the floor. And as soon as he blaze beds this first one, that blaze rod explodes.
Blaze smoke.
And he notices
through
too
the
late,
bottom
as you
of
can
the
see him
floor.
flick around, try and go back to pick
Lava
up that rod,
particles
but it
dripping.
was too late. So one rod of
Water
Dougal's
particles
burned,
dripping in the
meaning
stronghold.
Dougal had to save for one extra cycle, kill one extra blaze at the end, letting him leave to the stronghold later than BlazMind.
I used to
And that
play
is
with
probably where that extra
particles
10 or 15
on,
seconds comes in
actually,
from
but
after
like
the
I turned them
bastion.
off because
And that could have helped
it was
BlazMind
just
win the seed.
so
But without any further
hard to
ado,
hit
it is
blaze,
still
I feel
2-1
like.
to Dougal, and it is still anyone's
There's
game.
more.
I'm gonna send
There's
you guys
more
back
stuff that I'm
to
not
Curry and
remembering right
Rekrap
now.
right
But
now.
particles on are so much better.
W analysis from Fulham there. We totally did not see that. We're watching that in the booth here. And we're
But
like,
you
oh
should
my
just
God,
have
no
hitboxes
way.
on.
I mean, moral of the story: don't
Blazes?
grab apples. Actually, I don't know. Maybe do. Blaze might ate a
For
lot of apples
the
that
whole
run.
run, yeah.
Grab the
No,
apples.
but Pav
be
just
aware
said
of what's in your
that withers
inventory.
can hide
That's
behind blaze
the-
smoke,
Don't
but
blow
like
up the blaze rods.
I've never
That's so
really had that
interesting.
issue.
I
Yeah, as long
we
as you
see
have
these,
particles
like,
on,
tiny
or as long as you have
micro-mistakes, like not
hitboxes
having
on, you're just
an empty
fine.
slot in your inventory,
It's just,
compounded
it's
to a 10
there's
15
there's
second
more. There's
loss,
bubbles
and
are easier to
that could have been
spot,
seed for Duke.
and
Love the analysis. Thank you, Fulham.
Thank you, Fulham, as always. But Now we're in the exact same spot as we were last
There's
seed.
like a
Hacks
minor
won the
issue.
last seed, excuse me, last match.
The
Hacks won
dripping
the
is
first
just
two
so
against
high,
Steez.
the fire res
Steez won
particles
game
can get in
3,
the way,
and then Hacks
but
was
like
like,
Yeah,
that's
that
huge.
is the problem.
like
But it
Six
doesn't
for
really
two.
matter with Zoom
What is
anymore. It
Dougal
just
gonna
doesn't
do
really
this time?
change
Like
much.
maybe is it gonna be like a buried
Yeah.
treasure pick? Are we going somewhere else? Yo, yep, there it is.
Hey.
There it is. So
Hold it.
Dougal's gonna be like, yep, nice, good job. It's time for me to win 3-1. Is that gonna be the case, or is Blazeman gonna say, hey, let's take it to a seed 5, and then it's really anyone's game when we get there? So this is the seed of this match, and really of today so far.
Yeah, we'll see if some cinema comes out of this. I'm hoping.
I want to see game
I'm
5.
always hoping for an enter end at the same time, and it comes down to 0.
Like
I would
2
love to see some of
mechanical
that. Buried
demons.
treasure. I mean, we got some high quality,
Yeah,
high
but
quality seed incoming.
it's just weird. Like,
Absolutely, I'm excited to see buried treasure. Always, I'm very.
I
don't know.
Blazeman
These-
bandit. I guess
Sorry,
like
what?
These
obviously
matches
Dougal
have
has
just
the
been,
experience from
like,
RSG, but like many
so
people do as
one-sided because
well, and it's
Blazeman
just
keeps
such a,
dying, and then this
uh,
one was like
I
kind of
guess
close.
to
But
me, as someone who doesn't play ranked,
actually, I
like,
guess
this
the
seems to be
second
a very
seed Blazeman didn't
consistent
die,
seed
but
type.
like
So
just
maybe
like
Blazeman was
lost a
trying to
lot of time
focus maybe
randomly.
less on the consistency and more on just like aggression.
I think.
Where
Because
this
his
Okay, I
game
don't
plan.
having
remember.
all that food is just gonna be really nice for these runners. But it is only gonna be 5 COD, Parker. 2 diamonds. You do get a TNT though, so diamond sword, gold axe play here is most likely what we're gonna see.
Yeah, a pretty solid seed. Blazeman having a little bit of trouble finding the buried treasure, so losing a second or 2 here. We'll see if he can make up any time on finding this ravine. Both crafting seems to be on point. The main decision making is going to be where are these 2 players leaving for their lava. Weird ravine
Just
here.
so
for Duke.
insane seeing like
That's
both
not
are
the
organic
ravine.
at the same
Blazeman getting
time.
flint on the
Mhm.
surface
I really
with
like
a gold
that from
shovel.
Blazeman.
Slightly fast, and I think I like this ravine.
Oh my god.
better.
Yeah, Duke doesn't like this, and
Yes.
Blazeman's going down, has bubbles. That's huge, Parker. This is already could be game in the first 30 seconds. To be honest, this is a huge advantage for Blazemind here.
Yeah, it's such a
immediately
high
Dugal's
echelon
pick,
of play.
yeah.
These little
mean, that's-
decisions can matter.
This is at least a 20-second advantage here. Dugal
She went to
has
a fake
get the
ravine.
gravel. Also has an iron shovel instead of gold. I really didn't like the gold shovel play from Blazemind, but obviously makes it work here. And the Bastions here, I mean, again, 20-second lead here for Blazemind. I don't think we've seen the Fortress yet. I could have missed it, but we saw last time Dugal played the housing really well as well. So could be a little bit of room to make up some time here.
Yeah, both are probably going to be playing top down
You
here.
should start
You like
throwing out
getting
gold
those
shovels and
chests.
bastions
You could
more.
potentially look for the Fortress too. Maybe
It's like
get
it's
better
just not hard
visibility.
to
I
make
think I
another
saw
one.
the
Like
fort
an iron
on
shovel.
Blazemind's screen. We haven't seen either of them
Yeah.
do a wide macro, so I
True.
can only presume that
Yeah.
was a Fortress, and they've both seen it. They both seem
I
pretty
think, like,
confident and like, okay, I'm
the
just
most
focusing on
annoying
the
thing
route here.
about
Don't
golden
need to worry
shovel is
about
just like
looking where this Fortress is.
you
We
don't
have 6
you might too much
obsidian from
gravel
this
and it
first chest
breaks.
here.
Yeah.
And Parker, this
And
is
it
a really
should be a-
fast seed as well. I mean,
But
we're
it's like
gonna be at
ironically
the
it's like
trade
Duke
more
spotted the
value.
fort.
210 for Blazemind.
Oh, what the
This
fuck?
is quick. We'll see
Widing
if
while he
Dugal
goes
comes over
down.
here.
I saw
Haven't
Hacks
even
do that
seen
one time
that
and I
many
started
from
doing it.
Blazemind.
It's
Is
so
gonna double
good.
the hard because I guess wasn't too thrilled with the amount of piglins. Maybe thinks some got stuck somewhere. You'd see that happen sometimes for runners. So maybe get some more there, but looks like actually a
Dude, they need to
sizable
get
amount for
lava
Dugal. I'm not
housing in
exactly sure
playoffs.
why. But
True.
very curious here at the start.
Yeah, potentially some micro toggling hard mode, maybe a block or 2 that piglins are getting stuck up on. Maybe one player minded, the other didn't. It looks like
Like, I wonder
Blazemind
how many
is high
Netherite
ranked, so I guess
players just
didn't see
don't
the
fucking know
Fortress
the lava
that
housing
we saw
route.
Dugal
Even though it's like
do
probably important to
a
know at
wide
this
macro
point.
for on the way down. So
Feinberg
it shouldn't
doesn't.
be a crazy complex way to leave Bastion. I think it was just straight out forward. We get even more obsidian from that double chest, so not going to be having to worry about backups, probably. And we have that diamond sword too, which I love to see.
Like,
for
would that make people
Yeah, the
mad if
diamond
like
sword is gonna be
there
great. I
actually
mean, we
was
can
lava
see
housing?
Blazemind's in
Because
the
it's
trade.
like,
It's pretty
oh,
much
like
ready to
this
go. I
isn't
think
like
just wants
good
a
for
little
competitive
bit
play, but
more.
like
Actually, not sure. Yeah,
I
we'll
feel like
see.
it
I was
just
like,
is.
what else do we need? We're good to go. We're leaving. We already pie chart for the spawner. Does crazy drag click there to get the boat down. Now, a little bit of an awkward spot, but
This
is going to be leaving.
actually,
Still haven't
oh
seen
wow,
the
it
fort.
is.
There it is. And is ahead again by 10, 15 seconds or so. Dugal in
Dugal just
lava.
messed up his
That's gonna
hop
be
by
a
a
really
bed
tough
instead of soul
spot for him
smash.
because he's not able to get a great pearl off. And Blazemind is in the fort with
Imagine
the
he
Diamond
fucking
Sword.
drag clicked with a
Yeah,
soul
but a little
sand
awkward that
slot.
Duke just didn't have any regular blocks on his hotbar. So
Dude,
keeping clutch
I
on
think I
his
remember a
side,
clip of
missed
him
his
doing
jump a
that
little
with
bit,
like a
so
boat or
maybe
something. It's
losing a
like,
little bit of
why is
time
my
there.
bed in my boat
Taking
slot?
similar-ish
Yeah,
pearls.
done that a lot
Duke
of
really
times.
looking for a better one here, trying to find the spawner. But Blazemind is at the spawner. We have the TNT. We have a bed, so it's going to be TNT plus bed to clear out instead of 2 beds.
Yeah, has the TNT
The
set up
overlap.
for Blazemind. Dugal at the spawner now. I think they are at different spawners, which shouldn't be that big of a deal, but definitely something to keep note of if the stronghold distances are weird. Now, this is a very open end, so it would really only become a thing if for some reason the
That's like
strongholds end up being different, but should be
1%
probably
in the Blaze
standard
practice
here.
map.
The pre-craft's
Bro,
going
it's
out for
less than
Blazemind.
that. It's like
Has room
0.1.
for gold pickaxes as well. A
No,
ton of
the
space.
event's like pretty big, right?
And has the Blazers
No.
down for more here. I mean,
I think like in the
Dugal is
practice
playing
map, like
okay, but
is it like
the
the
time
is it like
loss-
the
but
hitbox of the
that's
block that
opening for
matters? Or is it
Dugal. I
just
don't know
like
if
the
you saw
fact
it.
that the block
Blazemind had
is
fire on the
there?
spawner. Maybe
Hitbox.
lost the spawner to there. And
I'm
might
like
have to wait an extra
pretty
second. Already
sure
seven
fences
rods.
are
can
like
spawn
point.
Everything I'm
within
saying,
the
these blaze
fence
rates are
block.
crazy.
Still.
Yeah,
Right.
Blaze rates
I'm
are
pretty
crazy.
sure
It's gonna be
fences
sub
like
5
actually like
blind,
point
so
like
this is a
2% or
fast feed.
something.
Duke maybe losing a bit of time to trying to deal with a stray wither skeleton on worse health as well.
Duke also 7 now, but doesn't have the pre-crafts off yet.
And another
And
close
Blazemind-
stronghold curry. 200 blocks.
Wait, why is Blazemind picking up the eye? You have 7 rods.
Oh, we're
Time
geeked.
loss there and has plenty of pearls. I'm not
Muscle
quite
memory
sure
kicked
why we
in.
did that.
Yeah, could have been way more punishing if the stronghold was further, but because it's so
This
close,
here.
he's literally just 1 pearl here, and he maybe
says
it's
it's
maybe it's honestly a
1%.
time save. He doesn't need to
Boom.
throw an extra pearl. The hunger reset is in the portal.
What fence
Maybe
though?
really pushed against the wall here. Though.
I just have like
Just now
the one
a
that's in
split
line with the blaze
behind,
spawner, like just
as
on the side, like 2
Blazemind
blocks up.
looking for a spike desperately.
And Parker, again, this is fast. This is
Maybe I was
sub
just
7
looking at a
pace.
different fence.
If Blazemind can find the
And I'm
portal room
just
here,
mixing
doesn't
Yeah,
love this spike,
if
but
it's
sees
in the
portal
corner,
room,
it's like 0.2.
has 1 pearl for
Mm.
hunger reset here, gets the bed down, gets the pearl down. He's gonna be entering
Bro,
the
this is sub
net, or the
7.
end, excuse me, sub 6.
Oh my god, bruh.
And this could tie the series.
Wow.
This could take us to a game 5. Dugal getting a
Dude,
spike
if he
now,
gets a
but
631,
it
I
comes
hit
out
my
to
prediction.
Blazemind on this
Oh, please.
0.
It's
It's
hard.
Oh.
this is gonna be
103.
hard.
W
Hitting
pearl.
top 103 here
Oh my
is
god.
gonna be hard because the
Wait,
pearl
he's
was
fucking
not
tasked.
great. Has the time, plenty of time. Wow, what a
Bang.
great setup
That
from
pearl's
Blazemind. This made it
crazy.
look so easy. Dugal gets the hunger reset down, but as long as Blazemind finishes up here, some
Oh my
great
god,
beds
it's so
with plenty
clean.
of
Wait.
explosives, Parker.
Okay,
We're
it's fine.
going to a game 5 in our second match
No
of the
way,
day.
no way,
Wow.
bro.
Dang.
Clean
Bro.
0 there from Blazemind.
It's just
Yeah,
the
he's
ender,
not
no?
Aggressive pearl to
blind.
get to a setup in time.
Yeah, I
Showing off the
mean,
mechanics there, even after an unoptimal pearl,
Oh my god.
and that's a sub 7.
I
Wow.
actually cannot believe he made top setup there. I
Bro,
actually cannot believe he made
you know
top
what's
setup there.
cheesing
That
me
was
so
like a
hard? I signed up for an
94
event. It's
pearl,
tomorrow
95
at
Yeah, it was
1
a low
p.m.
pearl.
Eastern.
on-
Like, I'm just gonna
on
miss
top
playoffs.
103, the
why would they
tallest tower in the
schedule
game.
an event on
Blazemind
playoffs? I don't
every
know.
split, just
What
chipping
event?
away at the lead more
Cube
and more and more.
championship.
And
It's
if
like
you're Dugal, you gotta
The
be
fuck?
scared. That was
12
a really
seconds.
clean
With
performance
Josh.
from Blazemind on your seed pick.
Bruh.
100%.
12 seconds made up
Be the kind of person to get
over the
complacent
whole
after
seed.
in a row, but
Like,
it's got to be getting a little
Also
stressful
picked up
now.
a
it was just so linear. It was just so linear.
Next one is going to be moving on our first game 5 of the day. We've had a lot of game 5s this season, Curry. We've had a lot more
of
than
game
last
5s
season.
this season. We've been very spoiled. Last season we actually
Yeah.
got
Actually got
so
7
cooked.
rods.
Last
I left
season
it in
we
the
got
inventory. I couldn't find the 7th
very
rod.
spoiled this season, which is great to see. But I mean, the
I don't
thing
know.
is,
Maybe
like,
they were just looking
has
at
been in
the
this
like
spot probably countless
overlay
times. Like,
or
I
something.
can't remember. I don't know how many
Maybe.
game 5s he's been in off the top of my head, but has obviously
So
been
how
in
long is your
situations where
event?
has played so much playoffs.
don't
So
know.
if anyone can come
Maybe
back
like
from
3
this,
hours.
it's going to be
I guess
Dugal.
I'll probably.
He might have finals.
Yeah, has a lot
Yeah,
of experience.
you're right.
It's again that story of the veteran versus the newcomer. Who's going to come out on top? We saw a veteran move on in our last matchup. Is the same thing going to happen here?
We're gonna see. What's the seed type? I'm actually really curious what the seed pick is gonna be. It's gonna be Desert Temple.
Interesting.
Duke
his
with
ban.
the 7D chess move decides last seed I picked your seed ban. This seed
No.
I'm picking my own ban.
What?
Hey, that kind of makes sense.
That's
He
so
lost the last
dumb.
one, so surely
This
he'll
is
come
what
back.
Monkey did
Throw
too.
your opponent off guard. We got a whole
I
overworld
mean,
tour. Wait, didn't we decide?
Nah,
For the aura, though.
What chat? What?
Oh,
we got
World
a world
Tour, was
tour.
it?
A world tour.
My ban is still better than your
That's a good name.
PB
I like
energy.
it.
Dude, just out there looking out for the fans. wants to
70
utilize
chess.
the Over World Tour. Is that what it is, or is it World Tour?
I think it's just World Tour. I think World Tour is cleaner. I mean, a
Like
reverse
playing all
sweep
5
against
C
Dugal
types
would
is
be
just like
crazy
way cooler
impressive,
though.
but again, for Dugal to keep his composure and make it to yet another final day
what is this
would
emo?
be crazy. There's great storylines for both of these players, and we'll have to see. Comes out really.
Don't worry about that.
That's why we play the games. I know a lot of people probably had Dugal just
Houndy made
going
it.
through this, but
Of course.
Blazemine is a force right now. We'll see how
The
it goes.
genius
To be
emote is
reckoned
so
with,
good
You know,
too.
and if I remember from his match against EDCR, he managed the lava pool a little bit better, so maybe we'll
Go,
see a similar
Duke.
thing happen here.
Bro,
Don't see a lava
Silver,
pool
what do you
just
think
yet,
about
but we have a
500%
river.
entity
Trees are
distance just
potentially a
on
little bit far
spawn?
away.
I use
Both
it. Yeah, I
could be
think it's
mining a
better.
single block of sand.
I don't know
Save
if
us
people
at
don't use
exchange.
it.
Or just a little bit faster.
I should just do it right now
Yeah, absolutely.
before I forget.
Don't see a lot of people like
Because like
grabbing
How
BT on
different is
500
BT?
entity distance is just like not hard to find either,
like
right?
Blazemine just did. So
No,
curious to see that
Yeah.
coming out.
it's not
And
hard.
Dugal's
Yeah,
gonna get the
boom.
TNT off first. Looks like 7
Onto
iron in the temple.
light side.
I don't think we have
Was
like
there
diamonds
gravel
or
in the
anything
temple? Am I
fancy.
tripping?
I didn't see any gravel. Maybe
Okay.
they got some, but I didn't see any. So
I might
they do
trip
have the
in.
river here, which is going to be really nice. I haven't seen the lava pool, but both these runners, also a golden apple, 2 golden apples. excuse me.
WTNT
So
gravel.
food not going to be really an issue here as well. Oh, there was, but they both missed the gravel. So you have some.
Oh, he
some
still
supplies
got
there,
Flint.
Parker.
No
Thank you.
way.
Honestly, it might be better to just save overlapping getting the gravel
Actually,
like in the river because it's just like
might win the game.
on the way to your
What
tree
might
spawn,
win the
your way to
game?
the lava pool instead of like having to stay back down in the
Dude got
temple.
fucking like
Oh my god, 2
it was like
buttons.
super linear, so
lava
he
pool
blew up
here
like
for both of
4
us. I'd be
gravel with TNT
surprised
and still got
if
Flint.
one of them
Oh,
missed it. I like a little bit awkward from Duke having to backtrack to get his water, but I think
Dude,
the line overall
Blazemine
just
has
was
like
better.
no
And it
wood,
looks
no?
like Blazemine has missed the lava pool entirely.
Oh, and Ghost
Gonna be
Bucket
going
his
in-
Yeah, no,
water.
What? Oh my god, Blazemine is
Heading into the
actually
desert.
tweaking.
I mean,
The
this is
aura
you.
pick worked.
This is a disaster.
come on,
Hey,
let's go.
these
Come on.
lava?
Dude, Blazemine has
Does
13
You didn't
planks
see
right
it.
now.
Oh, what
Really?
the fuck?
Blazemine has 13 planks, yes, 11 and 2.
Yeah, maybe potentially forcing a lava pool
Like,
that
just
you see
fully
early in the season,
tweaking.
like, okay, that's
Oh
where
my
that's where my
god.
enter is going to be.
What
But if
is-
there's a better one like what Dugal
No,
found,
this is gonna pour so hard.
it's not looking good
No?
for Blazemine.
I think it's fine.
Messes up the portal as well, so this is going to be a little
they
bit
clean
awkward.
setup.
Dugal doesn't
That's such
have
a
the
good build.
Bastion on his screen yet, so maybe we could see something
Yeah.
where the terrain
Oh my
really
god,
comes
Duke.
into play. Great boat clutch from
W
him.
drags.
Curious to see what Blazemine really decides as
I
the
fucking
terrain
hate
here.
drag clickers.
Duke took better
Way
terrain
lower.
as
This is
well,
a
yeah.
Very different decision.
I love
Bridge?
How we've seen
It's bridge.
boat clutch has become so much more implemented in the speedrunning, drag clicking. Scary from Blazemine. He almost fell in the lava. But Duke is going to be in. Where is he entering this
spot. This is
bastion
the
from?
right
This is
ramp
crazy.
Oh, that's
for-
hype. That's hype.
But yeah, this is really weird, but does end up working out. Has the TNT from the temple, so we'll be able to blow up this chalice very cleanly. Have everything he wants to do done. Crime table down. Pick blocks the gold to get it in his inventory. That was incredibly phenomenal micro from Dugal there.
Oh my god, he's on 2 hearts. He's on 2 hearts.
He's on 2 hearts.
Gapple,
Remember,
please.
It has 2 gapples. The
What
size
happened to
is
Dugal?
really smart from Dugal. We saw
Just
Steve
crossbow
try
into
not to eat
Hoglin.
better food in a very similar spot.
Oh.
In a previous match, Dugal makes not the same mistake here. Is gonna live at
Next
the
round.
cost of a gapple.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it, but a little bit awkward. It doesn't feel good to be taking
not
so
even
many
bad
hits,
to do it at the
especially
train's
so
level, right?
early in a bastion route. But he's healing up well, but potentially giving Blazemine
yeah.
time to make
I mean, it
up.
kind of depends.
Doing the same route as Duke here.
Oh, but,
but messes up the block placements.
Oh no, there's so many piglins that are mad. He's on 2.5. This is scary. Tournament life on the line. Day 4 on the line.
Gapping.
Gets the golden apple off.
Where did Blazemine's health
Break
go?
the
What
block.
the fuck is
Dugal
happening?
with such an advantage
Just
right
such
now.
a dangerous
The
bridge.
piglin counts are probably going to be similar. There's a ruined portal here as well. I don't think it's going to matter. But the auto funnel for Blazemine might get some more piglins.
Oh my
This
god,
ruined portal's not gonna
WinCon.
make a big difference for either
To
runner.
Obby.
And Parker, it's going to come down to the Pyrane for the fortress, the terrain to get there. We haven't
never
seen
know.
it yet.
No, not yet. Duke now getting the direction -X. Is there good terrain out this way? There's some terrain. He's going to be purling.
Dude, I need to always try to
17
pick up
obby.
pearls whenever I'm just like
Choppy is a little slow. Maybe
After I'm done, like,
Dugal just
moving
doesn't have as
stuff and, like,
many
do
plays.
pro hang
It
and then go
seems like
back.
he has a lot. Still on 18, has the
Oh my god, he's
gold
out.
or the stone sword pre-crafted.
I would
Fuck.
really stand there and wait just for a
does not
pearl
have the sword
before I loot.
pre-crafted yet.
Yeah, it's
Up
just
to
so
17
good.
Obby, also still waiting, but Dugal's leaving.
I like this.
Doesn't
I like
see the
this.
fort
Oh
yet.
my god, 2 Obby difference.
Twirling
Could get
away.
awkward if he doesn't see it here
No
to his
way.
right. He's gonna have to force
Yeah,
this
Blazemine
new
got the portal
quadrant
too.
through this
Oh, he did?
lava
Oh.
Yeah.
lake.
This is
lava
ugly.
ocean
Please,
leading up
Scapple.
here, and there's just basalt way in this direction. You're on low health.
I mean, he's on half a heart. Where do you even go
heart.
here?
Oh, I hit the
Blazemine
fucking
is
ceiling.
Blazemine gonna take the same terrain that Duke did, or really try and force a wraparound?
Does he have any
Blazemine
idea
does
where the
not
fortress
like
is?
this terrain.
Awkward.
That's so
He's
bad.
It's the
taking the
same.
same terrain.
Yeah,
Blazemine
same.
is
Dugal is
as Duke.
making the
He
right
he
play.
was
I
going
think
this
the
way and then he
fortress
turns
is here, like,
around.
I haven't
It's just
focused
so ugly,
100%.
but
It is. We see it on Dugal's screen.
It's
I
terrible.
feel like you should, like, kind of
Amazing
metagame if he
decisions
hasn't
from Dugal.
on the
Did it
fortress
look
yet.
pretty?
I think
No.
Blazemine's
Exactly
doing a
where
bit better
needs to
here
be.
though.
Blazemine
He had an
needs to
extra
set
gap, like
gold
extra
medal
health.
now, and I think he's
Oh
gonna
my
have to
gosh,
Oh,
he's
wow.
just here.
directly on the fortress.
But
The
he's not in
bad
the good
though, is
part.
Dugal's in a way better spot, but doesn't see the spawner either. It's just gonna depend
This,
on
this
who
is like
finds
the same
spawner
spot
first.
where
And
Dugal
gold
entered, I
bar is again
thought.
very low. There's the spawner for Dugal.
No. Oh my god, I thought we were
Oh
dead.
my god, the
Almost
skeleton,
dying.
the skeleton, the
Oh, he
skeleton.
might be.
One
Oh.
heart marker.
If he gets shot again.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my
Oh
god!
my god.
Bro, he missed like the
Really just
one
fighting for
block
his life
placement
there.
to
That
like
was so bad. Getting to the fortress, we had to cross an entire lava.
missed like
ocean.
one block
Blazemine
placement, and then
resetting
the
his seat. I just don't know what he's
the
gonna
skeleton
do.
just like hit
How do
the
you get
shot.
back to this fortress? It's so far. There's a lava ocean in the
Please just like
way.
advancement read and then play so safe.
Maybe you get extra like pearl trades from the bastion.
Such a
don't know.
scary seed.
An absolute
That bridge was just a nightmare. Like oh my god, he checked. He checked.
Skeleton like the worst spot ever gets knocked off. 2 more times afterwards to die. Just the worst possible outcome. And Dugal.
Checked advancements. What? No into fire.
Yeah.
Able to pre-craft. Knows he's probably in the driver's seat because he's gonna recognize that there's no into fire achievement. I'm sure soon.
Yeah.
He already did.
Yeah, and Blazemind, he's really just gonna be in the back rooms for the next couple of minutes, I think.
And another
Getting shot by
skeleton.
another skeleton. Oh my gosh, takes 2 hits there. He can only afford a handful more hits.
Yeah, Blazemind didn't have wood.
This is really not looking good for Blazemind. We're gonna have to see a.
It was just. This is just like such a. The way that Duke entered the bridge like made it so that the Hoglins were like on his ass during the eye measurement, or during the chalice. Like, I wonder, like he could have just like it would have been better if he
Yeah,
just
I guess there's more terrain than I thought
like
here for
lava or like I don't know, just like some way to like block off the Hoglins so that they don't follow him to chalice, because that was so annoying.
Long to get back to where all of his items were. He has low blocks here, not the greatest health. He's literally doing parkour.
I'm just hiccuping,
on
bro.
all of the
Chill.
Islands. Like only 13 blocks left.
Someone said you're drunk or something.
He said, "Bro, are you good?"
It's just so hard to get back to it. Does a little boat clutch.
It's
but
so
Duke
hard,
is just
yeah.
on his way to the stronghold.
I mean,
Well,
anything
just
can
looking
happen
out
with
for
rotten
you.
flesh and low fire res. Like Dugal does not have a fire res right now, so that is scary.
True.
This might
but
actually be
is
tough
pretty much
because now.
at
What, is
Blazemind
this
can
the
afford-
bridge?
I just can't see. It's okay.
Bro.
Is gonna be heading to the courts, very close at this point.
What the fuck?
Blazemind, I mean, got back here relatively well. I mean, this might be the most work a wood pickaxe has put in a playoff seed before. I'm gonna be honest, and really just fighting for every inch here to get closer back to his
What the
stuff.
fuck was
And takes
that?
a bunch of damage, but should be okay. Again, Dugal just digging down here. Assuming this nav is not disastrous, Dugal should have a pretty clear path here in a crazy set that ends
Dude.
in this game 5 with the Blazemind death.
Yeah, keep your eye on Duke's screen. What's the nav like? Does he get a spike? He gets a spike. It looks like a pure spike down mid. Don't fall in lava there. That's
Oh,
crazy.
that's
Natural trap, brother. Is this? Oh wow, is the portal room above him?
I
Did
think
he not
hears
hit
it above
starter?
him, yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe some weird thing here. Digging up for it in the portal room.
What?
Is going to be totally okay. Blazemine getting close back to his stuff.
What is happening?
But Dugal's going to be able to hunger reset here. Knows he's ahead by a ton.
Bro, don't even zero.
And should be able
Don't
to
even zero.
zero or play it safe here.
So
close out
lame
this match.
though.
It's open.
He's gonna zero.
A
It's
pretty good
open,
amount of
surely.
explosives.
Yes.
Might
Oh my
It's too high.
god.
do that.
Oh my god.
I
I
think I like
mean,
it this
yeah.
way. I mean,
Don't
you
fucking
kind
throw
of
your
know
playoffs to this.
you're 2.5 minutes ahead
Absolutely.
here, so it just shouldn't matter. Don't even want to risk it.
Ludwig
With
is
like a
probably
12 power
fuming
back,
right
you have to
now.
get like a weird sidestep. Now he's just gonna
Set
get
of arrows.
a nice, I guess not full
You have the
half
privilege
bow
of knowing
off, but
zero and you
found
don't
a
even
couple of
use it.
pistols.
It's
So now it's just a
something.
waiting game. I feel like it's been a while
You
since
get
we've seen
aura
this. Like,
farm
it's
while
gonna be
going
waiting
for the
a perch.
pussy
It's
strat.
pretty rare. I mean, Dugal has like 5 or 6 explosives
Classic.
or so. Blazemine does have all of his stuff back, but
Okay, like you played it
not really
safe.
gonna matter
Throw
if
some
this
fucking
dragon just
balls.
decides to perch. And Dugal making the very smart business decision here to potentially have a
Business
chance at
decision.
$3,000 tomorrow in first place, or any split of the 5,000 that'll be given away. So,
Bro, I thought Ludwig just like hears like one like debate in MCSR and then he just instant like snaps to that. Like, wait, people don't like drag clicking, so people think it's cheating. Dude, fuck drag clicking. That's just so bad. Like, it just starts crashing out.
Calm, cool, collected, and stay true to it at the end here.
Yeah, calm, cool, and
Okay, but,
collected
like,
are
fuck
great
drag
words to
clicking.
use here. I think we've seen a
Yeah.
lot more like
No,
maybe
bro.
not like holding yourself back, but kind of just playing for.
Bro, I actually bought
more
tape,
of a just
and I
safety
still don't
plays,
drag
and
click.
we've
Like,
seen it pay off for
I
these
just
veteran runners.
butterfly
And it
click,
looks
and
like
it's
Duke
just
is-
worked better.
Nope,
Oh,
I'm just gonna say
misread
it.
the
It's 'cause
perch
of the tape.
though. Doesn't matter at all. Just a little silly from Dugal. Just hanging out. Just a dog with some pants in the end dimension. No
It's
biggie.
just like
What if he misses perch and
unpreventable pay to
dog
win.
loses?
Just
No
missing
big
like
shot.
4
Just
hanging
perches,
out.
choked to one cycle. Like, I don't even
He's
know.
just chilling. Blazemine building the portal now. I mean, unless Dugal somehow messes up a 6-bed, I think it's gonna be. I think it's a pretty open and shut case. But hey, props to Blazemine. You gotta always play. You never know.
You gotta
Bro, what is
Oh my
the
God.
perch?
A lot of dragons.
His perch is
near
so
it, but it's
bad.
just now dissolving.
Wait, leave on 4, leave on
It
4.
shouldn't be an issue.
Leave on 4.
Dude
He's
kinda
like-
just trace
He's scratching the dragon so that it perches
dragon,
faster.
eyeing it down with his hunter like eyes.
Yeah, it's
When
like
is it gonna
it is like
perch?
very intimidating. Like I would be scared.
Oh no.
How many eyes in the portal room?
Yeah, just a lone dog in the end with a whole bunch of beds.
Need to message
This
Blazemind right now.
Dragon.
Whoop.
I mean, this is a long perch. If you're Blazemind, you want a max perch, and I think this is basically a max perch at this point.
Is basically a max perch. That should be it. You're guaranteed a perch after 3
No,
minutes in
because
rank.
if he chokes the
That'll
8
do it.
bed, he gets
We'll
deranked.
see how this
No.
1 second goes. Again, Dugal has done this literally probably tens of
Oh,
thousands
he's
of times.
fine.
Should be pretty okay here. And Dugal will be making it to another final day in
GG.
ranked playoffs. We haven't really touched on it
Damn.
too much, Parker.
Oh
my
Low-key,
God,
this is
dude.
3, 4, and 6.
Yeah,
Now
holy
we're
shit.
5 and 7.
3-2,
and
wow.
9. Is the trend going to continue
Damn.
where 2 of the best players in the world just keep winning on and off?
I'm happy but also
Axel might have
sad.
something to say
I like
about it.
Blazemine a
Blazemine
lot.
tried to have something to say about it.
Fair.
Put up a
Yeah.
really impressive performance, and it cannot be overstated. Parker, I know we both have like a grandpa sleep schedule. I can't imagine waking up at like 3:30 a.m. and it's like, okay, now you're playing ranked playoffs against.
That definitely
Dugal.
Oh
just
my
like
god, true.
Mad
Yeah.
It's like
props to
4
Blazemine
a.m.
showing
for
up,
Blazemine. Like,
performing,
Yeah, it's so
in
hard
a
to play.
situation
Bro, to
and the
game
circumstances
5,
might
that's
not be
just
the
so
easiest.
impressive.
Great point. Great point. We love seeing all these
Bro, I
players
could
Was it-
never
show
play
up.
at
was it, like,
4 a.m.,
really-
bro.
We couldn't do it without
It's like
them, so
really
we're
his
coming
fault
to
for
watch
the
them.
skeleton
So
death.
thank
I
you,
feel like
Blazemine, for showing
kind
up,
of yes, but
and
also
congrats
kind of
to
no, because
Dude
like he
for
fucked up the block placement,
moving
but
on.
like
That was a great
Yeah, I mean,
like
kinda
like,
going
after
up
seed 2, it really looked
and
like
just getting
you know,
sniped
Dugal
right
was
off the
running
bat,
away
it
with
was just like
everything. Blazemine
Yeah,
really
not
moved
yeah,
back.
no,
Again,
no. I
nothing
don't think that was his fault
overly
at all.
changed. I thought
It was
Blazemine
just like the
incredibly
movement
well,
afterwards. I
but
think could have been
the
a
end of the
little
match,
bit
it's gonna
like
be Dugal.
cleaner, and
So
that's like the
let's
only
bring
thing
him in
that
here.
he
Let's
could have done. I
talk
think to
to the
survive.
man himself, the dog himself, after a very impressive 5-game win. Dugal, I don't know how
He was just
many
playing
final
aggressive,
days
trying to
you've
just
made it,
run
but it's
instant to
definitely
the
not your
fort
first.
and then
How
hope
does
the
it feel to
skeleton
be
like kind of
back?
misses the shot.
Final
Because
day
like
of
it
playoffs,
was pretty
very
likely that I would
comfortable
miss the
win
shot,
together.
but it was just he missed the
Yeah,
block
it
placement.
feels really good.
that would have been easier. Also, just
Yeah,
like
I
so
didn't make Final
RNG.
Four
Like their
last
aim is
season, but, like,
so
last full
bad that
season
like if you
before that
try
I
to
did,
dodge, it
so,
actually ends up hitting you.
Dude, I was feeling shaky though. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay, I felt like I played the first seed really well. The second seed I played like okay, and then like when Blazemine started winning, I started getting so nervous, and you could probably tell in my gameplay. I was just like, I was just losing like so much time on micro and stuff, and like, I just like when he died in the last seed, I was like, okay, I can finally relax now. Like, I was so stressed.
Yeah, we were watching that. Like I think Seed 4 really did feel like a crazy momentum shift. I mean, we were looking at the splits, like he entered, 10, 15 seconds ahead of you, but then made up another like 10 or so seconds. So like it does it adds up that you were like a little scared of that. And then, to come out with the win is really, really impressive. And I think what we were talking about is like, do you think playing like obviously it helps, but like how much does it help really that you've played in so many playoffs for situations like this? Or,
Did Blaze auto qual?
with what
No,
you're saying,
right?
like you were still nervous.
Yes.
Do you think you would have been more
Oh, he
nervous,
did.
or how does kind of
No,
playing in
yeah,
so
that's
many
right.
kind of affect that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I
not
don't know
gonna
why I
lie,
thought
like
bottom
I
8
still get
seeds
the same
equals
nerves that I like kind of always
LCQ.
had
Okay,
for playoffs.
whatever.
Like it hasn't gotten much better. Like maybe it's gotten a little better, but
Mhm.
I mean, I still get nervous for every match. So I don't know. I mean, maybe I've learned how to deal with my nerves better, but like there's no playoffs match where I'm not nervous beforehand.
Yeah. On that last seed, I really liked you just like playing for half bow, not even like attempting a 0. What's sort of like the threshold in your mind? Like at what point did you decide, oh, okay, I don't even need to go for a 0 here. Blazemind is so far behind. Do you like pay attention to the advancements a lot? Is there any sort of
Yeah.
like fear in the back of your mind? You're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe he could make up if I have like a max perch. Like what's the whole thought process like?
Yeah, I mean, max perch is 3 minutes, right? And
Mhm.
Blazemine hasn't even gotten into fire yet. So like in theory he could like do a fort to finish in under 3 minutes and I could get max perch, which like kind of almost did happen, but um
He started
like it's
catching up a
just
little
so
bit.
unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I did kind of start to regret not zeroing after like 2 minutes had gone by and I still didn't have a perch.
Yeah, we saw you like
Oh
curl
my
in on
God.
like, and then like the dragon like 1-8'd you. It didn't end up going in. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh well, that's tough. I mean, even the best players misread their perch sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just unlucky.
It is silly. It is silly. Okay, so you are playing. You have now the privilege of, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're playing the winner of Infume versus Loki. So that's fun. That's
Oh.
enjoyable.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
You have about 24 hours to prep for that, maybe a little bit less. How do you prepare for a
I
match
think
like
he'll
that?
be
Are you
fine.
really rooting for one person you want to go up against, or are you kind of just would you approach
No,
each
Infume really
player
has like
kind
the
of the same
Dirk
way?
lineup to
Yeah,
win
I don't
in
know. I mean,
finals.
No.
obviously, like Infume and Loki are both very good. And like something else is that like either way, like if Infume beats Loki, then like that's gonna be a confidence boost for him. If Loki beats Infume, that's also gonna be a confidence boost for him. So like either way, I'm getting someone who like probably has a big confidence
W
boost.
mental.
I don't know, like if I were to pick, I would probably rather face Loki because like I've faced him before, I've beat him before. Like in my opinion, Infume and EDCR are like the two best players right now. They're like in a league of their own. So like I don't want to face either, but if I could choose, like I'd rather face Loki.
Makes sense. Parker, you got anything else?
No, I don't think so. I mean, congrats. Like even having some nerves, like you still won. Moving on to the final day, like that's something to be proud of. And I'm excited to see you play tomorrow. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Congrats, dude. Good luck.
Calling Loki an
Do it
RSG player is
for
funny.
our matches that
Like
we're
I know he has the world
commentating.
record, but
Huge
like
props to Dugile. Really
be
impressive
real.
job from Dugile and all our runners today. I mean, Hacks, Steez, Blazemine, a lot of great
Bro,
close
like
matches.
imagine being that good that you could just
and
play
being able
RSG
to
for like a
sweep
week and get the
Hacks
world record.
I
on
know.
We have
Fucking
Aquacord
cheeses me
versus
so hard.
Skycrab.
Like,
Imagine all the RSG
Before we do
players
that,
how
let's do
pissed
a
they are, bro.
so you get the idea of what's going on
bro,
here.
Fucker.
Tomorrow will be
my
semifinals, third place match,
So lucky,
and
bro.
grand finals where top
like,
three
haha, I have
will
the
be
best
walking
mechanics
away
at
with a
everyone.
combined
Not
prize
even
pool of
close.
$5,000. Those semifinals matches, if you win that, you're
Like,
guaranteed second
oh
place.
my lord,
That's
bro.
guaranteed $1,500
He's so
if you win your
OP.
semifinals match. So Hax is there, Dugile is there. We have Aquacord Skycrab up next, and then Infume Low-Key after that. Parker, what are you thinking when you look at this bracket?
2
What stands
months,
out to you that's
bro.
Infume Loki. I mean, you could easily picture these two in a grand finals, and they're meeting up in quarterfinals, and then they're playing Doog next.
Yeah,
Like just
no.
this bottom bracket is kind of like insane. No, like Infume, Loki, Dugile. Those are such big names in the space. I think it's gonna be a good match. We have Infume who got second place last season, gonna be hungry to win his first.
Like there
So
was
we'll
a
see how
time
it
I
goes.
was an RSG player.
Absolutely. And before we before we head to an intermission,
Like,
we have a really
actually,
fun
I've probably
intermission video.
still played
And
more
I am really
RSG than I
excited to
have
give a little bit
ranked.
of an explainer for this. So really, do not go
Maybe.
anywhere. I promise you this intermission video is going to be phenomenal.
It's
So
kind of
you
close,
just need a
probably.
little bit of explanation. So that's what I'm here to do. What you're going to watch is a 2v2 game of basketball between Dugile and
I mean,
Steez
3 years of
versus
RSG versus like
Infume
2 years of
and Hacks.
ranked.
Now, if you don't know what basketball is
What
a
the
mini
fuck
game.
is
It is
this?
basketball.
Oh
with
yeah, they've
gas.
played this.
Cub fan, the creator of the
Um,
game for Hermitcraft.
They
was kind
were
enough
talking about
to
this.
commentate alongside
Wait,
me
come back,
and
let's go.
watch
No
two
way.
players,
Let's
two
go.
blue players who are absolutely incredible Minecraft people take a game created on Hermitcraft and really push it to the limit.
No
So
way.
I'm really excited. A huge shout out to Lore as well for editing this video. This was a bit of a rush to get done because we had to organize the schedules for everyone. We had to get Cup in and we had to get me in. I spent like 2 hours getting a server ready for this, and I didn't know what I was doing. It was really scary, but I think it came out great.
Don't
I think you guys
watch
will really love it. This is what we want to do with our content with MCSR Right, and I can't thank Cup
Watch,
Fan
this is
enough
crazy.
for
What
kind of
happened,
having
bro?
a organizing between Hermitcraft and the MCSR space. I think this is really cool. So please enjoy this video in the intermission, and when we come back,
No
it'll be
way.
Feinberg and Nerdy commentating for Aquacord versus
Wait,
So
Hermitcraft.
excited for
what?
the Sky Crab match. I want Sky Crab to
Simplest
win the whole thing.
explanation is it's basketball but with guests. You're gonna start
Okay.
up at the
Jesus.
top, the platforms at the top, and your goal is to get across to the other side.
Oh, I
score
thought they
either
meant
1,
like.
2, 3, or even 4 points on
Wait.
the opposite side of the arena. The game's 8 minutes long. You get snowballs to
I'm not-
attract gas,
I don't
And once
understand.
you score, you'll go through the doors, and then you'll drop down a bubble column, and you have to run across the arena and up the bubble columns to get back to the top.
I get it.
Make another go.
So you just have to get like the better movement
Yeah.
gets you higher
Wow,
points.
sick. I already did this in RSG like 4 years ago.
I remember that.
All right, here we go.
You're underway. Ooh,
You have any
looks like-
predictions?
Oh, slow
I'm gonna
falling.
say.
Wait,
I'm gonna
what?
say blue team is gonna win this one.
Oh, okay.
I think-
Dugile and
Right, you already-
Steez.
'cause they're
Hacks
already
and
at
Infume both on the
advantage.
ground already.
Wait, you can punch by the way. How did I fall? How did I fall? We have to go back.
Oh, Dugile going for the punch on Infume.
Why is
knocks
he?
him off.
Why are you punching him? You had a free
Dude,
score.
Gosh, they're so low.
Hacks is kind of stuck in the middle here.
Oh my god.
How did
They're
they
surrounding me. I
go?
don't like this.
You
People
get
down-
Surrounding me is crazy.
Infume wins the battle.
Not to punch them.
Oh! Get skill deft!
Okay, I'm just gonna hop on
Michael.
this gas. Okay, never mind. It pushed me
Wait.
off.
Infume has a really high
Where's
sight
the
line right now with
middle?
Hacks.
Like
This
surely
is
you
good
could
for
just
them,
jump.
maybe.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I like where you're
Go!
going. Wait, can you say?
Cheryl, move!
Let's go 3. Let's just go 3. 3 is good enough. Just wait for me. Oh, wait for the doors to close first. Wait for the doors.
Getting snowballed.
Oh!
Okay, I got 3.
Oh my god, bro.
It's always funny to see somebody plummet. Oh, Dugile!
dude gets knocked into 3.
I'm gonna die to Hacks. Wait,
Oh!
what? Oh, Hacks just helped
Wow.
me. Let's go.
Infume is very high up right now.
What was that?
young ones. Come to me! Come to me!
Bro, I don't get the.
Potentially play some defense here.
Oh,
Like, how do you move
coming
them?
across.
Bro, do ya?
For Infume though.
Go away, Dugile! What? That's not
Fly.
Oh.
Go 4.
Oh, you
Oh,
can.
you
I didn't get 4. 4 is like impossible to get. I got 3.
Oh my god. there's
Oh,
so
when he
many
goes
gas
through,
surrounding
it's
him.
cut down like audio, like on like.
Infume is bringing every gas to him in the middle.
Why is he doing this?
I am. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Bro!
Sorry. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. They're all on me. I'm stuck. I can't jump. I can't jump.
Let go.
What is
Just
happening?
let go. It's okay, just let go.
Yeah.
Wait, this is like.
Steve
Wait.
can just go right across. Here we go.
Oh my
Good boys.
goodness.
Are they
It's
attracted to
good.
snowballs?
Okay, we're not.
Yeah, I think so.
So.
Oh my god. I can get 3. I go 3.
Nice.
Okay, we have a 6-foot lead. We can just play full defense if you want. It's up to
Yeah,
you.
I'm just holding them all on me.
You can just hold them. I don't know. You can just hold them. No, this is honestly a good strat. This strat is actually so good because you give me such a good path. Wait, you're actually you're actually making the you're making this is actually the best play. No, just
That's
hold
too
there.
rough.
Just hold there. I'm farming so many. This is so good.
Okay, Hacks is just like farming us right now.
Yeah, if he's getting carried.
9.
Yeah.
Could come
What
down to
is
the final
Infume
bit.
doing again in the middle?
I can't.
But this is so stupid because Steve's and Duke can just go faster than just hacks. Like, they're just gonna be getting 2 times as many points. Like, Infin's just wasting his time.
The team that's winning usually does want to do this, but here we go. 7 end of the game. 6.
Oh no!
Right at the end. 4.
Why did Cease go in there?
1.
Bro, she's gonna just ran to the other side. No, you guys suck at this game.
8. Red team is gonna take it.
You lied.
I lagged.
I'm a team player.
It was kind of a bad idea to do that.
You guys are frauds, by the way. The score you guys are trying to beat, when I was on Hermitcraft, I got 125 with someone. So you guys gotta pick up the pace.
It's impossible for him to stand in the middle with all the gas. Where are we about to go?
They're not playing defense. I play defense. I'm a team player.
Also, Intim, I think you'd appreciate all the gas names. I don't know if you picked up on that during.
I was taking out.
Jeez, man.
There was a gas name abroad. Kareem. There's Kareem. Abdul-Jabbar. Oh my gosh, they have Candace Parker in here. Oh my god.
They're too high though.
Oh sweet. Bill Russell.
Russell.
They're all Bill.
Just
Round
Bill.
Blue team.
Fucking Bill.
That's the question.
Cease has a good line here. Could maybe even. Oh no, gets.
Oh no, bro. Oh damn.
I got 1 point.
No, like I felt.
1 point.
Oh my god, so boosted.
What?
That was crazy.
That
Oh,
was crazy.
and Dougal hit the gas away from hacks there. Oh my gosh, so he fell all the way down. A brawl is happening.
Why are they fighting?
Oh my god, dude.
Wait, that was so good. That was so good.
Okay, sorry, we need to go back. We need to go back. Sorry, I was really mad because Dougal made a really good play.
I was gonna fall and then someone hit me.
He just didn't even know he did that. Bro's not locked it.
You know what? I'm just going 2. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my god.
I'm just going 2. You trying to go for 3 maybe?
Duke. Oh my god. Duke hit me off.
Oh, midair battle. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Go up. You have to go up. Go up. Go up.
Why are you blocking me? Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I got too greedy. Wait, I'm going the wrong way.
I'm curious, Kurt. Do you think there will be a 4-point play in this game?
I think so. I think so. Like,
How do they even get it?
Dougal
The gas
figure
just
it
has
out.
to
I'm looking at
perfectly
Dougal,
line
maybe
up.
even here potentially.
End of the
Has a good
first
line.
quarter.
Oh,
in,
just
barely
misses.
the end of the first quarter.
I almost got 4, dude. How do you even get in there?
I'm stuck in the gas. I
Jump
can't move.
so weird though.
2 is honestly just.
Okay, he was actually lagging.
Oh my god, Dougal.
Yeah.
What?
I'm stuck in the gas.
Seriously?
Yes. The frame perfect, like. Oh.
Anyone's game still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dougal again. I'm really noticing Dougal's just hanging out on the top
Well,
right
he has
now.
nowhere to jump to.
They have all the gas. What? I can't do anything.
Where are we went?
I'm just holding them so they can't move.
Oh my god.
Bro, you broke the game. You broke the fucking game.
They're getting the bridge. They're getting the
This is why you only have 20 points.
This is what I mean. They gotta just, I think, go for something. But again, Infium has 1,000 gas around him. I'm sure Dougal and C's are really happy about this, and we'll have some.
How does he
choice
just have
words
a
for Infium
stack
after
of
the
gas?
game.
Like,
Should I not do this? Should I not do
No,
this?
I don't know. It's up to you. Okay.
They're losing.
Okay.
Oh no, they're not.
I can't.
Bro.
Slowly but surely, red team's starting to
Wow.
run away with it. 23 to
Blowing the
18
free
now,
win.
5-point lead. But Duke and Steve's both going to get 2 points here and make it a 1-point game. Oh, and here's a brawl on the top. Dougal gets bested by Hacks, and Hacks gets 3 very quickly.
I should have just not moved. Oh my god.
the 45 straight.
Don't worry. It's okay.
You guys like basketball? A lot of height
Oh,
here
it's
for red.
amazing.
This is going to be an
I'm glad.
awkward situation for blue. Hacks getting another
So
3
cute.
points. Might be able to get something going on here. Duke just missing the 3, but Steve should get it and does. So that's a really big swing that they needed to stay in this game. Gonna need to see some defense from
We had to
blue
get
here.
120
Defense
points.
3 gets denied
Dude,
though.
I was going up
And Hacks
against
only
gets
gets
like
one,
and Envy gets Let's knocked off players, bro. fully. Like, I was farming.
Oh my god, wait, clutch.
Wait, I just boosted you. Hold on.
Yeah.
We should be boosting each other.
I got Infium off.
Bro, oh my god, they just punched me and we're only getting 1. That was actually a good defense.
Yeah, I was gonna get 3. They punched me off.
Wow, this could be
Incredible play
Blue's
from
chance.
Steve.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Dugile.
Down by 3.
Oh!
Steve again has to play some great defense here.
Oh,
But look at the defense.
Look
Infuse
at
gets
that
nothing.
defense. Wow.
Oh, what? How did he reach?
Actually, tell
I denied Infuse so many points.
Oh, but Steve has a line, has a bridge across, gets the 2. They're down by 5 though. They need another 3.
Oh, it's gonna be
7,
close. Dude
6,
has to rush
5,
across.
Send it. 4.
Bro, dude, go!
He's gonna make it. 1.
And that's game. 40
Taking
to
it again.
37. A
Wow.
2-0 victory for Hacks and Infume. No, Infume, that you're actually disgusting. You're actually.
Dude, I wanted to play that
is
defense.
So cringe.
I wanted to play the defense so much more, but I felt so bad. I felt like such an asshole.
Yeah, dude, you guys were just farming us, and there was nothing you could do. There was absolutely
Bro, there's nothing on the line, by the way. Nothing on the line, and Infuse sat there in the middle.
And you still only won by 2 points, by the way.
It was 5 actually.
That's funny as fuck.
I'm really
Your
glad.
pot ran out? Wait, your pot ran out?
Cracking up in the booth.
Unoptimal drinking.
Webcams and all that jazz. But Nerdy and I are here for the back half of our quarterfinal matches. Nerdy, welcome into the
That was so fucking funny.
Aquacord.
I'm glad. I'm really glad people liked it. That was.
Sky
I
Crab.
wanted to do that, and Cub,
I mean,
Cub was so
wow,
chill with
what a
it, and
match.
then
What are your
I was, dude,
Yeah,
it was
I mean, it's good.
pulling
We've got
teeth
I was
to get
thinking about
anyone to
this
play
one,
that.
it's kind of
And then what
Ocean
happens?
theme
They
for this
play,
one. We got
and they're like, "Oh my
Aqua
god,
versus
this is so much
Brass.
fun!
Yeah,
I want to
that's
do
my
more of
deep
this." And it's
analysis.
like, maybe if you guys
I
didn't
think this is
fucking
gonna
wait
be
to
a great
respond to me
match. I
until
mean, these are two
Wednesday, we
players
could have
that
done another content
are
piece.
obviously
But you
the
guys are all
hype
stupid.
around Skytrap.
Dude, whoa! Yo, you
Going
ran the
far
media
already
segment
into
here.
playoffs. Will he be able
Media
to
The problem is,
training.
like,
Aquacord? Obviously,
Dude,
last season,
listen,
getting
like
to
we'll
the
do
third
more cool things. The
placement,
problem
which
is
very good.
like,
So
okay,
a good
you got out
performance last season,
first week.
but yeah,
Fimer
not
got out
quite
first
making
week.
it to the
HDMI got out
very
first
end,
week.
so
Like all the
Aquacord
people that were
definitely
gonna do
hoping for a
content
bit of
stuff
redemption
got
there.
out.
I think it's gonna be an exciting
Bro.
match.
Skycraft
Those are two
aired
players
me.
that,
It
have a
was
lot of
just
hype around them, so
unlucky.
I can't
There
wait.
has to be media day
Yeah,
2.
let's start over the player stats.
Yeah, we should.
already
Well, like,
and talk
yeah,
a
we
bit
should
more
do like a
about how
media day
these runners
too.
match up. Perfectly
Now,
even
like, now we have
ranked
an example
average
though. We have like
time.
a
Again,
example
Skycraft
to
just has
show
such
players
a
now,
low
which
sample
is good.
size on these games.
True.
Only 70 games played.
It's
to
RG world
Aquacord's
record.
Almost 900.
I even Aqua is 724. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a bit of experience
Yeah.
there, both with the ranked in
RC
general,
player.
but also with you know, playoffs experience. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on. I will say, I mean, look at that. I mean,
Most of
obviously,
8s, most
Skycraft
of
is
9s.
the RSG guy, but look at Aquacord at 724 Feinberg. That is not shabby
What
at
season
all, you
of
know what I mean?
Paceman
That's only
is
a
it?
couple
Is
seconds
this the
behind
most recent
Skycraft.
one?
So
I think it was
definitely
Five?
top 5 when he
both experience.
got it,
He
or
won the
maybe
last
top.
one.
I don't know. It might
Dang.
be still top 10. There's so many people that have like mid 7s now. It's pretty crazy.
That's wild.
In terms of the RSG scene, but
Not most sub 10s.
Stats, I'm just ready
I
to get
don't
into the
know.
gameplay. And
I know
again,
Dugal had like
these
60
are
at
not
one
gonna
point.
look the best for Skycraft,
Bro,
like,
what do
in
you want me
terms
to
of,
do?
the
There's nowhere else to
accuracy,
put it
just
that's
because
better
there's
than
such
this.
little sample size, and when you're a player like Aquacord and you're playing at 2400 elo for a majority of your matches versus Skycraft,
The call audio is not low! I can see the fucking levels on my OBS right now.
in the first place.
The
You're
only
playing
thing that's loud is
Diamond
my
1,
microphone.
Diamond 2,
I'll
Diamond
turn it
3
down.
players, and so like these win rates a little inflated, right? So it's not like, oh, Skycraft's got a better win rate on every
You should
single
ban
scene
that
type.
person.
He should win this match, all right? That's not exactly how it's going to go.
I'm not putting it on the
And I'd
center
like
of the
to point out that
screen.
This season,
Just cover. Oh, I guess
although
like
the
for
sample
now,
size
yeah.
isn't
For
like
these ones, it's
the
weird.
best because we're not
Well,
even through
I
the
wanted to cover the commentators, but everybody's like, oh, I want to see them.
926 average.
No, they don't.
Which averages change every day because again, people just have low sample size stuff.
You don't want to see
Well,
nerdy
cover like
face.
cover like
Okay.
the
So it wasn't
Discord and the
934
official timer.
today,
Who
it's
the hell
929.
cares about that?
That's what I am,
Team goes up and
I
down
think.
depending on when he queues, but 926 is
I fucking hate the
I'm
commentators.
pretty sure top 2 in terms of like people who have played more than 10 games in like the
I
top
literally,
50
I
elo. So
moved my
Aquacord this
cam to
season
look at
has
this
a
thing
crazy
while I
average,
talked about
better
it.
than the
It's
957
the
he
inventory
had
shit in the
last
fort.
season.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's
And
super.
But,
Skycraft
like,
again hasn't
who
played
cares?
too many games. Let me check his average to be sure. His average is 852, which is a whole 30 seconds faster, but he only has
Oh, I don't want to make
7
it smaller.
completions
I don't want to
counting
make
towards
it
that
smaller.
852. Aquacord's got
It's
over
gonna look so
100,
ugly if I make it smaller.
It's a little bit of a sample size thing for Skycraft again. There are people who have. I think Silver has a sub-9 average, but he only has like 10 completions. Hacks has a low 9 average.
Wait,
so
what?
They get a little shaky when you don't have that many completions because obviously you roll some room portal seeds. But speaking of
No,
seed
I'm
types,
holding it.
let's see what these runners have in store for us. We have the Desert Temple and Buried Treasure seed types getting banned.
Yeah, let me
Makes
make the
sense
camp
that Skycraft's
50%
gonna be banning that
transparent.
Desert Temple. It's really the one seed type that he doesn't get to play in RSG, and then Aquacord, makes sense that he's banning the BT. Maybe a seed type that he's comfortable in. But we're talking about Skycraft, right? Like, there's no decision. I feel like this. I feel like these bans.
What? Like what?
This should just be the standard. When Skycraft is in the lobby, like this should just be what the bans are. Like, he doesn't play Desert Temples ever, and he always plays BT.
Just
so
do
you
what
wanna
the
get him
better
off the BT,
player
and he wants
does.
to get himself
Josh
off
is
the
not
Desert
better than
Temple.
me.
That's it.
Yeah, fully makes sense there. Room portal pick. Where hopefully maybe we'll get another super fasty we saw.
I'm not cropping the fucking camera. It's gonna look so ugly. I hate when people have the square ass box for their camera. It's so ugly.
We saw that sub 7 from Blazeman on the Buried Treasure seed as well. I mean, we got that banned today in this match, but
It's just a wall. Yeah, it's just a bit. But guess what? I don't want to be inside of a square. I want to be in a rectangle. I want to be able to lift my arms out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I want to be able to emote.
You're so stupid. You're so
and I think it's.
I don't want to be in a fucking square, dude.
Crazy storylines going in this game. Like you said,
If you made it like a
trap in a box,
might be
you're so dumb.
The most depressing.
What's like the
Portal,
worst
I wasn't even paying attention. Oh my!
Like sure, it sucks.
How many is that? Finder, run the numbers. Finder.
9 iron. Okay.
9. He said it.
I'm not used to doing the math. How do you divide 64 plus 20? Like 9 iron. So pickaxe. Yeah.
You're the only one that can fucking do it.
Yeah, that was way too many numbers for me.
What out of the
Some
box
hesitation here from Aquacord. I feel like Skycraft immediately getting the craft.
Skycraft's like,
off.
yeah, I get this
So
all the
a
time.
little
Like, I
bit
know
of an early
exactly.
lead.
Yeah.
What the
Skycraft.
fuck? Oh yeah, the 9 iron
Stone
RG.
axe shears makes sense. I don't know why I just assumed we were going to be making an iron axe instead of
It's the
stone axe
worst
shears. That
shape
makes
you
a lot
could
more
make your
sense.
face, Cam. What
Especially
about like a
because in this
star?
specific,
Inverted
big
triangle.
portal generation, you can see on the Aquacord screen. There's a gold block up there, but it's about
Like a fucking
12
pentagon or
blocks in the
something.
sky, so it's not really worth building all
This
the way up.
fucking
Go
has,
through
like,
all the
PowerPoint
transitions.
We are getting some food.
Figure out how to
The
crop it
notch.
in
Well, it
OBS
is
and everything. Just sort of like
very,
arguing
very
his
impressive
shit.
food, right? Like you can go from
Like
1
an
heart to 18
origami
with the
crane.
notch. It's only giving you 2 hunger, and the saturation is like.
I like how
worse than
Skycraft's
1
playing
salmon.
this.
So.
Oh, never mind. Wait, how is he? Oh no, but Skycraft has food.
Playing the seed like well enough on the notch or saving to the fort, you can run out of sprint with no other food and like be on 10 hearts. And so them getting just these couple extra
Was
chickens.
geeked.
Yes.
Why did
gives a little bit of
Awkward
leeway.
not do the regular ass completion?
Wait, is he
We have
fucked?
a
Is he
completion
fucked?
off
No,
of
no, he's
Skycraft
fine, but, like,
itself for Skycraft,
why did he
saving
not
a couple
do it?
seconds there again on Aquacord.
I thought
to
Aquacord
get
was
over
going to run
really
above lava.
Skycraft has more
Yeah,
food
yeah,
and is in
definitely looked
faster.
like it could have been, but just barely had enough.
That's
to get in.
that's very surprising. I feel like that's not
Doesn't have
a
a
mistake that
lava bucket, so
Awkward
yeah,
would
maybe
make.
just
Like
had
Awkward knows
one
everything.
or exactly the amount needed in order to get into the nether here, but we do see Skycrab now heading over towards the Bastion. I don't see it yet.
Room
so
portal
a little
completions
bit
are
of a
so
trek here,
like
They're both going this
scary
way
though.
so I think it's
like
I have Aquacord
treasure
winning,
and
by
the
the way. I don't
forest
know
to the
what our
left,
odds were.
so shouldn't see either runner, get
The thing is,
lost
like,
in
I don't know
screen.
about
It's
you
very
guys, but like,
open.
whenever
Just worry
I
about
had to
how
like
do
do
we
like room
scale
portal
the
completions,
salt
since
with
I
soul sands
never
the other
ever
ways.
get to
3
do them,
bad,
like
3
even though
bios
like
on the
I
way to
know the
1
setup, I just
bastion,
like fucking
but
forget
Skycrab here
immediately whenever I
first.
get in a real run.
Makes sense was, commandingly in the lead.
Yeah, I mean that's
terrain to get
fair.
up.
I just have
I
practiced
like
this
that
for
play
so
from
much over the
Skycrab.
years that I just
Very, very
learned.
fast movement. Is Aquacord going to do the same? No. He's going to check this bottom chest, and it doesn't generate.
Bro,
So
no, like,
play there.
is
Doesn't
he
really work in
old?
his favor. Gonna lose him just a little bit more time. as
Infium
Skycrab
already
gains
taught
that
us we're not
sword
supposed to
breadth.
check that chest,
Once
and
saw
then
one pig
if we
jump
do
off. Let's
check,
take note on
if the
Aquacor's
opponent checks,
screen.
then you just metagame
Could be a
it.
difference maker in that treasure bastion, right? You have a couple piglins just sort of decide to jump off. That
Hey,
gets slowed down your trade.
I always
cycles,
I
that's
check
12,
it
18
a
seconds.
lot. Is that
Aquacord
bad?
doesn't look like he
For
Well,
ranked, I
lost
don't
any
think you need
pigs
to. Like,
If
he's
you-
just
directly
so
on
good.
the bridge
Yeah, you should
there.
just wall run up and save
But
the 5
obviously who knows
seconds.
But it's
where
just
they're
like so
wandering, what
good
they're gonna get their heads
sometimes.
stuck on.
No, it's just you
all that
metagame
good
if you don't,
stuff.
if it's not there, or if it's there and
I
your
play with
opponent
Lead
checks it.
achievements
continues here
off.
as we
My mental
continue
is
throughout this
terrible when they're
bastion. I don't
on.
know. Did you see the fort? I didn't.
Okay, well.
I
Yes.
might have saw it.
It is
but it
like
was a little
two
I
bit.
forgot
pearls,
bucket
it's
list
two
because I don't
pearls
use bucket
directly
list, but I
behind you.
use the
That's
RP
Skycrab.
Oh,
completion.
there we go.
Just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
second,
I see it
yeah.
now. So we
So-
definitely don't need to go break spawner necessarily, unless we might need to go down there if there's not enough obby, of course, but we don't need to break the spawner.
Yeah, and I
What do you
feel
mean?
like
What Infume
Aquacore
says? Infume never
maybe
told
gave a
anybody
little bit
that.
of
He just
time
does shit, and then
to
I watch
practice
him, and
running
then I'm
these
like,
blocks.
oh,
It's hard to tell. I
that
feel like he was more
is
behind than he was,
annoying.
especially after looting that one chest.
And then
So
I'll
let's see
start
what
doing
the
it.
obby looks like. Nerdy, like you said, we could have to go bottom treasure if there's only 5 obby in chests. If the trades don't work out, there's 6 obby in that chest, and that's it. So Skycrab on 7 obby
But then, like,
has to go and
Not
check the
great.
trades.
what if there actually is
Could get 20, but
obsidian
it's
in the
not
chest?
guaranteed. We're
There's
on
not enough in
20.
like the top
So
chest.
there's the
Well,
rank trades.
Then you just
coming in
metagame and you
clutch
just
for
grab
us.
it later.
Good.
Not gonna need to go down.
Or you just go lower and neither of you check it ever.
As Aquacord checking his trades right now on 20 obby, he threw 3 gold on the ground.
Go, we
Skycrab
can-
also keeping 3 gold. Aquacord very intentional about keeping gold for this gold pick. We've seen runners, try to adopt that more.
Go,
and more.
Skycrab!
1 gold
First
pick,
in the fortress.
So
I like
even just compared to
eating,
0. the amount of time
Good
saved.
job.
I'm sure
God apple first.
difference between
Hey, good job.
3, like, I guess my point is
Thanks.
that
GG.
1 gold pick saves so much time compared to like having 3. Like just saving that 3 gold, you don't need like 4 gold picks to have a crazy impact.
I'd be
of
pie
the seed.
charting.
Just 1 gold pick for a buried 0 for just a little bit of terrain.
Why is
Oh, what
Skycrab
the
so far
fuck?
ahead?
But as I've been,
Bro, he's just been
jabbing
playing
into
the seed way
split, I don't
better.
know what Aquacord is waiting for. I guess string.
I was thinking string. Yeah, I mean the string
Yeah.
count is a little low. Skycrab
Aquacord's
decided to
geeked
lead
on
there
the seed.
a bit potentially early,
Aquacord
but
didn't
There's
do the arcade
glowstone
completion
on the
information.
spawner, right? So
How many
if the
explosives does
string was
Skycrab
low, I
have?
don't know what our crying obsidian count looks
didn't
like.
see
I
that.
do
5?
need 6 crying for
That's
each
fine.
respawn anchor.
It
Doesn't
says
matter
it
how
on
much
the
glowstone
thing
you
now.
have,
It's so
but
nice.
We're getting this
Oh, yeah, Mike,
glowstone.
yeah,
dude, this is
Actually,
crazy.
forgot about
glowstones
that.
right now at the
There's
spawner, we
glowstone
can
right here,
blaze,
too.
but at maybe half of
Yeah.
it.
I bet
There's
someone's
so
fat
much
fucking
glowstone
rectangle
just
cam is
buried
blocking
around
you.
Oh,
that
Well, not for you guys.
So something that maybe Aquacord was trying to play for that variance. You're a little bit behind. You're trying to open up the potential of more zeros because Skycrab only has 2 beds right now.
2-4.
But he's got the glowstone at the spawner. That
Wait, Aquacord doesn't
notably
play in the
is
glowstone
not at
spawner,
right
so he's not
now,
gonna get the extra
he's not gonna have this
explosive.
glowstone. So
What
the
the-
explosive count, honestly, in Skycrab's favor, even though Aquacord waited longer on the trades.
This is insane. Yeah, no, it's not the same
tons
spawner.
of crying obsidian, so having all that glowstone, super nice. Getting those 4 anchors and 2 beds, so not the worst situation at all. And Aquacord, like you said, Feinberg, that was just basically effectively raw time loss for him, unfortunately, meaning that now we see Skycrab blinding and with a pretty significant lead at this point.
Yeah, and he hasn't even eaten his notch still. There's
Not
so
cropping
much,
Wait,
it.
Skycrab still hasn't
That's
got a
weird
rod?
edge
What the?
cases happening in the seed all at the
Hello?
same time. The rates are bad. Skycrab finally on 2 rods. When's he gonna decide to eat this notch? I mean, surely he's not gonna hunger reset. I
Amber, don't call it that. It's an enchanted
Dude, I
gold
actually,
map.
Parker said it. Parker said it. I was like, we
I'm
actually,
just
it
thinking that he's
actually is
gonna
a media
be
training
too
segment
low
thing. We
on
can't
hunger to,
say
have any sort of
notch
natural
apple.
healing, but I guess it
Yeah,
I
just
feel like
that's
it's
why I'd
so,
say
like,
God
step
apple.
up
from
him.
notch, right?
Like,
you play
I
the
mean, yeah,
absorption, maybe saving
it's
it
so
to
bad.
I'd say
but
God
Yeah,
apple
it's
because
boards.
that's better.
Skycrab dimension
Yeah.
2
Because
odds.
God
Now,
made it.
I think
that
I
was
say
actually
notch
interesting.
apple
It
sometimes,
was
to be honest.
I think
Actually
it was
don't
the
even know what I
7% split. So it's
I
a
used
good
to say
thing that
notch a
he
lot.
measured a second
I've been
time.
trying
I
to
think
say
it was
EGAF.
700
Yeah.
at like 93% or something like that. So definitely good he didn't risk
I'm a
it.
God apple guy.
Aquacord only having to measure 1. I mean, this could come down to random, differences in these specific spawners that they're playing. Like, do these runners decide to start, mining out the side, the side of the netherrack to get that just extra 2-3% chance of 1 blaze? Skycrab's trying to get a pearl hang off from the spawner that he's at.
That pearl hang is crazy.
But again, I don't know exactly the terrain these runners have to take. They are at different spawners, which just makes it a little weird, but it's the same stronghold, so shouldn't be too different. As
Go, Skycrab.
Aquacord is leaving?
What?
How is he up on rods?
Wait, huh?
He's now ahead
up
of
on
us
rods?
in the same spot.
Did you just save a cycle off not
I don't
glowstone
know. I mean, he
spawner?
must have just
Yeah,
gotten
maybe it
better
was just the
drops, I
glowstone.
guess.
I mean, it matters
looks
for the
like
zero.
Skycrab
Better
has a-
drops? What do you mean better drops?
Only a few seconds.
Why did he say that? It was
Yeah,
that he got better drops.
wait, who said that?
Skycrab was dominating the scene.
He must have got better drops, I guess.
30 blocks away.
Who said that?
Nerdy.
But now,
Oh.
as they're trying to
Nerdy.
match chords in the middle here, but Skycrab
What the
first
fuck?
put the obsidian down.
What?
No, he.
So
If Nerdy
immediately
said he
back
got
in
better
his
drops,
Oh my
he
God,
got better
chicken
drops,
portal.
okay? Like,
Completely neck and
everybody
neck.
listens to
reset.
Nerdy.
Look at their health.
True.
No
True,
advantage
true.
for Aquacord. He has 1 chicken, but that's not going to matter. The
We
spike
can't-
looks
yeah,
a
we
little
can't
too
use
big
this.
to be a silverfish, but Skycrab's going to send it.
Let's get a
Aquacord
gapple in
looking
that
for a
chest.
better
What
spike.
the hell?
And
Sky
there's
Crab
Oh my god, that
Season.
was actually
Just a
fast
big
from
spike.
Sky
What?
Crab.
What?
He's
Oh,
entering?
Gapple,
Do you have a
Gapple.
Gapple
Oh, he has
here
a
so you don't
Gapple.
get
I was
the
like,
reset?
what?
So
I
don't
totally
need the
missed
hunger
that.
reset because he's on 6 hearts.
Wait,
Aquacore
where did he
will,
get
but
that
too little, too
Gapple?
late.
I
Can
have
Sky
no
Crab hit
idea.
the
I
2
think he
plus
Isn't a
4?
stronghold chest.
This is a hard zero
Oh.
though. Look, his side
A
setup.
bad
Oh,
pearl! We just
Oh.
sprint through and it
Oh.
just went
No, he's
down because
fine,
of
though,
the
he's
edge
fine,
of
he's
block.
fine.
It's still doable.
That
It's still
could give.
doable, right?
Well,
See if he
yeah,
gets
but
any
it
signs
could
of
fly
like-
easily.
Yeah.
It flew
I mean,
earlier
this is scary. He's
for.
Yeah, he
committed.
could have
He's
pushed
committed
95
to
there.
that,
So
right?
hard
So if this
for
dragon
Aquacore
flies,
too.
it's over.
Fucking push 95.
Oh, that's not good
It's a good
damage. Though.
double
It's not
bed.
good damage.
It's gonna wait a rotation on this anchor.
He fucked up. He fucked up. He
Oh,
fucked
good.
up.
Accident.
Airplanes.
It was gonna break.
That's
don't even
great
know.
damage,
That
though.
broke crystal.
Breaks the crystal and flies. So Sky Crab on a chase down now, but
Really?
Aquacore
I
isn't
didn't think he was
gonna
gonna
go
break
way
on
off
90.
for the
That's
zero,
crazy.
right?
Could be a very, very
Looks like he's
similar
going for it.
situation. He's in a 2
No,
plus
he didn't
3.
break crystal.
He's gonna
He
send the
sh-
2
he
plus
shouldn't
3.
Yeah, he was on 90. Why did he do all that?
What in the
Why?
tweet
Oh my God, he's
are
gonna
we
try to
doing
put-
on the Aquacore screen?
Wait,
And
what?
it's gonna
Where
fly.
were we
Oh,
going?
Top
Where
setup.
were
He
we
was
going?
trying to hit top setup. Bro's like tweaking.
I mean, with disgusting
That
damage,
was,
I think he should
that
get
was
this off.
mental.
The anchors are gonna
Do it.
let it happen.
Oh,
The dragon should
lift
get
it!
really low.
No, it's over. It's
Aquacore
over.
could kill the dragon here, but it flies again. It's not that it
Oh
breaks
my
the
God.
crystal, it's that the dragon
No,
gets too low.
it
So both
did.
the runners
That
now
broke,
in a life or
right?
death chase down.
That broke.
No, because now we're just
Notably
chopped.
nerdy,
This is a horrible situation.
Aquacore has
Stop.
saved one
Stop.
anchor.
Stop.
Because the
Stop.
dragon
It's true.
flew early,
It's
he
true.
didn't
No,
pre-place
I
all
think
of the ones that he had, and he
dude,
also just had an extra anchor to
that
begin
might
with.
be the
So even though
craziest
Aquacore's dragon's a little bit lower,
Lunacy
I don't
thinking
think he's
moment
going to
of
be able to
playoffs.
kill
It
the
wasn't too
dragon
low.
before
Skycrab, or no,
Skycrab
wait, no, it
hasn't
did
been
fly
able to do that.
actually.
He
I
has an
forgot. I
anchor,
thought
he's
it.
got all
I
the
thought
towers down.
Aquacord
I
was
don't
at
know how
95. I
Aquacord
forgot.
is in a situation where he can win
This
this
is
league.
really close.
Even if
Yeah, this is gonna be really tight.
Even if
Wait,
you're,
no,
like,
I
pushing
think
it high,
yeah,
Aquacore
looks
it
needs
like
to
doesn't
lock
matter
in
because
because
top
okay,
Push
yeah,
for
Sky
Skycrab.
Crab's
Yeah,
on
both
perch.
dragons look very similar. So there's the perch.
Oh, he has an
Doesn't have
anchor.
the anchor
Okay,
set
that's
Yeah, he has
up.
anchor. He just wins. What in the?
He's going to set it up
Like,
now.
what?
It's interesting that he puts
Good
it on the ground
damage.
instead of blowing it up on the
GG.
ground,
No,
but
that's
it
GG,
did enough
that's
damage
GG.
so that this
Oh,
axe should kill.
okay.
I was so
Aquacore,
shocked.
yeah,
I
just has
guess-
to handle these cage towers.
like,
It's
I guess
too
it's
much
fine.
to handle. Skycrab.
That was
taking
crazy.
Steve
Jesus
down.
Christ, what are they doing? They
Very
can't hit
chaotic
back
first seed.
95, 103.
That was hard to track. That was a very hectic
We'll
first seed.
see. Like, let me just
Uh,
say
like-
that.
Wait,
See, and, like,
Aquacore
I don't
had
even
two
have an
bed three
excuse
anchor,
that
like,
it's
that's
early
crazy.
because it's 1
That's
p.m.
hard.
for me right now. I feel like I could play 12 ranked seeds on the ladder,
Yeah.
and I don't even have half the
Yeah.
variance.
Wait, he had
Half
two
the
blood,
decision
three
making that
anchor?
Just went into that one.
Okay, then you have to airplace
Game
it.
1.
That was wild.
Aquacore
That was
Skycrab.
absolutely wild.
Everything felt weird. How? I don't know.
I still don't know exactly. Maybe we'll need a full analysis or something. I don't understand how Aquacord saved so much time on the spawner. I'm still stuck on that, like that one thing, let alone the entire end split that we saw there with just the most chaotic zeros that honestly, I feel like we've seen in, I don't know, a few seasons of playoffs. I mean, that was wild.
I mean, I think I heard a couple people in chat saying he had strays on the way to the spawner, and I guess the last cycle just too slow. But it came down to that one anchor, right? Like, if Skycrab had 2+3, then he wouldn't have had that extra anchor. Maybe the chase down goes a little different. I think Skycrab's still ahead just because
Wait, that going for top setup is crazy there, but like,
same time, but so he's just kind of ahead at clearing.
yeah, I guess, yeah. Two bed, three anchor, you would just go for top setup.
I'm so shocked. Aquacord was at like top 103.
So, but also
like back top 103. I don't even
I
know where to
like
stand
2 anchor
on
with,
that tower.
side
Like,
setup
I'll
is-
let you know a little secret. I've never even tried to build to back top 100. I don't even know where the blocks go. He just started going up there. It's
I love
uncharted
finding
territory in my
setup
head.
so much.
And
It's just in the
if
kitchen,
he didn't
bro.
slip off, like, he would have made it. I just don't have any idea. I've never even tried to do that, but Aquacord was confident enough to try on the 2+3.
It's actually not
and
that
still went
bad.
for
Back
the
100
save
is a lot harder than
after
103.
slipping off almost the whole tower. I wonder if the zero.
But your
is
pearls have
blocking
to
it,
be
so you
perfect.
have to
Yeah.
go for the zero, right? Like you just.
I like
Like
103.
top,
True. I mean,
that, like,
yeah.
the
That's a good
100?
chance, I
Because it's
think.
such a weird like mental
Yeah,
meta
then why would
game,
you
right?
even
Like,
go
you
for that,
saw
though?
Skycrab got
Because he
kicked
had
out,
two bed,
but
three
he didn't kill
anchor.
the dragon.
But like, yeah, I feel like I would
for
just,
crystal.
Do you
yeah,
think they
for
messed it up 'cause
crystal.
of low
I mean,
explosives? 'Cause actually,
it's just weird. weird.
runners
Like
are
2
getting
bit 3
the same
anchors,
trait,
like
right? So
you just have to airplace and then
Aquacore
you're
doesn't know
fine.
that Skycrab has some glowstone on his spawner, but he can at least make an assumption that he's
Oh,
probably
just
low on
airplace.
explosives because he only has 5 explosives.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just very, very interesting situation. And let's throw it over to the seed picks for seed 2 because I have to sneeze and I don't want to do that on camera. Now that I'm talking about it, it's going away.
Oh, that's the worst feeling. I'm sorry,
Unlucky,
Farmer.
man.
That is the worst. We do the shipwreck up next
What
here,
is
so that's
that?
going to be exciting stuff indeed. Maybe
Yes,
we'll
bitch,
see. I will say
slay.
the shipwreck's fine, bro. I like shipwrecks as long as we get
Damn.
iron or more iron. Like I need the shears, in my opinion, for a shipwreck to be good.
Yeah, the shipwreck seeds that are 8 iron, rotten flesh, 1 stew, and then the stew you eat it in the bastion and it's blindness, or you eat it in the four and it's weakness. Like those seeds are like, wow, ranked is not letting me have a good time. Or I mean, I don't think this is gonna happen in playoffs because we do hand screen the seeds in some way. They don't tell me how it works because I obviously play some of them. But some seeds on the filter, as those who play ranked might know, can have 1 tree on the island. And so you play an 8 iron shipwreck. There's 4 logs on your island. You can't even make doors. Like, so hopefully this shipwreck seed just has something for us, right? TNT in the food chest, carrots in the food chest.
It probably shouldn't be a loser of previous seed picks. What the?
Last time. Oh,
what?
Portal for us.
This is not a shipwreck seed.
Interesting.
Oh,
So
they
get some
always do
stuff
this.
off of that. Don't need to.
Did you
find
see
any shit here.
the Hacks
Crab
versus
heading to the coast first, but he doesn't
Steez
see it.
seed?
Spike
That was
neither,
like
I mean,
the
neither does
perfect
Aquacord.
RP into
Neither
a
of these
treasure
runners
spawn
dude.
into a port like half a pearl away.
Definitely a bit of a funky
Now
seed.
Sky
There we
Crab
go.
does.
Like, how much did Hacks
Like,
pay them
look
to
at
give
how
him
much
that
time
seed?
loss this is for
I
Aquacord. This
know.
is
Let's
like
be real.
on the front left of the island, and
Oh
they
my
broke
God,
the
Hacks
chest.
is the
So
fastest
Sky
playoffs
Crab
game
was trying to
ever.
scan for it.
Just, like,
Aquacord
fully
wasn't,
based
and
on,
maybe
like,
has
them
led to
giving
him
the seed.
losing this 10 to
Fulham is
15
asking
seconds
for
already.
desync assistance in ranked, and I'm too stupid to know if
You have
what he's talking about.
lots of iron there, and yeah,
Desync?
like you
Situation.
said,
There's the carrots. Nice.
Get in a boat and
We
leave.
can't enter on this room
I
portal.
don't
Not
know.
enough lava.
No. Like
city
about for
camp
like
crying
review.
in
He
the
thinks
room
Sky
portal.
Crab
So
was
this is, you know,
desync.
what your standard
Oh.
sort of random seed room portal would look like. Just some garbage. But we have the shipwreck. We have
Wait,
magma
what?
ravines in the ocean.
Sky Crab's like the
so
only
this is
person
gonna
who
be all
still does
right
tab
for
space,
these
I feel like.
runners. But Skycrab just so ahead. I mean, look at his hotbar. This is so absurd. He's got 2 axes, 2 pickaxes, shears, gold boots, no blocks or bucket or like look at his bar.
that is bizarre. That's absolutely bizarre.
It just looks like randomly generated. It's something that you'd like make
The
fun of
log
like a
portals.
survival player for having, right? It's like, oh, why does he have 8 tool in his hotbar? But this is, you know, the best RSG player to ever exist. That's the hotbar. As we're
Building his portal, also, I'd like to point out with the oak log. I thought that was really funny. That's just like so bizarre.
He's
But
going
hey.
manhunt here. This is so interesting. Aquacore could save a lot of time. We spawn right under manhunt, and he forced top down here. Aquacore's gonna spawn right
he spawned
here.
on the
I would just
bastion.
boat down right away.
Yeah, and not
Aquacore
the
might
best obby
need to play for the
situation.
variance. He's going to. Look, it's dry manhunt. I would like to send this. Is there obby? No
It
obby
is-
advancement for Aquacore yet. As far as I'm aware.
Let's check this chest out here.
Yeah, I thought Manhunt.
Yeah, no
made more
obby for
sense.
Aquacord. Wow, some manhunt punished in this situation. But if it
Bruh.
wasn't, you know, Aquacord saves a lot of time here. But we'll just have to see, Nerdy. Bastion, so interesting
Block
to
it.
split because
Aquacord just
Aquacord could have
mine.
30 extra pigs.
That's for lava housing.
You know, even though Skycrab did double triple, I don't really know how
Oh,
his pigs could get
alright.
lost, but they kind of have a mind of their own. So we have to wait till we see the Bastion exit split. But Skycrab has no ob either. Wait.
Yeah, I think it's just in one of the front manhunt. Not manhunt.
So
front
bad
housing
for
chests.
Aquacord, though. That's so bad for Aquacord because he doesn't play with advancements on, apparently. Some people in chat were saying that after the last seed, which is why he maybe didn't know that Skycrab got taken but not free the end. So because Aquacord doesn't play with advancements, he has no idea that Skycrab didn't get obby. He's going to just think that Skycrab got obby off the top of the Bastion. So Aquacore's going to have to go all the way up, check all 6 of those chests, no obby, and then go all the way back down. Skycrab can spend his time checking
really
all
good
of
point.
those outside housing chests, right? You know, the Mungie chest, the second floor chest, lantern chest, all out there that the obby could be in. Aquacore's going to lose so much time on this split unless he maybe decides to play home.
Did they just get 20 from
Or we just
trades?
get 20
No
from
way.
trades.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
trades
maybe
are just
we'll have to check
stupid.
out the trades here. We're at 18 already for Aquacord.
What
So
do
we
they
might
get from
just
a
not
chest?
need to worry
21!
about
God
it.
damn!
Let's get 21
Sorry,
obby from
Pepper.
12 gold blocks. And
I
then
think
just
you
not...
made a really good point. It just they happened to
I
get
tried,
20
I
obby.
tried. I
No,
tried.
I liked your analysis. I liked it a lot. Here we are on the spawner immediately, so no issues there. I don't...
Sub 4
Yeah.
spawner. He's gonna play spawner 2
And-
as well.
No, just leave out the
Aquacord
back
with
of
a
it.
little bit
Aquacord in
worse
different direction.
pearls. Yeah, he went to the left and then cut back to the right.
Maybe you can't.
double blaze bed coming out here for Sky Crab.
I mean, I
Now
feel like he just has
Aquacord.
such a commanding lead on the seed. This is the better spawner to blaze bed as well. Aquaquard's going to it, which just makes sense. But the terrain, sort of the netherrack out here, it's really hard to lose a blaze. The open spawner, you can lose those blazes if you don't, have time to build that soul sand out. You kind of hit him out of the way. And Aquaquard's going to go for just the single blaze bed. Maybe he only has one crafted. I don't know. I mean, we have 9 explosives for both players, so I'm not sure why he's not going for the double blaze bed. Shouldn't really matter for this clearance, but maybe
They're both playing the worst spawner. I mean, it's not that much worse,
Maybe
but
just
like,
feeling comfortable with that gold pick.
there's more fire to punch out because of this terrain.
Lazy or something, but in either case, it's hard to say. I don't know yeah, there's a 4 spawn, so maybe it didn't end up mattering.
It's like
misplaced. What is that, Jim?
No.
This is 20 seconds at worst. But does this have efficiency? He has the obby
It's okay. He's
to
overlapping.
recover this
W
situation,
overlap.
and you're
Yeah.
overlapping the blaze spawner.
It's not like
so
the worst
this
obby misplace ever.
unironically isn't like this is a pretty good obby misplace.
Yes.
All things considered. But for the mental, what does it do? Right? If you're Skycrab, you don't want these blazes to both drop because then you fully wasted time. But no, and he didn't lose a spawn cycle.
He
He
like
lost
doesn't
no
even
time.
lose time to that.
That is
He
very
lost
funny. That is very
zero
funny.
seconds from that misplace. Actually, 0
Okay,
seconds.
not 0 seconds. Like,
Wow.
Fully
That
overlapped
is
the
wild.
pick and
Oh,
the
maybe,
slow
actually.
spawner split 0 time loss.
It's pretty rare that an obby misplace like that actually has a 0 time loss, unless you just have like 30 obby. No, but even then, it's like it still is time loss usually. So hey, there you go.
Yeah, he didn't need to rebuild another portal at all. There's basically nothing he can do to like help overlap. I mean, I guess he could get a pearl hang off. Maybe he doesn't have time to pearl hang. Yeah, because the blaze spawns right now, but gets the rod and he goes. So literally lost almost no time.
Wow.
But Aquacord somehow
Go
Yeah, I guess
Aquacord!
just like spawner cycle. I'm not
Oh,
exactly sure
Aquacord
what
keeps
happened
making
there,
up
but-
time.
One pickaxe difference.
I thought he was pre-crafted. Maybe he's not pre-crafted. I think he is though. Some lower terrain.
What
from
is this
Skycraft
decision to
sending,
go
but
lower?
Aquacord higher above chords.
Are they close?
So
No,
this is
wait.
good chords for Aquacord. He
No, yeah,
is
like
about
10
20
blocks to
blocks
go.
away and gonna be building this portal first.
Wow, they're gonna build. No, they're gonna build.
I'll be
portal, like,
down
they're
first for
gonna get the same
Aquacord, but
time.
it's so close.
That's wild, yeah. Both
Oh my
building the
goodness.
portal- No, Skycrab just a few seconds
Awkward, like,
behind,
4
like you said,
seconds
Feinberg,
ahead.
and here we are, 6:35
Oh, that's a
stronghold
really
enter.
big spike though for Aquacord. Not loving that, but he likes the top right.
Skycrab's
Oh,
gonna
God,
go
He's going up
mid.
mid. Yeah, this is interesting. There's light source mid.
gonna
Oh,
walk
it's
in.
mid.
Oh.
It's mid.
oh.
Wow.
Wait, stop.
It's
And he
mid.
only has a
despite
golden carrot on 5
Mm.
hearts, but it's open and he's got 4 bread to spare. So the fact he's on 1 heart
Yeah,
here
he's
isn't going to
chilling.
matter as he heals up so much from the golden carrot anyways. And compared to last seed 0 nerdy, this is like level 1 in the tutorial. Back
Yeah.
85. We have 9
little bit different.
explosives. Last seed back 103, 2+3. Skycrab should be very, very free. Not even going for the double bed here. Good discipline. Don't want to make any
Whoa.
random mistakes. Arrow goes through the dragon.
Very
Stuff
nice.
to get awkward. He knows he doesn't need to push.
2-0
Dang.
Skycrab.
Time.
What?
Awkward just now in the end, and that's Skycrab up.
Up 2-0. I mean,
2-0, nerdy.
I'm on my pick'ems.
That was again another great seed back
That
and
was a sub
forth.
8? Holy fuck.
Ultimately, it did come down to the nav, and I don't know. That's very impressive stuff from Skycrab, taking a 2-0 lead. Again, Skycrab's first ever
Damn.
playoffs, and
Both of them
might
lost
be
so
headed
much
to the
time to
final
looking
day,
for the
Feinberg.
shit.
he's locking it in.
I mean, what a
right now.
story. Like, we have to finish this. We have to finish the match, right?
Yeah.
He's not there yet, but Aquacord, 4th place last season, gets to final day, and everyone on the final day gets to play 2 games, right? Because we have the 3rd place match. And
It's
only
so funny.
one out
Like
of
this is
4
what was
players
happening against me
loses twice.
when I was playing
Unfortunately for
Skycrab as
last
well. I was
season,
just entering
that
for it
was
later,
Aquacord.
and then I
They're
was
the
saving
only
time in
player
end
in the
game.
entire playoffs bracket that
And
gets to
Aquacord saved
lose
like
twice.
25
You have
seconds in the
massive
court and terrain
privilege
nav,
to,
and
you know,
then-
be 1 game away from getting money twice and lose twice. And so, yes, you did get 4th, right? There are a lot of people that got 9th. They're like, in the bottom 8, but it doesn't feel good,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't speak
It's
from
not
experience.
over.
I've never been there, but I can't imagine it feels great to, lose semifinals match, lose out on $1,500, then right away have to go play the 3rd place match, lose out on $500, end in 4th. You don't get the trophy on your low profile. It doesn't get immortalized on the website with your name on the what is it called, like the podium forever. So Aquacord had that happen to him last season. He was our luckiest unlucky player. and Skycrab now stopping him from getting back to that final day at 2-0 right now, Dirty. I mean, what a game.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Aquacord, but I mean, I do feel like you said at the beginning of this, I mean, Aquacord with one of the best averages in the sort of aggregate of, you know, a decent amount of matches. I personally feel like it's not over. You know, I don't want to get, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Like, Aquacord is a very scary opponent. I feel like even if you're Skycrab, it's not going to be an easy win necessarily. I mean, obviously, you know, there's a good chance you just have to win one of the next 3. But, I mean, Aquacord's a dangerous player. If he can lock back in, you know, shift the momentum in his favor.
Dude, I almost got reverse
I don't
swept.
want to underestimate.
I was so nervous, bro.
Yeah, I feel like he's been saving so much time in both those fortresses, right? The splits that we've seen and just Skycrab pretty ahead of him, and sort of giving up as they're going to chords.
Blaze got unlucky and had a fucking skeleton.
So we're actually going to call in
out of
Fulham
nowhere kill him.
for a mid-match analysis segment.
Yeah.
He's going to see maybe where Aquacord's saving that time, maybe where Skycrab is, you know, winning the seeds. But we'll be back here after that analysis. to
Was he
watch
ahead of me? Like, did he get to the
Aquacord
spawner
versus
before me?
Skycrab.
No.
He didn't get to the spawner at all.
Oh.
Cool. Okay.
But like,
Hello.
Dude, that last
Right.
scene was so weird. Like,
I am going to try and do
Did
this.
we
as
just
much
both take
justice
the
as
wrong
I
terrain
can.
to the
However,
fort?
I understand
I think,
that
yeah,
this
like
is
Blaze might
an
just take better terrain to the
insanely niche
fortress.
mechanic.
Also,
but
like
I'm going
entering
to
the
try and
bastion was
explain
like
as best
you
as
entered
possible
in like a
for
weird way
as
where it's like I
wide
think
of
like
an
the hog
audience as
fucked you
possible.
over.
During that second seed, I
You think he actually had
discussed with a
desync?
plethora of amazing
Oh,
top-level speedrunners about this exact thing right here. We'll watch it through at full speed first, just to try and talk you through it, and then I will try my best to do it justice and explain exactly why Skycrab's Pearl doesn't go where he's looking. As you can
it's
see,
just like
this
the more that
you
Pearl
sprint
jump
over a block,
seems
right?
as
Yeah,
though
yeah.
it
The more
should
that I
be
look,
flying
it's totally
straight up
correct.
that
I'm
tower,
totally
going
correct
very
in the
high.
order.
However, his Pearl lands at Y74. That is definitely not a normal Pearl. It's not something that is expected.
Why is it
That
silver?
is, you know, that we're gonna really
Basically,
see
like,
from these top level runners.
that's
And
so
I
hard to
spoke
explain.
to specifically silverrruns playoffs participant this season. And I'm gonna
If you're on the
try and
edge of
sum
the
up what he
block
said exactly,
and
not
you
in his
run
own words,
off of
so
the
if
block,
I mess this
and
up,
then you
it's fully on me.
jump,
I'm just trying
the
to,
game thinks you're
you know,
falling,
give a summary
but you're
in a very quick
visually
and digestible
not
format. But
falling.
notice that his Pearl is kind of a little bit
Oh, I
limp
see.
here. It almost doesn't look like he's jump thrown. And the reason behind that is, as you can see, as he
Yeah, it
looks
thinks you
down
tripped.
after this Pearl, you'll notice there is actually a block edge here.
But
Effectively,
then
like
for
a
some
grip.
reason, if you
There
just
is a one block
jam
forward
W space,
and if you
Yeah.
sprint jump,
then it doesn't
on
happen.
It doesn't
the
happen
edge of a block,
because
it can limp your Pearl
when
occasionally
like
because of client server desync.
you can sprint
So,
off of
technically,
the
every
block
game
and
is
then
run
jump,
through an internal
right?
server on your PC.
And then that when you're
Oh.
off
Tiny
the
little bit of
block,
desync
that one
can
tick
make
that you're
the
off the
game
block,
think one thing and the
it
server
will
think
think
completely
your pearl's
different.
falling.
Meaning, the server thinks
You
you're
should just like
actually
That makes sense.
never,
falling off of
like,
this
unless
block
you're like
here,
a little
like
bit
you're
far
falling
away from the
down
tower, you
on a
should
level.
just like
But
always
the
just
game,
jump pearl without like
to
going
you,
forward, right?
looks like you're jumping up.
I don't
rather
even
than
know
down.
if he was sprinting. Like he was just
And
walking to
this
the side, but I think
confusion
the same
means
effect
that
would
the
still happen
server
if he was
throws the
walking to the
Pearl
side.
as if
Yeah.
you're trying to fall
Yeah.
down.
I
I
meaning
always
like
just
client
jam
side.
pearl
you
for
gotta
my
go
pearls.
hang
Now,
out with
that
where
is
you
not
just
a
jump
perfect
pearl.
explanation. That
Yeah,
definitely cuts
yeah,
out
I jam
a
my
lot
pearls always
of
too,
the
and
information
then
that
jump.
is, you know, well known within the very, very top levels of the community. But I'm trying to give it
Moving
a
forward doesn't
explain
really
like I'm
affect your
5
momentum
kind of
like
thing.
at all,
Explain like
right?
I'm Cole 1, if you will.
Wait, what?
No, it helps a lot.
And I think that is going to do it
Like
as about
sprint
enough
jumping
justice
and
as it
then
possibly can.
rolling?
Skycrab only
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
crank
Yeah,
up
it
to
helps a lot. So it gets you like
I
10,
think
20 blocks.
Y90 standing here. And
Seriously,
not
okay.
able
For zero,
to
it doesn't really
kill
do
the
anything,
dragon
though,
on
in
the
my
zero
opinion.
cycle.
Or
But
like I do it for the
fortunately
first
enough,
2
does have
pearls
that
on
one
zero
extra
sometimes,
explosive
but
that the
not for the last pearl.
commentators did speak about early on, and is able to
How did he
finish
blow
off
that up?
the dragon.
misclicked.
Apologies that I don't have that clip
Is
right
it
now
is it
ready.
better for height? Is what I mean.
Is
Sorry.
able to finish off the dragon after a chase down.
I
And
mean,
obviously
okay.
able to
I don't
finish
think
out that
so.
second seed as
It-
well. It is 2-0.
It's
I'm not going to
faster,
hold
like-
you guys for any
Like
longer.
if you're trying to push
Sending
it
you
back
guys
100
to
top setup,
Daddy and Feinberg in the booth.
like I'll sprint pearl that because it just like I don't think it's better for height, but like your pearl just gets to the top of the tower faster if you aim correctly. It's just like kind of harder to aim, so that's why I don't do it normally.
Let's go to 1.2 where the I think
Honestly, I know
1.2,
it's
the
like
build
I know
limit
it's like
got
good for
up
like
to 256. That was a
like
good
horizontal
version.
distance.
That's
Like I know
cool.
that.
That's
But,
cool.
like,
was a great version. 1.2 was awesome. You
No,
guys
height,
did
it does.
Nether
Well,
and,
height, it's
half
just
the
like
time it's just
jump and jump is
strobe
just the
light
same, but
flashing,
it's just like
black
you
screen,
get
like legit unwatchable gameplay.
there
Let's
faster.
go.
The
Let's
pearl
have
to travel,
ranks
like
with
the
10 on 1.2.
trajectory
That'd
is
be good
different,
for
so
our
you can
tech
just use it
season,
in different.
little
Yeah, there we
milestone.
go. It would be a little bit
There'll
of
be no
a
desync. There'll be no
surprise.
there's no ghost bucketing either. There's no ghost
Did I
bucket. We see
spend
the
$800
fastest
on that
ever
RAM?
on,
Bro, I
on
bought that RAM so
1.2,
long
but
ago, I don't even remember.
in all seriousness,
Oh, probably
here
not.
at the
RAM is
Village,
like really
Aquaboard,
expensive right
it's
now.
the illusion of
Really?
choice, and it's the most.
Yeah, and GPUs now too, because AI.
I can't think of the word. Unlucky.
GG.
It's the most in-depth, intellectual seed type out of the
GG
five, right?
and the fucking
BT
humanity.
Shipwreck, it's kind of just about knowing those crafts mechanically. Sometimes TNT placement, we've seen matter a lot in the Dougal versus Blazemine game log situation, and it's about finding the ravine village. So many moving parts, right?
Situation.
Where are you getting your food? So many options for food: chests, carrots, hay bales, animals, right? Like pigs, cows. If you have early flint or early lava bucket, where's your enter? How many lava pools are there on the seed? Where's your gravel? Are you wood lighting? Where's the golem? Where are the beds? So much movement versus a BT seed where there's one chest and that's all your loot, right? Shipwreck 2 chests, all your loot. Room portal 1 chest, that's all your loot. So
All right.
seed could see go.
Let's see this village overworld. I really liked Awkward's village overworld play in the last one, but I also really liked Skycrab, so both of them are kind of just demons, maybe.
Food chest to the right.
You grab the food chest first, because if you get 3 emeralds...
Oh, see some sliding immediately.
2 emeralds, that's so sad. If we have 3 emeralds, there's that 2 in 3 chance for the Iron Axe trade from the Weaponsmith villager, but 2 emeralds, you're too broke for that villager.
Getting a gold axe here anyways, so looking good
Could buy bread.
regardless, but we do see, immediately some slightly different routing here, Feinberg. Not too much different, but just,
Awkward could buy bread.
It is always to see how different runners
Skycrab doesn't make that mistake. This is such a micro thing, but in his last match, he had a gold axe in the overworld. He broke a bed with a gold axe, which ate 2 durability off the axe, and then didn't have enough in the bastion. But I looked at this with Silver after the first match. We were very interested in the gold axe because it happened in his match. It was gold axe, stone sword versus stone axe, gold shovel, and gold axe.
Oh my god, Skycrab has a good line.
You kill the
Spots
golem,
it.
you break a crafting table twice in the overworld, you have
He has
2
blocks,
durability for the bastion. So you can break 2 chests in the bastion quickly. You have enough durability, assuming you can get blocks other ways. This seed, it's not going to be impactful
Dude,
because
Skycrab's gonna
shields,
3-0.
right? So we're using the
Awkward's
golem
just
to
like,
block
where is
some
he
shields
going
here, that
even?
makes sense, but
No,
He's just
Skycrab
like
spotted the
I
lava
believe use
going
your
on a
gold axe
stroll.
should have enough
Wait,
durability
who?
to
Awkward?
Is
kill the golem with the
Awkward?
gold axe.
Is Awkward going? Okay. He sees the lava.
We
I
have
thought he was just
Bashir, so
going
this
a random
discussion
direction.
doesn't matter at all. Skycrab and Awkward both
Skycrab
heading
with
towards this
2
flower force.
Bro, why do they keep talking about me?
Skycrab's still holding on to the emeralds here.
Yeah, and a
You're
little
so
bit of a
obsessed
lead
with
here
you,
once
man.
again for Skycrab.
To the glazing,
to see if he can
I mean,
maintain
I think it's a lot of a lead, right? Aquacore hasn't even started building his portal. Just the micro routing
Don't act like
for
you're
the
not
wood,
happy
for the
about it.
food.
Oh my god, he's... Skycrab played that like so lights out.
For Skycrab. On the way to
Oh my god,
maybe
3-0. My
the
pickums are
first
so
sweep
fucking
we've seen, second sweep we've seen all bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, Skycrab. I mean, I think a lot of people would say Aquacord was the favorite in this seed, but
Where did
Skycrab
Snow
is
Crab come
absolutely
from?
setting aside his lack of
Ludwig
playoff
Holmes.
experience and playing very well so far.
It's just like, where do you
grab
get
the
the snow from
gilded.
the
Oh my god, no, he's losing so much time.
He's
Awkward's gonna
so
save so much
low
time on
here.
this.
Skycrab was
what's
so high.
happening
Aquacore's
here?
going even lower.
Wait, why?
They have gold axe.
And
Just
it is
drill it.
housing,
Oh
but
my
I don't
god,
think you can
such
commit to
terrible
mana at this
terrain.
angle, and he's just so low to this bastion.
If you
He's
said
gonna use
gold
all
axe
his
is
blocks
like
to go.
kind of
Skycrab's
bad
gonna save
sometimes
even
because like
more
if you
time
get too much
from
shit,
this
then
terrain.
you might
Yeah,
distract
no,
pigs.
absolutely. I don't know if
Yeah, but
Skycrab saw the
they
fortress.
don't
I know
have
that Aquacord
a
did,
messy
so
inventory.
Yes,
could end up mattering, but
He's
true.
like 5
just
chunks
like,
away, so I
actually
don't really
look at
know.
Awkward.
It's not
What
like
I
it's
like to do is
crazy
just
terrain
break
and
this.
it's treasure bastion.
Dude,
It is just
Awkward lost a
right
gold
here in
block.
housing.
Really?
Skycrab
Yeah,
already
I like to
down
break the
half
single
trade
chest and
rolls.
then like
Aquacord
just throw out a distraction and
just
loot the
making his way
sing
down
or
to
loot the
mid
double
outpost. And he
chest.
saw the fort on the
I
way
guess that's
down,
valid.
so
valid.
surely
It's
Skycrab
so
saw it as
linear.
well. He hasn't made
You
any
should like go
errors. High rate
straight
so
to the
far.
fucking chest
junk.
yourself too.
Um,
And just like whatever that was.
But
And
yeah.
the way it's looking right now, I mean, the 3-0, we'll see what the trades look like, right? But we've 4 beds worth of string already. We have 2 beds pre-crafted
Dude, he has so many pigs. What?
obtained from the village for blaze betting. Skycrab at
Just
13,
do you
14
guys like
IBR,
when you're
he
doing
hasn't
mid
even
down?
checked
Do you
his
throw
double
the
down
gold
here.
like near the pit or just to the
We've
left?
seen Aquacord make up time in
Near
these
the
I
pit.
saw someone throw it
seeds.
more to the
That
right.
That
is
is
true.
something
That
we've
is
seen
true.
in both the
Okay.
seeds. So it could happen again, which is interesting, right? Because it feels like Skycrab at such a big
I
skill
like
in
this.
Go, crab.
RSG to be able to, try to maximize how fast you can get 6 rods.
Go fire us.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
shit,
bad.
fire
That's
res.
bad.
So gonna have to throw
Yeah.
another pearl.
Ooh, it's
Pretty
Which one
close
awkward.
mistake there. I'm pretty sure that's what he's
Dude,
waiting
I don't
for.
want
I'm
Skycrab
pretty
to
sure
3-0.
that's what he's missing.
Well, he just didn't maybe fully check his
He's
trade.
just
a
How
too
little
much
bit.
embarrassing would it
aura.
be
Going
for
down.
us
He's
if
gonna go
Skycrab
fire
won
res when he gets
playoffs? Like,
Aquacord.
I know,
guy who
Fire
just
res,
mains
right?
RSG and
He's
does
got
Skycrab
rank for
wins
fun.
playoffs
right?
and
Like
Loki has world
what
record.
was
Like,
maybe
what
a
is wrong with
30-second
all of the
lead
fucking speedrunners?
is now maybe half.
Absolutely.
That's so
And every
In the
second
health
really does
situation,
matter here.
1.5 hearts, right? Any
And
stray.
yeah, look at this. Awkward leaving.
And Skycrab can't really. I mean, he's being so aggressive with these pearls, but he's
No,
on
but
one
to
heart
be
in the
fair,
spawner. He hasn't popped the
Skycrab should
fire res,
have
and he's gotta
RSG
pop it
world
now.
record. Like, think about it.
Ooh.
I mean, he
Like,
should.
imagine
True,
Aquacord
yeah.
is
Stuck
stuck
in
in
a
the
block, but
fences,
he's
but he's
okay.
on the
ranked
spawner, right?
playoff
So
winner
all this
and
time loss is
like
now even.
unbeatable RSG record. Like, oh my
Skycrab
god.
going for spawner 2. Aquacord staying at spawner 1.
Fuck.
So now some
Fuck.
variance in
Scaring
this
me
four.
here.
Don't
And
even type
Skycrab's
those 3
lost
numbers in the
all
chat, bro.
of his time
My
save
fucking
that he
heart.
had from the start of the
I don't
season.
even like going to the second spawner, I'm not
Just
gonna
off
lie.
of missing that one fire res.
Oh my god, he's losing so much time.
And not on too much HP.
Does
2.5
anyone know
hearts
when
here, so gonna
when
have to hopefully use
Feinberg's
the bread
match
and
is?
heal up.
He's out.
Fire
Yeah, in
clear
like
out
4 months,
spawns,
maybe.
but honestly, 3 spawns before a blaze bed is
Yeah,
isn't
no
bad.
blaze bed, right? And he still gets the 3 spawn, not punished at
Season
all
10 on the
for
way.
the healing and the other
Right.
inventory stuff he had to manage, right? Took an extra spawn on this spawner for only one blaze loss. And Nerdy, these spawners are far enough apart where we could see different strongholds.
What is
I mean,
this?
dude,
Could see
true.
different
That is true.
terrain
Aquacor's
to the
like-
strongholds as well.
Wait, what?
Looks like
Yeah,
Aquacord
Aquacord has
here a
6
little bit ahead
rods,
at this
yeah.
point, honestly, on 6 rods.
Yeah, Nerdy, maybe
Lightning
people
out.
saying it was a
Is
2
it?
plus 1 cycle. It was 2 cycles for those 3 blazes. So just 2 fast cycles. So Skycrab, is he going to get the rods here? Even if he does,
Bro, you coulda measured
Aquacord's
that.
Bro, he
measuring on
coulda
6
measured
with
that.
crafted explosives. So
I guess it doesn't really matter,
Skycrab gonna
because...
try to go for the 7th rod.
the
He
eye
does
broke.
get it, so he can leave
But, like, bro.
his measurement, and Aquacord
Wait,
got an eye
so
break.
the eye broke,
So
but
Aquacord needs
Skycrab has
another
7.
blaze, which is
He
right
knows
here, but
it's-
it's some time loss, right? He's got to get this blaze, and he doesn't
He
have
knows
the
it's
pre-crafts.
fucking...
So
He doesn't
closer
have
than we
gold
think now,
pick.
because Skycrab can measure, leave this eye and go. And
What the
pearl
fuck
hang
is
was
this rod
towards
down here?
Skycrab's
Skycrab.
spawner.
Oh my god, okay.
Skycrab
it?
pearling
It's
out as
close
well
now,
Yeah, I
it's
think you're
close.
Right.
I didn't realize that he didn't pre-craft.
Maybe not the same code. Skycrab just a pearl ahead, same terrain.
Everyone
Right
has
into
gold
right now.
picks, too.
Also
Like,
gold picks,
Do we build
yeah.
on this
Aquacord
terrain?
made
Do
too
we
many
build lower?
beds.
206, 220. Skycrab right
no,
here.
they're so
wide
synced up
49.
though.
Heading
my God.
lower,
Oh.
but
Get
Aquacord
down.
just a little faster. And Skycrab slips.
Oh my
What?
god, bro, it's like his
Ooh.
617.
No, don't
He's
say
got time.
that.
It's not
Only
blinking.
one. Okay,
It's not
okay, okay.
blinking.
Hello.
I'm a little scared.
But he slips.
I think
Aquacord
should
in
be fine.
first.
Dude,
Even
imagine
started.
there's
But
Enderman
Does
in
he
the
get
slipped
lava.
off on second portal.
It's a good spike back. Skycrab though.
That's a weird spike.
I thought it was a good spike behind. Aquacord going down here.
Please, Aquacord.
Some lights down again. This is committal.
curse of
It's a lot of
6-7.
time loss if this is the wrong way.
No spike.
Skycrab doesn't know where he's going either.
Have again.
Ooh.
Smooth
Couple of
letting
nav
off,
gestures
bro.
here.
Smooth letting off. Come on.
What the fuck?
Is
Where
it just
is
called
it?
down mid? Where are we headed?
Is it? It's not
Water
bottom
staircase
left,
down
right?
mid. Skycrab's
Oh my god,
coming
it's
to it.
just
Gets a
mid.
great
No,
spike and it's
Skycrab's fine.
good.
Bro.
He's here first again.
Bro.
Nah.
Wow. Once
Wait, he threw it.
again.
Nah,
1-0
no.
cycle.
Always go
from the
mid,
final
always go
day
mid.
here. Skycrab, someone not even in the discussion 2 months ago.
Crazy.
He's now
stuff.
2 pearls away. 3
He's
pearls
just
away.
winning to
5 beds
nav. He
away
won 2 games in a row to nav.
from day
Yeah.
4. 3
He
on
is the nav
Aquacord,
prince.
and it's
It's
back
so
again.
boring.
There's
He's
no
slipping
way.
a little bit on the nerves here, but
Oh,
even with still can
shaky.
get to 95, and we have
95.
13 explosives.
Oh, I can totally fucking make it.
In
Please,
so much
Skycrab
time, he
10
doesn't have
beds
to
and
push
Aquacord
the
2
stall.
plus
Aquacord
2s.
just in the end, it's something
Yeah.
clean 3+2 potential anyways, even if he doesn't hit it.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
Aquacord
a
pushing
beautiful
99
storyline.
for the aura.
Guy Crab is gonna make it to
Oh
our
my
final
God.
day, Feinberg.
3-0.
Wow.
Bro.
That is
Wow.
amazing. That is so
Wow.
cool, man. Oh my
Like,
goodness.
Awkward
First
just-
ever playoffs. So many people excited to watch.
Holy
that.
shit! Wait, I was not
Look
expecting
who's in
that
the
at
final
all.
day.
It's
He was
not even a
getting in
3-1. It's not even a 3-2. He didn't let
Shut the
Aquacore take a
fuck up.
seed, Nerdy. And
Yeah,
Skycrab
that's crazy.
is in the top 4.
Bro. 3-0 is
Awkward
crazy.
does kill the dragon too. It just does not quite fast enough. 824, a 3-0 for Skycrab.
Jesus.
Wow.
Losing a stronghold now.
He just
is like the most
uncommitted.
painful shattering thing ever.
Wow,
I mean,
wow,
2
wow.
matches
The
in a row to
Skycrab
stronghold now. That's
doubters
crazy.
having less and less to hold on to, you know. Oh,
Dude, if
he's so good at
Skycrab
RS2,
wins
but
the
is he
whole
gonna be
thing,
good at
I'll
ranked, right?
leave
Oh,
MCSR.
it's proving you wrong. Final day.
Wait,
In
Because
the
it's
first
it's time
playoffs.
for a new king to replace me.
wait, okay, I want Skycrab to win
That's
now.
amazing. I mean, 824 win. That is so good. I love to see Skycrab get this far. This is so
He's
exciting. I
fast.
mean, I don't know.
I don't even
This is
wanna
such a
know
cool
what
storyline. I
Aquaport's
feel like a
thinking
lot
right
of
now.
people, obviously very
3-0
excited to
is
see Skycrab
crazy.
here. And I mean,
Yo, is
I
Nerdy
will say,
wearing a
I
collar?
doubt it. I had Skycrab
Oh,
moving,
no.
moving on to this
I thought
weekend, but
it's
I
just
did
a
not
light
have
colored
him
shirt. I
moving
thought
on
he
to
was
the
wearing
final
a
day,
collar,
so
and I was gonna
Skycrab
pop him for the accessories.
is proving me wrong here. I had Aquacord winning this game, and Skycrab just
So anyway.
shuts
Watching
down
on
Aquacord
Tiny Mobile,
with a
it's hard
3-0
to
win.
see.
Yeah, and we have an interview, so let's talk to him and see his thoughts on this match.
How many words this time?
Skycrab,
Less or more than
welcome
10?
into the booth. How are you feeling after
It was
that
good,
3-0
Spyro. I woke up,
domination of Aquacord?
and then I watched soccer, and then I
feel
fell back
good.
asleep,
Dude,
and
I
then now
didn't
I'm here.
expect to actually win because
That sounds
I didn't
awesome,
have that
man.
much
I
sleep
didn't
tonight,
expect
so
to win. It's such a
I was
funny
fe-
opening line.
I was feeling pretty not confident, but
What's your sleep schedule looking like right now? Is it good? Are you just
no,
is it
it's
nerves
horrible.
getting-
It's so
Oh, it's horrible. Oh no.
yeah, and also I woke up and I just couldn't sleep.
Oh yeah.
Because I
He's
was
not as
too
nervous this
stressed, I don't
time.
No, it's understandable. It's a lot of pressure, but I think you've
Yeah.
handled the pressure well. I guess my question for you is, do you think that this is going to give you confidence for tomorrow? I mean, taking a 3-0 win is pretty big, or do you think you're still going to have like a lot of nerves for tomorrow's game?
I think yeah, I'm pretty confident tomorrow. Maybe. Well,
Sweet. That's awesome.
at least I'll get more sleep compared to today.
That would
hope.
be good. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
We noticed that in all in a lot of your games, it came down to the nav.
Yeah.
How
I'm
did that
pretty
feel like being
confident,
behind
maybe.
and coming back in the stronghold? Did that feel? I don't know. How did that feel for the zeros? Did that give you confidence? Did that make it more intense? Like how did that feel to be behind and come back in those strongholds?
Versus Einstein
Yeah,
next
I know.
game.
I just got lucky on the navs, I think. Especially the last one. I just went mid and just hoped for the best.
Einstein
But
is so
on both
funny.
seeds, I was ahead by like 10 seconds in the end, so I just took it like safe. Didn't want to like do something stupid on the zero.
Yeah, no.
Do you think he's more nervous for
played
the
really
interviews or
well.
playing the matches?
Man, that first seed.
Dude,
was
I think
super
everyone is
chaotic.
more nervous in interviews
Walk us
sometimes.
through. Do you
Except for,
remember?
like-
I
except
know
for,
it was
like,
a few
hacks.
seeds ago, but
Dude,
what
Dude's
was
got a
going
lot
through your
better. You
head
got a
for
lot
that
better,
1-0
dude. Your
with, like,
interviews are very fun
you
to
know,
do.
You know the zero I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that first
I
seed.
don't
I mean,
know.
that
I
was,
just
that
like
was wild. What was going through your head? in that
I don't
seed?
get nervous for the interviews, but I just like
thought
kind of don't know what to say
when I was doing
sometimes.
the
So I just
zero,
like
I thought
I just say random
maybe
stuff.
It's okay.
just
People are
to
just
go-
happy to hear
go
from you.
for one
It
cycle,
works.
'cause I'm not that confident with like 2-bed 4 anchor.
For my interview, I just like
qualifier,
ChatGPT'd
so
it.
I
So
but I
Yeah.
still went for it.
No, thank God we don't have to worry about that.
According might hit it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's all, I mean, that's
But
all
I'm
I got here.
just
Feinberg.
very
You got
pro
anything else to
AI
ask
as a
Why is
person.
Feinberg saying nothing?
No, I mean it's hard when it's hard to ask questions.
Dude,
A
Nerdy's
lot of them,
interview
you
guy.
ask questions about how you lose a seed, how you bounce back, mistakes that you made, but it's a 3-0. There's not that much to ask about. I mean, it was just good Minecraft all day, and I mean, I'm excited to see you back
Wait,
tomorrow. The whole
this is
chat,
so
the
fire.
whole crowd, the whole world's excited to see you back tomorrow. I mean, you
What
got
happened? What
hacks
did he
to go
say?
through first. The winner of last
No,
season.
Mustard said this
Look
stupid
at your
thing.
chat.
Like
Look
you
at your
said,
chat.
hopefully
What
you
is
get some more sleep tonight. Please,
Nah, what is this?
confidence. But I'm just excited to watch you play some more ranked tomorrow. I mean, it's just some great stuff, and see the storyline continue. I don't have anything else. You got to get some sleep, man. It's got to be a good game tomorrow. And we'll see you
Yeah.
back, hopefully in the winners booth, and maybe on the podium as well. So, great Minecraft. Thanks for joining us here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, man. See you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Oh my God. Maybe Skycrab.
That was
I mean, I
fantastic.
literally I had no questions. Like, I was even trying to remember. I didn't remember the zero on the first seed
Yeah,
until
yeah.
you even talked about it. Like, I couldn't even remember that first seed was so chaotic.
I mean, dude, that's so. I mean, okay, listen.
3-0 is
I'm
nuts.
just so excited to see Skycrab take like I feel like that's such a.
I'm gonna be honest.
that's-
I don't
that's a
think I
statement,
predicted
Fire. I'm
the
stuttering
right
my
winner
words
in
here,
my
but that's a
pick 'em.
statement. I feel like it's like it's not like you're
Well, who did you
barely making it
predict?
through, you know,
Oh,
just squeaking
Silver.
by or whatever.
Oh.
It's like Skycrab's
I know. It's just-
dominant
Well-
in that last seat. I mean, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
actually, I did
that
them for
last
some
series.
reason. So
I mean, I guess all three matches
Oh
were pretty
wait,
close,
I
but
should go do that.
still, very well played to
Was a
Skycrab,
Nav.
proving his
And he
I'm
worth.
gonna
super
edit it
got
to
lucky in the
Feinberg.
nav, but I don't like.
I don't know.
that's fucking
I feel like you
cheating.
said
himself.
it's luck, but like you're playing the same seed.
Silver, for all of your
right? I feel
analysis
like
videos, can you just make the
there's
title
skill
like
in knowing when to turn around,
this?
when to
Like this
play
Sky
for
Crab
different
situation is
spikes, when to,
crazy.
try to fight through the culling, right? Like
What?
there's some
What are you?
Like
Are you?
like for this
Okay.
next
in
match,
that
just be like this low key
decision making,
situation
even
was
though it is, you
crazy.
could say it's
Just
mental
clickbait.
energy, right?
Yeah. Well,
I
you already
think
have
I
the
But,
anal
last season,
clickbait.
especially Skycrab
Okay.
recognized
Bro,
that
I
that
saw
initial
that
kind
like
of spike
today.
that
Like,
I
what is
even
that
thought just
email?
watching was good, right? I was
What
like,
do you
oh,
mean?
instant back spike, that's great, and both runners
I'm
go
a
there.
graphic
Doesn't
designer,
go
bro.
anywhere. Skycrab pulls out of
You're
that
an
spike
idiot, dude.
early, right? Aquacord committed there for just a little too long, and you're thinking, oh,
Wait,
maybe
why
it's
do I-
quick. And he
Feinberg
checks
is
over,
so
you
stupid.
hidden room,
Feinberg is
bottom
such.
left, and
How do you
goes
do
down
this
to that
while
staircase mid, and
commentating?
he's
That's why he didn't
instantly
say
standing,
shit.
right? He goes
Feinberg
down
knew
that
that if
staircase, two
Aquacord
rooms,
won this
pops
game,
the
he had a
scan
really
right
good
away
chance
and
of being
gets
in the
that
NRI.
spike.
So
there's
what does he
skill
do?
in Nav,
During
even
the
though it
interview,
feels lucky, and
DMs
Skycrab
me. So it's
showed that
NRI
Aquacord with the
Saturday or
3-0,
Sunday,
I'm
and then
so
sends the
excited,
stupid
man.
fucking
Just-
dog in a gold helmet
I know,
gift.
I
Can't
love
believe
This
it.
guy's an
I
asshole.
can't believe it. He's
Feinberg
this
gets in
guy's
and not
such
me.
a whole bracket, the least expectations.
I made it farther than him
He's
last
looking on fire
NRI.
going into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, but you
No, I mean,
haven't peaked
I was
as high
so
as he has
grateful
in
to
the
have
last two
Skycrab
seasons
in
of ranked.
the bracket.
So
You know what I
can
mean?
fight
Like
him on
I
that.
was
Elo
feeling
means
like,
nothing.
so
He
cool.
farmed
He's in the
fucking
bracket.
random
I had him
people.
moving on. I think.
Well, what do you want me to go off of?
week
Like,
or
I'm
I
higher
love you.
face
I don't
points.
you know,
It's
I mean,
Curry.
I don't even.
Are you
I am
inviting
higher
the,
face points.
Never
That's
played
what
him, so
matters.
I didn't have him going any farther.
That's pretty true.
I
That's
thought the
pretty
nerves
true.
or whatever might get to
You
him,
have
but
36
man,
all advancements
he's
world
proven
records.
himself today. I'm very excited to see Skycrab tomorrow, but
Well,
we have a
Curry,
very exciting
what
match
if
here
instead of
coming up in
inviting
front.
either of them, what if you invite
let's
the
go-
world
let's go to
record
the
holder?
bracket just to look at how it's sort of filling out
Oh.
our top four. But
No.
like you said, Nerdy, one more game. It's a
Let's put them both in. They
in
play
the
two
same
first
exact
and one
spot in the
keyboard.
bracket as it was
Wait,
last season,
they would
by the
still
way.
do better than
The third
Poundy.
match down on the
No,
Well,
it's
yeah,
so
obviously.
Infume
So, like, what the
versus
fuck? Why are we
Loki.
saying
And
that for
as
no
a
reason?
reminder, if you guys weren't here last season or you forgot it was 4 months ago, Nerdy,
No, actually,
Infume
Really, that's
3-0
really mean.
against Loki
Yeah.
last
Yep.
season.
is everyone else? Yeah, because
Yeah,
Skycrab's
and
in Hacks
it
again.
is. I
Fuck.
mean, Infume's a scary opponent.
Oh,
Loki last
alright,
weekend
well,
was
I'm gonna
looking.
leave
I
that
mean,
for that bit.
he was looking pretty good as well.
Oh,
So
you're
I
Mike,
definitely,
man.
this is gonna be exciting no matter what happens. I mean, both
These
of them
motherfuckers
have been
love
going
joining
to
on
game
their
5 in the
phone.
Previous match, so
Oh,
very
he left.
exciting Minecraft. Regardless, in those from both of them now going against each other. I cannot wait for this game. I mean, last season I was insanely hyped. This
All right,
season,
now is the
I feel
fucking
like
main
these are
event.
two runners with very different approaches.
Yeah,
Dude,
Loki, I was
I
waiting
can
for this shit
imagine
all
if I can
day.
see this.
You could say,
I have work in like an hour 40. Like I can actually watch this shit, man. I'm so gassed.
I think Infume
going all
wins
out,
3-1. That's what my OG
crazy
prediction
things that we
was.
see him
I
do,
don't
like
think
hitting a
Loki's
+3,
got that dog in him
5-0,
anymore.
Or
I
doing all
think
sorts of
I
crazy
think
stuff
Loki
with the
wins
Pearl,
3-1. I
like
think
we saw
Loki is
last
gonna
week.
fucking curb stomp.
So much cool stuff that we see from Loki's gameplay. I feel like he's one of my favorite players to watch. So this is just I could not be more excited for this game. This could be grand finals.
I saw
before, I wanna say
Loki
over the
playing
seed
yesterday
stats, or the
on
player
stream,
stats, sorry.
and or
but
not yesterday,
before
2
we
days ago,
do,
and I didn't
one
have
thing
his
about the
stream up, but I
bracket,
had the
Infume
audio, and I just kept hearing fall damage, respawn button, fall damage, respawn button. It was just constant, like he just kept dying in the most random ways, like it was just so funny. I just kept hearing it.
Maybe something there. I don't know. I mean, obviously 4 months apart. Obviously, I mean they're not playing beef style in this match. They're playing each other.
No, I think
So
Loki
let's
is
see the
like.
stats. Let's see if they
I
give
think he's
impunity
just
to
Well,
his
Steez
goals.
is right though. They're just gonna give him
let's look
sub
at
6
the
seeds and he's gonna win off mechanics.
True.
I feel like
Boring
that's
ass.
a big mental thing, and it's wow 7-2. I mean, That's not giving Loki a win in the best of 5. Infume can give him 4 seeds. 4 seeds is a wash, and he still wins.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely.
Wait, that is actually crazy that
looking
Infume's up
good
7-2.
for Infume there, but
it's kind of like nothing.
I understand that's a pretty commanding lead, but I really don't think you can ever underestimate Loki in playoffs. I
Oh
mean,
my
he's
God, people are
literally
so
our most decorated player in all the playoffs ever. So I feel like we can never
True.
count him out, even if the stats might look.
There
like
has
they
to be
favor
some kind of
Infume,
investigation
I
if
think this is going to
they
be a very exciting match.
Stats
gave
favor
Hacks that seed
Infume.
and Not Loki.
everywhere.
No, they didn't. They
I'm thinking. In my head, I'm like, because I'm thinking what you're thinking, right? It's like, wow, the stats look so good. For
Oh my god, I
but
forgot about
low-key,
browser audio.
Right? If you read the bottom
Fuck,
right,
I was supposed to
3x
change
class
that
on
yesterday. I
RC
was
World
gonna
Record.
do it.
We
I
gotta
forgot. Hold on.
we gotta spice this graphic up for next season. Like, let's on that 650, assuming he still has this world record in 4 months, or whoever has the world record. Let's put some like gold, like flames around it or something, right? And then maybe above their heads, give Loki like 3 trophies. Put 2 trophies up there for Dougal, right? Put some trophies up there, and then maybe if EDCR next season, whoever has the highest peak elo of the season, put some flames on that peak elo. If there's a good like the 547 rank time, let's put some flames there as well. I'm cooking here because
What is he
agree with
talking
you,
about?
Nerdy. Like,
I don't know. He's
this
fucking
stats
stupid.
are not doing Loki enough justice.
Yeah, no, that is fair. And also getting the 530 private room we saw recently. Obviously, it's a private room. You know, a lot of people don't necessarily count that for a specific category, but I think I mean, the point is he can go very fast.
The point is, Nerdy, even if you take the wishy out of the washy 530 private room, whatever. If you search up Loki on YouTube,
stop
he's got
yapping.
300k views on this.
They're definitely stalling on purpose.
Video in one day, and I think it took Infume's 547 a month to get there. So
What the fuck?
you're just gonna look at a slow.
Yeah, dude, Loki does have crazy YouTube aura
I mean,
for
both
some
these
reason.
runners can crank the pace. So we will see. Oh my god, the room portal averages are disgusting. Like, just
No, every time the fucking
Yeah,
Loki room portal averages.
The
is
824
fucking
again.
absurd.
I want to point out again the
Chat.
63%. I want to see exactly how many games that is, but I think you said it was like
Shit.
30 or something, right? So
Bro,
I
I'm so
mean,
hyped.
or I guess 20 completions,
Why am I
30
getting
games
paid?
total. I think is what your mental math was last weekend. I don't know if that's
Tesla versus
exactly right, but in
Einstein.
either case, that is not like 824 in like 3 games, right? We know that. So very exciting stuff.
Messi
Just
versus
dominant
Ronaldo.
stats overall throughout the ranked season for both these players. Infume playing a lot more, but Loki stats are looking.
No, I'm not making it smaller. I'm just not adjusting it.
Big
I mean,
off
other
face,
than
dude.
the
This is
averages
crazy.
for Desert Temple Village Shipwreck,
I'm not moving it. I don't give a fuck.
Your wall.
I'm either going bottom left or bottom right. Pick a side. I don't give a fuck. It's bottom left or bottom right.
Go bottom left behind the chat.
5 out of
No,
8.
not behind the chat.
So bad, right? It's like
Just like shrink your
Loki only has
camo.
a 6
No,
level
I'm not.
village. Oh, that's so bad.
Maybe.
Like, I don't know.
No.
Let's look at the seed ban, seed picks. I'm expecting
Like,
Loki
do we
to ban
do
that
we
village
need to
just looking
see
at the
your
average
entire
and
wall in the
the win
background?
percentage,
There's
but
nothing
we'll
on
have
it.
to
Yes.
see what the situation looks like and what seed type we're picking.
I didn't say maybe. I said
You're
no.
You're actually
Imagining
so
village
stupid.
ban from Loki.
Look, like if I couldn't do this, like my stream would be a lot worse. Be honest.
There we go.
There we
Yep.
go. There it is.
They're playing on
Yeah,
the
true.
stats, and
Do you
we're
need
going
that?
with
Do you
Desert
need that much
Temple.
space?
Just like, okay, make your cam like 50% opacity. Thoughts?
Dude.
Yeah, above both of them.
I mean, it
Put
makes
above
sense.
both of them.
Spirit of Silver analyzing the match.
This is one of the interesting overworld types. More interesting, I guess I'd say, than BT than Room Portal. There's a
No,
lot
do
of
what Pyro
variants,
said. Make it like a
with,
star
like,
shape.
versus
Just
swing
like so
decisions, even high TNT versus low TNT, the trees that you go to.
Make it like
where in the river you
green
travel,
screen
which
to
river
like
you go to. There could be a lot of
yellow or
variants, but
something on the
Some
stream.
Desert Temple seeds not like that, right? I mean, similarly how the village works. Some village seeds not like that, right? If you get 20 obby in the blacksmith, you don't need to find the lava pool.
I'm not
Just
pushing
on
it.
gravel, and
Bro,
that could
you
happen
guys don't need to
with
see
gravel.
what
Gravel
Loki
lava
has
pool,
in his
trees,
inventory. I'll just tell
1
you.
second
If you
on your spawn,
if you
so
need me to
it
tell you,
depends
I'll tell you.
on
Just
what
ask
the
Probably
me.
be
overworld
very
has in
similar
store
to
for
what
us,
Okay, what
and
is it?
even past the overworld nerdy, it always
Nothing
depends on the
right
nether.
now.
It always depends on that stronghold. It always depends on the
No, if
zero
you spawn in with
stronghold.
or Loki spawn in with a
Only
diamond
one
pick,
part
watch
of
out.
our massive journey to kill the dragon for both.
Well,
these
it's like
runners.
I could either cover Feinberg
I don't know
or
what
I
to
could
say.
cover
I
half
wanna
of their
watch
bar.
a finals caliber,
I'm with you,
finals
man.
caliber
I'm
match.
excited.
Finals caliber match.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
for a
Whoa, we
finals
missed the
spot in
first
the
2
bracket.
second micro.
What the
Crazy that
fudge?
we're in
Okay,
this
this is the most
situation
linear
again.
overworld ever. They're going out, back from the front.
It is.
Head hitters out,
Hack
hit
is
the
saying
tree,
it was a
hit
very
the
similar
gravel,
bracket to last season.
grab the water, enter the lava
This
pool.
match
It's
plays
all
out
the most
similarly.
linear
I will say
overworld possible. Infume is going to enter 4 seconds quicker because he's going to somehow save. Never mind. Oh, just in blow up for both of them. Wait, is it?
Bro,
Is
why
that
don't you put your
standardized?
fucking face cam over the gameplay if you're gonna commentate like that? God damn.
Very similar so far.
Look,
nothing
head hitters leaving.
crazy with 7 iron.
Look,
I
blow it up.
visually impaired.
So not
Like,
really much
perfect
decision making.
fucking
Guess a little bit of
description.
ordering difference. Loki's doing the flint first.
And look,
And actually
Infume routes the
heading towards
trees
some different
far
trees.
better
Infume
and is
doing
saving time. Look at.
closer
Oh, never mind. Secret lava pool. Secret lava
I
pool.
like Infume's routing
He
maybe
knew it was
a
here. His
little
aura
better.
found it. It was like the force.
but he hasn't done his
are
gravel blow up
Tesla
yet, and he's blowing up
mind
gravel
wave.
in the water here
The tree
instead.
was like
So
kind of shaped like a penis.
know.
No.
it's so
Low-key.
dynamic. These runners have placed
Yo,
6 TNT in 6
What?
different spots.
Oh
Wait, why are we
my
going? There's
god,
a
bro.
second lava
But
pool. What
Loki
the
just
fuck?
a little faster to
Floating
this
cactus.
level.
Okay,
It's by so,
but
it's by so.
why did Infume lose so
Yeah.
much time there? Why did he blow
Very,
up
very
the
close,
not the
but
why did he
looking
blow up
to
the
maybe
gravel in the middle instead of the
second or two
gravel on the
ahead.
edge? Like he
Oh.
dumb. He actually
Nice
dumb for
quick
How
that.
read
hard
on
is
the
that
Whoa!
last?
Bottom of the
You got
cactus!
this.
Loki,
Bottom of the
saving more
cactus,
time
look!
there just on the micro mechanics,
Yeah.
and we're
Oh my
up.
god!
Never seen in the world.
Man,
Bro, that looks so
Yeah, very
delicious.
clean.
And we spawn on
Outfit
housing.
from Loki now.
It actually does look
Immediately,
delicious.
Why
I'm not
no
gonna
not?
lie.
hesitation heading
And
up
if he's
towards
committing,
the top
if he's
chest.
committing
Manhunt
to the
versus
What?
top down.
unfortunately,
Why would we
folks,
play Manhunt
Manhunt,
here?
maybe he
Manhunt,
could
this
die
is
right
money
here.
play.
Oh.
This is
Whoa,
the one
whoa,
way at the
whoa.
bridge.
No, this is
Oh,
insane.
what the fuck?
Oh my god,
it's so
Oh, I thought
bad.
it was gonna fall
And
in
he
lava.
made it.
Looks like he's gonna be
But he's
okay.
on 2 hearts still, right?
There's
And we have
Obby.
no
I think
death
Infume's
and 13
gonna
flush. So even if he's alive, Nerdy,
be
He
out
didn't
on
even
that.
open it.
seed,
He didn't even open the
like,
pigs
can we
up.
even get to the fort quickly? He's gonna have to chug
Boy.
so much flush in this route. He could still die to a stray piglin down here,
Loki
right? Like,
did it?
you
He
can't
would have
just
made
get
up
hit
time,
once on the
though.
way. And he's only on
Is he
2
gonna
hearts.
do
He's
it
not gonna
now?
spend time eating up right now. Loki
He
in
hasn't even
a
ate
much better
once.
spot. Although he's
Oh my
only
god.
on 4 hearts.
Oh
that,
my
that
god,
matters,
bro.
just on flesh here. That really matters.
No, absolutely. I
He's
I
just
feel
too
like it's gonna be
scared.
kind of slow for both runners, but yeah, like you said, Feinberg, those extra 2.5
Hunter,
hearts.
bang.
I mean, that's huge.
No, he
for
probably
Loki.
forgot.
And I don't
It's
know
like,
if
that's-
Infume's gonna save
that's not even
that
risky.
much time
It's
off
not
of mana,
risky,
right? Like he
yeah.
didn't get Obby out of breaking that one chest. He didn't grab any out of the double. I don't know if there was any in the double.
This inventory, man.
I think this variance play didn't work out in
Yo,
Infume's
Infume's
There
favor.
is
Maybe
there
he
is
felt
Obby
like,
in the
you know,
double,
he
I
kinda
think,
had to
that he
go
didn't
for
loot
it.
yet.
It feels like something that Infume
Yeah, there is.
doesn't send that often, right? Wet Manhunt, you have to bridge a while, but he knows he's behind against low key off the overworld.
We need a better term for wet manhunt. It
Did he
just
feel
doesn't
forced
sound
to
good.
go?
Yeah,
I don't
now
like
he's
it.
gonna see.
He didn't even let his pigs up.
I think
Look
Wet
at this. He
Man
didn't,
has
even,
some.
he didn't even break the block. So the benefit
guess
of
it
Manhunt
only had a
is
Oh,
few.
I
gone.
forgot to open.
Yeah, that's a surprising mistake there from Infume.
Oh my
Now
god, bro,
on
he's so far
4 hearts,
behind.
while Loki here on
Loki should have been
5.5,
eating
and we should keep an eye
early
on
because he's
that.
so
It's gonna be
lowy.
important as we transition towards heading
Do they
towards
have
the fortress.
gapples?
I don't know. I mean, Loki so
I don't
far,
know.
I think playing the seed
I mean, Loki's
better
leaving.
overall.
Loki's leaving right now
No.
off of this, right? It's a
Pass.
14 chunk fort, so
Yeah,
these
like,
pearls are gonna matter a lot. Look, Loki can
just
throw
not
one
front
more,
loading the
but he's
health.
gonna be on half heart, and he's gonna throw
Dude,
this
these two
pearl.
are so
This
He's
one
not,
is
fucking
in his
big.
inventory for it is
dead.
crazy. Oh my
And
god.
one
Oh
heart
my
flush.
god.
Yeah.
Scary.
Infume's
Hearts
2.5,
now.
so he can throw this one pearl, but he's, you know, a pearl behind Loki. Does he opt to kill this Hoglin?
Yeah.
He's gonna get the lava. Look at
So
how he is.
insanely
I don't mind.
I
I
mean, he
think
just
that's a very
has to.
smart
He
play.
just has to.
Danger.
Like, is he even gonna
It's
get the
gonna
food?
die.
No,
It's
swirling
gonna
lava.
die.
That Hoglin's
Throw
dead.
fires on it! Oh.
That is a disaster there.
Oh
for
my
Infume.
god. Why is that
Really
picking
needed that
Time
food.
loss.
Wait, fires is
not
crazy,
only the
and they
time
just
loss for
crit
not
and
killing
jump
the
on it?
Hoglin, but
Well,
he
what's
needed the
Loki's
food, like, that was
inventory?
the whole
5
point,
bed,
right? It's
2
not-
anchor.
It's double time
He has
loss 'cause
everything he
needed
needs.
this
26
food.
pearls, I guess. Like, they have the
Oh.
same, though.
There we go. Loki on 3 hearts. So it's
Oh my
looking
god.
a little bit better here for Loki, but definitely not an amazing situation. The possibility of a blaze death or something crazy is not unheard of in this situation.
Yeah, Loki just got to the spawner. Though.
Oh,
Just
not
got his
doing
first swap,
Pyro
so if you
TNT
can
setup.
find the spawner
No,
faster,
that's
you
Pyro
can
TNT
have
setup.
he would.
spend a little bit of time on this fort and Nav.
The
Wait, Kurt, did you do it in a
TNT
run?
setup that nobody
I haven't
has
done it in a run, but I know
done
I
publicly
watched it
Actually,
yet.
and it's
even up
freaking
for both
awesome.
runners. Infume,
Whoa,
please.
whoa, whoa!
Wow, he got all the TNT off. What a play from Infume there.
I
Blaze
literally
spawning
just fucking came
on
over,
him
like,
in the middle of the
yesterday.
Blaze TNT. And
Yeah,
gets
made
all
it
4
yesterday.
TNT
How
off
like, there's
without the
just
Blaze
absolutely
killing him,
no way.
without the
There's
TNT
not a
blowing up the spawner.
possible way
Dude,
Loki
really
could have
clean
seen
stuff.
it.
Crazy clutch play from Infume. Actually, could have decided the whole seed right there.
100%. I mean, very clean stuff. Good mechanics from Infume, and Loki now starting to build the portal, get some blazes on. Let's see how many rods he has after this cycle. So 4 rods for Loki.
Where's Infume going? Oh, there's spawner.
Oh, misplaced.
Bro, I
No,
swear Loki
Why, though?
always breaks portals so fast and he always misplaces
there
like
for
the
just a
probably
second.
misplaces the most out of
Gonna
everybody.
be
Yeah, that obby
blinding
play
him.
didn't matter for Infume, notably, right? We were talking about that in
Village,
Because of the gaming,
whoa.
Infume's got 14 extra obby, Loki's got 25, but you only need 10 to build that second portal, so Mana didn't punish Infume as
When
much
did
as
they
we
break
thought it
that out?
would. As
4.
Runner's on pretty similar pace heading into this measurement. And this is a village. Do you grab some carrots here if you're Loki? Do you
400
grab
blocks, bro.
Looks like he's not gonna do that. I don't know. I think that's kind of a smart
Oh,
play.
wait.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Gold
if he
carrots,
did.
yeah.
I think it's 1 pearl away.
Is it not worth it when
True,
it's
yeah.
so
I mean, Infume
close?
is in a
Like,
different little
is
micro
this
spot
hunger
here in
reset
this
not
village,
gonna
so he doesn't even have the
be
choice.
faster?
So why does
Our
Loki have
nerf's it's
3
only 5
blazes here and
seconds, so
Enfium got a 1 spawn on
That's
this
his
spawner?
last
because he
spawner.
hit it later
Loki
than him,
cannot
I
leave off of
guess.
it.
That's fucking
Yeah, it
weird.
was 2 cycles.
Getting his pearl ready, it looks like.
Looking for a pearling. Sometimes it's so awkward with.
No, but if
low
you get
terrain
food,
like
you don't have to
this.
hunger
He's
reset,
got
which
2
is why
gold
it's
picks.
like low-key a good argument. But
Infium
like,
needs one
yeah,
more
like
rod
at
after
this
this.
point,
I
it would
don't
have
think
saved
he's gonna
time
get it off of this
because
blaze, but
it
if
probably
he
wouldn't have
does,
taken 5
that's
seconds to grab 2
crazy!
carrots, and then you're
Because
waiting.
now Loki
Oh my god, bro.
doesn't have
What
nearly
a
as
bad
many blaze
pearl.
as we thought. How is Infium up on a blaze?
then it's probably not good.
I don't know.
Some-
What the what?
Not the best pearl there from Loki, losing a couple seconds
Yeah,
there, but now
yeah.
we see Infume and Loki
he
both
just cut
building
Oh my
towards
god.
Get on the cords!
Building
Build
at the same
quicker!
time.
Oh my god.
But Loki's
He
mechanics,
lost
he's just a little
45
bit ahead
seconds
this
on that
and
portal.
that's the time that could matter,
Dude,
right? If
that's
this is
actually
instant
crazy how
nap,
much
he's
time
just
Loki just
ahead
lost.
a little bit here.
I
And
don't
then
like any of
menuing and
that.
everything. Good spike bottom left, maybe,
Ooh.
but not able to go that way.
It's just
Gonna
so
try from the
weird.
right instead. Infume, same
Oh my God, this is
staircase,
so
same
close.
Second
spot
deck.
in the run. Both these runners.
That it?
Bro, they are legit.
Light
Down
source
here.
down the stairs.
Yeah,
Loki
Loki
committing,
had
and
the
it is
spike the
Infume
right way.
rescanning,
Infume just like
and
didn't.
he's turning around.
Yeah,
Wow,
looks like
Infume's
Loki
okay, so
navving this stronghold much better.
I don't know what Infume
See if he
saw
can get
from
the zero.
starter. Like he just got nothing. This is
I mean, we
this
only have
bottom
6
left is the
explosives.
only
It's
way to,
gold
or
pick,
bottom
though,
right's the only
56.
How
way to
does
go.
It's
Loki
clippable.
menu so
That's
fast?
a
Like
4
it's
plus
actually
2.
absurd.
Front 85. Free.
Is Loki
Loki
good at
player
zero
like
cycle?
Loki,
No.
with the amount of
Good
explosions
be
we have.
It's just
Green.
new.
I mean, assuming
He was
Arrow
so
doesn't go
early
for
on
the
this.
dragon, anything like that. But Infume just a little bit.
And he's gonna be
hesitant
pissed. He's gonna be like, I freaking
on
knew
that
this year.
nav,
That's so high.
and it might cost him the seed.
Yeah.
Loki's got to do some
Chill.
good damage with these 2
I think
anchors,
actually kind
though.
of scary.
It's a
Arrow should
it's a
be
little
fine.
scary.
That was a little scary, but looks like he's got
Dude,
that.
it wasn't a
handled.
little.
Dragon's
He
Dead
had to
Stuff.
do like
That's what you'd
a
expect from
bed
Loki.
worth of damage with
Very
2 anchors.
talented at those zero cycles,
Yeah.
but Feinberg, I mean, that was a great first seed. Really just came to the nav.
I mean-
First
ultimately.
anchor.
And
Fantastic.
maybe some unluckiness a little bit, maybe you could say, with the food situation with the Hoglin for Infume, but overall I feel like the
759.
decision-making from Loki was very solid there, just playing it safe, going for the top down, and playing the seed very smooth with his mechanics, finishing the seed off with
What's
a
up, my little
759, so barely getting a sub 8, but
Hi,
Yeah,
Evan.
but
What's up,
so,
bro?
like,
Congrats,
Infume saving
Eagle.
25
Are you on your
seconds,
phone?
I think
Thanks.
he was just maybe
No, he's on a
blaze
fucking blue Yeti.
up
No,
somehow.
dude, I'm not on a blue
Yeah.
Yeti. I'm on a Shure
Exactly how
SM7B. Oh,
I don't know how.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
it felt
does not
like, I
sound
mean,
like
Loki
it.
played for an extra cycle on the.
You're gonna
on the
rage
unblaze, but
bait.
it's
You're
fun.
gonna
Maybe it
rage
was just,
bait
you know,
chat.
ordering,
Nobody's gonna be able to tell what you're
um,
saying.
when they hit those spawners, right? Like if Infume hit that spawner
It's okay.
first, he loses a spawn cycle maybe earlier in the rotation. It sort of desyncs them a little bit. Maybe he's just up 1 blaze off of that, because I saw Loki hit the second spawner as well. So it's not like he didn't go for that spawner. So it could literally just be ordering, right? Like Infume hits the unblaze, but it's
Yeah, I just want to say congrats
it
to
gives him a
Eagle.
1
That's it.
spawn, but the spawn
Look,
on the
guys.
blaze, but it's spawn would only been 2. So he's down 1 blaze, but you know, you flip it, maybe it's 2
I
to
scared
4
him
on the
off.
blazes. You'd
I
have to
scared him
look at
off,
the
I'm
replay
sorry.
and really count the blazes, right? To
Me
be able
too.
to tell
But
exactly
like
what happened.
at the same time,
Or
like
maybe it was
I'm like it just
the blaze
the
changing for
mic.
Loki
The
and
mic
lost
is
Murad.
just.
I really don't know. But I don't know how else you saved 25 seconds. It made it so close into the stronghold, but Loki just commits to that spike.
I'm
a
sorry,
little bit
Evan.
faster
I'm sorry.
and puts him 1
No, because I already
in
kicked out Bounty earlier because of the mic.
and more seeds
Great
than he got all of
start to
last season
this.
against Infium. It was a 3-0 last season, and now
True. That
he's
is
up 1-0.
true. Nope, that's very true. I mean, could it be the start of a different trend? We'll have to see. I mean, I don't know. I that was really fun to watch. I am
Okay.
a big fan of both these runners, so seeing them go against each other, it is a little sad to me, I will say, Feinberg, that neither of them, like, we can't have both of them in the final day.
In the
Because
finals,
I do
or
feel like
yeah,
they're
even
both
just in the
so
final
good.
day,
but-
not even in the finals, just the final day.
Yeah, exactly. So one of them can't, like, it's not even like they can get 3rd place or something like that. So it is always a little sad to see one of these super insane runners go out this early, but at the same time, you know, it does give us more chances for other people as well. So I'm looking forward to this. But great first seed. I do think that Infume
profile
showed some
picture is me
promise
when
as
I'm,
well.
like,
It wasn't like
9
a
or
dominant
something.
seed for Loki. We'll have to see.
That's you?
Yeah,
I thought it was just a
wonder,
random kid.
if we throw it into
I
the
thought I
season
changed my
averages,
profile
it's
picture to
not
a
really
random
what it
kid.
is. I know
Dude,
it's
like,
best of
your
4.
hair is a different color.
I guess we'll just be waiting here until we do. But it's not like I mean it's just that man I'm playing
100
earlier
bits.
in
Thank
the
you for
C4
kicking that
infield
Evan guy.
and the food
Damn.
situation. I'm surprised he
Damn.
didn't even die. in the Bastion, kept the composure, keeping the seed
I'm back.
close whole way through, and we are going
Yeah,
into
welcome
the
back.
shipwreck seed for game 2.
Yeah, and like we
Bro,
said,
why are you
we're
leaking out
curious to see
the
if
radioactive
the
fish?
food count, the food count, shipwrecks can be so good or so bad.
What
This situation.
I love this photo
But
so
yeah,
much,
Loki's
bro.
good pick. Loki winning on the Desert Temple, which
Is that real?
I caught that fish. I literally caught that fish.
No, that's not a real fish.
I caught that fish, we
fucking
cooked it up,
way.
and we ate it, and it was fucking good.
What kind of
Bro,
fish
that
is
is like
that?
finding.
It's a red
What
snapper.
shiny magic
or it could
card,
be,
bro?
you know, 12 carrots and 30 bread.
What
Or
Shiny
30
Gyarados.
wheat. So you never know.
Nightwolf, thanks for the
It's
brother.
less mechanical than the BT seed, right? Like you don't need to nail down the exact chunk. You kind of just.
It's
seed it.
a
So, even though
it's a
Infamous banned
red
these
snapper,
ocean seeds,
yeah.
We're getting into Ocean Seed number 2. They feel a
No,
lot
is it?
different, even
I
though
think it
they're
is.
pretty
Why didn't mine
similar
look like these ones?
in quality, right? Or
don't
like in
think
the
it's a
just
red
the
snapper,
vibes of
bro.
the seed, for lack of a better word.
Unless it's like really
we
fucked
go.
up, like.
Loki.
Both runners, good food and good
Red
iron
fucked
as
up
well.
fish.
Shears,
Yeah.
no door, unfortunately.
Well, I don't remember what it
Maybe the
is
runners taking the
though.
lapis could craft a lapis block plus 1 block. Pretty stupid, but you
That's
could.
an
Man, thanks for the
amazing
prime.
play. I love that.
No pumpkin strats either.
C2.
the fish put me in MCSR. It's in a med school.
Fast. Look how much faster he's at on this tree. Look at Infume.
Oh my god,
He's made a
bread
3x2
trapdoor.
slice of bread.
Maybe like
Giga bread.
He's craft a whole loaf. Infume, we just want one little nibble.
I feel like it is a full loaf, Feinberg. Like, look at the texture, man. Come on, man.
Like, what are they saying? I can't, bro.
You're
I
telling me the chicken
can't.
drops. I guess it would drop the whole chicken.
Yeah, I think the chicken would drop the full chicken.
That wasn't the best. That wasn't
Loki, do I need to hear lava?
Feinberg,
How does
it's
the
okay.
cow drop 2 beat? Oh, whatever.
Whoa!
There's lava right there.
Wait, what?
I think this guy's gonna stop.
And
How
Team
did
didn't
you
have
not
it.
see this?
He didn't have it, Jen.
There's just for Loki.
Did
Just
he
has,
actually just not have it, Jen?
I don't know,
It's
maybe.
on the surface,
I'm
and
just saying
oh,
shit.
it's so much faster.
But like, how would he not
That's
see
why
this?
How does he not see this?
Or he just
What
wasn't
the
looking for it.
fuck?
I mean, it
Wait,
wasn't
And
really
it's
moving
housing
that
again.
much faster.
Why is every
This
seed
is
just
so fast
housing?
on the craft
There's
anyways.
been
I
like
don't
no
know how much
stables
time
this
that saved
playoffs.
him.
I want stables.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
130 housing enter.
Faster in either case.
And this is a
now he's gonna be taking
manhuntable
this-
seed.
Manhunt full
And
floor.
Loki loses a little bit of time by going up the bastion farther
So
than Infume
boring.
did.
Oh my god,
Wait,
Infume
Wait,
saved
how
time
the
there,
fuck
yeah,
did
actually.
Infume get all this time back like so
Not
quick? What
too-
the hell?
He just didn't go
Maybe it was
up and
nothing
down,
low,
he just went down
not-
insta,
doesn't
which
matter
is
too
just
much.
like...
And is Infume
I mean,
going
that's where he
to
makes up time on it, like
make sure his
everybody.
piggies
He
get
just
up?
like
Amanda
does shit
is-
faster somehow sometimes.
Piggies are up.
Why
They're
didn't he
not
make
blocked off
mine
as both these runners
for
started, and Infume's actually
lava
on his
housing?
backup blocks first.
I guess, okay, it's playoffs, my bad, actually.
So Infume's made up all his time just
It's actually
on
crazy
the movement and
metagaming.
the first half of
Infume's
the
just
bastion.
ahead now. Like, what did he even do?
Look how in sync they are. Look at this.
Beautiful stuff. Yes. I love
Look
that.
at this.
Loki mines the
Look
blocks
how in
faster.
sync they are.
It almost looks like, yeah,
No, he
like,
mines
as you
gold
said,
blocks,
almost
yeah.
looks like they are
He has the efficiency
a
pickaxe.
mirror
Can we
image
pause
of
and
one
unpause the
another.
streams? They're like a little delayed. We're trying to watch the same
born
video
with
here,
haste.
but it's a little. Can we like adjust the? It's a little off. I think we'll get on that in the back end. We'll make sure it's synced up.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Oh my
We
god.
see some golden carrot crafts coming out here soon for Loki, as well as I believe that 4 is being saved for Infume. For
Look
that
at Loki's
as well.
inventory. Look, he's got 15
Yeah.
more
Infume's
clear
got,
slots
like,
than
plus
Infume. Infume's
10.
got
He's got the
0.
ugliest
And in a
inventory
bastion
ever.
like housing, that's so
Is he
impactful
out?
because the seed is just so
He's
fast.
out, bro.
The
He's
traits are
so
just
fast.
so fast.
No, 16 obby.
But these runners, nerdy,
Wait, what?
16
Check the chest.
obsidian for Loki, 17
Ooh.
for
Oh, it was
Infume.
manhunt.
Where did we get the extra
Go
obsidian?
top, no?
Yeah,
Pearl
yeah.
up?
Pearl up.
Pearl
Yeah.
up to the top.
Bang.
Loki
Oh, that's
is
good, Pearl.
Loki
What
heading
is
up
Infume
towards-
doing?
Infume 17
tra- is
obby
he
and
trying
Loki
to forgot
is
one
fire
faster at
us.
making this
Oh,
There it
decision.
is.
the
The
fucking
obsidian
30
up
obby
there.
chest, right.
So while Infume is
Yeah,
doing
Infume
this,
forgot to
Loki's
fire
able
us. It
to
lost us so
leave.
much time.
He's
Wait, Loki's
a
tweaking on
little
this
shaky
though.
on the
chart.
Pyre though. I mean, maybe he's just doing it
Oh
so
my
fast
God.
to where I'm confused at what's happening, but
Yeah, he tweaked this. He actually mega tweaked this.
he doesn't
like
see
he
the
is-
fort. Does Infume see the fort?
He's still
Like,
tweaking.
is this just a weird diagonal fort? Infume doesn't see it either. Loki's now back at his home portal, purling the other way. And
Oh
he's
my god,
in
he's
the
fast.
and Infume is where Loki was 20
Like,
seconds
Infume
ago.
hasn't
No
improved
golden
for
carrots
the-
crafted for the fast purling.
Oh my god, the
Forgetting wild
skeletons! This fucking skeleton!
Wow, nice box in.
Holy shit, that's
Fortnite.
Bed Wars
Scary
tech.
stuff. But
And
it's
he's
gonna
lava
the
bucketing
skeleton.
the skeleton. What
This
a
is
play.
that's Danny Tech, because
It's going to kill
he's
both at
the
the same
only
time.
person
He
I
doesn't
see
need to
do
expose
that
himself at
ever.
all. Great play. And Infume still can't find the fort.
No,
This
the one
weird sort
clip.
of diagonal sideways pie
Yeah.
situation. I think he spots it now. but this
Loki
is so
inventory
much time
home.
loss.
He has
Legit
How does he
everything.
make up the time back?
It's gonna be tough for sure. But Loki taking a commanding lead here into this fort
Why is
now.
he single
Blaze
betting?
Looking for double blaze, but he has so many.
many.
Oh,
Infume
and
died.
Infume dead.
Bruh.
That's not good.
Wait,
I
what?
didn't see what happened.
He went for a pearl hang to
He
the
tried to
spawner,
pearl
but
hang and
was
it
way too
landed 'cause it
close.
was
Even on
diagonal.
2RD, the pearl lands. He's on 2.5.
That's a
I don't know if
pass.
he attempted to try to go for a pearl hang
That's
or was just
not good.
playing
Wait,
fast.
did
right?
it send O
It's so
Shiny?
stressful being so behind against Loki. You have
I don't know. Wait, let me
so
look.
much
No,
time
no.
loss.
Yeah,
How does he make up the
and
time back?
What,
gonna
where
be
is he
tough
trying
for
to
sure.
pearl
Was it? I
hang
think it was
to?
just the
But
fort,
Loki
the
taking a
fort
commanding
one.
lead here
No,
into
no,
this
Oh,
fort
it's
now.
just the
Blaze
fort.
betting.
Yeah,
That's
he
crazy
just
that lands.
he just
Good.
accidentally pearled on
gonna
two
go
and a
near the
half,
blind, he's
like,
gonna
and
go down
then
the
he's like,
stronghold.
"Oh fuck, I need to eat," and then
Now I do feel like Loki's the kind of person to 100%
Send
push
like a
to
crazy
zero.
roll
anyways.
for the
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
mental.
like he's gonna send that 2+2 back to All Boy and
Yeah,
try
exactly.
to hit it. Yeah, maybe.
Like that is I think Infume's win condition here is Loki sending some insane zero and dying. But at the same time, there's a good chance
Infume
Loki,
can
even in that case,
can
he
Infume
just
get
hits
back to his stuff? He entered with nothing, and the terrain is okay. I think he's found a way to do it, but I don't know. He died after the pearl landed, right? So he died literally on the spawner. I think that means the blazes should have spawned. I think your dead body still activates the spawner. No, it doesn't. The respawn, Infume's got to chug the fire res, make sure stuff doesn't burn. And does
Oh
he even have
boy.
everything?
He has, like,
What did he
legit
we
use?
have
He has
a
just
shovel.
He has no obsidian.
No
Oh,
obsidian.
yeah, that's not good.
No-
Ouch.
I
Yeah,
don't
Infume
think
has
you reset
nothing.
here.
What do you
You
do
just
here?
do
You just
home
Really?
portal
I
and
don't even
just
know.
Yeah, home portal
or
and boat all
Wait,
the way.
or you
And
just
this is- I mean, okay,
go
the seed, barring Loki,
back to the Bastion for more
passing the
obby, maybe.
controller to like his
Ludwig
parents.
acid
Or-
free.
Okay.
The seed is
Another
over.
bastion.
From a game theory perspective, do you reset if you're
Just
Infume?
pearl
if you have
around
no
the nether
obby?
and then get
I don't
another
even know,
bastion.
right? Like
I think
He has
Get
everything
one
but
rod,
obby.
I don't know.
home
he has
portal, get the
zero
cords,
obby,
and then
right?
reset.
Like you play home portal and try to get 10 obby from the fort. You can't even blind. Like you home portal and then you go to the stronghold for 5 minutes. Like I don't know.
And
No, this is brutal, man.
Loki isn't
Down
building
2-0
his
is
portal,
tough.
so it's gonna be. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like Infume maybe the real play is to maybe more be keeping your composure,
Wonder
you
how
know, getting
Ludwig
ready for the
reacted
next
to
seed.
him
Maybe
dying.
that's what he's doing. I don't know.
Probably
it's
really
gonna
happy.
like you said, Feinberg. It's basically over here unless Loki takes some
Oh
crazy death.
no.
This should be Loki's seed. So maybe Infume's just kind of chilling out and getting ready mentally for the next seed.
I mean, Infume or Loki, excuse me, doesn't even have a great spike. This is a crazy.
Did you guys see the
Mineshaft
Loki
Cave
money
spike
spread?
Angle.
Yeah.
Luckily for Loki, I think Infume is still, 10
So
minutes out
tough.
from beating the seed.
With the
Probably,
cat is
Again,
insane.
because he has a better hobby.
The
So
cat spread.
Loki can be in here for a while, but if Loki dies in the stronghold somehow, right? Like he
So
doesn't get a
funny.
safety bet off. He's
I really
kinda
want to
running out of
imagine
food
that
if
it
you're
like
trying
wasn't
to,
just an image off of Google
think
and he
of
was just like
ways
that's his cat.
that
And like
It
Infume
is.
can
I'm
come
pretty.
back.
Pretty
That's
sure
No,
that is
yeah.
his cat.
something that basically
no
has
way.
to
Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
I'm
That's
pretty-
real.
Yeah.
That's like actually
He's
his
shown it on
money
stream.
spread. Oh
Yes,
my
yes,
god.
he's just still
That's
pretty
actually
He's
much
really
straight up
funny.
It's honestly
flexing
struggling, yeah.
racks
Yeah, I
on
mean,
racks.
he's got 7 rods. If he had obby,
That's
this would be a
crazy.
game, but he doesn't, and so he has explosives.
And like I don't know,
But
like
what is Infume gonna
get,
do?
like random ass
on
people just like
zero
shitting on
obby?
like playoffs runners. It's just like
It looks
Home
like he's
so
just
portal?
gonna-
Is he
weird.
just gonna go? I mean,
He's
maybe
just
he'll
gonna
get a
go.
different stronghold if he just
Like, you're
goes.
not
Does he
him.
go and then try to
Infume
Finding
can
out
still win
get
this.
obby
Yeah, if he gets
Bastion?
stuck for 10
Is
more
this gonna be
minutes,
the
holy
first
fuck.
ever overworld stronghold
Yo,
struggle
that's
we've ever
starter.
seen in Flash?
Where I started.
Wow.
It actually might be
2400.
7 minute
I mean,
now.
look how far away that is. And
Nah, brute
Infume
force
is
it, bro.
just
Block off
gonna
that
go.
path.
We
That's
are
it. That's
playing
it.
113.
He doesn't know.
is
He doesn't know the
off.
fucking dig. Okay, no, he does.
As
There it
Loki
is for Loki, finally.
Why are we not just digging
It's a bit
it?
sad that Loki
Oh my God,
finds
wait,
Poro,
oh, no.
honestly. Like, Infume's on a journey here, and we're.
Yeah,
and
I kind of
Loki's
wanted
gonna
to see how
cut
this journey
short.
ended as well. Yeah.
Who
it's
shipwreck
too
for
bad.
Death Strider boots?
I mean, this could not be good for the mental, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Just going on a boat ride.
Hopefully, Infume able to bounce back. I mean, we did
15
see Infume
simulator.
lose some matches last time.
Okay,
But yeah, so
Loki
far,
task
Loki having
play.
a fairly
Just
dominant
go to like
performance.
outer end and just completely destroy the
We'll have to
opponent's
see
mental.
if he can hit the 0.
That'd
He
be
has only
No,
6 beds.
no,
Gotta add
no.
that to
It
be a
could
trade.
go
Don't
wrong.
go to outer end.
Yeah, I get
Dragon
it.
could
Just
get
gets
too low, he
banned.
could
Yeah,
die.
that'd be so bad.
That reminds me, there was like this person,
I
like,
think,
hello?
I think he's chilling. I think he's chilling.
There's
Oh
like
my
this
God.
person in
Whoa,
like the
whoa,
whoa,
Oh,
yeah, why did you do all that? That
What
was
the
crazy.
fuck did he just
No,
do?
no,
That was disgusting. That was so cool. Oh my
no,
god.
no.
There's no way.
What the
I mean,
fuck
I
did I just watch?
that was amazing. Wow. Absolutely
Fucking
zero
rough, Harvey.
pressure. Absolutely zero pressure on him, and he
The
hits that 0.
interview will go
Oh my
crazy.
God.
That's just easy, bro.
He's just gonna be like, yeah, I practiced that. That's fucking easy.
Dude,
That's
like,
crazy.
he
17
does
on
do the
23.
pre-pro thing a lot. Like, I've
it's
never done the pre-pro in my life,
understanding
because I
of the
just don't think
game
it's
that
that
I
good, but
can mentally
he just, like,
comprehend.
I just never thought to
and
pro
he
on a
has
tower.
6 more years. I just like, what was that?
That was unbelievable, Fiber. That was, I'm like actually lost for words. That
We
was
need
so
full
cool.
we need a full replay.
Because it's so good, too, because he's in a
We need
position
to
where
just
even
play
if
the
the
clip
dragon
again.
doesn't
And
die,
we just need to
he can just
10 times
chase
just
down
bask
really
in the
well.
aura. No, you don't even need words. What was that?
Dodging the
Well, like,
dragon.
I wouldn't have let
with
the dragon
pearl
get too
and
low. That's, like,
simultaneously
the
using
difference
that
here.
pearl to break the
Because he
crystal
did
of the
left
dragon.
bed instead
I
of
mean,
right
come
bed.
on, man. That is just
Did he
You
even
don't
need to break
understand.
crystal? Like, did the bed not just kill it?
It's just that's impossible.
I feel like it did damage.
Like
I
like,
think the
legit
bed
have no
just
idea.
killed
I
it.
literally
That
had no
was
words. I
crazy.
saw it happen. And I in my
Pretty
head,
sure
like,
the
I
bed
just thought
just
he was
killed
gonna
it.
die, or I thought he was
me
gonna
too.
pearl down and like try
Final
to.
game, come on.
He's
I
like,
feel like
just
I
like
would
fucking
need
Jimmy,
slow
bro.
motion
It's
to
just
complete
like
that, and I would still
he
finish.
does, he does stuff to get like close on purpose, and then like
That's just
whenever he
unreal.
clutches it up, it looks so cool.
I don't know if the crystal actually
That's
killed
what's
the
actually
dragon.
happening,
It felt
just
like
trust
it
me.
did. Maybe the bed did. I don't know. We're gonna call
I
Fulham.
really
Infume is not playing like
I
himself
really
right
hope
now.
it did, because I don't know. It could have just okay. It's either that or that extra
Yes, for a
bet he did.
second. He's getting his head back in the
was
game.
An insane amount of damage. I feel like so. I mean,
We
either
just-
in
even
either
if
case,
it
it's
doesn't-
impressive.
We need to like edit the clip, right? Like the clip's like a 9.9 out of 10 if the bed kills the dragon. We need to edit the clip and like make the dragon have a sliver of health, right? Like just make it.
I thought the dragon had a sliver of health. I swear, I thought I saw it, but I could be totally mistaken. It genuinely, we would need to go frame by frame. I mean, it
Can I
was so
send the monies
fast
for it?
that
I
it's
guess,
like
yeah, right.
genuinely
Doesn't
hard
matter.
to see what
Yeah, that's
what
probably
exactly
like-
happened there.
Fulham's getting ready for us in a second. We gotta. We're just kind of
Here,
waiting.
I'll send it to
till
chat.
That's there, but I just.
But he needed to throw the pearl.
Like
I-
right here you do right bed,
I don't.
and then right here you do right bed again, but he
Fulham's
just
ready. We're
doesn't do
sending it over to Fulham.
multi-block,
Let's look at
because
this clip
I don't know
again.
why.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's dead, bro. It's
Yeah.
just dead.
Can we? Why does Loki not have a bank account?
How do you know
I
what
don't
side?
really know
Whatever
what
the
to say.
the head is on.
I don't really
I heard
think
he has
there's
an
much
ATM in his bedroom.
that
He
I can
withdrew
do
just
to analyze
fucking
this.
flex.
Let's just watch it one more time, okay?
Like,
okay.
No, that's just fucking absurd.
Son, that's just disgusting. That's just
Son's
disgusting.
crazy.
Yeah. This is not normally. Please, someone check in PC.
That's so funny.
Like, the timing is impeccable. He
The timing,
avoids
it does
the
look so
dragon,
smooth.
which he understands is going to hit him likely because of the height of the dragon. He takes the bed extension, pearls towards the crystal, times the bed, kills
Yeah,
the
bed
dragon,
just
pearls
Already
into the
dead,
crystal,
yeah.
dealing him 2.5, nullifying the explosion
Like
damage
that
from
is
the
like the
crystal because
safest
the
play
pearl
there,
hits
because
it.
like if the dragon hits him and like knocks him up or like
Yeah.
something like that, like he'll have to go into a different
And even
sphere,
if the
but-
dragon was still alive, the crystal would have been connected to the dragon, meaning that it would.
It's like normally you would pearl down, but on 103 he's like kind of trapped in the corner, so
go
it's just
back
gonna
to
pearl
nerdy
from
time,
to the
like,
side instead.
I have nothing else to say.
No, I've seen him do it a lot. Like I've just seen him do it a lot, but like I feel like he does it more to aura farm than to actually do it properly. But then like being good at it is so good for when you do need to use
He
it. I
doesn't get
guess
hit
it's
by the
like that's
dragon.
the
It goes
biggest thing.
under the dragon. the bed doesn't get broken by.
But like
the
he just
dragon,
did the
like,
beds completely
just
wrong in my
everything, just
opinion. So like it
everything.
shouldn't have.
What is seed 3? Is it
Yeah,
room portal?
don't
I
know,
think
it's
it's room
fine.
portal. Are we gonna get a sub 5? Let's see. I think it's room portal.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, you never know.
Yeah. Such a good spot for chase down. True.
That's
Yeah.
just
I haven't
so-
thought about that actually.
So insane. And we forgot nerdy too, like the low key 0 just
Infume big ruin
completely threw us
portal?
over, like might have been more
no.
worth
That's
it
Aura.
to use
It's
the
the
full
only one
analysis
left.
on Infume's Pearl.
Oh, that's
but
true.
Maybe
Oh.
there was actually something weird that
Fuck.
happened there.
Never
I
mind.
thought he just like messed up a Pearling, but Loki's Aura 0 just completely forgot about that part of the seed, right? Like the whole reason why Infume was boating.
Well,
to the
Jenna, thanks for the
stronghold,
tier 1. Thank you.
right? Like we've never seen that in a playoff.
Okay.
We've never seen someone leave their magnet.
Come on,
and
Infume.
go towards
This
the
is where he
stronghold in a
becomes
new
the
occurrence
mom that
from
picks up the car.
some might say
I
the
don't know.
best ranked
This is the
player
3-1
ever
comeback. This is the
in
3-1
season
comeback.
9, right? Like someone who's definitely in that conversation, right? There's
Cloud
only 3 names in
9.
that combo. He's up there. and we have
2018
zero
E-League
on
Boston
going to
Major,
pool. Like,
down
this is just
2-0 in
absurd
the grand
situation.
finals.
Oh,
No one
shit.
gave him a chance. And guess what? They came back and won.
Crazy stuff. I
No,
mean,
it's like when you have to like
Loki
save your
having a
child
very
and
dominant
you just like
performance
get
here
like
so far.
super
We'll have to see
strength
if
for 2
Infume
seconds.
can claw back
That's
here
what
on the
Infume was
full
talking
seed.
about, right?
So
in
immediately
HG.
hang around here. Ooh, Infume getting stuck in some water though. Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's just a little bit of
Missed the
micro movement,
parkour.
and even if it's not going to maybe matter too much, that's not good for the mental,
What?
right?
That would
Why is
He
he
doesn't
shatter
have
my
advancements
mental.
on, so he doesn't know that Loki's got the
He
obby
missed the
really
parkour in the
big,
water
huge,
pool.
just movement
Yeah,
there
right.
a little bit.
But he's
We have
going
a-
to the
we have
Wait, where are we
three-
going?
to...
Oh, okay,
we have 3
okay.
iron for
AV reference,
so
those
much
you know.
the pick. Actually, we have 3 obby for
Oh my god, it's so clean.
portal. We don't need to make a
Oh my wait,
Ooh.
Infume's actually tasked. Infume's
Well,
fucking
yeah,
out,
this is
bro.
so good! What the
That's
fuck?
fucking crazy.
I never thought about that.
He's just boxing them into
And
the
look down to
fire.
eat one
And
nacho
then
and I
killing him
missed
with the action there.
everything.
That was-
What the
that
fuck
was
happened?
Good stuff there.
Wait, no
Infume.
food for Loki. What?
Yeah, no food.
Austin spawn housing.
Yeah, Infume
Oh,
went
even
fast
more
because Loki has
time.
no food. So
Oh, there's the fucking
Pressure.
treasure.
crazy.
And the
potential
fort is
for this
overlapping.
seed to really go either way. Infume slower to the room portal and slower
If
even
you know
more to
gold
enter
blocks,
because of this.
No
so
gold
Loki has 2
blocks.
gold blocks.
On treasure, that's really
Why do we
good.
not grab the
6 stake is
fucking
just
gold blocks?
insane.
It's too unlinear
Low-key,
for Infume.
you can get the seed done on.
He didn't feel like it. It's vibes. Dude,
It's
you wouldn't
just
get it.
so risky, right?
You know what it's reminiscent of though,
This is
Fiber?
like
is the
this is
seed
like those
that
like
eliminated
15
Infume last
images
season.
with deep
Right,
meaning.
Infume's-
It's
not
like, do you take the
where
food or
Hax
do you
got
take the
no
gold?
pork, I think it was.
Wait, what did Infume do
and
that's is
Hax
punching
just played
animals
the
into the
seed
fire
super
normal?
cleanly.
Dude, I'm
That's
gonna
the
kill
last
you.
week of last season. That was
You wouldn't
that was
fucking get it. You don't
playoffs.
understand.
That was
That's
playoffs, exactly.
basically
So
Infume's playoffs again.
Okay.
He's on 5 hearts in the treasure. He has the stake to get it back up. Low key, 5.5 hearts.
You did
So he
3
can throw
cows
2
onto
pearls.
1
The
fire
problem is he
source.
throws
3
two
cows
pearls.
onto
same
1
fire
fire
source
source
is
just
green
because
fire.
you
Yeah,
have
it's
to.
really risky. Loki really only
Like
wants
he
to
has
throw
to make
one
the
pearl.
play to knock them away
like
to
Infume's
so because
position
they're
even
gonna run to the
more. Yeah,
water
it's hard to say. I
otherwise. Like
mean,
he just has to do
I
it
don't
like that. But
underestimate
it's just like
Loki,
weird.
but having just 6 stake is so huge. I feel
Blood,
like.
you never done that in your whole life.
It's insane. It's like sometimes in root portal seeds you get 3 chickens, sometimes you get 5. 6 steak is just it's just absurd. Like each steak.
I know,
haven't
Feinberg
fully
says
done the
Loki with
math
so
or
much
gotten
like
caught up on it in a while, but I
emphasis.
feel like a steak is like 8 hearts.
Loki.
I feel
Oh,
like a
he
steak
missed
is
the
just
gold
so
toss.
feels
Oh,
like
they're
that's
they're
too
trading.
much.
I think.
Oh wait, Loki's scary.
Loki taking
damage,
picked up from a
though.
late pig.
That's
Yeah,
not
he's on
good.
3 hearts now.
Infume.
So maybe we have to throw 1 pearl and then
Like,
use
this
an
is so good
anchor
for
to
Infume with the
reset.
food.
So
Yep.
that
Wait,
now
what? He's
makes
doing
his low
this?
food situation a lot worse. I think that puts Infume in a pretty big lead on the seed. Just
Yeah.
1 hit from the late pick.
No, he played the overworld so much better.
And I don't know where the fort is.
Wait, is it tech to like
And
go like in front of your home
kinda-
portal,
yeah,
but
kinda
like
do
still
expect
like
to see-
Loki's out
do, like,
faster
the
though
hungry
on
set in the
trades.
nether?
That's the
Is
fort. He's
Loki
gonna throw a
fully
pearl.
out? Oh my
He's
god.
gonna leave off this as
Have
well.
a heart.
Yeah, sub
Look at
3
the
Oh,
pearl.
heart here for Loki.
Look at this. It's 254. Look at the pace.
Nah, surely like hunger reset with
Is he
anchor on
doing another
spawner
pearl?
and
Okay,
just
he's gonna
you
have
have
to
to
reset, it looks
force.
like.
This is a little weird though because he's under. Yep, he's
Dude,
under
oh my
a.
God.
Oh, he's gonna get
can I
the
overlap this damage?
pearl damage
Not yet.
immunity
He's
thing.
gonna overlap some crafts. I was gonna say he's under a fort, so he can't
No,
dig down to Hunger here reset.
Prioritize.
think he's so far ahead.
It's almost where he
first.
spawned in. I think
Maybe
he
some
wanted
better
to, but he
pearls.
spawned in a weird spot.
Leading him
Yeah.
this way.
Oh, it's hotbar got messed up. Oh my god, no fire res.
Oh my
god.
god, he's fucking crazy.
But he has a
Jesus.
splash, so he saved.
he might not have had it.
Give him two strays.
He has good strays on these
Northwest
on
of the
these
anchor,
spawners
those are
here.
good.
I feel
Strays.
like
He's
Infume's
going
gonna
towards the
be
second
great.
spawner too,
Blaze
right?
is
Go
killed,
Infume.
And he's in
Wow,
the lead
the
on
HPG
food.
is so
fast.
Wow, the
He's
food is
just
so big
committing
here.
to
The
a
food is so big here.
singular blaze bet
Hey,
on
yeah,
this
why does
open
Logan have no
spawner. He's
food?
not even hit the closed spawner.
Bro.
He's killing
So,
cows. He didn't
get it.
It's really going to come down to the
weaker.
rates of how
Why,
fast the
though?
spawners spawning when these
Do you not
blazes
see the
are
cows?
going to drop.
Yeah.
He like was in the
all these
portal as
random
he's looking
variance
at the
things.
cows, and
Is
I guess he
Loki gonna
just
be
like,
ahead? Is Infume
oh
gonna be ahead?
fuck it, I don't know, like that's such a.
If you have the
dumb
zombie
thing.
pig on stopping Sons.
What's the Rod
Loki's
stat
playing
looking
for the
like?
sub 6. I mean, I respect it.
5 for Loki,
Literally.
5 for
You're up
Infume. Is
2-0.
that the
There's
6 for
ever
Loki?
time to do it.
No.
Oh my god,
Right.
Infume's
One more
crafts are so
blaze.
good.
Infume's got blazes waiting though. That's also
They both
not
have
the
5.
6.
Infume's actually.
But Loki's got more
Oh my
blazes
god.
waiting.
No,
Loki
Infume's
just
way ahead.
He's
Yes.
so ahead because he has
If this
food.
doesn't drop, if this doesn't
I feel like we've
drop,
killed so many
it
people.
doesn't.
Still not.
That's Infume's
Doesn't have any
line.
pre-craft,
Infume's,
so it's not
Infume's
like
ahead.
it's time loss
Bro,
yet.
yes,
Why
he's
would he
been
put
ahead.
Crafts is gold picks.
Dagger on the
And there's
spawner.
more blazes here for
In his
Loki.
face.
Hyperactive
Yeah.
spawner
There we
gets
go.
that 6th rod.
Oh,
Trying
fire
to
on the
play for
spawner
the
is so
7th.
bad.
Gonna give it up. Infume
God,
needs a 6th
dude.
rod as well. The blazes will be
How
there,
does he do it?
but he, I
Holy.
don't know
Just
when he gets it.
here, but
Yeah, it takes
I mean,
a while.
if
here. I
you
forget
gets the
exactly
rod
how many
here-
blazes, but
And this
hasn't
micro
gotten it
is
yet.
gonna matter, right? You know,
He hasn't
when
gotten
can
it
you
yet.
leave that spawner?
No, but
When
it's
can
gonna
you
be one
shine
of
the
these
cores?
last two.
Low-key
It's
now
just fine.
working on the measurement,
so
and he's
close
leaving
now,
this
though.
eye
There
that
we go.
dropped. He's gonna try to
No,
get a
Infume's
7th
ahead by
rod.
like 10
Loki
seconds.
pre-crafted?
He,
Loki
he
is
doesn't
here.
have to hurry that.
Yeah,
Not
he,
playing
Infume's
for
ahead by
this
so
one.
much.
Yeah.
But what
True.
if
Gets the 7th,
What
so
if he
he's
dies?
leaving, but Infume's out to cords first.
Oh
Yeah, and look,
Yeah,
it's
and that food, I think,
Loki
is
can
food,
curl
right?
once,
Exactly.
and it's
It's so
150
far.
bucks.
Loki can only throw one more pearl.
Wait, what if Infume turns off his
Stop sending it, why not?
Infume fighting
Here we
for his
go.
life to
How's he
not
just
get
know
thrown
that
here,
the
and
obby
he's in
there?
Channel first.
He's fucking hoggling.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, how did he do
Food
that?
play really
That's so
paying off
crazy.
here. Now
It's gonna come
Okay.
down to the
Loki
spike though.
building the
Loki is
Fine,
not.
Okay,
Infume,
Loki
I lend
actually
you,
getting
I
here
lend
is
you my
succeeded.
ability,
Down
Infume.
How did he lose so much
And
time?
he doesn't need to
Infume, you
hunger
gotta
reset.
send
He was,
the
I
He's
swear he
committing
was
down
on
the
chords
staircase.
like 2
That
minutes
could
faster, and then.
Be his
Oh my god,
playoff
button
night.
challenge!
Lidar.
If it's not down the
Oh,
staircase,
he's
that
going the
could be
wrong
it.
way. It's
Not
more to
in
the
Bro,
left.
it's
Dude.
ocean.
Oh my god, you have to listen to the
Creeper.
fucking
Infume-
where are
Close
we?
down the
Where are
staircase.
we?
Oh my god, you
Yeah,
gotta,
he
gotta,
sees
gotta,
it, he
gotta,
sees it.
gotta.
Use a
I
sword
told
fish.
him. He listened to me.
The stray
Five.
It's
fish.
literally ocean.
What the? Okay, crazy.
Hard
Oh my god.
zero.
Oh, 58.
Oh, 74.
It's
He
not
is
free.
Hello.
buried.
He
Oh
has
my
more
god.
explosives than
No,
Loki.
no, he's fine actually. He can 4 pro.
Dude, Loki is
What tower
fucking
is this?
insane.
Well.
How
Oh, it's
the
gonna be a
fuck
side
is
setup
he in
here.
this?
Oh, it's scary clutch.
Infume forced to
You know,
commit to
bro, he hits
95 here. His
95,
pearl
bro.
lands at 91.
Oh,
Pearl
This
into an
rotation right
Enderman.
here, he can't get the first bow off. Loki
Does he
is
have
on
enough
1.5 hearts. He
health,
can't even
though?
go for 0. So it's
Oh
up
my
to
God.
Infume to not choke this. He has one more bet and 2 anchors.
Come
It's
on.
fine. It's just a little low, but it's
Playoffs
fine.
life is on the
Oh
line.
my
God, bro. Let's
So
go.
Holy shit.
From Loki. Or
It's the
excuse me,
food.
from Infume.
That was
Let me
a
get some
crazy
more.
fucking seed.
638, the
No,
food
no,
death.
no, he
I don't even
It's
know
real
like
again.
how
I mean, last
Loki was
season,
not that
Loki
far
got
behind
3-0'd,
compared
but
to like
you're not gonna
like
get a
I think
really
I mean
defensive
Infume had
at
low
least
picks in
going
the
for game
Bastion,
4
but
I'm looking
like
for a game 5.
other than that, like I don't know what
At
happened in that
638,
4
what
because
about
Infume should have
eight?
saved so much more time in that 4.
That seed was fast, right?
I feel like I didn't even
Sub 3-4 for
638.
Loki, low 3-4 for Infume, and even with those bad
Disgusting.
rates, that's the power of the Ruin Portal
Okay,
seed,
what's
right? You spawn on the
634
treasure,
today?
the fort's 1 pearl away,
Hacks.
boom.
It was hacks.
638.
You know, I'm gonna say it. Commentators didn't hype that up
that's
enough.
My analysis here is
The
I mean,
634.
Loki lost so much time in
If
the
you were in
fort,
the
like, he was
booth,
the
what
fort
would you have done?
20 seconds faster.
Oh my
Yeah, he got to the spawner
Jeez.
slower just because he had to hunger reset.
You're so right.
Because he had no health. He had no food.
So great stuff there from Infume, making the right play in the overworld and taking 1 seed back. We'll have to
Does your
see
analysis have to be so
if
bad?
Infume can take us to a game 5, or if Loki is gonna
Go
move
piss,
on to the
girl.
next round.
Oh no, I can't miss it.
Yeah, I mean, we can pick from any seed, and I mean, I say we, but it's up to Loki to pick from any seed
Uh,
type. So
you can
does he send
piss,
it to the
yo.
BT? Does it?
Lewis
does he send it to
apparently
his
is
van? Or does he bring it back to one of those 2 seed types that he won on the
gambling.
tempo?
So
Piss
he should
bottle.
break it.
Let's see what the pick bands look
There's
like
minimum like 3 minutes, dude. There's no way there's. Okay, I'll try and make it.
as he sends it to the BT.
How long is this guy's pisses?
Beautiful stuff.
What?
there. I mean, both these
It's
runners
like
obviously very
15 15
experience with the
seconds,
BT, but
like
Infium having
s-
banned
like,
it, I think it makes sense.
raising
Loki
seat
just is gonna pick the
skip,
ban.
washing hand skip.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting match here,
Seat
Feinberg.
skip,
Hopefully
hello.
another quick one. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had a subset.
I know
of
it's
teams
flushless,
already
flushless
today,
percent.
Yes, on the
right? We
fucking
had one
seat.
last weekend as well.
Flushless, washless.
So very possibly to be very fast, right? You're guaranteed food. If
Wiping
there's TNT, you're
skip.
guaranteed blocks. You know, if there's shears, you get blocks as well.
I don't think Silverrun's will wipe
I mean,
after he
definitely the
pees.
second fastest.
No,
seed
guys,
type,
it's
obviously,
aura,
there's no
it's aura,
looting.
it's
Although
green
sometimes
aura
I
with
have it.
flies.
Portal can have, but that sub 7 that we just had no looting.
What
That
are we
was a-
saying?
that
I
was
like
just
just
a
down,
sub
bro.
7, it's a
Bro,
mid
we
side,
need
right? Like,
media trading.
6
I'm gonna lead a
nine,
media
6
trading.
Green
nine,
aura
session,
with
right?
flies, bro.
20
That's
seconds.
aura.
As we
I'm
are
leading
just
the
about ready
media
to
trading
leave.
session after this.
this BT.
Why if you smell really bad,
Infume fighting for
you
his
have a
playoffs
green
life
aura around you
nerdy.
with flies.
Season 7.
No, you just have like some
out in the round of
stink
16.
waves.
Season
Is that what you're
8,
talking
he's
about?
2 seeds away from winning the whole
Yes,
thing.
bro.
And
That's
now
not
he's 1
aura.
seed away
It's green aura.
from not being able
Can you say aura
to
twice?
get redemption. Right? We could see an Infume
Anyway, the
but
game's
not
back.
Loki has anything to say about it. 2 seeds left to go. Infume.
Okay, Silver taking the longest piss of all time.
Down 0-2 has brought it back to
I
1-2.
can sub in from. They're pie-dawing! Pie-dawing! They're digging! 9-9 is the coordinates you need to be on. Oh, Loki boots faster. Infume, and then he just gives up like a minute into the scene. Just stops.
And we get shears for blocks as well. We get the
I'm back.
one spare gold for distraction. Infume holding on to the
missed
2 emeralds. Might make his injury look a bit.
What do you do? What do you do? Cheers?
Iron Axe.
What?
Why is that bad?
Wick
We're watching
there.
it.
Pass.
Lots of food this
Wait,
seed,
what?
so not going to be an issue for Loki,
Triple
hopefully.
crafted Iron Axe.
And we get shears for
Triple crafted?
gold shovel. One
Yeah.
spare
Loki
How
or
do you even
Infume?
do that?
Infume holding on to the 2
Oh, you
emeralds.
script writers.
Wait,
How
do you do that?
Let's chill.
You hold
Chat,
like shift, right?
let's
So
chill.
you
It was an
drag-
accident.
Yeah, I guess.
He mixed up his
Damn.
lefts and his
I'm not
rights.
exactly sure,
Funny.
Firework,
Fuck
but I
media
can tell you what
training.
happened. That was,
You're done.
I think not what he was going for.
I don't think he was probably going for that either.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Like, what are they saying? No shitty
like,
movie.
25-second lead or something like that. Is that going to
And
be
we're
enough?
on
Bro,
Bastion.
stables, let's go.
Finally.
Ooh,
Not
but I
a
will say one thing,
not a
Loki
single
said-
game we
Okay, no. So
spawn
he
and
should know
like
that Loki
don't
is,
just see the Bastion immediately.
He
Yeah.
doesn't see
That's
the
why.
advancements on, but he has the little
No.
indicator in the top, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
That's so
today,
boring.
no.
I don't know if that's really gonna
It was
matter
like
that much, but
one of my
maybe
games, like
it's
on
not
like the
that
last
much
seed.
time save.
Yeah.
Dude, I was
It's
so
like you
happy
could
when
not
we
go- you
spawned in
still have to go
and
for
there was like
something
actual
before
terrain
this
nav.
happens.
Because I know it's like 5 a.m. for
See
Blazemine,
if
like his
Loki can claw
like
back
his
any
brain
more.
is on
I've
low
seen
power
a lot
mode
of
right now, like he's not gonna be able to do that.
Was thinking
No,
that
yeah.
was feeling
Oh, it was
crazy, could play
the
single, triple, but
Steez
that's just really stupid, so
Steez
he's
hacks
doing
match.
that.
That one Steez kept
That would
making up time
be-
on
that'd be kinda
terrain
awesome,
like every
but yeah,
single
no, that
seed.
might be a little too risky.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just.
I mean,
Oh
if
my
he's
god.
Oh my god, oh my
Whoa,
god.
whoa, whoa,
The
whoa.
fucking
Pitfall.
pig kept pushing.
He's punched a
Insane.
pig. Infume's in a bit of a pickle
Whoa.
here.
He
Like,
literally
just
has
like-
recovered like this like
I think there's
the
a pig
earlier
still
in
mad
this
at
same
him.
playoffs.
Yes, he got hit
Good morning.
twice.
How does
there,
Loki
but
do
he
this
didn't fall
every
into trades, he
fucking
didn't
time,
die.
bro?
Yo.
So,
Sippy.
not the worst situation for Infume, but pretty bad. Took a
Why does
lot
he
of
not keep
damage.
shears?
Might lead to needing a hunger
Or just
reset
mirror does
later
Infume have
in
like
the
no
seed.
picks?
And he's just starting his trade slower, right? Is Loki
Yeah,
able to
he
get
didn't.
these
He
trades
wasn't
those two
able to
blocks good?
re-aggro.
clean beef salad
Or
hole?
Loki
Yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah. I
is.
think you
Gets the
have to
aggro.
personally.
Good
So
stuff
Loki
from
could make up almost all this time just in the Bastion.
It's definitely possible. We'll have to see. I mean, I think a lot of these micro things could add up. We've talked a lot about Loki's mechanics being just absolutely insane. So, yeah, making good use of the Bastion so far. And
I mean, the pig
potentially
was just
clawing
like
back
getting
some of that time
shoved
over.
with Infume, so it was like hard for him to like.
Yeah, we'll
Oh my god, he
see
doesn't have
exactly
like any
when these runners
pigs.
leave. I don't know what the Obsidian count is looking like. Infume only at 16.
Oh my
Are we
god,
getting
why
a
is there
20
so
from
many
the rest
here?
of the trades or not?
Oh my god, what the
Why is he
fuck?
killing them? They just
Killing
de-aggro.
these Guardians here. We do have 20 Obby.
Okay, he's out. He's out.
Has a spare fight.
Oh my god.
2 more pigs though.
He's
Late
dead.
pigs.
He's dead.
Oh,
He's
he's
dead.
alive! How is he alive? How
Oh
is
my
he alive? No,
God.
actually, how is he
How
alive?
did I
Go
get there?
this way.
And this is so much time
Oh
lost,
my
though.
Like
god.
the pigfall area.
No,
How
holy
did
shit,
he
I
not
don't know how
die?
did he not get hit again?
I cannot believe he's not dead. And
That was
even
like
still, Nerdy, it looks
tick
like he's leading
perfect,
the
like
Bastion
off by a
first.
pixel. Like no way.
How is
It's
that
just
possible?
so.
Just so much
No,
time
no.
lost there
Yeah.
at the beginning, just right off the rip.
Loki's
for
leaving too
Loki,
now.
He's so
He's
much time
definitely making
lost. He has
some
no food
blunders here.
either.
Yeah, Loki's
Loki
food
is looking
good.
to
2 CODs
head
still.
towards the fortress as well, pearling
He's
out.
got such
Does he
a
not have
better
salmon?
food situation. Infume's on
Yeah.
three and a
do they?
half hearts. It's gonna be on a
Oh,
1
4
heart.
salmon
We do
and.
have some
Great
salmon
pearl.
still, I think. I don't think Infume's
Okay,
ate
okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay, we're
salmon,
good.
so
We're good. We're good.
Food situation, honestly, still pretty good for Infume, all things considered.
It's definitely not like Loki's food situation last seed,
Double
but
betting is not
still a little bit
efficient,
worse.
by
Could
the
end
way.
up mattering as the seed
Okay.
progresses
Why?
here. First
Well,
route there
there
for
was a study
Loki
done on it.
and for Infume as well. So
Okay.
these
Why?
runners
What's
are
the
honestly
reason?
just
By
fully
who?
neck and neck at this
Who
point.
did the
Trust the
study?
science. Trust
Yeah,
the
Loki made up
science.
all this time off the reset reset just
From
on the
who?
Bastion, you know, having a little bit more food, being
Can we
able
lock
to
it?
curl just a little bit
On
more
map.
aggressively to the fortress. And neither runner has gotten any strays. Both runners have fully cleared
How
out
are they
the
on the
spawner by
same
the time the
pace?
second spawn even happens.
Bro, what do you mean how?
So
If
I
you
don't
lost like
know
30 seconds in that
where the
bastion, or like
variance is gonna
40.
come in
But his entry was way.
on
I
the
mean,
seed
Infume had to
in the
fucking,
fortress.
or Loki had to
How does Loki save
reset
any
the
time,
seed.
you know, until
So-
we
Yeah,
get
there's
to
only
that,
like
traveling
20
to
seconds.
the
left.
portal split, you know, traveling to courts.
Dude, why isn't he using his sword
We
ever?
have
That's actually a good.
Yeah, that's
question.
nuts.
Infume building his first portal.
I think Loki maybe
In
lost.
sync with Loki.
Oh
my God, he's just
Rod
out.
How
lost
does he
a
like?
blaze. I think he lost a blaze.
His
for
inventory
a
management
year,
is
like,
like
this is
massive.
Rod.
How did he
I think
just,
he
like,
lost
what is
one
this
blaze.
dude?
Because
Infume
Loki's
is
on
out,
5 rods
like,
and
on
Infume's on
this.
6. I think
Yeah.
he lost one blaze to one
Wait,
fire.
yeah, how
I
did
think
Loki
that
do
last
that?
He needs to
one
cross
was
still.
2 for Loki and 3 for Infume. I was thinking it, but looking at the rod counts, that has to
True.
be what happened.
Nice.
Really, he can just do it between pearl throws.
I think this one fire,
Wow.
and
No, it's already
now
crafted, he
Infume
used
can
the
just leave. Loki doesn't know that
crafting
you know
table.
it's one extra rod.
Oh my god. Wither.
And how long is it going to
There's
take for these
Pearl.
blazes? He doesn't have the pre-craft, so
Oh.
it's not the worst time loss. But how long are these blazes going to take? Look how far ahead Infume is.
Yeah, and it's just all comes down to this
How did
one rod. Can he
Loki,
get it
like,
from
lose
D3?
his
I mean,
spawn
most
cycle?
likely, right? Surely.
Oh, it's
Really
two
Lesser
blazes that he
Rod or
lost.
something.
There we go.
Maybe the
Oh,
fire was
interesting.
worse than we thought.
Yeah, that's
But
unfortunate.
he's going to chords. And how is the
And
explosive
Infume in the
situation so
stronghold.
different? Infume has 7 explosives. Loki only has 5.
Oh my God.
Should be so comfortable for Infume. He's got a good spike to the left here.
Please. Oh, really? Uncommitting that
He's
early?
going back
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Looks like.
Oh my
No,
god.
through the
Likes the
stronghold. It
direction.
wasn't in the
This
ravine.
is
No,
Zero,
no,
it's
no, it's
not
there.
This though
Middle,
wasn't
it's
a zombie
middle.
spawner spike. Loki's
I mean, you gotta spike
now
way more left.
in,
Like,
See if he gets the
but that
Loki's gonna
spike
spike
Oh my God,
was
Loki's doing the same thing.
good.
Wait, what?
oh, what is this hidden?
It's just how do you get there?
It could be in this.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
yeah,
Whoa,
yeah.
good one.
Oh,
Yes.
There we
that's
go.
so scary.
Not
Holy
dead to the
fuck.
silverfish.
Oh
He
my
the
can
god.
make another anchor. Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Dude,
pre-crafted,
Dude,
but
Infamous has like
Loki
a smaller
hasn't
hitbox or
found
something. How
the
does he
yet.
get
Yeah.
away with that?
So this time loss isn't going to matter. And Infume on pace
Four
for a
bet, two anchor.
mid-7, 7 explosives.
And enjoy the zero
6
cycle.
See if he
explosives,
hit the
mind me.
0. Take us to
Okay,
a
it's free.
game 5.
Someone said twink hitbox.
99, it looks like.
That's
Got these
fucking awesome.
I mean,
What
unless
did
the
they
arrow
say?
goes through
Oh,
the arrow,
arrows.
He has
Wink
no
hitbox.
arrows. In
He does,
fact.
he does, he does.
He does arrows.
He just is playing it safe, I
The
guess.
damn, oh, he
Stuff
does.
so
Just
far.
decided not to shoot.
Oh my
the
god,
arrow.
Loki's
that's
situation. 2 skeletons.
Bang!
Gets the kill.
Oh my god!
Holy shit, game
Reverse
5.
sweep!
Loki having a
Oh
my
five
God,
minutes
LeBron.
that were
I called it. I called the
reset
Cloud9,
on
baby.
reset in this water area.
Oh my god.
This is hidden. This hidden's weird because of this water.
Like two,
Well,
it
it's
was
not-
like
it's not
2
hidden,
blazes
but,
as well because Loki killed
way
the
where the
first one on the
portal
new
is.
spawn and there was nothing. Maybe Infume got a 4 spawn, Loki
Okay.
got a 2 spawn
Holy
because of
crap,
one
man.
fire. I really don't know.
I mean, it's
Game
possible.
5.
It's for sure
I think
possible.
Loki does this for the content, bro.
In either case, though, there we have Infume taking us to a game 5. Very exciting stuff. I mean, hey, it's exactly what we asked for, Feinberg. As we get another, I mean, a 726 from Infume. I mean, these matches have been so quick today. But in either case, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the big thing that stands out to me is that 23-second nether split there. You can see it's literally exactly the same as
Oh
the
my god,
result in
dude.
time loss in the stronghold. So they would have entered, theoretically, they would have entered the stronghold at the exact same time, had Loki not made that mistake. But hard to say for sure. In either case,
Yeah, but
with
they're spawning.
a
They're spawning
solid
in
win
the
there.
Bastion and the
Excited
Fortress.
to
They're getting
see
2
what this
advances
game
at
5 has
once
in
on the
store for us.
enter.
I will say, Loki gets the seed pick for game 5
True.
as well.
True.
So it's not likely that he's going to pick what he banned. Not likely we're going to get the world tour. Is he going to go back to one of those 2 seeds he won on earlier, right? The Desert Temple, the Shipwreck. Is he going to go to the BT that he lost on? Just now.
I mean, it's hard to say. I
no,
feel
he
like
can't go to the BT. Never mind. I just want to see what he picked. Too many seeds
I don't
going on in my head. Lost at the ruined portal earlier. He's going back to the Shipwreck that he won on, yeah. I mean, the slowest seed in this best of 5 by almost 2 minutes. Right, 7:59, 7:26, 6:30.
I think if I have to remove one seed type from rank, it'd be Shipwreck. I think
maybe he wants to
Shipwreck's
give
your
us
constantly
another
worst.
beautiful 0. So
I
maybe the Shipwreck is
agree
what
with you.
caused that 0.
I think we should
never-
add
you never know.
structureless.
It
I
caused that
disagree with
0,
you.
caused Infume. I mean, Infume was doing his Shipwreck cosplay at the end of that seed.
True,
So
true. That is
maybe
that,
Loki's
that
trying
is a
to
good
channel
point.
that energy again.
That is a good point. I like
really
that
don't know.
analysis there. We'll have to see. Yeah, definitely, I guess, his most dominant victory, if you think about it like that. So maybe just he liked the confidence it gave him, or maybe he's not even really thinking about it that much. We'll have to see what we have for us with the Shipwreck. Shipwrecks can't have so much variance to them. Let's see what this one has in store.
As we are ready to go, Nerdy. Both players' playoffs on the line. Loki has had 2 chances to close it out so far. This is
After
the
this.
final one. 11 iron, 6 carrots.
You
He's
definitely don't
run
need to listen
flesh.
to what Evan said, by the way. You
Loki
do
not
not
grabbing the
listen to what
stew,
Evan
but
said.
shouldn't matter too much. And we have some bubbles on the Shipwreck as well. Is Loki going to make an iron axe? Is he going to make
VP.
shears? This could be
Bro,
the
Loki just
variance
doesn't
play
fully loot
in
chests
game
because he
5.
just
Do you make
like
stone axe
feels
shears?
like
Do
he's
you
in
make
them for
iron
too
axe
long.
loot
No way
shears?
that's worth it though, right?
Stone
No,
axe
it's
shears.
not. That's
Infuse,
why
what
nobody
are
else
we
does it.
crafting?
Grab gravel.
know.
Gravel
Yes.
VP!
The other way
Shears.
around
No way,
is
this
not.
dude's so
But
lucky, bro.
this
If
Does
he's
it
not making
change
shears?
any-
could be.
Yeah.
Wait, oh my god, the Loki's
Shears.
like
Fuck.
Stone axe
Yeah,
shears,
let's
iron
see.
axe,
No,
no shears.
what is he doing? Oh, he's
Dude,
eating
he's
dirt.
he's
It's just
actually
a gravel
true because we
because he doesn't
spawn.
make
Worlds, we
shears.
compare them.
But we're
contrast
spawning on the
which
bastion,
is
so he doesn't need
faster. I don't
fucking
know,
blocks.
True,
I personally
Wait,
would. I
actually,
think I would make shears.
He literally
I
is
feel like
leaving
these
with
trees are
8
so
dirt.
awkward. Infume's out, but
No,
not
this is so
that
bad,
much
like, he's
faster.
barely
This is only,
ahead.
like a 5 to 10 second time save, and Loki dug down on gravel for his cobble, so they're in this ravine within, a second of
Loki's
each
just
other.
gonna gap in the portal, watch.
Yeah, no, and
Oh my, this is
Loki's
Wait, never
missing
mind. What is this
really
ravine from Loki?
awkward spot. He's gonna swim a little
there we
farther
go.
in. There's the rest of the ravine.
This is fine.
it's like Infume is a little bit faster there.
But the blocks,
Doesn't
Nerdy,
have
the
those
blocks.
Does not have that many blocks.
It's stable,
And
so
look
you
at
don't need that many
this.
blocks for the route. But can Loki
terrain
save some
could be a
time on
little
terrain? Yeah, look at where he's going to the right here.
Yeah.
This lets him connect up
Because he has the blocks
these
to
triples.
make this
Infume
play. But I don't think
doesn't have that many
it matters
blocks.
that much.
Wow.
maybe?
I think it matters a lot. I think
Situation,
it,
this is
No,
all this
this
wood.
is
He's gonna have to get more wood
Yeah,
building
he's
here,
gonna-
and Loki's so much faster.
Yep.
To the Bastion, bow clutch for playoffs.
Oh,
no.
oh my fucking god!
That's not good. That's not good.
Wish he had the
And he
stew
has
right
no
now.
food to pick up stew. Is he gonna eat one carrot?
Yeah,
No
Infume's
way,
the
he's
Here
eating
he
a
could
carrot.
die.
It doesn't even
Yeah,
heal
he's
him.
not.
What the fuck are we doing?
He needs
So
to
just
keep hearing us here.
guy and Infume. The
I thought Loki's
terrain,
gonna
what
keep
we
high
thought was good
terrain.
for
Going.
Loki is now good for Infume.
Where
Double
the
triple?
fuck is it?
Yeah.
What is
Bro,
happening?
Oh, they gotta
Oh
stop
my
giving the
God. He's
double
gonna commit
triple
to
versus
playing double
triple to
triple here.
gap seeds on fucking
And so
game
is
5s.
Infume.
Like, it's just stupid.
Preparing the
Oh my
double triple,
God.
getting
It's
these.
like,
It's
yeah,
just
playing
so
double triple, yeah.
dumb, man.
Only on 3 hearts, Funbury. That's scaring me personally.
Oh, look at
Double
Infume. Look at
triple?
Infume.
Double
Look at
triple
Infume. Triple
versus
the
Loki
gap.
playing
triple
triple
Look
to
at
gap,
Infume.
Loki playing double triple.
Another
Oh.
VP. This is the
Wait,
whole scene.
why would you play triple the gap here?
Loki has to use
No
6
way.
gold
this is
on the
Infume
carrots.
is, like,
He's
hits
maybe
more
5 gold on the
often.
carrots. I think he ate
Just
1.
always. I feel like
Yeah,
double. I thought double
and
triple
like
hit
they have to
more.
make golden carrots
Oh
on
my
the
God,
seed,
Infume
so
has
like
so
it
many
makes double
pigs
triple
on this
worse.
beast
How the
battle.
fuck-
So many pigs.
What is Loki
Loki
doing?
taking another hit of damage
Oh my
there.
god. It's really, they just
It's
both
scaring me
hit
a
and the
little
rest just
bit,
kind of
but
equal, but like Loki
In
hits a
either
little
case,
bit less,
a
but it's
totally different
equalized
routing from these
because
2 runners on the seed.
I don't
Funbury.
think
Entirely
Infume's,
different.
or I don't think Loki's grabbed the other gold blocks. He is not. Heading to them now.
And since he had to
12
craft
I mean,
those-
yeah, Infume
since
was
he had to craft those
ahead
golden carrots,
because
I wonder, you know, that
Loki
could
missed the
end
vote
up
clutch
mattering
most all
for
the
the
time,
trades.
but
We'll have to
We don't
see.
even know how much
oh my
Obby
god, he's
there
doing
is in the
great.
Bastion, right? Like,
You're just
if there's
placing
not
a
20 up
crying
here,
Obby.
Loki loses.
Fuck it.
On the
100%.
spot.
On double triple already.
There we go.
That's
There's
4, Obby.
some.
Just 4, though. Not the guaranteed
Rubbish
chest, but
chests.
only 4.
There we
Oh my
go.
God,
Up to
that's
12.
fine.
That should be enough.
Oh
Oh,
my
that would
God.
be enough right there.
Oh my goodness
16 without even
gracious.
checking
It's just
the trades.
the
Loki
pearls.
getting a pearl hang off. So many pigs mad at him here. He's got to check his trades.
Why did
Infume's
is
got to
Stone
check his
Sword
trades
really
as well, but
worth it?
Loki should be
Yeah,
out a
same
little
as Iron.
faster. How many
Or
pearls
it's a
does he
little
have,
slower,
though?
but it works. Oh wow.
17.
Oh, 17.
No, it's not
17
even slower.
pearls.
This
Stacks
is
and
less
string,
damage.
though. It's just a pearl situation. He wants
Is
one
he
more
now?
culture. Look at Infume,
29.
though, already
And
leaving.
Infume's
Oh,
out
yeah.
already.
Oh my god, the
Infume's out.
task overlap. He gets 1 wood.
Oh my, he got 2. No, he got 1. Whoa!
Wait, did
Just
you
better,
just leave
you know,
him?
routing
He has
to
17 in pearls right
terrain.
now.
And
Oh
Loki
my
doesn't have
God.
pearls to
Loki?
spam here.
Yeah,
Infam's
whoa.
so ahead now.
Yeah, because of the
Lude,
blue.
imagine.
It's a rude portal.
Oh, that pearl's
Oh,
so
yeah.
bad. That pearl's so
Looted.
And
bad.
that pearl's so bad. No, Infam's just like
Yeah, he
wins.
won.
There
He
was a
won.
sword there. It was not
Infium
moving.
wins so easily.
Okay.
Loki
Alright,
on
good to know.
16
Could come down to the
pearls.
nav.
I mean,
Infium's
that's so
Dude, I
dumb.
don't wanna
Double,
play
triple.
Infium.
Infium playing
Double,
strays
triple,
in this seed.
where...
Loki throws
Bro,
one bad
Infium
pearl.
played so bad in this.
Now has to throw a
best of
second.
five, I'm not gonna lie.
14 pearls at the spawner, so he's not going to play strays
double,
because
triple,
he doesn't have the resources to
but
do so.
he gets no pigs.
Infium
Like, I
has
don't know
so
where
many
his pigs
blazes here
were.
on the
Like, it's
spawner.
just... That's just, like, so stupid.
Loki is going to try to play
I
straight.
just
Like my head-to-head against Infame is
Rochester
like
Infume?
embarrassing this season.
No. He
Full
got
dis-
that.
No, you actually
Dive
turn it
Fire,
to him
like,
though.
I'm
You
Loki
actually
like
turn
an
it to
other
him.
fly
He
header
just.
then.
Nah, I mean he's gonna have more
Yeah,
confidence,
he
but
did,
like
Dude, like
his first two
they're
seeds
gonna
were
pull up the
so
stats cards, and
bad.
it's like,
pretty crazy.
what was I against him
It's,
last
It is
season?
definitely scary here for Loki.
17 and 28, bro.
Flesh out, saving those carrots for later.
Did he even craft the carrots?
Is the mentality there from
He
Loki
did,
just
so
like
in his
I
inventory,
know
he
I'm
just
behind because I failed the bow
doesn't-
clutch, so I have to
he
go to
just
the
has
high roll.
flesh out.
On the double triple?
No.
No, like double triple
I
like
think
hits more
90%
often
of people
than
play double
Save
triple
that
there,
for
yeah.
later on with the
It
pearling.
hits more often
Infume's
than
ahead on Raw
Then-
by 1, but I feel like
like
he's
it
ahead
hits
by
more
more.
than it
It
does.
hits higher than
oh,
50%
okay,
odds. Yeah,
He
so
had
like
so many strays. And he's been at the spawner faster as
Wait,
well.
how's
I don't
Loki
know how
like
Loki
caught
saves
up?
time.
Oh
And
my god.
2.5
He
hearts.
can't pearl.
Manji,
Oh my
Manji,
gosh,
Manji.
the big fella.
Loki,
The fucking big
does he
fella.
remember
Oh,
he
that was
has the
Loki. I thought it was
carrots? Why
Yeah,
is
he
he
kind of
still
just
eating the
loses to
flesh?
pearls no matter what.
No, I don't know.
Did Loki
He's golden
Loki
carrots
not
in
able to
inventory,
make
now he
golden carrots?
remembers.
But I
He
think
has.
that's
He's
not
no.
wrong.
No,
It's
he still has
correct. He's
it.
saving it for blind trap for
Infame
Yeah.
on
trouble
5
points.
rods.
Is correct.
But he can't even like pearl.
Loki
Significant
only
lead
on
here.
3.
Yeah,
He has
can't
3
throw.
golden
He
carrots.
crafts,
He's
he can
saving
make
it.
some gold picks.
No, but he can't. I'm saying like, or we're saying he can't throw pearls.
Oh yeah, that's
Running
true.
out himself now.
I feel like it's worth it to
Infume
just
goes to
throw the
grab
7.
his
Maybe
eye.
not. Maybe not.
Has to
His
grab
eyes,
2,
rather.
measured with 2. That
I mean, he
could
has
be
to send it
some
like
type
hope
of
it's a higher eye
Loki
count. I don't know.
doesn't even really want to throw a
he
pearl
had
up.
to
He gets
leave
60,
because he
right?
just had
He
no
must have- if he
only
still
has
has
14
Killer Blaze.
pearls.
Oh, but he has 10,000.
True.
Okay.
No, that's
I
a good
missed
point.
that.
Loki has 24. So, Loki might not even be able to go for the 0. If it's a 0 eye and it's back.
Absolutely.
Like, and it's
do you do
1100.
here?
This is Infume seed to lose. This is his playoffs to lose. To knock out Loki
ahead.
again 2 seasons in a
Oh,
row.
and run.
A
Oh,
reverse
oh.
sweep. Have we
Wait, where's
seen
it
that
going?
yet
He
this
He
season?
put on
I
this
don't
terrain,
think so.
no? Oh, he's went up.
It's
There's
wide
some
open this
Oh!
way. Unless it goes to the right. Oh
Find out
shit.
who's
Oh.
sitting
He
in
can-
and
he
grab.
can
I
mess
feel like
around,
Loki
though. He
running
has the
out of
pearls.
stuff to use just because. I mean,
Yeah, I
he
mean,
ran out of.
Loki's gonna have
he
to
just didn't have as
dig
much
a
gold to
lot.
with the
Varsity.
double triple. The
It's
play for
far.
Infume really paying
Oh, no,
off.
Infume's
with
out
the
of-
pearls
or-
mainly.
Infume out of
But also
fire.
the
I
blocks,
don't
I'd
know if
say.
that's
Infume
gonna-
hasn't
Loki's
found
taking
the
way better
best
terrain, it just doesn't
to
matter.
use. Loki's gonna whip 1
Oh.
pearl, so
There's one
now he
pearl.
has
Is
13
43
only.
not needlessly high?
It's fine.
202,
Look at the
34.
terrain. I think
and he's
Loki's made
here.
up a little bit of time on this terrain, just going higher.
Bang!
But Infume's in the stronghold
We'll pick
first.
You got it right there. Yep.
Oh, that spike is
Good
so
spike to the
clean.
left.
Oh my
It's
god.
Oh my
straight.
god.
Not
Oh
behind.
my
Left.
goodness
Oh my God.
gracious.
There it is.
And it's a
Oh,
0.
it's a 0 eye.
So Loki
Wow.
can't
4
0.
bed, 2 anchor.
It's 1 pearl. There's just no
5
way he
bed?
can
5
0.
bed,
He's not even
2
going the right
Oh,
way.
you could 0 on 1.
It's open still.
See if Infume
He
can
just,
hit
he
the
just
0.
can't. He
He's
can't
just
get
too
to the
slow.
node.
Like this is.
It's back.
Nah.
This
This is actually, this is like
no way he can get there, and
close.
his
I mean, he
back
can't
is
make the 0.
So chill.
Infume's got 7 explosives. There's nothing standing between him and the final day of playoffs once again.
You can't do anything.
And all the aura that
Wow,
Loki's
what a
farmed,
crazy
nearly
game.
3 seeds in a row, has
Yeah.
faded. And now,
No
just
arrows.
a
but
memory as
doesn't matter.
Infume erases Loki.
Imagine it flies at 95.
There's the
Well, I
zero.
fucking suck
Why
at
did he
picking-
do
Oh
that
my god,
so
wait, this is
early?
low.
Why did he
This
do
is
that?
really low.
He chose!
No, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Just
Why
the
did he do
need
that?
to fucking add a little bit of drama. Like he just blew up the bed like a second too early.
Taking out Loki's
Oh
first
my
sweep,
God.
3-2.
Dude,
Clutch
that
from
was the
Infume.
coolest match. Like, oh my
I
gosh,
cannot believe
let's
we
go,
got a reverse
Infume!
sweep in this
What a
matchup of
comeback.
all matchups.
I know.
Infume
Holy
Loki.
fuck.
Oh
Up
my
2-0,
gosh,
and
oh
now
my gosh, that
Loki
might be my
once
favorite match
again
since like Duke v Loki.
swatted
Like,
out of
that
the
was
final
crazy.
day
Fucking
of
crazy.
playoffs.
That was so much fun.
2 seasons
Ludwig's
in a row
so
of
sad.
3 times.
That's insane, Robert. That is crazy. I mean, I do feel like,
Wow.
man, I guess just like some small things here or there
That
from
was a
Loki, some
fucking
small
crazy
mistakes.
0.
And
Holy
Infume
shit.
just with the decisions that ultimately paid off.
Dude, Ludwig is so red.
I mean, yeah, that's just insane. He saves 30 seconds getting to the fort, and he wasn't even the one who played double triple. Like if you look at the splits, you'd think it's the other way around.
Loki got no pigs on double triple, which is just unlucky, and he also took 8 hard.
Didn't lose enough time, but no, Loki played.
That's right. He was in the
double
lava.
triple and still lost 30 seconds.
Wow, crazy stuff.
Let's bring Infume in the booth.
I'm lost for words here, Farmer. Infume, welcome to the booth. How are you feeling after the reverse sweep there on Loki? How's it going?
I'm gonna throw up. Oh, dude, oh my god. It's just, everything's shaky, man. Everything is shaky. Voice, hands, gameplay.
Oh my god.
Hey, you clutched it up in the end there.
Dude,
we're
that
curious
final
to hear your
bet,
thought process on that
dude,
last
that
seed.
scared
Made
the
a lot of
shit
different
out of me,
decisions
man.
from Loki there.
Why did
choosing
he?
to
I
go
think he had
for-
one more
I
bet.
mean,
Why
the
did he
big
go
thing
for
was
the
going for
anchor?
triple to gap.
No, because
Was
he
low.
did it.
Also
He
choosing to
accidentally
go for
did it
the
way
Iron
too
Axe at
low.
the beginning. I guess walk us through what was going through your head to make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, on that last seed and including
Oh my god,
last
it did.
3 seed,
Well, I
'cause,
guess it
mean,
didn't
I'm
even
down
come down to
2-0,
3 axes
it's
because
literally
yeah,
one
and
seed
Loki
and
just
I
couldn't
lose.
zero.
My
That
thought
was
process on
crazy.
making Iron Axe there is just getting a stone axe so you can make shears and have that like more consistency with having like those blocks. I thought it's just like, you know, I kept telling myself like I have to win by any means necessary, and that's the biggest time save I know I'm gonna have, and especially on Loki. I'm just gonna get mechanics.
That was
gapped,
such a
so I need
stupid
to
play.
make as
Loki
best as
also
I
made a
can,
dumb
you know,
play by
against
boat
getting more
clutching down. Loki
consistent.
should. I
I need to do the
swear
best
Loki
seed
could
that
have
I
either
can
bridged
that
over or ran
is
over
just
on the
the
terrain and
fastest
then
that can
been
make
at the top
mechanics,
of the triple.
you know, really mechanics different.
Actually, no, because he saw
trip.
he saw double triple, so I
Makes
guess it
sense.
makes
Worked
sense to
out.
just go
I
down
guess,
anyway.
I know you said you've like had golf videos on the second monitor.
I think
in the
there's
past,
replays on these now
other
because like they
videos like
changed
that,
something with
but
the
I
hosting.
guess
Oh, really?
sort
Like
of
I have
tangentially
replays on my
related to that
matches.
question,
Oh, sweet.
how did you keep it together
Yeah.
after 9
I
minutes
feel
of
like
the
there had to
siege
be better
to
terrain
vote
for
when
Loki
you're
to not
voting to
have
the
to boat down.
stronghold in the overworld?
Oh
Like,
man,
how does your mental stay together, or does it not? I don't like. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no. It was okay. It was like a whole bunch of things. Because I'll tell you, I actually have a
Like
lot
yeah,
to
he
say
could
on
have
this.
just like
Because
okay.
last weekend I had a Grand Horvat video, and I didn't feel like I put
Like
in
he's
like
right
as good
here,
effort,
right?
and you know, like as the strategy
Like
did
why
because
don't we
last
just
season, you know,
why don't
I
we just
worked
bridge
the
like
first
10
match,
blocks
but I was
right
like,
here?
I don't feel like it worked that much. So today, I've
And then
been
we're just
thinking
at
about
this
this a lot.
triple.
I've been thinking about
Yeah,
this
I
a
don't
lot.
know.
Right?
I
Well,
did
he only
laundry
had
2 days ago.
43
I did
leaves,
whites
so he didn't want to
because
use
for
them.
my
You might
birthday, my
need them for
sister
the
got me a
Bastion
Blue
route.
Jays shirt, and I haven't
And
washed
Or
it.
just
43
like
is a
run to the
lot though.
side.
He got him.
He probably
Actually,
wanted
new
okay, he
you know,
probably
new
wanted
set
to
and
just
everything, so I
like
made sure to
Enter
wash
the
it with whites.
enter
And
at the
here.
I
right.
washed
No,
it.
no,
I used
because
my
it's double
white
triple. He's
yesterday,
want
so
to
my
enter
Leve
at the
shirt was
right,
clean.
right?
Like
So
he
right
wants to
now
play double triple.
under my hoodie that I'm wearing, I have my Leve shirt on, and
I
I'm
would play
listening.
triple to
And
gap here.
I decided today to listen to Leve, and right now
I don't
I
know.
have everything I know about love playing right now. So that's just kind of more unrelated, but
Okay.
and then also I will say though, tomorrow
I
I
think
have a
Infium
fit
was
plan
going
as
for the
well. Hopefully
variance play with double
hopefully you'll
triple.
see what the best
Surely
one.
in ranked, like a normal ranked
But
match,
I
he
mean
would go
overall
for
just trying to
triple
keep
to
it
gap
mental.
play,
It's
right?
just honestly
Loki?
Yeah, maybe.
Loki, sorry,
one
yeah.
weird. I know. I remember Hacks was like kind of doing this in his chat a week or two ago, saying
Well, like
how
he
he'd rather
knows
be
Infium
down
always plays
2-0
double triple.
than up 2-0.
Yeah, and then
And honestly,
Infium
like,
did
Jake,
not
how
know
are
what
they?
was
triple to
going on.
gap, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, yeah, that
I
one.
really struggle with nerves.
He's
That
so
first
quiet.
day overworld, I mean, I knew I was gonna be nervous, but you know, it's still the thought process. You know, play your best C type first. I knew I was gonna be nervous. I got gaps in the overworld because I
Was
let
my
nerves
mic
get to me
better
a
now?
lot on the mechanics and crafting. And then like after the second seed, just
Yeah.
absolutely horribly
I'm
played
still
by
on my
me.
phone, so
Turned
I
me too
think it's just
aggressive. I'm down
Discord
2-0. I
bugging.
mean, I'm just telling myself I have no nerves,
Dude,
and I'm telling
your
myself
mic doesn't even sound bad.
it's
Silver's
just
just
it's the
hating
moment.
for
Like
no
I have
reason.
like my back
Sounds
against the
fine
wall. I
right
have to
now,
win by
but
any means
it
necessary.
can
I
sound
need just
bad when
I have to
other
go for more
people are
risky
talking.
things. So I'm
Sounds
not
like
worried
you're
about oh my
underwater.
gosh, am I gonna lose? I'm more worried about I need to win.
Okay, my
So I
bad.
think that just kind of helped me. And then after each seed, you know, as I bring closer to 2-1, 2-2, it's
Like,
still
I think it
I'm
is a
trying to still
Discord
tell
thing,
myself
but I
that
don't
same
know.
mindset, even though I'm not down 2-0. It's still that same mindset where if I lose a seed, it is just over. So I need to make sure I win by any means necessary.
That's Infium's new slogan: "By any means necessary." It's interesting. I will say, you say
Dude,
that
my
you're
pick'ems
taking
are
those
actually
risky plays
feasting
in
right now,
the
except for
3
the fact
seed
that
so
I've
that you're
predicted
down
silver for
0-2, but
semis.
a big
But I'm gonna
difference
be real.
maker
I was
on
never gonna
C3, that one
choose
portal seed, is you entered with
Sky Crab, so
steak
I
and
don't feel
Loki
too
entered
bad
with
about
no
that one.
food. You would think,
Yes.
is that not a risk that you wanted to take? You know,
Have
playing
you
that no
faced
food enter. I
Hacks
mean,
in finals
even at
before,
the start
dude?
of that seed, you messed up that lake movement for like
Season
5
5.
seconds. So
Yeah. You know, I need a little more
We know
mind
how that
practice.
ended.
But
So
I mean, honestly, on that seed, I was kind of playing
Yeah.
for Loki
Okay,
to be the win
hear me
condition
out.
because I
Actually,
never
never
see
mind,
anybody
Dougal's
put
gonna
fire
make fun
behind
of
the
me.
mob and then punch it into the fire. I
Yeah,
never
that
see
was-
anybody.
that
do
Okay,
that.
we're hearing you though.
I was
Yeah, that
I
was,
was very admittedly I was very proud of
If
myself.
Loki
and I
grabs
definitely
the
helped
mushroom
out a lot.
stew,
It was in the back of my mind.
do
like,
we
you know, maybe
think
do I
he
get a shoot 'cause you
throws
only need
some
that
of
one
the
string
gold
that's really
remaining and
explosive,
tries to
makes it
force
easier for
pearls?
Zero, but it's
Because he
just
had
now
some
that
gold
Zeke's
left
getting
over, you're
better,
saving for
I'm
the
confident
carrots.
that he's
No,
not
you're
going to
always
be making
making
that play.
carrots.
I'm
No,
confident I can make
you're
that
always
play.
making
So it's just
Like
He
it's
just
just
fucked
now
up
that
like
Zeke's
3
better,
pearl
and
throws in
I'm
the lava.
confident that
No,
Yeah,
it's
he
just
threw like
because
2
he
quick
had
pros
no.
before.
You're
losing so much time. Like one more pro trade saves you so much time.
It's just he had like no pigs, so he was waiting. He would have had to wait like a while,
Yeah,
and
I
like.
guess that's fair.
Last season as
Dude,
well,
and like,
it was a
it doesn't
3-0
matter if you
for
have
you last
pearls
season. It was
if you
almost
can't
a 3-0
throw
for
them
him
because you
this
have no
season, but
food,
he
right?
brought it back. Infum, you are playing Dugile in the semifinals
Yeah,
tomorrow on your
I
way to
think
potentially rematch Hacks.
I think he just needed
I
to
don't
in
do
the
know.
both.
grand
I think he
finals.
just
Do you
got
have any
fucked
thoughts? You said you
low
have a favorite
pearls
tomorrow,
and
but anything you're gonna do tonight or
I
anything
I
different
can't remember the
ways
last
you're
time
gonna
I've seen
approach
somebody
tomorrow to
not
maybe try to
craft
eke out the
golden
win this
carrots
season?
in ranked.
I
Like
mean, tonight I just need to make sure
Well, I
I
had a
get
the
some
village seed
sleep.
yesterday, so I didn't
I
craft
had
them.
trouble going to sleep last night.
Oh.
I had a little bit of a
I had a
headache.
I
BT
playing
seed. I didn't
tonight,
craft them there
but, you know,
either. Desert Temple seed. I didn't craft them.
I'm gonna
Wow,
stay
you're high
hydrated
enough
a little
elo
bit,
for
and then
BT
maybe either
seeds? Congrats.
get some cookout, or maybe drive over to get some canes, get some good food,
I'm
and try to
definitely
get some
just
good
lower
sleep
elo
going
than
into
Foundy. He's
tomorrow's
searching it up right now.
Wanted out of the final day of play. 2 seasons in a row, our 3-time winner.
That is crazy. I mean, I do feel like it was supposed to be like some small things here and there from Loki, some small mistakes.
It was supposed to be him, man.
Decisions that ultimately paid off.
He was the GOAT, bro.
I mean, yeah, that's just
McQueen is fading.
Oh no!
He wasn't even the one who played double triple. Like
The queen is fading.
he once again.
Same clip.
I think he picked Loki to win it all. So
Hacks on the
Yeah.
top,
Really?
Infum on the bottom,
Yeah.
like we saw
did
last
I.
season, but
Okay.
it could not
I
be
picked
more
silver.
different.
I cannot believe Skycrab being here
Top
is
half of the
fucking
bracket,
insane.
Sky Crab
Yes.
Everyone else is one.
making his
Oh
way
yeah, this is crazy.
through.
I'm rooting for Sky
Dude,
Crab.
look at the. I mean,
Sorry,
this is such an exciting bracket. I could not
Sorry,
be.
Duke.
I could not be more thrilled.
Hume isn't here.
I feel like I'm
Duke
thinking about
is.
like all the
I
different
meant sorry, dude.
permutations of what could happen here, right? We get Skycrab going on to grand finals. That would be crazy. Hacks going for the repeat.
It'd be funny if
Infum
Skycrab
going for
won.
redemption. Dugao going for his third win. I mean,
That'd be
just
such a good
any
story, man. It's like
permutation that we have here.
it's like
is-
Cars
is
when
so
he
exciting.
loses the race, but then he wins the next race.
Yo.
Tomorrow
God,
is
you're
just
so
gonna
stupid.
be
Congrats,
Yeah.
Infume.
incredible.
Let's
I mean,
go,
the games
Guile.
today,
Let's
the
go.
Congrats.
Holy frick!
Anyways, like this
I'm just making that clear. I
looked
never
to be a
dougted.
Fast 3-0.
Do you
Just
feel
I
good
did.
about that, by the way,
craziest
about
3-2.
beating up a kid? Like, do you feel good about that?
Never had
More
it.
powerful.
Skycrab, I guess,
So
was
he's
the
also-
Or
blowout,
Yuri's
right?
not a kid.
3-0
but-
against Aquacord.
Infume's counting down the days.
Maybe
Okay.
keep
What
that
the
energy in
fuck?
tomorrow. Denying Hacks the repeat. We've never had a repeat playoffs winner.
Dude, oh my
Still,
god. I like
into
I
season
just
9, and
oh
this-
my god,
this
everything in my body is
realistically
just
could
shutting
be, like, one of
down.
the last
Like my
champions.
stomach
Players get
hurts, my
better
like
and
ha-
better
my
and
my
better
hands are
as,
shaking, like I had a headache. I just
the skill
everything is
gap
just
gets,
shutting down, man.
you know, far or
Oh my
like
God.
closer.
Dude, you
closer.
played
Average.
so
It's
well.
harder
I
to
was
win
so invested.
twice
I
in a
haven't
row.
been that
This could
invested
be,
in a
like, the
match
best
in a
chance that we
long
have
time. Oh
as
my
a-
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a
I hope
good
that was
one.
good content, you know? Man.
I can't believe we pulled that off,
I don't
man.
know.
Like,
I mean, Hacks.
Shut up, Poundy.
He's had a good time so far in this bracket. I think he's
I
had
know
to-
11D
he's had,
said
like, I
he
mean, that
never
first
doubted,
opponent
but
that
when
he
you
had
went
was, like,
down
really easy,
0-2,
and then, you know, today
like
may-
I
maybe a
did
little
think
more
that Loki had a
challenging,
better
but,
chance of winning at
but
that
in either
point.
case,
Unfortunately,
I would
Skycrab
agree
tomorrow,
statistically the
so
odds were in
I'm
his favor.
definitely, I'm excited to see if
Yep.
Hacks can make it happen.
Hey, you know who else the statistics
Yeah,
were
I
never in the
mean,
favor of?
If you
Who?
LeBron James.
told someone
I
we
don't
have the big
think
are you saying
that's-
statistics were never in the favor of the
going
number one overall
into-
pick
I
in
don't-
high school?
the
I
final
don't
day.
think that's very
Hacks
true.
The
into
man
Dugao,
was
and
getting
then it's like, oh, who's
Michael
the
Jordan
fourth person?
comparisons
ECR?
before
No,
he
got
played
one
a
of the
single
Hacks.
NBA game.
Silver,
You think
one
the
less.
odds were
Nobody had
Still
ever
blessed.
won
Yeah,
a
Loki,
finals
Lady,
match down
Skycrab.
3-1 out of
Skycrab
15
as the
times.
fourth player to
The
I
odds
mean
were
that's
against.
fair. That's a fair point.
but you
They were
just
counting him
said
out on those
I
stats.
could not be more excited. I can. I mean, I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
you
kind
gotta
of repeating
specifically
myself
say
here,
the
but it
3-1,
just
man.
it comes from a place of enthusiasm. I'm
Dude,
very excited to see.
I
what
just want to
happens
say as
tomorrow,
well,
and
it didn't end up
I
you know
don't know,
actually
it's so
affecting me.
hard
I
to
think
root for
because
people
it was
when every single
I went
storyline
down
is
2-0,
exciting, you know?
but like in my mind when you're
you-
like a
did you
post game
roast me, by the way? I
post
was
match interview when you
completely
said
zoned out,
like you would prefer to play Loki because played and beaten Loki before. That, like, it almost gave me like a little confidence boost. I was trying to make it like a confidence boost for myself to play, but then I went down 2-0, and then everything went out the window.
Dude. You played good though. You played good though.
Yeah, it's oh man.
Oh.
I mean, outside of that second seed, I feel like every match was like so tight. Just, I just like I don't know. I was just trying to play way too aggro on too many seeds, and I tunnel vision so hard in that second seed. I just like fully ignore my health, and I threw the pearl. I was like, oh fuck, and it's just my lobby burn is just all bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean,
and then let's see if he had the easiest first round opponent or the hardest.
This is the last. That's the last one of the day, right? Or is it gonna play?
Yeah.
You're right. I shouldn't underestimate you.
Infium,
I'm sorry.
finish the
It was
sentence.
a joke.
The winner of Season 9 MCSR Ranked Playoffs will be.
Yeah.
What? Yes!
He's subbing in for Dugile. He's subbing in for
Congrats,
Dugile and
Kurt.
3-0ing me.
Yeah, this is true. He
This
would.
is
Pretty true.
I do think Rayway would 3-0 you.
This is true. I would do that in like 2020. I don't even know. Infium was
Quick
kind of
question for you, Infium. How many
it's
how many times have you beat Minecraft? Just quick question.
At least 67 times. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I fucking hate you so
I
much.
wish you lost.
I'm so sorry.
I wish you fell an
I'm
extra
so
block on that
sorry.
last bed, and I wish you died.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
In real life.
Dude, also on that 0 at the end, I was so scared because I didn't know exactly how far behind Loki was. I knew it was maybe like between like 6 or 9 seconds, so like 2 or 3 rotations. And so I got like really scared. So I did like my bed before the anchor. I tried to do it early so it would die on the anchor because I didn't know if he had arrows or not, and I was worried he was gonna 2+2 and save like 12 seconds on me. I got
Dude,
like
I
got
was
scared.
wondering, like, I was wondering why you did that. And then
Yeah,
Loki didn't even zero.
Didn't even
Loki
go for
played
0?
Yeah, he played double triple. He only had 17 pearls, so he entered
Oh
the
my
end with 1
God.
pearl.
It was double triple?
Yeah.
No way, no
Oh my
way.
Well, you're not gonna
God.
play.
No,
You don't play it anyways, right? You don't play.
No,
it
I
anyways.
would have for
Really?
playoffs. I would have.
No, you're fucking lying. You're
That was
fucking
double
lying.
triple?
Blind as a fucking idiot.
No, this is a bit. This is a
Oh
rage.
my-
No, dead ass. I'm so
no,
dead
because
ass.
the way that he entered is it's harder to like tell.
Yeah, because oh my God.
But your Bastion row was faster than double triple. Like you were out significantly.
It was a
faster.
clean triple to
You had
gap. Yeah, I
20
was
more
just too
PD.
focused. Yeah, because I was low on blocks, so I was too focused on conserving as much wood as I could and like trying to like mine netherrack and stay lower. I just like oh my God, wow. I didn't even notice that. I'm actually shocked.
The no shears play and just like wouldn't have punished you on like every seed except for that one.
I was literally metagaming it because every seed was like insta fort enter or insta bastion enter. I was like, surely just one more. Like I was thinking about that. Like oh my, like yeah.
Oh, dude, that that triple the gap. The 2 sword guys at the bottom.
No, I don't know.
Really...
I don't know.
Gosh, you
I'm
lured one of them
genuine.
the whole
I don't know how I
sword.
didn't die. That was plot armor. I'll be honest. That was plot armor. I don't know how I didn't die. I don't know. I straight up don't know.
It is as
like oh my God, it's just everything.
Dude,
was
and the
just so much
silverfish in the porter room. Like that was so scary, no?
Wait, the last seed? Was last seed?
You like pearled into the portal room on half a heart, and a silverfish spawned on you and like.
No.
didn't kill you somehow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was I've only ever died to that once, and that was like a week ago. But I do that all the time, so it's just like I don't know. I'm just tunnel visioning. That's just my muscle memory to pearl there. I'm thinking about the silverfish, so I always try to instant jump left. But it's just like it is scary, man. I play that so aggressively on so many seeds as. Oh my God! It's just oh my God.
Good. It's just how do you get there?
Yeah, I know.
Dude, like, how are you not dead here?
Finds it. Yes.
There we go. No, I don't know how you didn't die in the stables.
I mean,
that was actually
no, I don't either.
It's just how do you get there?
It's like right
oh
there.
my gosh, the Silverfish is
No,
not locked in. The Silverfish is
No, I
not
feel like you
locked
guys
in.
don't realize as well how much time you have. Like I've only ever
No, I
died.
feel like I could've
I've
been
only
safe.
died that
Really?
it
I feel like it's kind of
spawned in the middle of
RNG.
the iron bars.
Yeah, it's just
It's RNG, but like it's so rare to have it spawn like right there because it as soon as I go there, it insta spawns. It has like a second delay before it even looks at me.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it has to,
Really?
so
But
it's
like,
just I don't know.
And he
still
also
melee you, though.
has. Well, but he's not gonna run into it when it's all the way over there. Also, like you have the damage immunity from the pearl, but the reason why I don't do this is because one time, like 2 years ago, I had a silverfish spawn there on the block, and it could run because it was already in the lava, and it ran over to me while I was up there, and it killed me while I was.
That's
Like,
insane.
yeah, so it just could run because like
Yeah.
since it's in the
Wait.
thing, it can just move.
I don't know. I mean, like, I realistically I shouldn't have done that, but I wasn't thinking about it. And then, like, when I was in Porter Room, I was like, I just knew Loki wasn't. I was fine. I was a little worried that he couldn't nab this, but like, this just felt so weird for what the spike was. You had to go so much more mid than it seems.
Yeah.
I thought I saw the spike differently, but I think I was just tweaking.
Yeah, it just looked way more direct left to me.
Left, yeah.
Like that, like is that
Yeah,
not
you do get
like
it there. You do
so
no, you get it there.
far?
No, but then you see my zoom in more. It's
And
like
it's-
very slightly right or very slightly like mid. To me, it looks very like left. That's why I go mid first to check left.
But I'm
and then,
just like so surprised you uncommitted right here. I feel like that, like
I could have. I mean, I could have rescanned, but in my mind, it's a 50-50 on whether or not it's bottom left mid. So I don't want to waste time, just doing that.
But it's
So I
also
commit
like
here.
you have like that way, and you see that there's nothing like no stronghold over
Yeah, no, I
here
mean, well, no,
either.
that's the. It's just the spike that I was looking at was different. I looking at left and maybe 3 blocks towards mid, like that. That's like the spike because that's when I zoomed in with my iZoom macro.
No,
and it was like,
wait, but am I tweaking? You're literally looking top left right now with your eyes.
no, you
It's
get
like
it. No, you
this.
get it here. No, you get it here, but you also get it.
And
like,
look, you're turning back
also-
to the right now. You're looking like.
Wait, where?
Look
Wait,
at
okay,
you're
wait, where
literally
am I
looking
looking
at the. You're looking like at the middle, like right
Wait,
when
can you
you
go
do
back?
that.
Can you go back? I swear,
Yeah.
I swear, I'm looking like.
No,
I
but
swear
both
I'm
you
looking
and
like 2
Loki did
blocks.
this.
I
No,
swear I'm
'cause-
looking like 2 blocks to the right.
Like you turn.
Like
yeah.
when I zoom in.
You're
Oh
literally
wow!
looking
Oh, I'm
like
stupid.
here.
No, I'm
Yeah.
stupid. I'm just stupid. Okay,
Okay.
I thought it was way more left.
No,
I mean, well, it's
literally,
also
Loki did the
Process, like,
same
is
thing.
though.
I mean, well, it's just weird because the angle as well, like where I'm standing at, the angle makes me think it's more left, just because of where I'm
I
standing.
feel like your initial, like when you first zoomed in, you were looking straight left, and then you moved
But
like
then,
right
like,
a little
I
bit,
don't
and you're like,
understand
It was,
Loki did
it's
the same
it's so
thing either.
weird, man. It's just it feels. I don't know. I would say it's more of a 50-50.
I feel like you would still get the spike, the same.
Well,
spike
because
if you
also
looked,
my
like,
thought
straight.
process, also
Well,
my thought
yeah, I guess
process
that's,
is
like, direct
bottom
left, so-
bottom left buried. You can see stone break in the stone, so you know bottom left goes to the right. And I know I need to go more right. I know I need to go like diagonal. So that looks
Right.
good diagonal to me. And then you go down that first hallway, and it's like the prison thing or whatever, and you just can't like you just have no room to move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, was it's probably like one of those things where like the silverfish spawner was like on the very right of the chunk border or whatever, so it seems like
Yeah,
it's more
let
left than
me-
it is, or there's just a zombie spawner or something.
Yeah, let me check. Let me check it.
I
This
thought
is-
it was. I didn't think the nav was fine if you just didn't see you didn't see that ravine, like knowing it was open there.
Yeah, no, it's
Silver's red.
literally it's 4 blocks to the right of the chunk. So it's like you get it looking like in this direction.
Yeah, that.
So like I
makes
think I'm just
sense.
looking here and I literally clip it barely.
Yeah.
But like I just need to look more and I get it here as well. So it's like, oh yeah, I need to go way more mid.
I think maybe
It's
like
just-
why I wouldn't have gone left there is because like you had it so far to the right as well as so far to the left, so I'm assuming it's not too different. So I'm assuming it's just like kind of close, and then I would just pick the
Yeah.
middle point between those or something like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I just think as well, just this looks just I don't know, just looking down this way when I know I need to go diagonal looks so bad because it's just like 10-15 blocks where it's just like you
guess.
have to go straight.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
just like
Did you see the top left door on first glance? It
No, I
looked
didn't.
It's
I
so
didn't.
hard to
I
see.
didn't.
Yeah, that's
no,
the
I
thing.
didn't. I didn't. I only saw it again because I was like, I have to go left here. Right? I mean,
Yeah,
it can't
yeah,
be
yeah.
that. The only thing I was like slightly worried about was if it was back, like, because I didn't see that this closed off fully. I guess like you can easily tell, but like I was like half worried that it was just like right below me. That's what I was worried about. So like that's why like I almost tried to keep going more this way because I was very confident that was the real spike. So it's just, it was just, oh man, dude, it's just so much, dude. It's just so much.
Yeah. No, I mean, like Loki made the same decision as you, so and then he
Yeah, it's
overcommitted the
just
wrong way.
yeah.
So.
This 0, by the way.
No, I was just scared because he had arrows. Like if he goes for 0, oh wait, no, this is a different 0. Never mind.
Oh yeah, the seed 5-0
Oh, yeah,
was
this is
a little
No,
bit monka, but you
No,
did good.
yeah, I was scared. I was just really scared that he had arrows and was going to 2+2 and I lose 12 seconds because I 6 rotation and he does 2. So that's what I was really I wanted to try and save like I try to hit that bed early because obviously the anchors are going to do hella damage.
Is there a
Like,
reason
it
you don't
was-
play with advancements on?
It's just I get 2 in my head. I get 2 in my head like looking at everything.
That's fair.
Lewis, since you're the analyst, can you add this email, please?
You did enter end like.
It was
a lot
11-second
longer.
difference. I
don't
just
get
I
how
wasn't
Loki
that
just
certain.
never misses the settings change on end enter. Like he's just so good at that.
It's gross. It's
Dragon, there's
gross.
just no way he can get there, and his back cage.
Zero is so chill.
Infam's got 7 explosives. There's
I was like half
nothing
worried I was
standing
gonna mess this
between
up, but like there's just like no way. Like even with that, there's just like I've done that so many times. There's just no way I mess it up.
Dude, I messed it up in my fucking
The only thing I
mind.
was worried about was the dragon was gonna hit me, and I just like couldn't pearl down or something. And like that's where I panic. I see no arrows, I start panicking. It's like, oh
Yeah.
god. And I hit this bed early because I want this anchor to do hella damage. But
that
it's
is
like
really
I
early.
hit it too early. I hit it too early.
I'm like extra bad. Like it's
This
unnecessary.
is such, that was such a good pivot. Like, it's such a like
Yeah,
great
you say you
pivot.
clutched it, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, and if you
I just shouldn't have jumped as well.
if
I
you
was
blew
scared
up
it
that
would-
bed like a tick later, it would have broken.
Yeah, it's.
It's
I mean, it's
close.
also like I know I can hit it early because it's just like it's so low on HP. But yeah, like I was worried as well on that like jumping. I was worried. It's just like too much going through my head where it's like I've had it before. It's like I placed the bed too high and I dropped too low and I can't hit it, so I jumped even though I didn't need to, and then I was worried I was gonna get hit by the dragon. It's just like there's just so much going on in my head that I'm like so terrified about because like I've had one time where like it messes me up and throws the seed for me.
And now, just a memory as Infume erases.
Dude, how do we
Ours-
get the player inventory statistics? That's so cool.
No, it's so good. It's so good. I wish I hit this bed later. I hit it too early and the dragon's too low.
Like I
should've waited
know
too
like
early.
yeah,
That
it's
should have
just
just killed it.
Does he get it on the
no, cause yeah, like the early bed is like good, but then like I swear there's like a small range where like if you hit it too early and then it will do like no KB at all, and like you just were
Yeah.
right before the no KB at all range.
Yeah.
It's so scary.
Yeah, no, it was scary. It was so scary, but it works out still.
I probably would have just. I feel like you could have just done a normal bed and then just a bad double bed after and definitely killed
Bro,
it.
do you know what happened to Loki on this overworld?
Wait, what?
Do you know what happened to Loki on this overworld? Look at this.
Oh, why was he so far behind? Wait,
Oh
45
wait.
seconds getting the BT? What the
No,
what
wait,
happened?
hold on. Sorry, I was before. Here, look.
It's a good mistake, actually.
Distraction. Infume holding on to the 2 emeralds. Might make his inventory look a bit.
Oh my god. Because yeah, I knew I gapped hella on this overworld. I mean, yeah, just 20 seconds ahead. I thought it was just because like I was like very happy with how I played this overworld. I thought it played this so cleanly. I thought I played this overworld so clean.
How is that possible?
He like actually like
He made up time. Really.
Oh yeah,
really
no,
fast.
that makes sense now. That makes sense. And then yeah, like I just oh, you know, and then I messed up this route because
Bro,
I remember like
shitting
one
myself.
micro thing I was trying to do when it's it's like I forget like right side good gap or whatever. It's like there's one block you should break because pigs get kind of stuck sometimes otherwise, and I was like thinking about it trying to make sure I broke it, but I just have no pigs here to like punch anybody, and I just like start tweaking out. Like I tried to go
this
break this
block,
block.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to break that block, but I just like completely whiff. Or like I force it, and then like I have a guy coming up there because I punched late, and it's just like I can't place the safety blocks even though because I can't do
Dude,
beast
you
level there.
kept shoving that dude down.
It was yeah.
I think
it
you
was
should
just
have
so much.
dropped
You could've-
gold or something instead of right clicked.
That's what I was like. You could have
Yeah.
probably just dropped gold, and then that guy would like it would just bait that guy up.
Yeah, I'm just used to when that happens, like the guy's higher up and it's running through me, and I can just hand it gold, and I still have like wiggle room to I still have wiggle room to like
Oh.
place the blocks I need.
I think because you didn't mid aggro, you had a bunch of late pigs as well, and that's
I had
like
so
why.
many. I had so many, dude. I do want to see this. Was it the last seed I almost died on because I had hella late guys and no armor, or is it this one?
I think it's this one. The last seed you did triple the gap.
I think it's this one.
Is it triple the gap?
But like, yeah, no. I think it was this one.
I think a lot of these micro things could add up. We've talked a lot about Loki's.
Somehow you weren't behind in food. Like you were behind on like half a cod after when you get to the fort.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I was like kind of surprised how much food I still had when I was at the spawner. I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised myself. I saw I had 3 salmon. I was like, damn. So what was my
You
thought
got-
process on this?
If you did throw a
Dude,
gold
no,
wall
because-
instead of right clicking that guy, it ends up awkward because if he runs through you, sometimes he pushes himself to the left, and then you can't like place the sideways blocks for like beef salad hole. I don't know. I've been practicing this route a lot, and I've tried that, and it fucks me over all the time.
I think you probably wasn't even gonna go for beef salad hole because of not getting the block placements off. But this part right
Yeah.
here, these guys are aggroed. I swear they de-aggro. Like
No,
there,
but like I don't have
de-aggro.
armor, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't-
Oh, right.
I don't
you
armor, so
don't
it
have
doesn't matter.
armor.
I was thinking about that. Like I noticed they de-aggro, but it's just like I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, you're right.
And then like I get more guys. I wanted to try and bait them around. I don't know how I don't die there. I don't know how. I don't know how.
Like that's just insane.
No, like
Yeah,
how
I
do
should
you
have just
not?
played it. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I was fully convinced I was dead and then everything was over. But like, because I wanted to do it because I didn't want to wait there and kill 2 more pigs. So I wanted to try and like place blocks and bait them around because I didn't think they could get to me from here. But that's just stupid.
They
Actually,
like
no, they
Loki
can't.
hit like a
Oh my God, no,
crazy
they
jump.
crammed.
Yo, that bro
Okay, I'm not
fucking
stupid.
one block. That
Okay,
guy hit
I'm
a
not
crazy
stupid.
jump. Holy
Oh
shit.
my God. Okay, so I'm not stupid. Yeah, and
Wait,
then he takes no
both of
damage.
them hit it.
No, the other there is just a block underneath it. They can just
No,
walk
there's
there.
not. No, there's not.
Is there not? Why does the
No.
other guy aggro on you? Oh yeah, there's not. What the hell? There's no way the other guy hit that jump as well, though.
No, both of them fucking hit that insane jump, bro.
No way!
Oh my God.
Yo, the guy's hitbox is on it. Like, they both just did a crazy
Dude,
jump
oh
to
my
kill you.
God.
Like I get the first one maybe with the cramming or whatever. How did the other guy get there?
Yeah, that second game there's oh my God. I just need to play it's like slower and safer next time. It's just like I'm just thinking about like I can't
How
lose
are you
time,
gonna
so-
know that you weren't ahead by like 30 seconds into the like you?
Well, no, it's just still a
You
thing.
weren't
Like
to
I
know
was,
that you were 30 seconds ahead, right? Like
No, I mean I knew I'm 30 seconds ahead at this point, and then I have another guy mad here. I don't know how that guy didn't hit me as well.
It's just like,
I just knew I lost so much time here.
you always want to give yourself as much of a gap before Stronghold as possible because Stronghold nav is stupid. Like, that's like the whole mindset, I feel like. You just play all out until you hit Stronghold, and then you hope you don't get unlucky.
Yeah, how many hearts down are you? So you have the same health and you're down 1 COD, despite taking like 14 hearts of damage in the Bastion. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was
look,
I was really worried here, but like I'm in like I knew as well from watching Loki's match against Nahan and like all the practice I've been doing recently. I was like pretty confident that I was gonna be able to clear the spawner out better. I mean, because I feel like I gapped a decent bet at the spawner or something. I don't remember how.
You did.
I think because I think I like
either.
min max. I got full 4 spawns in my last cycle. The last rod dropped for me to leave.
Oh, damn.
Then also I don't know if you guys noticed on the last seed I burned a rod. I was like really worried that was gonna punish me.
Oh, you know how you save
didn't
time
notice
here?
that.
Loki burned a rod.
Oh,
I
Loki
think.
burns a rod.
Yeah.
He has 1 less rod after the
Oh,
same
this is a
cycle.
2 spawn because he had a fire.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's just he just doesn't clear things out properly.
yeah, it was just a fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like I'm just confident in myself that I can like.
Oh, Feinberg just said lost a blaze.
Yeah. And then I was worried here because I was like, oh, like I want to like I was waiting to see how long is it gonna take for him to blind because I knew like that's whatever my lead is gonna be, and I was just like he like blinds instant. It's like oh motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like it's not as much as I want.
No, I actually I know that exact feeling because like okay, I'm not like hitting the spawner anymore, so I'm leaving. So the first portal is time save. I mean, you aren't pre-crafted, I guess, but
No, I'm not.
pretty much it's.
Dude,
just
then also I was like half worried because I'm sending a 94%. I mean, it's like should hit, but it's just like in my mind as well. It's like, and when I see Loki's that close behind me on just like on like blinding, it's just like I know I can't lose time. It's like I would in a regular match I'd throw 2 eyes to be sure, but it's just like I know just like 90% I have to send it. I just can't I can't afford the time loss.
I think you did too.
It's just like yeah.
Like 10 seconds
Oh,
to
yeah,
throw a
this-
second eye, like you're just gonna be tied up.
Yeah, it's just time loss. I just really do not want to be even willing to have.
It's Nav is just getting to the point where it's like funny watching Infume fight
Oh my
tooth and
God,
nail for
this.
this like 8-second advantage, and then he just gained 25 seconds on Nav, so it doesn't even matter. Like,
Dude,
Bro, how
jumps at
pissed
the
were you?
start-
How pissed were you?
No, I was actually like so pissed, bro. It's like I just fucking insta missed the jump because I like go over and then like I can't readjust and I go back. I can't hit the 3+1. And it's just like whatever. I just need a mental reset. Fucking hit that jump. I'm just like raw, like
Remember
10
when I
seconds
said I
behind
never
already.
doubted you? I doubted you in that moment. I was like,
Dude, I was doubting myself too,
over.
man. I was doubting myself too.
Shattered.
But then, like, why does Loki not even look around? Like, I
Yeah,
found
I
that
was-
crazy.
I genuinely
like,
was thinking he didn't even get any food.
Yeah, he didn't.
Because like
get
he
food.
doesn't even go to those the only animals you can see right here.
Bro, they're.
And even if it's not gonna maybe matter too much, that's not.
I'm
I think he
shocked.
lost.
Dude,
He
he
lost
sees
so
them, but
little
he's just
time.
like, they're the
Getting
wrong
food.
way. He just plays so aggressive at every possible moment. But like, you routed the trees better too because
you. Oh yeah, this is so hype. We were getting hyped from the punching on the one fire.
I was so proud of myself for this. I honestly didn't think that they would KB far enough.
Sprint punch.
No, that's actually fast. Yeah, you already lost like 6 seconds getting to the RP, and then you it takes you like you gain so much time in the rest of it.
Wait, does he even
that-
have any food?
No, he doesn't.
have
But
any
he
food.
grabs
doesn't.
gold
No,
he
blocks.
goes
foodless.
But you
I
wrote the
knew
trees a bit
it.
faster. Like you should have totally grabbed these gold blocks.
Yeah, I just never do. It's just not something I really consider much.
It's wrong. Sorry, but you won.
That's
the job.
fine. That's fine.
Sorry.
And dude, I was like, yeah, because I pre-crafted the gold pick because I didn't get as many logs as I typically would, and it's just like, dude, when I started doing this route, I'm just trying to use the gold pick to like, save time. I was fumbling with my hotkeys so hard, bro.
Do you have like a
It's like-
slot that you place gold pick on always, or like?
No, it's either my
Okay.
1 or 3 slot or anywhere else. Like,
Okay, yeah.
I have my 1 slot here, but like you see, I instantly go to my 3 slot and then I throw stuff out and then my gold pick ghosts.
Yeah.
Weird, yeah.
No, I have like a slot where I like if I have gold pick, I throw it there, and I
Yeah.
practice like bastion routes like with gold pick.
Yeah, no, but it's like so stupid though because if you go back like 10 seconds. Watch me here. Like, so I have my gold pick in my 1 slot. As I go up the stairs, I switch them, and then no, go look, and then I instantly go to my fire charge. Like, 1 slot. It's just like it was so stupid.
No,
It was so stupid. I was actually so annoyed to myself because like I thought because I miss hotkeyed like the slots. Is like, oh, maybe I need it in my 3 slot. It's more comfortable for me. And then I go to my 1 slot, and it's just like, what am I doing?
Your brain had like updated and like, oh, fix it. Like, okay, I'm done messing up now, and then you just like switched it.
No, I know, dude.
You entered like 13 seconds slower, and you're pretty much caught up from the gold pick, right around
Yeah,
here.
gold pick, and I think I
Doesn't check
imagine
the bottom.
movement towards like
Yeah,
I was fully convinced. I saw I missed that gold throw of like 3 blocks. I was fully convinced I lost the seed from that. I was fully convinced I just lost the
Were
seed.
they not trading? I thought they
No,
might.
no, they
have-
weren't.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think
then
so.
there's-
I mean, I had 2 or 3 gold blocks. They just weren't trading at all. I was like, oh, I just lose. Okay.
Wait, didn't you have low
I like
pigs
fully
on this
convinced.
seed, or was that not?
I
this
didn't.
seed?
I didn't feel like I had that many. It didn't look like I had that many when I threw the gold in.
I forget. Wait, I don't really remember how the seed went.
Yeah, because I have 60 extra gold to trade right there. and it's
Oh
just like,
yeah,
my
because Loki's
God.
so far ahead, but you have food, and it just kind of makes you back so much.
Yeah.
He's 240 in the fort.
Yeah, I thought it was so cooked. Because I just thought the time loss that I had in the overworld, I thought it was just like for my movement, and he just got food as well.
Yeah, yeah, he has a hungry set here. It was like so like.
Oh, dude. Also, wait.
I don't
Also,
know.
can you go back a sec? Because
Yeah.
I remember you talking about this in my analysis. In the analysis, like it's beef. I know behind here. I lowered my RD to 10 because that's like how far the fort is on the edge of the fort, like edge of my RD. So like I lower it to like the edge of the fort to get like as best stray spawn. So I get 3
Yeah, but that doesn't do
spawns.
anything. That doesn't do
No,
anything.
but like it helps. It helps.
No,
a
it
little bit.
doesn't because the
I said
fucking
it does.
despawn range is 128 blocks.
Dude,
That's 8 chunks.
I've had that so many times. I've done that so many times where I lowered to 10, so like the fort's on my edge of renders, and I have like
You're
4
not.
blazes
You're
up edge there.
not. You're not unloading anybody though.
No,
No,
his
but I'm
spawn
just-
range is 128 blocks. The spawn range is 8 chunks. Like
Yeah. So anything less
unless
than
you're
8
under
would-
8, then it doesn't do anything.
I mean, I guess I am wrong, but I swear I do this so often, and I
Yeah, it's-
swear I get them like pretty consistent.
Correlation, not causation, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Oh, it's just like Loki doesn't
100
have those
IQ play,
either. I don't know. It's just like I'm just okay. But it's just like Loki doesn't have them as well, so it's just like that's like the only difference in the gameplay, and I just like, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think. Wait, did these guys not spawn from you dropping to 5 afterwards? Like, you pearled in here, and then didn't you drop, and then they spawned? Oh no, they're already there.
No,
Okay.
no, they're already there. I dropped later.
Like, I'm trying to think. Like, there's just like. No, I just no. It doesn't. It's like
I also turned on chunk borders there because I had PTSD from the last seed. I was scared of pearl hang to the spawner, even though I had health. I was just like scared it was gonna not hang.
Wait, maybe it does help. Am I stupid?
trying to
If you
think of what
pearl 10 chunks away, it will unload the ones that were 16 chunks behind you at the bastion, right?
Yeah, but like
all these random variants.
So it might help a bit. Maybe he's
but
right.
Why? But why? No, because you're just not unloading it. It's just the same. It's just like the same if you like.
No, because like let's say it's 10
What's the
chunks away,
spawn
right?
range? No, what's the spawn range? I think that's what. It's just 128 blocks too, right? Or is it closer?
Also not the 6th. But Loki's got
Bro, he has a fire on the top.
Yeah, no, I felt so good here. Blinding on 5 rods before he blinded, I felt so good. And I had like a full cycle to kill as well.
It's not like it's time loss yet. He can craft an anchor, he can craft his gold picks. And there's more blazes here for Loki. Hyperactive spawner gets that 6th rod. Trying to play for the 7th. Gonna give it up. Infume needs a 6th rod as well. The blazes will be there.
And then like, dude, I was like half worried because these guys weren't dropping, and I didn't want to break this mine out break the fire because it's just like I'm just like so focused. I need to kill the blazes before doing anything else. And then like I'm on this like last 2 guys, and it's like, oh fuck, I can't risk it. And then that drops. This pearl wasn't the best. I should have pearled in the 4 leg to the right.
Yeah, he
Like, I'm
made
just,
up
like,
a
down, like,
lot of
some
time
sort
on
of-
this. Because wait, was it this year?
It's the 7th, so he's
Yeah, he could only throws one pearl there. Like he feels
Oh,
like
yeah, and he goes
so far behind, and then because he can't even throw multiple pearls, right? Or how many pearls did you throw?
Yeah, I threw like 2 or 3.
Fighting for his life to knock it 3-0'd here, and he's in the strong first.
Because then he's just like here. Oh, maybe he didn't save out as much time as I thought.
It's gonna come down to the spike though. Loki is not far behind.
I just thought he would have been way more behind because he only could throw 2 pearls.
Dude, this nav was so weird to me. Because I had my spike like kind of mid. It looked like a little left. But then it looked like ocean, but it looked like an ocean cave. And it was like so weird.
Yeah,
I liked
was
the
so
spike.
scared.
I really liked the spike. But then I just like, I like a wormhole. And then I see the light and I see the silverfish. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
it's right there.
like what is the nav actually? Like what was that?
I don't know.
That was
Let
just
me-
like a crazy loop.
Wait, let me check. Let me check.
He's committing down the staircase. That could be his playoffs life. If it's not down the staircase, that could be it.
Not it.
So committed here.
You just keep.
Like, it's definitely just had to be some weird mid thing and it wraps around. Because, like, I go left. I'm literally running around it. I'm literally running
Oh
around
my
it.
god! Wait, what?
It's just a mid and then it goes left and then back. And, like, I'm right here this whole time. Because I go down this staircase and it's just like,
Oh my god!
right here.
You didn't
It's
hear
just right
silverfish
here.
either. They just.
I
Didn't...
don't think so. You have to check subtitles. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Man,
Like,
let's
yeah, because I
see.
knew, I don't know, because like I feel like I have that stuff happen all the time where it's just like I'm confident that I get the spike and I'm gonna be right next to the spike, but it's just like I feel like it's so often where it's just like I'm like 4 blocks away or I'm like in the chunk below the portal room. Wait, do I hear? I don't feel like I heard
It's
it.
not
though.
on.
I did.
It's not on.
I was looking. I
You
swear I
got
was looking.
nothing. That's unlucky.
Like you're just running alongside it.
Yeah.
Like it's so funny. Like this silverfish is invisible because it's so far away, and then it just like loads in. It just looks so funny.
It's just like it was so
Like
weird
it was
for me
there.
looking to see that.
It was like why did it just stop? Like it was there the whole time. It just wasn't making any noise. Like it was just actually trolling you.
That's helpful clippy, bro.
Cause there, like that's what
Also,
like
Rubis,
Loki
this way.
goes in this way.
But he has more explosives than Loki.
Oh, he did have gold pick. Interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be a side setup here.
And I knew I had plenty of time because gold pick I get 95 in this easy.
95 here. His pearl lands at 91.
I was like kind of worried I was gonna mess this up though, or like I couldn't do this because I think I did like a. It wasn't like what I want because I knew he was right behind me and this was like that's the 3rd, that's the 4th, and then fifth rotation. I was like
Yeah.
kind of worried about because I knew he was like right
It's
behind
just,
me. I think
it's
3
just like when you
seconds.
don't get the double bet off on the very first one, it's just like which one do you
Oh my
pick,
god, and he looks
right?
at an Enderman.
Yeah, he looked at Enderman and powered
Wait, can you
into
go
it.
back at that?
Oh yeah,
What's
I
he
forgot about
doing?
that.
He legit pearled right at it, like here.
Bro,
Yeah,
that
it's so
sucks.
weird though. Because it's just like I don't know. I
How
don't
many
like
hearts
that
did he
second
take?
pearl
5
though.
from that?
No. He just no. It was like normal damage.
Just the 2.5. It just like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even. I'm trying to like think though, because I don't like those pearls, but like I can't fault him for it because he just insta sends the second pearl without moving because it's just like you don't want to waste the time in between.
Yeah, he like definitely should have just been looking ahead to like where this pearl is like about to land. Like he can just see that.
Like
it's-
I mean, like you should be looking left here. Like I'd look left. I'd like look left and position myself left. I think.
Yeah.
And then it's just like weird stuff with like pearls and mobs.
He's just so like locked in on the muscle memory. I think.
Yeah. I mean, he would have had the 3 rotation though, so like that's the only way he maybe wins. I think it was like 3-second diff. I don't know though.
Like if you, I think if you bow, like if you normal bed and then bow on the in rotation on this one, then it might like. But, like,
I know there's a set 3 rotation in this. I just like this better. I just feel safer doing this. I feel like if you mess up the other way to 3 rotation, like you double, no, don't double, and then double to the 3rd rotation, I feel like it's just like if you mess it up, it just gets so bad. And I feel like this just allows me a little more consistency.
Interesting. Okay.
Not gonna be that easy. It's not gonna be a 3-0 again. I mean, last season Loki got 3-0'd.
That one is crazy. Wait, I want to see the seeds before because I feel like low-key, I was kind of scared. I felt like you were not like as locked for those first two at all.
I was just so
maybe
nervous.
just,
I was
like,
so
didn't
nervous.
see.
I was so nervous.
Look how in sync they are. Look at this.
Pretty weak.
Or like in the just the
Like up until the death, I don't remember.
I mean, the first seed is just like I lose time in the overworld because of nerves. I make some time back up with the fort and everything.
This one you just die.
Does he just is this just mechanics gap in the overworld? Because I was like surprised how far behind I was on this. Oh, I also made a weak.
He does this thing where he just
pool on
half
the
loops
island.
the chest.
Oh, there's a lava pool. Oh
Yeah,
my
there is.
god.
Oh, yeah. Do you have that? I forgot
didn't know
about
you
that.
didn't know that. Yeah.
Let me check. Like, oh my gosh, this is some retro pog bullshit, man. Like, oh my god.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Because you go over here, like it should be on your screen as soon as you go like right here. It is. There's stone there.
Yeah, you can see it.
I just. Oh damn. Okay. Okay.
I feel like it is a full loaf.
It's just like I just never. I'm never thinking about that. I'm never thinking about it, so I'm never looking for it.
I think he didn't
Never.
even. Yeah, like wait, no.
I feel like it is
So you can see
He
it.
saw it like here because look, he flicks back to it in a second.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
must
because he
have
goes
seen
down.
it,
Because
yeah.
I mean, he has doors crafted. He has doors crafted.
Yeah.
See that where he had that little hover?
Yeah,
He like
yeah, yeah.
hovered towards it and went oh,
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
on the side of his screen.
Yeah, I think the chicken would jump.
That shit was funny.
I was like so confused how I got.
You
gapped
weren't
so
that
hard.
far behind even after getting the ravine. Though.
Yeah, because I knew I played this overall like so good. I knew I played it so fine. I was so.
There's just for Loki just
Forgot
has,
about that.
a lava pool.
on the surface and
Oh,
my god, he's getting so
that's
much
cool.
faster. Another
This is
faster
water.
The water lava thing. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool.
Or he just wasn't looking for it.
But yeah, he's now about 10 seconds on this sort of thing. Well, 5 to 10.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like.
He
ugh.
was so fast on the crafts anyways.
I'm like I forget kind of what I was thinking on this fort. Cause like I realized it like after like I died and I was like just like waiting at the spawn or whatever. It's just like I was like thinking like I was so tunnel vision on this because like also the spike to the spawner just like I was so confused about because I thought I was at more 0-0 so I went pause Z so I want to go more neg X but I actually wasn't paying attention to my Z chord. I was at -80 so it's just gonna be straight pause Z. Like I just went way too far right
Wait.
and like the.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you not mine the lava housing block because you know it's playoffs and you just?
Yeah, I did it on the first one because it's just like muscle memory. It's like I like to do that, and then the second one, it's like yeah, like I was thinking about it, it's like it's playoffs. I think I'm pretty certain they said
that
there's
let it happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
probably.
Because you caught up so much time, you just didn't mind the lava housing block. I mean, that doesn't seem that much time, like a second or whatever. But then you also just like insta ran into the housing and like insta committed to manhunt, and he like kind of
Yeah.
was like looking.
I was surprised like how much time I made up on this because like I knew I was like made up time on this. Cause like he took a lot longer than I thought to get into the fort. I thought he just didn't top down, because I thought it was way too long.
I mean, the seed before, were you worried about this at all? Were you thinking about it because you didn't let the manhunt pigs up the seed before? Was that I assume it wasn't.
I forgot. I just forgot. It's just I was just so nervous, man. It's just like the nerves were getting to me really badly.
That's fine.
Look at Loki's inventory. He's
I can't imagine what it would feel like. So I'm not even gonna chime in.
My nerves on the first seed, like they've never been that bad on any other match, just straight up.
Oh
It was
yeah,
so
I
bad.
remember this. I was surprised you didn't just like. It was here. It was you pirate.
I don't have fire as.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, that.
Yeah, and then I was like
losing
so
you so much
confused.
time. Because you pearl hung.
Didn't you get like double hit by mobs or something at this point as well? On your way back out or something?
It was just like it was just awkward because like now like this pearl is like harder to aim. Well, actually that was kind of fine, but
Yeah, I was actually surprised how good that was. I thought it was gonna be worse.
right. Wait, where was the fort? Because Loki
It was okay.
rescanned, like,
I'll
3
show you.
times.
I literally asked like, give me a second on this Z because I was so confused. My spike was pause Z. I don't see anything here. So like after this pearl, like look, or actually no, it's just to my left. It's just to my left, like right over this hill behind me. Like I don't see anything. Do I like I can't see it. It's just up left of the portal. It's up left of the portal. Like it's just like I'm sure he plays the other spawner as well, but like the spike that we get is just a different spawner, and I was so confused because I knew that one was like way too pos X to be, and then like the one pos Z, like I was so confused. Cause like it's just me tunnel visioning here. Like I just wasn't paying attention to my coordinates, so I see pos Z spike. I just assume I'm close to 0, 0. It's gonna be neg X.
So you just pro like the wrong way here, and then you just have to 180 back. Like...
Yeah, and it's just hard to see because it's like covered by the wall like perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I guess maybe like you can be kind of aware that like if you like I don't know what the original spike was, but like maybe like it's like 10 or whatever. So like when you're out here and you see it's like all like completely open, like it just like it's not gonna be over here because like it couldn't be like it's just like this would be like way too far.
In my mind, I was just thinking like maybe it's just like in like I thought it was like full diagonal. So I thought it was just like in the basalt
or something. Like
I thought
that.
it was like fully like in the basalt or some weird bullshit. That was just my thought process.
Fair, but yeah.
And it's just like
scary stuff.
Wait, so was it even diagonal? What
no. It
wasn't
was pos Z and a little like maybe a couple chunks to the left.
Okay.
It's just literally like it's just like top left. Like on Loki's screen, if you go back for a sec, like when he's at the portal, when Loki's at his portal, when he pulls back up there.
Yeah.
Because he repyrates as well because he's confused. He just does it earlier than me, so it's nicer.
Like, is this just a weird
Wait, how does that not hit the gas? It's literally upright of him. Like, you just go over that hill and you see the spawner. Like I'll show.
That's so weird. It's actually a
I know
weird spot though.
I know this spike felt so weird to me. I see why I couldn't get caught up on it that much. Which seed was this? This was.
They've never said there wouldn't be lava housing. I mean, Feinberg definitely said there wouldn't be lava housing in season like 0, but it's probably not a good idea to think about that.
But yeah, like if you go like also Fulham just had it, so Fulham lies as well. But it's like if you just go here, you're at like the portal, your spike's pos Z. I mean, obviously you're just gonna go here and you're gonna forget about the spike. But if you just go up here, like oh, this is the spike. Oh, this is the spawner.
Yeah, okay, that's
because
this was the spawner you get.
Hey, I don't know anything about the seeds. Hey, chill on me, man. I'm just the analyst guy, okay? I'm not the seed checker. I checked the seeds for LFI. You saw them? You see how bad they were? Like, hello?
I don't remember, but
bro, Beef Salad had a ruin portal on his BT seed and it messed up his spike. Like, it's not looking good, okay? You don't want me to be the seed checker for this.
Yes, give a lava housing grab battles.
Yeah, I'm looking at these. I'm looking at the chords again. It's like you go over on your Z like 150, and you go over on your X like 130.
Yeah, so it's very diagonal.
It's like almost diagonal, and it's just like I wasn't paying attention that closely to my chords here, so I just assume this is the pos quadrant, so it's like pos Z go that way, but like this is just a very obviously neg Z quadrant, so I have to go just straight this way, and it could be either way.
Yeah,
and it's just my fault. I got so tunnel vision on this.
I see.
I got so tunnel vision on that seed.
No, really that's bad. Like fair.
The other way, and he's the fort, and Infume is where Loki was 20.
Yeah, because like I was just like in my mind as well. It's like I know I'm like super behind here, so it's just like I know like I just play aggro. It's just like I try to low RD, play aggro on strays. It's just like I just have to save time. It's just like man, it's just like this seed was just so bad. Like this seed was genuinely to me. Like it felt like just like an awakening to me. It's just like I'm like way too tunnel vision. I'm letting nerves get to myself. Like I have to like win every seed now. I can't lose a single one. So it's just like
yeah.
And I still send this pearl more pos Z because I know that's where my spike is, and I just see this spawner, and I don't see the spawner behind me. And then it's like here, it's like oh fuck. I tried to cross the chunk border.
Yeah.
I tried to cross the chunk border, but it's just too late. I'm too far behind.
I'm wondering when does your heal supposed to hit?
You gotta be close to the heal, bro.
Yeah, because the pearl.
One right there. One right there.
How does he make up the time?
How long is that? That feels long.
It's gonna be tough for sure.
How do you not heal? Because look, you're not fast healing. Now, no, nah, wait.
So 417. 417 is my last heal.
Yeah, and it's supposed to heal you every 4 seconds, but you just don't get a heal for fucking 8 seconds. Like, what? It's just like some weird fucking bullshit with the saturation. Like, it's just like some actually just weird shit.
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
It's just like, yeah, the thing also, like, in anyways, like, I don't know, I don't even really need to, like, pearl there, because it's just, like, so close, but it's just, like, still in the mindset of, like, any time save I can have, I just, like, feel like I need to try and get.
So
And also, it's like, it's golden carrots, dude. It's like, golden carrots are so juiced.
Yeah. I think I would
Dude,
probably pearl there too, but...
Dude, this gotta have been like so stupid to watch. Cause like the nav must have been awful for Loki, and then I'm just boating from home portal, 1,500 blocks. Like that was. I was thinking about that. Like
what to do.
I was thinking about it. Just like this gotta look so stupid.
No, it was funny because like, do you think like there might have been like 10 obby to find at the bastion if you like full like checked
There
in or
maybe
something like
I
that?
thought
Like,
about
would that
going
even
back
save
and like
that?
playing backups, but it's just like I don't know.
Just the fact it's so far away. Like, what is it? 2,400?
It was 15. It was 15.
Oh, okay.
24
Okay,
24 was like before it. Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't think it was that bad as well because it's like ocean. I knew it's like I knew it was a shipwreck seed. That's like probably part of why. If it says a village seed, I'm not. I'm like I'm gonna force 20 or 10 obby or whatever. But it's just like it was just I knew it was ocean. Like I could get a dolphin. Maybe takes like 2 minutes. I feel like that's maybe not gonna take as long or 2-3 minutes. Maybe that'll be quicker.
It probably is the play. It probably is the play.
Yeah.
But then
It's just like so bad as well. I don't know if you noticed. I don't have any crying or obby, so it's just like I was thinking about if I enter the end, how do I do this 0? I was thinking I was like prepping my.
Can we slab?
No, I'm no iron. I'm no iron.
No bucket. Oh.
Dude,
full block, bro. We're hitting the full block.
Like, oh my god, wait, I've seen Dylan do that a hell of a long time ago. You just do it like you're doing a 1 cycle, and you just like have to replace it every single time.
Yeah,
and
that's
jump.
what I was thinking. I was prepared to just do like a triple stack of like double gravel bed. I was like prepared to do that.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking meta, honestly.
And then it was also just like more annoying because like just how long Loki took in this is just like more chance that I could have won this.
It gives you like a little bit of false hope almost, or like
Yeah. Like obviously, like I
regret,
mean,
I
like it takes
guess.
him a while, so obviously the nav's like bad, but it's just like it's just like anything can happen when you're in stronghold.
As such.
Yeah, it was winnable.
Overworld stronghold travel we've ever seen in playoffs.
Yeah, it was, dude. It was bad. Yeah.
That's
It was so
funny,
stupid, dude.
I want to see the first seed again. I don't remember.
Like, look at my crafting. Look at my crafting. Like in the crafting table, it was like so bad.
Oh,
I could
didn't
just like feel it. It was just like, oh my
Oh,
god.
like on this seed? Or
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay. No, honestly though, I think like the routing here was like,
It was so linear.
like wasn't
so
there
linear.
like,
Oh,
I think
Loki's routing in this overworld was way better in my opinion because he grabbed the flint on the way, and you had to double back and get it from the river.
I think he
I don't
used
feel
it
like-
to
I thought my
bow
line
or
on this was so
something.
clean.
Definitely, things are a little different.
He entered
Maybe
a
I'm
lot
faster.
faster.
I mean, I'm fucking diamond one.
I mean,
man,
it's
like,
so
I have no idea.
it's like such like small. Like I think he only entered like a few seconds ahead of you or something like that. But I just remember it was here. Like I was thinking like you hit like these two. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's just like it's always
Hold
like weird to
on.
me.
Wait, does Loki not have the tree that you have? Loki does no.
Does this happen again?
Yeah, he doesn't have this
Wait,
tree. There's a tree right
Yeah,
here
'cause it
for
happened
you.
to beef. It
Yeah.
happened to beef.
Loki just doesn't have this tree, so he has to go all the way over here to this one. But then, since he got that flint like early, like I feel like it was what was it? He just has to go to a farther tree, but then
Oh, he's a better lava pool here for his line.
yeah, but he doesn't even use it.
I don't think
Does
he
he
uses
use
it.
that?
It's this.
Oh, he's just.
It's because you blow up like with this gravel like non-overlapped and like or I guess it is a little bit overlapped, but no, dude, I don't know. Because like there's gravel right here, like I don't know, you could have maybe done that. It's like
Yeah, I just,
slightly
like-
faster, but
I mean, the only thing I could attribute that is just like nerves and like just like tunnel visioning everything. Like I accidentally jump into
there,
lava there as well.
yeah.
Like I thought about like trying to force food because you only have 14 flesh, no gap or anything. So like I knew it was gonna have like no sat or anything. Like this pearls make it really bad. It's like yeah, it's just like everything is just so bad. And then I see Loki enters the bastion. And it's just like come on, man. I feel like the most time I save on temple seeds is the terrain nav with like being able to like min max blocks.
Yeah.
And it's just like I know as well. Like I just need to commit to the manhunt. I got scared here, but it's just like
Dude, I got scared here too.
I respect you going for it, like on
I
2
just like
HP or whatever it
in my
was.
mind, I just like have to.
You have to, yeah. But
I
like
just like don't feel like I have
also,
a choice.
I don't know if I agree. Yeah, you don't let the pigs in there, but I don't know if I agree with the
Yeah.
manhunt play. To be honest, wait, is it double triple? How's it? No, it's
I
single
never even
triple, I
looked.
guess.
I never even looked.
Like I make the decision like if it's double triple at the top, then like I favor top down like a lot more in my head. So like
Yeah,
it
that's
being
fair.
single is like whatever. Like
It's more cope.
but I think I think like the meta almost is like to look at the manhunt and like see like okay, if you have to do like an 8 block but like maybe you see half this terrain is good, so you know you're gonna get more pigs than like what you normally would on like a full wet floor. But like you know like that one manhunt housing like variation where you just like have to place 2 blocks and then 2 blocks, like
Yeah.
that one is like so nice. And like if you
So
see
good.
that you have that one, then you should be going for it like all the time, because you're just gonna have such high pigs like if it's like a top-down manhunt decision. But you just like insta go for the 2000. So scary. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it's just like my thought process is like I'm just behind. I need to make up time. It's just like yeah. I just know I need like I'm just thinking to go for more high rolly plays in
Yeah.
playoffs because it's just only it's a best of 5. You know.
Maybe you could
Less
argue
consistency focus.
on the low food as well though, like you probably don't want to do as risky of a route.
Oh yeah. If I'm thinking more about food, I definitely shouldn't. I was like really scared I was gonna get hit and just like die.
No, I hated
But like I
this.
just don't have the pigs up, so it's fine.
Also though, like Loki doesn't eat like the entire time and then leaves like on low HP.
Yeah, I was thinking because here typically I don't eat, but it's just like I'm so low in health, I can't regen any other way. I just like I need that little like time loss in here. Then like I just have to like I typically don't eat there. Yeah, and like as well here, I'm just like fumbling with like everything. My inventory is a
typically
mess.
don't eat. I feel like I would just try to eat as early as possible, just like so that you can get as much health as you can, like so that when you leave the bastion, you're just on as high health and you can pearl as much as possible for in flash.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't eat because it's like in my mind, it's just like what are you waiting on? Here, you're gonna be waiting on pigs, so it's just like get all the gold. So you make sure you have
get them
get
trading,
your pigs
then
done as-
eat.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
And then here it's just like, oh fuck, I didn't let pigs up. It's just like annoying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think I was lucky. It was only like 2, but like it's just like time loss.
Yeah.
It's subjective time loss.
That's a surprising mistake there from Infume. Now on 4 hearts, while Loki here on 5.
I knew as well as fine because I still have to do like some pre-crafts. I have like 18 obby, I need 1 pearl trade, 1 string trade, 2 obby trades. Like
you make iron axe on that instead of sword.
Yeah,
do you never
it's
do
just
stone
it's just like
sword?
personal preference, I think.
Okay, you never do like
So I
stone
just-
sword, or iron sword, stone axe.
I don't really know. I should, but I don't really.
Okay, interesting.
Hold on, I was annoyed about that pearl as well because I dropped down and took a hard damage. And I have to like wait before I can throw another pearl.
Yeah. Like Loki just
I was really
doesn't.
I was really.
You
annoyed
tried
by
to get
pearl.
that? Didn't you try to get the hog here as well?
I like kind of did. It was like weird. I had to go through the hog because I
I
can't.
think as soon
pearl.
as you placed it, you probably knew that it was like that.
Yeah, like I wanted to get the hog, so I tried to lava it, and then it's just like I see the
Oh,
lava. It's just,
yeah.
I'm just
Wait.
I tried to
Yeah.
wait because I thought maybe it would go away, but I think it was like too
Wait, I wanna
tall.
look at your
Like the
inventory.
gap was like it was like 2 block drop. So it's just like it's just the lava just can't go away in time, and it's like I don't know. I just knew that's like that pork there would be like a win con. So it's just like if I can
Yeah.
get that, it's like
Yeah, it would have helped.
It's definitely just like worth, but I wanted to see because if you have a splash, like you have an extra splash, have you ever thrown a splash on the hoglin to like stop it from dying?
I've never thought of that before.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, that's actually that'd be so good here. I mean,
But
it's
it still drops
still
cooked food,
annoying.
right?
Yeah,
it's not
you
like
just
iron.
have to
on fire,
wait
but it doesn't die
until
from fire.
yeah, you just have to wait
Yeah, but it's
until
still like
the
so
fire.
cooked there because it's just like the lava has.
It would
drain
take a
so much.
long time for the lava to drain, but you would have gotten the pork
That's cool
chops.
tech. That's cool tech.
Yeah. Then I thought as well. I think I saved time just getting to the spawner because I think we both see the spawner at the same spot.
Here we go, Loki on 3 hearts. So
Oh no, yeah. As I saw this little
he
part of it,
just
'cause he had
manages
spawner at
his
407, activates it at
amazing
407,
the possibility of a blaze death or
and I see it to my right here.
I mean, it's so awkward this whole because you guys just have such low food. Yeah, you activate it like.
I activate spawner.
4.
I'm only 10 seconds behind
Yeah,
here.
you're only 10 seconds behind. He just like should have eaten way more in the bastion and healed himself up so that he could have probed more aggressively, leaving the bat. Like, oh my
Yeah.
god, I forgot about this.
That was so scary.
Yeah. Yeah, like, and
a good
here's
time.
what it's like. I'm thinking, I don't think the rod's gonna blow up. I don't think it does. And then it's like also like I know I need to make up time to spawner, and I just need to clear it out as fast as I can.
Wait, did it blow up or no?
I don't think so. I don't even know if it dropped. Like I have no idea.
I guess, yeah, wait.
It's the second blaze.
Second
blaze killed.
blaze. So we'll just see if for Loki if it. Wait, no, but he's
Did he hit the
probably
other
already
spawner?
do it.
Because I heard somebody say
He got Monster Hunter Rod, so. Oh wait, he also blew up the.
Yeah, he would have
blaze.
burnt it too.
Oh, okay, so we'll never know.
We will never know. GG.
But yeah, and then like yeah, dude, I wanted to play this for a double spawner because it's just like I know I have to make up time, but it's just like I was in between too much. I tried to play the other spawner, and I think I deactivated my like this main one here. It just like made it weird. Like I just should have gone for that first blaze, but I think it ended up saving me time actually somehow.
Yeah, really clean stuff.
Crazy.
I don't know how.
Actually, could have decided the whole seed right there.
100%. I mean,
So I'm curious how I save time on this.
good mechanics.
Because like I think I'm too far to activate the spawner. Actually no, I'm fine here.
Loki now. Starting to build the portal.
Yeah, and I hear no, actually no, I wasn't. Yeah, because I was too far.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and then I hear
So
this one
awkward.
activate, but it's only a one spawn.
Misplaced. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Oh, I remember.
Scared me there.
Oh. Wait, you got a one spawn there, and then I remember chat was like confused because I think Loki got a one spawn or a three spawn or something like that, but you like did it earlier. I forgot.
I'm confused.
Like Loki
I thought about
hits it
getting
on
food
his
here.
way out,
He's not
maybe.
gonna do that. I don't know. I think that's kind of.
Do I have the other two eyes here?
It's weird though.
No.
I think it's one pearl away.
True.
Like
yeah.
Loki hits it here and he gets a three spawn.
Oh, he gets a three spawn. Wait,
yeah,
what?
and then yours is like a one spawn.
Wait, what?
I don't get it. Like the ordering or something like that. Like
Yeah, I mean, it has to just be ordering of like, I'm just like behind the two blazes, but then I save time. Like what?
I think you left first as well. Because you
Yeah,
got a three
because
spawn
this-
here. I assume it's
Wait,
just that that was the ordering. Like, he got the three spawn on the other spawner while you got it on this spawner.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Right? Because he only got two spawn here.
Because now Loki.
Wait, that's so weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I know I was like pretty certain I was behind. I was like surprised like how much time I made up.
Bro, what was that pearl?
No, well, no, because
Yo,
it's
you're
like so weird. No,
freaking-
no, I do that all
You
the
had a
time.
trick
Because
shot.
no, I do that all the time, bro. Because it's just like so weird. The angle here, you don't know. It's like so weird to get the angle. So I just prefer to like to go down and like just jump in the fucking pearl.
Dude, that's kind of sick actually.
But Loki's mechanics, he's just a little bit ahead on this portal.
Yeah, and then like on that portal build like completion, I was like so like I usually like see some nerves. And then here's all this exchange. Yeah, and then I'm surprised he doesn't check this
Yeah,
the
you
whole
just didn't get
direction
a spike,
first.
right? Like, it just...
I just no.
it's
I
just
think
tough.
I maybe like do I have enemies even? Like I checked it. Like that spike there looks so weird to me because that's the first direction I look when I scan. That's the first direction I look in that four-way. Is like where it is. And then it's just like annoying as well because he doesn't go the direction of the portal room first, and it's just like so he clears out those two directions, so he knows it has to be this way. So he just like more commits more to this way. And it's like I just like don't have a spike there, but then I move over here and I have it.
I mean, assuming arrow doesn't go through the dragon.
Also, did he take? I feel like he took a while in this 0. I like kind of thought for a sec that I like could have won this. This felt a lot longer than it should have been. It's 3 rotation. Oh yeah, it does a 5 rotation.
It's a little scary.
That was a little scary, but
Wait,
looks like
I
he's
kind of
got
want to
that
double
one.
check this now because I'm what time did you guys entered? Like yeah, like the same time. So
I was 1 second behind, like a second and a half behind.
just that he gets back by left, right, and then. Do
Oh,
you
that spike doesn't even look real though.
Yeah, it
That does
doesn't.
not
It
look-
almost
that-
doesn't look real. It looks like it could be.
I
maybe.
wouldn't say that's real at all. I mean, not at all, but like, I don't know if I'd commit to that. I mean, maybe.
I mean, it's just. It wasn't even that way, was it?
No. He has his back right, and it's just back left, and just like.
Like how
or
did he
back-
know?
Gonna try from the right instead. Infume, same staircase.
Yeah, it makes sense though. I'm surprised he doesn't take a. Oh no, he does take a right turn, but he just doesn't like it. Doesn't see a light. I feel like it's
he
weird
just
though.
raw nabbed that. Like he just
Yeah.
raw nabbed that.
I'm surprised it doesn't go down that direction because even though there's no light, I feel like it could just be like 2 rooms deeper. If he's committing to that spike.
Yeah, I would have gone right if you're committing to that spike for sure. Like, why don't you pick it up? That's actually so dumb. You're literally looking right at it.
Wait, can you go back and like pause? Like, I'm just wondering if maybe it had entities. Like, that's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, wait, I want to
But like,
see if
I don't know.
You just have nothing, and then
I have nothing. I see the chunks. And it's just like, okay, it's like has to be this way in my mind. Like, I don't have any entities. No, I don't have any entities there. And then like, I don't really check it again until I'm like right in front of it here. Then I have two entities. I have two entities on
wait,
that.
you did?
Yeah, I just
Shit,
checked it so
see
quickly. I didn't see my entity count. Yeah, you see here, like just like if you like just look,
Yeah.
you see 2. Damn.
And he's turning around.
Yeah, it looks like Loki.
I mean, I don't know if that I think I still lose this. Well, no, he's 6 rotations.
I mean, we only have 6.
Maybe.
Gold pick,
I don't have gold pick though, actually.
But it's a 4+2.
Oh no, it's front though. I still had 95. No, I should still be able to 3 rotation this and save like 6 seconds. I still don't know if I win it though. It's so tight.
Yeah. I mean, he knows he's gonna chill out a little bit on the 0 too, because he just doesn't see you in the end.
Yeah. That's also
that
fair.
first
Yeah,
bed was
he's
just kind of bad. Like,
yeah, because yeah.
He's got to do some good damage with
damn,
the 2 anchors though.
that was
It's a
fucking
little scary.
crazy. Is there anything else to look at?
I don't remember.
Wait,
Ludwig
did
was
you pull up
crashing
the-
out.
Did you
No, I have not seen the
Loki's
Ludwig clip.
second 0?
Oh, second 0? I
Yeah,
heard someone
Loki's
say
second
something
0.
about that.
Sorry.
I thought that was.
I
Oh
had
yeah,
to
no.
analyze it.
I was low
I had
key.
to analyze it,
I was.
and I
I
couldn't
honestly
say
full up
anything.
because I pulled up the stream because I was like looking at the nav because I was so or no, that was. No, I was looking at the spike. I remember after the second seed, I was like, because I was so confused about the spawner spike. I remember I watched the I was watching because I pulled up the stream for your like analysis. I was low key like I was kind of annoyed like watching you just.
Sorry. I
like,
did kind
why-
of glaze a little bit. I just don't know what to say. Like just watch it, man. Like,
Yeah, I haven't
it's,
seen it. I haven't seen it. It's like
yeah,
I know it's gross.
just like it's yeah.
I forgot about this.
To see if he can hit the 0.
He has only 6 beds. It could go wrong. Dragon could get too low. He could die.
It's just like he just does.
Oh, it was this.
Okay.
Like I just don't. Why are you not putting a bet on the right?
I know he's
Yeah,
just doing
like,
the bets
it's just-
completely wrong.
Like no, that is sick as hell. That's sick as hell. Okay, I feel like the reaction's a little crazy, but like
No,
I mean the timing is so good.
Initially, I thought he killed it with the pearl. To be fair, initially
I mean,
thought
well,
he
no, I
killed
think it
with
does
the
10
pearl.
damage though. Look back, slow down. I think it does. I think he gets the anchor damage. And then
I think
bed
it's dead with the bed. I think
You
it's dead
should
with the
get
bed.
coffee.
No, it's definitely dead with the bed. Like you can see it. You can see it go down in 2 ticks though. It takes the crystal damage and then it takes the bed damage. I think, or something like that.
I think he's chilling.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, because the bed goes first. No,
It looks like
it's
it's like same. It looks like the same. I swear it looks like it took.
Like
It
it
just
does.
looks like it takes 2 ticks.
But I think it just like looks like that sometimes when the animation. Oh no.
Yeah, because
I
you
can't
could like
tell.
see, I swear you can see it like drop in half. But yeah, it's definitely just has to be only the bed because it just that's not 10 damage. Crystal only does 10 damage.
Mm.
So it has to be only bed.
Yeah, no, yeah. Someone posted a screenshot of that HP going down midway through. I just don't think it does.
Yeah.
I think it's just the bed.
But also like.
And I think because the commentators freaked out about it, I feel like I had to glaze it a little bit heavy as well, just to fit with the like the narrative a little bit as well. Like my fault. I tried to keep it quick so you wouldn't like I wouldn't ice you for too long. But
No, I needed that. I low-key after the 4th seed, I was.
I
kinda
saw
hoping
you
do,
said
like,
you
some
were taking a
analysis.
break, like you went for a pee or something. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
well,
I went to the
got really
bathroom
funny,
because
but-
and I think I took like a second after every seed because my nerves were so bad. My nerves were so bad. I just like needed a second. I didn't want to wait too long, but just like I was like after like those like last 2 seeds, I just like I just walked around for like a couple minutes, like a minute or so, and just drank some water. It was like my nerves were so bad.
Did you watch
Like
any
because
other?
I was also hoping after the 4th seed that you do an analysis because I just needed like the time again to just like calm down a
My
little bit.
fault.
Oh,
Sorry.
interesting. Yeah, I
That's
guess it's
good,
like
that's good.
depends on like the momentum though. Like I feel like sometimes like I would just want to play, but also I don't really mind like sitting there. It's just sometimes the anxiety builds up, right? Like I feel like for me
Yes,
maybe
yes,
it's like
yes.
the anxiety just kind of builds up.
I
You're
think before
waiting.
the first seed, I do not want to get iced, but like when it's, oh my god, I have so many Discord notifications. Oh my god, I just sorry, I got distracted. But like yeah, it's just like on like when it's later like this and like I just like the nerves are so bad for me and like because I'm in the mindset as well. Like like honestly I feel more comfortable down 2-0 because for me it's just like there's no reason to be nervous. I have to crank. Like it's like my back's against the wall. I have no other choice. Like I feel a lot more comfortable there, so I have less nerves. So it's just like at the end of the seeds, like I think on some of the zeros, I was shaking so bad. I think in that last zero and like that fourth seed zero, I was shaking so bad. Like just like building up. I was like so
Yeah.
scared. It was just like
No, it's so
the
hard
nerves
to
are so bad.
like
I just needed time. I just needed time to cool off and
yeah, it's
relax.
so hard to like calm the nerves in those situations. Like just trying to like I
I
don't
know.
know.
I was like trying to before every seed, just like I think before the last seed, I just like closed my eyes until I heard like the 10-second countdown and just I just like closed my eyes just to sort of like just like try to like breathe as slow as I could.
Yeah,
Just to help
deep
calm my
breaths and
nerves.
stuff is just OP kind of I
Yeah.
think.
That's the best I was trying to do, but it's just like it's hard, man. It's really hard.
Did you watch any of the other matches today? Or were you just warming up the whole time?
I didn't see the full Steez Hacks match. I woke up at like 12-ish. So I saw like last two seeds and then I watched the other two matches.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also,
you
can you pull up?
you should watch the LUD reaction if you have.
Yeah,
a
can you
second.
pull up
That
some of the LUD
is-
reactions?
I can pull.
I've been
I
getting
can get
yelled
the-
at since the match ended to watch them.
Okay.
It's quite good.
This one is fucking so funny. Okay, hold on.
Wait, can you go back? Wait, is this the clip or you can go back?
Yeah,
can you go back
here's
further.
This is the clip.
I'll
I
send the
think.
link. I'll send the link in.
I don't know. I just
to,
grabbed
like, the
one in
timestamp
ranked.
if you want it.
Oh, the timestamp. Sure,
There's
sure,
one.
sure, sure, sure.
Yeah, there's a timestamp. I think. So you
Cannot
can tap
believe
it
we
back
have
a
a
couple.
reverse sweep in this matchup of all matchups.
I know.
Team Loki up 2-0 and now Loki once again swatted out of the final day of playoffs. 2 seasons in a row, our 3-time winner.
That is crazy. I mean, I do feel like
It was
I guess
supposed to
just
be
like
you.
some small things here or there from Loki, some small mistakes.
It was supposed to be
and
him, man.
Decisions that ultimately paid off.
He was the GOAT, bro.
I mean, yeah, that's just
McQueen is fading.
Getting to the
I wouldn't. Okay.
and he
I wouldn't
wasn't
say
even the one
that
who
though.
played double triple. Like,
It's good for the clip, but I do not want to say that.
You think, oh, if you play double triple, Loki played triple.
I think Loki was in better form than he'd ever been to like this playoffs.
Loki played
Really?
double triple.
He just looks like just watching him he looks like an absolute demon, just like every match, every seed.
Yeah. You just keep making wrong decisions a lot.
Bringing him in the booth.
I'm lost for words here,
My fucking GOAT, bro.
How are you feeling after the reverse sweep there on Loki?
He lost all because of L drags, bro.
Wait, yeah, he did take 8 HP, right?
Yeah.
When going down to the Bastion on that seed.
Everything is shaky. Voice, hands, gameplay. Oh my god.
Hey, you
I'll try.
clutched it up in the end there. We're curious to hear your thoughts.
Right,
on
I'll
the
leave you
last
two to
made a lot
it.
of
Congrats,
different decisions
Infium. We'll
from,
see you tomorrow.
Loki
Good luck.
there,
Thank
choosing
you.
to go for, I mean, the big thing was going for triple to gap.
L
Also
drags,
choosing to go
bro.
for
That's
the Iron
it.
Axe
That's
at
the
the
only
beginning. I
reason he
guess
lost.
Walk us through what was going through your head to make those decisions.
Stupid ass
Yeah, I mean,
terminology.
on that last seed and including the last 3 seeds, because I mean I'm down 2-0, literally 1 seed and I lose. My thought process on making Iron Axe there is just getting a stone.
Your voice is so
Axe,
shaky.
No, it it was so bad, man. It was consistency like with
so bad, it's
having
so
like
bad.
those blocks. I thought it just like, I kept telling myself like I have to win by any means necessary, and that's the biggest time save I know I'm gonna have, and especially on Loki. I'm just gonna get mechanics capped, so I need to make as best decisions as I can, even though it is gonna be more inconsistent. I need to do the best thing that I can that
pull
is just
this
the
shot?
fastest that he can't really mechanics diff me on.
I see. That makes sense.
It worked out. I guess.
Cut offs, dude. Fuck Andrew.
I know you said you've like had golf videos on the second monitor in the past, or other videos like that, but I guess
yeah, this is a good tangent. This is a good tangent.
sort of tangentially related to that question. How did you keep it together?
I gotta take my hoodie off and show the live
9
shirt.
minutes into seed 2, when you're boating to the stronghold in the overworld.
oh,
like,
man,
how does your mental stay together, or does it not? I don't like. I don't know.
No, I had to I had to put away my whites. I was like putting my socks together I last actually night. have a long answer to this because yeah, like last weekend I had a Grand Horvat video, and I didn't feel like I played that well against Beef, and like as the strategy I used last season, it worked my first match, but I was like, I don't feel like it worked that much. So today, I've been thinking about this a lot. I did laundry 2 days ago. I did whites because for my birthday, my sister got me a Leve shirt, and I haven't washed it yet. And when you wash clothes, you got them, especially like new clothes, it might stain other things. So I made sure to wash it with whites. and I washed. I did my whites yesterday, so my Leve shirt was clean. So right now, under my hoodie that I'm wearing, I have my Leve shirt on, and I'm listening. And I decided today to listen to Leve, and right now, I have everything I know about love playing right now. So that's just kind of more unrelated, but
okay.
And then also, I will say though, tomorrow I have a fit planned as well. Hopefully, hopefully you'll see it in the best light. But I mean, overall, it's trying to keep the mental. It's just honestly, bro.
What is your fucking fit?
I remember Hacks was like kind of.
Dude, it's fire.
This,
It's so fire. It's so good. It's so good. If you like, dude, if you know me IRL,
honestly,
that shit hits
I'm
hard.
not against that. I mean, those first 2 seeds, I really struggle with nerves.
Even still, you don't know me IRL, it just still hits hard.
I knew I was gonna be nervous, but it's still the thought process. Play your best seed type first. I knew I was gonna be nervous. I got gapped.
Is it the shirt from the picture? The picture about like.
And then like after the second seed, just absolutely horrible picture.
The Twitter picture that you posted that Rad took.
I mean, I'm just telling myself.
No, I wore that last week. I wore that last week for a match. I wore that last week for a match. I thought because I was thinking about this the day or two prior because I did laundry and the shirt was clean, but it's like I don't want to wear the same thing twice. Maybe it's like one shirt, one match.
Right.
That's what I was thinking. So it's like I didn't want to double up, and I figured as well I wasn't really happy, watching a YouTube video on the second monitor, so I figured, I'm gonna listen to Leve, and if I'm gonna listen to Leve, I gotta put on the shirt. So
Valid. No, I actually have a favorite shirt, and I like wearing it before playoffs. But low-key, it's kind of old, so I need to get a new favorite shirt.
It's interesting. I will say, you say that you're taking these risky plays in the.
That's also Aiden's slogan. Buy, any means necessary.
Difference maker on seed 3 that room portal.
I didn't even get that.
I don't get it either.
Steak and low-key enter with food, you would think.
Yes.
Is that not a risk that you wanted to take? Playing that no food enter. I mean, even in the start of that seed, you messed up that lake movement for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. I need a little more minor practice. But I mean, honestly, on that seed, I was kind of playing.
Oh, it'd be so funny. Like, literally just doesn't know the minor,
minor.
Oh, yeah.
Fire behind the mob and then punch
Zero
it into
minor.
the fire. I never seen anybody do that.
That was so smart.
I was very.
It's a Minecraft server, guys. It's a
helped out a lot. It was in the back of my mind, like maybe do I get a sheep because maybe that one string helps another explosive, makes it easier for 0. But it's just I know.
Well, see, because like they just lied. He just didn't get food at all.
Not gonna be making that play. I'm confident.
They said he got food.
So it's just
yeah, they said they got sheep. Or actually, well, I thought they said you got sheep instead of steak.
I mean, and it was, and you've moved on. It's a repeat of the last quarterfinals match from last season.
Why is Loki Ludwig's go?
Last season as well, and it was a 3-0.
I mean, and he's just disgusting, man. Like
just
anybody
everyone
watches him,
this season, but you brought
like
it
he's
back.
just.
I
I don't think there's anybody with a better peak than Loki, man. Like it's
it's
just so disgusting, man. I just thank God this game isn't full mechanics. Like thank God.
Tomorrow about anything you're gonna do tonight or anything different ways you're gonna approach tomorrow to maybe try to keep out the win this season.
I mean tonight.
Are you gonna switch your shirts between your matches if you win tomorrow? Or actually, you don't even need
that fit I'm gonna wear is too much aura. I can't switch.
Okay.
Maybe either get some cookout or maybe drive over to get some canes, get some good food, and then try to get some good sleep going into tomorrow.
Can I tell you, not a cookout enjoyer? I'm deadass not a cookout enjoyer.
I've never had it.
That's fair. Cookout's just cheap. Cookout's just cheap, and I don't really care about the quality of food that much. It's just cheap.
That's the plan.
There you go. A winner's peanut butter jelly sandwich. Infium.
Dude, yes, I love peanut butter jelly.
Hey, congrats on
well, yeah,
the
because
win.
dude, last
super
playoffs
exciting.
after
So,
right before
congrats. I think
during
you
the
should
third
feel
place
very
match
proud of
before we
this
played
and,
hacks, I got hot pockets, but I don't really want to go to the store right now, and I'm out of hot pockets, so I only have peanut butter jelly, or I have to like drive somewhere in between matches and get food.
GG, y'all. GG to Infumi. Honestly, guys, I have to give respect to a reverse 3-0. Like, the mental fortitude to pull that off is insane. Like, that shit is genuinely impressive. So full credit. It was a great match. It was probably the best match of the day, to be honest. It was probably the best match of the day.
Yeah, it was only 3-2.
So yeah, shout
Actually, no.
out
Duke
Infumi,
placed mine
big
3-2.
dub there.
Or then
I
plays mine 3 last
wanted
seed.
low-key to win it. He was my favorite to win the whole event. But we go 2 for 4 on the day. 2 of our guesses were correct. 2 were wrong. I was super
Yeah, and then
wrong on Aquacord.
what was?
Lost a
I'm trying to
coin
think.
flip
Like,
on low-key.
would that
One
would this have been
drag
like the
away
best
from being
match like
correct, I would
overall? Like,
argue.
was there a better match?
But we have our
Like, I feel like if there's a better match, it like it's more
final
back and
4
forth.
matches tomorrow, guys. The rest
Obviously, reverse sweep
of
is
the
hype, but like I don't know if that's the
event
best match.
wraps up
I don't
tomorrow.
remember. I guess the Nahan
We
Loki
have
match
our
or the Feinberg
semis,
Hacks one. I'm not
finals,
really
and
sure. I'm
third
trying to
place
remember like
match.
all the really exciting ones.
But let's
People
take
saying
a
Nahan
look.
Loki was crazy. That's fair.
It's
Uh,
because
like,
of the
also
final
reverse sweep.
seed was just absurd. Like the fact that
Yeah,
you guys
the
were
last seed was disgusting.
Hacking
Yeah,
noises
absolute roller
beating
coaster.
Sky Crab. Dude, here's the
Oh.
deal. I'm switching. Brother, I have seen Sky Crab, and I am bowing down
Oh wait,
to
yeah, no.
greatness.
I just muted myself when I
think
tried to
Sky
say I don't
Crab
want
is
to. I don't.
going to the
I'm
finals. Give
I don't
me
want to look.
Sky
I don't
Crab
like these
over
spreads.
Hacks.
You don't
Okay,
want
that
it.
I don't want.
boy
I don't
is
want to
a
know.
demon.
I don't want to know. I don't want
And
to
then
know.
I mean,
I have
you don't have to
admit,
watch it.
I think
Yeah, no,
Infumi's
I
gonna
just
beat
no,
you
yeah, no,
guys.
I just like turn it off my end. Yeah,
I
Okay,
think it's gonna
okay.
happen.
I was just
think
trying to
we're
get. I was just trying to
having
mute the audio
Infumi
before he said
versus
mine and Duke's
Snow
name.
Crab finals.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's gonna be a fire match. It's gonna be a fucking fire match.
Yeah. It's gonna be good.
Dude, I might just rewatch all of the matches today and just analyze them right now.
Dude, I don't know what I feel like I should say live, and like I'm down to do that as well. I don't know what
Yeah?
else to do.
Okay.
Like yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Okay.
I'm like, I feel like. Actually, well, I want to get. I'm hungry and I want to get food.
We
But
could
like, I
take
want to
like a
go drive to
little.
Canes.
Oh, you want to drive to Canes?
Like, yeah, but it's like long, and I got snacks. I can and I could like get like a Caniac combo.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, I
I
don't
don't wanna
mind
take, like, a
taking
too long
like
of a break
yeah, I
while
don't mind taking a small break and then going to analyze some shit. Because like I want to rewatch the Hacks vs Steez match because I feel like this was like low key chopped a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I can just upload these on my second channel just right away.
Oh yeah.
Um.
No, wait, I'll be right back in a sec though. I just need to refill my water.
Okay, yeah, me too. Actually, I'm gonna grab a little snack too, and be in like for 5
Okay.
minutes or something. BRB. Okay, fuck, I don't know what to play though. What do I play in the meantime? Just while I'm going. Go away, go away. Is anybody playing ranked right now? Aquacord? Got Elam though. Yeah, so cool. Practicing search crafting. Okay, I'll be right. I'll try to be quick. Just yeah.
Put on 1 and 2. Shift later. I think that works. There's like no other like craft that is like isn't like has like a couple junk that's not 3 character. Except Steez. Steez, what are the rules? Am I allowed to have like the same key on 2 different keys? Can I have 2 E's? No. Okay. So where do I put P? What is the other? Is there like another Gavelcraft? Good job, Taliesin. No, what is? I don't get the R and B. Oh, you just have to do like a 3 character first. Where's B? I don't know. I don't really care. I'm used to this because this thing is Danish. I just did this. When do you even have to craft Gavel? Who cares? It's too annoying to set a 3 character for just for Gavel. I'm just gonna do that. Who cares?
Wait, is Awkward changing its language? Because, like, I respect changing your language, like, one day after playoffs, because that's what I did.
Is that what Awkward's doing?
He's going on Norwegian from Danish. Let's go. What about switching mid-playoffs? Is that aura? That is the craziest aura by far. That was what Steez did. I don't know if you saw that.
Steez did that?
Yeah, he switched to Norwegian.
I'm sorry.
He
What are we
switched
doing?
back or something. Yeah, you already used it. But like, why did you switch? Just because you thought it would be funny, or like? So you can read. I wasn't confident in you. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, N and B.
And Ryan didn't know we had watching table junk.
Someone have fat fingers.
Yeah, Duke might join the VOD review in like an hour. But we can just run it. We can do this while we eat, no?
Yeah. I've got some peanut butter pretzels, vanilla wafers, unlocked.
I got some pizza from last night.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I was craving pizza so much last night, but it's just like, I don't want to... I've never ordered a pizza before myself. I've never ordered one.
Don't start. You'll start ordering it every other night.
Dude, I mean, a couple nights ago... Oh, no, last week, I went to the store. I got 3 frozen pizzas because there's 3 for $10. I had like... I ate all 3 in like 4 days.
Dude, fuck yes.
You forgot to pay me back for the pizza at TwitchCon. You never asked. You never told me how much I had to pay. You never told me.
Wait, who?
Caro's saying that.
Really? Oh yeah, I remembered. We ordered pizza.
Yeah, I was like, I'll like.
And then everybody started fiending. All of a sudden, like everybody wanted a few slices.
I know, dude. I wanted so much of that pizza, but like, I felt bad taking every piece.
Because I was like, how much pizza should we order? Like,
because other people were doing other like food plans, and I was like,
yeah.
yeah, okay, like let me think, like how much pizza do we need, like for like having some extra or whatever. But then like there was way too many people that wanted pizza, and then we didn't order enough.
Yeah.
The main question is, have they spotted a lava pool?
Dude, there's a lot of things I'm like I need to like do with Caro.
What does that mean?
She's still yelling at you. That I need to respond to her DM.
Yes, you have to respond, bro. Actually,
I
lock
don't-
in,
I don't
lock in,
want to.
lock
I don't
in.
want to.
Please, please lock in after playoffs. Please lock in
No,
after playoffs.
dude. I don't want to.
Why?
Dude, okay. Let me give you the context from my perspective, because I don't want to say this on Twitch.
Okay.
He does, with a floating cactus next to it. Look at that, lava cactus, and
Very
it looks
nice.
like Steez isn't going to be too far ahead.
Now Craps the in the river now, looking for the lava pool still, like in F5.
Doesn't look like he saw it.
He's in F5 because he just. Yeah, absolutely, and we're.
Question is, have they spotted a lava pool? If one
I
spots
don't
it,
know,
the other
Mike.
doesn't, this could
That's
be
my perspective from what I'm seeing.
a massive game-changing decision.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing here.
Oh my god, okay, don't, no.
Still, like in F5.
I have the context, that's the answer to that question. Those things do not, yeah.
How good? Why?
It's, I promise. I actually promise. No, you actually have to lock in, come on.
But look at this. He does, with a floating cactus next to it. Look at that, lava cactus. And
Very
it looks like
nice.
Steez isn't gonna
Oh
be
my
too
gosh, I
far
gotta respond to my
ahead,
text from my
and he got
parents.
those extra pork chops.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be big here. This Nether doesn't seem super linear right off the bat. Like there's no immediate bastion for hacks. Wide macroing to see if he sees the fortress, the bastion, really anything here. But these blocks from the TNT is gonna be super useful. And it also looks like Parker taking completely
I got so many,
different terrain
dude.
here.
I got so many DMs to respond to. I've never had this many DMs before. It's actually insane. I'm like scared to look at them.
Totally made the wrong decision.
Yeah, look,
I don't
bastion already for
He's
Steez.
gonna have a really hard time getting to the bastion here, Curry. If this terrain up towards the top doesn't open up and let him backtrack, Steez, I mean, looking at Steez's screen, it looked like it was very far to the right, and Hacks just took a left in the Nether. You see him completely lost, and Steez is at the chalice.
Yeah, this is a
really bad for Hacks.
huge difference. I'm not exactly sure of Hax's Y level right now.
First time chatter, Wolfie. Oh my god.
But watch this Hogland for Steez on the chalice, Parker.
Okay. Okay. I'm locking in. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm locking in for real. Okay. So.
Okay. Me too. Okay, let me lock in as well. Let me lock in as well.
You don't want to rewatch this. Are you talking about the chalice? Yeah, that was kind of tough.
He missed the blocks. I suppose it's random blocks doesn't matter.
We see the mechanics on Hacks or with Hacks on full display. Clearing out the inventory on
Hacks is stupid. Forgot which way to leave. He left the wrong direction. He should have left the other way.
But
I've been struggling with that recently. It's like remembering where to leave from the temple.
But I think he was just trying to look for a lava pool, maybe.
Yeah, but it's just like I just don't like that because you have to go here anyway, and if you don't see anything here, you just go the other way. Like you're just like either you see and you know you're going there, or if you don't see anything, you're going that way. Anyways.
Yeah,
like
I
it's just
agree.
one or the other.
The main question is, have they
No, Norwegian has fletching table drawn.
one spots and the other doesn't? This could be a massive game-changing decision.
It's keying sandstone into inventory so that I only have dirt. Yeah, I actually thought about that too. I kind of like that because you could
Still, like in F5, I'd imagine he's in F5 because he just doesn't see it yet. But pivoting towards.
Wait, sorry, what are you saying?
Like, I saw that when I was watching.
Completely different directions from both of these runners looking for anything. But Hacks has
am I
the
not
lava
tapped in?
pool right off the jump here, and this could be a problem. Seeing here, have aim and the clearing out the from the.
Okay, skip way too far back.
Trees very close to each other. So
Here, like.
really nice kind of start here.
It's just.
These players can find the lava pool.
Remember Hacks?
Yeah, look at
Mm-mm.
Grapple.
Steez.
No.
Pre-TNT and the
Hockey's the sandstone off and then picks up the dirt and then uses the dirt as the main block. And there's just like one less like input on like organization.
Is that better though? I mean, it just doesn't matter. It's all the same block. It's just like all the same.
Absolutely, and we're seeing here.
I think it's just like a little less like you just don't have to organize, or like you have one extra hotbar slot.
I'd imagine he's in F5 because he just doesn't see it yet. But pivoting
Oh, you're just, oh, no, okay. I thought you were saying it was better to have the dirt instead of the sandstone.
Oh, no.
No, you're just
No,
saying,
yeah.
you're just saying to have only one, okay, no, I see what you're saying,
Problem if Steez doesn't find another one quickly, but does,
look at
thankfully.
this. He does with a floating cactus next to it. Look at that.
Like a double ghost bucket.
Lava cactus. And
Very
it looks
nice.
like Steez isn't going to be too far ahead.
Triple ghost bucket, damn.
Those extra pork chops.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be big here. This Nether doesn't seem super linear right off the bat. Like there's no immediate bastion for Hacks. Wide macroing to see. He sees the fortress, the bastion.
This feels very different terrain.
But these
Very different.
The TNT is gonna be super
super
useful.
Wait.
And it also
What the hell?
Parker taking completely.
I like
saved
Steez's
a lot of
I didn't
time.
look at the spike. I didn't look at the spike at all, but like,
I
it
want to
was
see
for
why
Hacks.
Hacks went the wrong way.
Steez isn't going to be too far ahead.
Yeah.
And he got those extra pork chops.
So it looks more in front of him.
It's just straight this way, and you see it as a wall, so
No, that's just stupid. It's
it
just a
just
bad
goes
play.
left or
I mean,
right.
it's straight and like a little bit to the right, and you just like it's open to the right, and he just doesn't go that way.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it doesn't look that open though. You see the soul sand like to the right on Caesar's screen, like in front of him now. It doesn't look like it opens up that much, but it just does.
Yeah, it
almost
didn't
looks
look
like this soul
that
sand in front of
open.
him looks like it. But it doesn't. It's not like the left, like where it's Hacks looks at much better.
Yeah. And since it's right oriented, you probably want to just go right.
If this terrain up towards the top
Yeah.
doesn't open up and let him backtrack, Steez, I mean, looking at Steez's
Surely Steez wins this seed then, no?
No, look what happened.
What?
You see him completely lost.
How?
At the chalice.
Yeah, this is a
really bad for Hacks.
It's
difference. I'm not exactly sure if Hacks is
it's
wild right now. We can
fletching table jump.
Oh. Oh no. Well, this is fine. There's not a golden helmet though.
3.5 hearts. Has to craft a helmet still. Probably wants them.
Actually, that fletching table is just like throwing so hard. Why are we running into this? And it's not like he's much better thing. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm like, how do you do that better? I'm just like trying to like. I'll only look at that again. Like, how do you do that? How do you like now that better? I mean, yeah, because like it generally could just be like he loses the seed because changes language mid playoffs.
Okay.
I leave the crap table here. I mean, he just should be double stacking. He should be double stacking insta left. Like, yeah, he should just be double stacking insta left to get up too quick. He tries to do the one safe, but it's just like they can get around.
Yeah, I can just
like,
get too close. Yeah.
I mean, like that could work, but it's just really any micro mistake you make there, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
You're just so dead.
It's a little too risky, I think. Nervous, yeah. It's fine. It's okay to be nervous. I'm just gonna skip because. Oh, I remember this though. Like, Hacks has quick charge. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That's sick.
Wait, it was right here.
Can you get quick charge 4?
Bang, double bow with the crossbow.
Yeah. Dude, that's the block wars diff, bro. You play extraction, you get that timing down.
But there's not quick charge 4 does not exist. I don't think.
Yeah, no, I'm saying this is quick charge 3.
Oh, okay.
It's quick charge 3 and extraction.
When he's ahead, I think it might cack. I remember in LCQ he went for like a crazy like one rotation 0.
Oh yeah, this.
What is this?
Like, why did he do this?
I mean, he had the.
Wait, what did he? Oh, I like stopped watching. I was looking at these.
He was
like,
like,
going over the flick.
He was just joking around, and then I think he like tried to pearl because like the way that he looked, and then he was like, "Oh, I don't have any pearls," and then he ran in.
The quick charge 3 crossbow. Yeah, and bring it back from stances.
Absolutely. Looks like Steez will be getting here. So we'll see.
You know why you have late picks there? Wait, why? Loki, I was kind of wondering about that too.
Oh, I didn't even see this. Wait.
I just wasn't really paying attention because. Oh, that's so fucked. Yeah, they're unloaded.
Wait, what pigs are loaded?
Yeah, let's like watch this in total.
I remember. Oh, I think Pavkin was telling me this as well. Like the only time where 2RD could ever affect your route is like here on bridge.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why is he even on 2RD in the first place here still?
There was a
Like,
gas.
you
Yeah, you should just raise it after. The gas can't get you.
Especially with having taken so much damage and already having to eat his pork chops.
I'm like surprised it still affects them though, but I guess like the chunk border just kind of lines up nicely.
Hoglins after the PTSD of having died to them. And look at Hacks.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Because this sucked.
Gameplay, but like seeing, I feel like every time I look at Hacks'
Are they
inventory,
permanently stuck like mad at you too, or do they de-aggro? They probably are just stuck mad at you, right?
like Hacks has everything he could possibly
Oh
need.
my god, I see them coming. Oh no.
Sub 830 even.
Another
Because yeah, this was so long. They have to be permanently stuck. That's just like crazy. I mean, it's good to know. I think I did know that, but that's just sucks. Yeah.
Just a really fast in the beginning. It doesn't happen where it's, you know, any big struggle for these players at this point.
Like, why is Hacks just punching? Wait.
Wait.
Punch
What?
random seeds? Oh no, he just picked up one. But he just picked up a seed. But you could use the seed to like fast loot or whatever, like the double click loot. So
Oh yeah.
The EDCR does.
Actually, that's not bad tech.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing it with the torch too. And FNS and Bastion. FNS and Bastion, Torch and Blacksmith, and Seeds on BTC.
I don't even know the inputs to do that. So like, I've never done it before. Oh,
It's
shit!
literally
You should just be blowing up. Why are they going so far to the right? You should just blow up the tall tree. You're gonna get like 10 plus wood.
Oh yeah, yeah. What? That's crazy.
They're just both bricks.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I was gonna mention
Because now it's like I don't even know how much you should get a decent amount of wood, but like you're not gonna get the most amount of. That's probably only 5 oak. Yeah, you get 9. Like that's just definitely less than what you get if you just go with the one on the right.
No, tall tree gets
and then you have
a lot.
and then you have then you have two. Then now you have 2 separate inventory slots for wood, and you have to get more logs. Like
tall tree gets
Hacks
a
has a
lot,
lot more
too,
oak
because-
though.
Yeah, Hacks went like.
wonder-
Yeah. For the you just need well yeah you just need an item in your mouse slot, and then you just hold shift and then you just double click and then it just insta loots it, so it's really fast.
Pretty standard for both players. I'm very curious. Like nether terrain decision seemed very uncharacteristic of Hacks. I wonder if that was like some just first game nerves.
I think he's made up time in this, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really get that actually.
Because did he get
Off island like way later, but a little closer to the.
It just looks like the gravel. Like it looks like just different gravel and stuff. Is this like this? Is this? No, it's not the same though. Is it? Scale, no, it is the same. It is the same. It is the same.
Silverworld's pretty standard for both players. I'm very curious. Like that.
Okay, no, he just doesn't get flint.
He doesn't
get
have
flint.
flint, right?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I think it's literally on like the next gravel.
Nerves or you know something to kind of monitor in the rest of the series. We'll see here, as it looks like actually Steve's.
Kind of
Oh,
like
it's like, oh, it's actually way later.
Never mind. That's why Steve's look like they're.
It's still like made up time though. I feel like it's only like 2
little
seconds
bit.
behind.
Yeah, you're totally right. Let's see if Hacks.
I wonder if it's like more worth it. Like how worth it is just like after 5 gravel, just send it and go to the portal.
It's weird, right? Because if you mine gravel that's like really far away from the portal, it's gonna take a while to like grab it. So you want to grab mine the gravel that's close, but and in front. Oh yeah, I forgot about
That
this. This is so
KB, that KB
annoying.
is stupid, man. That KB is
Yeah,
oh my
that
god, it gets
was
hit
so-
3 times.
Yeah, it just sucked. I don't even know if that's like his fault at all.
It's just like there's definitely ways around it. But like that first hit is like weird though, man. That first hit is weird. He's just making up time. Like yeah, he's making up so much time going to the Bastion again.
Right.
God, that drag.
I don't remember. What was it again? Okay, let's watch this because I'm really curious.
I don't know,
why
like
Hacks
Caesar's
kept
train
going
looks
away.
like it makes so much sense. What does Hacks do? It's like so it's kind of in front of Hacks here.
Like kind of it's just like kind of
You go right here and you just go straight.
just goes up.
Oh, he just doesn't look. You see it for a
See, it's, like,
second, the bottom
open.
right.
Yeah, the open.
I understand going up here, but it's just like he just doesn't look. He just misses the opening to his bottom right.
I don't even know if I go bottom right if. Like where?
I mean,
is
it's like
he?
you look
Oh, it
bottom
just
right, it
closed
looks
off.
open. Yeah,
Yeah,
because he's at like
'cause this is too
190, he's so
high.
high up.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
it's
he's
just like you
running
see when he goes back.
backwards now.
Yeah, because he just doesn't know where else to go. And unless he like saw this train down here, like yeah, just like this looks so open.
Oh,
Like this looks
I
different
get
terrain though
it.
completely.
Yeah, because C's went way more left at first.
I mean, I mean, it makes sense considering the spike for Hacks. It makes sense going this direction.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
then
think
you know
it was
what
like
after.
I want to see from C's POV like what the decision because it was like
makes that same mistake here, I don't
Or
think
it's just
he will.
like,
There,
oh, you
right?
just,
There,
oh, you
and then
just,
just
oh,
kind of
he
runs
stays
along
more
the
to left.
terrain just because, like, trying to
Yeah,
save.
he goes up, so he doesn't see
Oh,
it to the right. He just doesn't see it to the right, like the opening that Hacks takes.
Yeah, and a Hoblin.
That's just that reach feels crazy on that hog.
yeah.
And I don't know how he gets hit twice there. That's just crazy. Wow.
Not for the time loss or anything, but just the
Just have to like pierce through this like small little layer in the terrain, and then it just takes you.
really unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
Really want to waste time killing
Hex.
Yeah, it's just so
Hex
clean.
turn, I mean, would have lost still. Even if Hex went instantly along the lower terrain, then Steez probably would have made up a little bit more time still. Oh no.
Yeah.
Because no, Steez should have like this is not good. This
Oh,
was
so you should have taken a left turn here. You see, I mean, I don't know, it's cheating, but like, you can like see that there's no way here.
yeah.
And like Hacks has better vision, so he can see it's not to the left, not to the right. It has to be full cross.
Well, he's also using chunk borders here, I think. So
How does chunk borders work with that?
it's like if you see how Hex has the chunk borders up here, and like if
Yeah.
it's like cut out, like it's like 5 blocks in or whatever on this side, like you know it's the right and like the opposite direction. So like you would run along the right way. But if you
Okay.
if it's on the other side, and it would be only like 1 block of like space, or like just
Okay,
like one
okay.
like a small little sliver, the chunk border would be like lined up with like a small sliver, and then
Okay, yeah.
you know it's like to the left.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
So he just knows it's like opposite to him right now.
Yeah, yeah.
as much of his food as he can, but Hacks entering from a better spot, and I really like this play of digging into the treasure, especially when you know you're this high up in the treasure. Because
I'm just thinking as well, like from C's POV, like would you ever try and like enter inside the I feel like it probably
That's
is
what-
more consistent to enter in the Bastion.
No, I think he should have totally. Like
It's just weird though. I like going up here first, but then I feel like you see I think you just kind of have to just like see that it's not open there. You can't see anything, so you just have to like instant enter, like and drop down.
Wait, you did do the chunk borders check?
Wait, it does.
Oh,
You can see
because
wait, no.
It's
Oh, wait.
that's the sliver that I'm talking about. This is the left side. That right there. See on
Yeah,
this chunk
yeah.
border, it's like a long.
Oh, maybe like misinterpreted like
And so
Steez
then
thought, like,
this
the one
it's over
behind him.
here, yeah.
Because there's like a one gap behind him. Maybe that's just mixing that up. I don't know. 'Cause that feels like newer tech. I've not heard of that at all.
No, it's really old.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. It's like I did this like 3-4 years ago.
Oh, okay. This is like 2023 tech. Oh. I was busy playing Hoplay and 1-7.
Okay, yeah, he swapped it. That's kind of sucks, but
Yeah, it's like now he's just like fully behind.
Scared off by pigs or anything like that, and Hacks just takes so much better terrain entering the Bastion.
because like it was open there
That's
too. Like
cool.
Steez wouldn't have had to mine any blocks. It's
Yeah.
literally open over there.
Just saw the fort on Steez's screen and that like right side, so neither of these players are gonna have to go to the bottom.
I think actually.
Dude, I'm
maybe
wondering
it's
if
off,
Hacks. I'm seeing like from Microsoft for like Hacks there. Like you just go back as you're going up the stairs. Like oh, it's like weird to me because whenever I go up the stairs, like if I have blocks, I'm gonna block it off because he breaks the block here, and I'm worried about losing cooldown skip. But he like breaks the block and still does it here. Like I'm just wondering, like just like how he places it. He does the block, the dirt block behind him, and then he does the gold block in front of him. I always do like the block, and then I connect the gold block to that dirt, and then like I like go up the stair. I don't know. I was wondering if it's just like such a small thing, because like I don't break that because I don't want to lose cooldown skip because it's just like it's a tighter window that you could get hit by a pig, if like with like losing that like half a second or whatever. I'm just like I'm like overthinking this a lot. I know,
Wait,
but it's just like
wait,
going
what
up like going at the top of the stairs. Well, no, okay, because
right here you don't break it.
No, not this block, not this block.
Oh,
the second
the
block
second
he
one.
breaks.
You place two. You place the
I
two
also place
blocks.
I place 2 under there because for me it's like the timing. Like I have cooldown skip. I don't want to lose cooldown skip, and then the timing. Like I mean, he keeps holding left click
Cooldown
down,
skip
just goes up
is
the stairs.
yeah 0.25s anyway, so
But
it's
like
fine,
I more so want to be ready to throw a stray gold distraction here, and I feel like it's so easy to just get punished because he's not throwing any gold right now. I feel like I just
no,
like, that's what I'm just thinking
the
about.
2 blocks is definitely better here. Yeah, I do the 2 blocks all the time.
Yeah,
as
and then
well.
it's just like no distraction goal. So if there's a pig anywhere in this like 5 block radius of him, he's just like everything's just getting so cooked. Like I'm just like he should
that
get
makes
punished
sense.
there.
Yeah. No, I don't know why he doesn't place those 2 blocks. And then also like something EDCR that I saw EDCR do once, which is, it kind of makes sense. If you have like a pretty big gap on the pigs, like you just know you're kind of like running like pretty far ahead of them.
Yeah,
Like
he's got a guy behind him though here, but yeah, he's going up quick.
you can like break the gold block and then place the block behind
Yeah, like
you.
while I see what you're saying.
So you just get as early of an aggro as possible.
But like it's so hard to tell that like you have pigs above you. I feel like I feel like that's what I'm more worried about, just like a pig in that little chest area, or just like kind of like on those stairs hanging out. Like I feel like it's so. I feel like that scares me. I don't want to risk that, especially on a seed like this. Wait, does he lose a gold block? He loses a gold block.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done the boost because there was so much blocks missing. Like,
yeah,
while you're mining, you see that this back block right here is missing. So even if he boosts like that, like it's gonna get pushed out that way. But I think it got pushed like that way.
It got
and then
left.
out
Yeah, like
anyway.
it was like diag push.
But like this block
like,
is missing, so I'd never boost there anyway. I'm just surprised.
That stuff is so weird for me. I've tried it before, and I remember the first time I did it, I got like 6 times in a row, and then like I messed it up like 4 times in a row after, and then it's just like I just like don't even bother with it anymore. I just don't understand
it kind of sucks. I don't know. You need to like boost it in a very specific way, and then it still will just have a chance to fling off. But in his scenario, I just wouldn't have boosted there because it has a high chance of flinging off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say though, Parker, it
Gold
doesn't
apple.
look like there's that many gold blocks. Like these.
He's got late pigs. How does
Did you eat an apple? Oh, right here. No. I like eating the apple here. I remember watching this
apple eats
because you ate the salmon and then like lining it up with the apple is just like fine.
I guess maybe for the insta heal. Oh wow, wait, that's way better saturation. What the hell?
No, yeah, it's because he's not full hunger, so it doesn't give him the fast heal. And then as soon as he eats the apple, it gives him the fast heal from the
Okay, that's
salmon.
smart. Because in my mind, I would wait till I would let that heal. I'd let that salmon heal me a bit, and then when I get down to a hunger and a half down, I would eat the apple. That's what I would do.
I mean, it honestly wouldn't really change much. It's just like because in the bastion you're just waiting anyway. Like your way would save a bit of hunger because like he obviously ate the
now he's
apple
down 2
on,
again.
Yeah, he ate the apple on like 3.5 hunger down or whatever, or like half a hunger down compared to waiting until it's like a little bit lower. But it doesn't really matter either way because like you're just leaving the bastion and like you're just kind of hanging out with the bastion. So
yeah.
These players are gonna be out pretty soon, Parker. It looks like they're.
Yeah, we just need to split pearl, split string, you're gone. Like, just don't do anything else.
Yeah, with gold to spare, like Hax has the 5
Yeah,
gold.
you're gone.
Get diamond pick, but it looks
Hack's gonna break spawner.
Maybe he didn't.
Oh, it's probably.
Oh,
is that just
wait,
the
see,
right
how
there?
did you see it, by the way? Because was it on the way up? Because I was curious about this. Was it like right here or something? Because I like remembered, I thought I saw it right there, right? Yeah. Like, how did Hax not see that?
Oh, he's the 4 like bottom right. Steve does.
Oh,
because he's like the angle.
what?
He's like angling it weirdly.
Wait, that's crazy. Wait, that's low-key tech though. You should definitely be thinking about that. Because like,
I mean, also like for Hax to be a V, it looks so weird because you have that mound right in front of you, so I think it's more closed off. And then like here, you kind of see it. He should be looking here a little bit. Like I would try and like check bottom right there, but he just kind of sends it quickly.
just because the way that Steez is looking, like there's just more open, and then you just can see more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny actually. I have never thought about that because it basically is like the same concept as like, for instance, like on Chalice, on Bridge Chalice, like I'm just always in wide because I just always want to try and maximize as much info as I can. But like with Treasure, it feels like, oh, I don't have really that much time. But like I don't know, you should be trying to maximize your info gain.
Also, like look at Hax. Like I'm like worried. Like look at Hax. I'm pretty sure he has a crossbow guy that's like about to hit him. Oh no, it's trading gold. No, crossbow guy right there behind him. Like I would wait there. I would like try and like maybe play it a little safer, make sure I get hit, so I don't try to get hit like in the middle, like into lava, and then I like wait that time, like try and look around a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he does just. I think he sees the crossbow guy and then just jumps kind of towards the middle of the like he jumps like right in the middle here, so he doesn't like do the parkour because even if it does shoot,
It's faster. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. I wouldn't fault Hax for this here, honestly. I wouldn't. It's just like it's just such a small micro thing that could, be better.
Yeah.
so much damage and is down just to 2 salmon after this.
Yeah, I just would never have boosted there. Okay, and then
Huge lead. He must have just
I'm trying to get the bad part. I'm just wondering, like, could the knowledge of like spawner distance be like a win con for hacks here? Because like,
yeah,
does Steez win the third one or this one?
I don't remember.
So he didn't see it on the side, but Steez did.
Third
And now
one
Steez
apparently.
that's a huge lead.
Yeah, this looks so good for Steez though. Like, I don't even. Yeah, it's like open here. It's just open here.
Yeah, I would go up and
Oh,
pearl
down.
out. Yeah. Yeah, because it's just
Yeah, you just
we're just a bit of time there.
Maybe entering from a different spot.
Should be purling more as well. Well. Oh my god.
Okay, you bumped your head though, I think, right?
Yeah, he bumps his head. He bumps his head.
That was fun to go for.
That's why it's more critical.
You should have done it on the edge of the fort, no? Like it's a little bit
Yeah,
easier
no, it's
on
just
the
like
edge.
way easier. It's a way easier, and you can do it earlier, so probably less chance of hitting your head.
All good though.
How many beds do they have?
You had
I
low
would honestly
pearls.
I would think about just doing a bed TNT here. You have so much string. TNT isn't gonna full clear it out. He gets a 2 spawn here.
No,
I think
I
would do bed TNT here.
I don't think so.
I think that's a phenomenal analysis.
I like two TNT over one bed, one TNT, just because you don't have to deal with well, maybe it's better on buried.
You should be able to overlap fires still.
Yeah, you
with
do
the TNT
overlap the fire. Maybe because I was testing it a bit about like with like the difference between the two, and like I think it's just like you get better overlap maybe with like wait, do you have less pearls than hack? No, they both don't have pearl.
He says more.
Yeah.
He's up 3. 1916. That's actually a big diff.
I'm trying like because wait, what was I thinking about earlier? I legit
That's
don't
fair.
remember.
Yeah, because Raul said as well. He likes TNT plus bed, but not if it's but not if it's not pre-crafted.
Well, yeah.
Which makes sense. I can understand that. But like, I feel like I would still. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a bad thing for me. I feel like I might still force it.
I think
it's just like I don't know if that's good for me to do.
I guess you have a little more overlap time with double TNT. But yeah, maybe, I don't know, I was testing out double TNT versus single TNT versus bed, and my conclusion mentally was that double TNT is better. Bro, that was crazy. I remember, see, did you mean to fall off here? It was just like...
Wait, did you just go for W drag?
This glitch is so stupid, what am I doing?
That was not intentional. That was not intentional.
W drags. You did it on purpose. Yeah, I think maybe I was thinking about enclosed. Maybe exposed TNT plus bed is better. Because enclosed, you don't have to...
was so good.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
Oh my god. I didn't even know. I wasn't even like barely even saw that terrain.
Yeah, you can barely.
That's such a good. That's a huge pearl. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Raul's also saying as well he likes bed TNT. Maybe it's more for maybe better for open because like you are at the back of spawn already, so you can make that little like ledge while you're already there, and you can overlap as well with like the fire break.
Yeah.
And yeah, with 2 TNT, awkwardly stuck overlapping crafts. Yeah. Oh, dude, I saw Duke do that like a day or two ago. That like fall down drag.
Yeah, it's so hype.
It's so actually like made me mad when I saw that, bro. It's just
Yo,
like
the way he does it is like, oh my, he did it. That clip was insane because it was he did like 25 blocks or something, like or like 20 blocks. It was so crazy.
It was oh my gosh, that just oh my god. This made me mad because like I just physically I can't do that. I can't do that. It's just like oh my god,
this was
so good.
Stupid. This was so stupid.
I like what Steve's doing here. Oh, it should take more fall damage. 1 tap.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
No, this was so unfortunate. I remember the end fight now.
Unfortunate.
He did one like that once. I mean, that was nice still. Like, you still saved time, I'm pretty sure, doing the down stack there.
It was late to break the block. I don't like that.
Wait, why?
Wait till you're fully under. No, you just wait till he's full under. It doesn't like 180.
Oh.
He waits all the way here. I mean, gold pick, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna be getting 95 on like any setup.
That's probably just like random like nerves or something. I don't think it's
it's so small. Oh, we're not 3.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't 4 pearl.
No, I remember watching this live. This is a crazy play.
Yeah,
I think
it's
4 pearl
just
there.
It just has to be nerves.
Mm-hmm.
I get that because especially with gold pick, you get there so easily, and it flies. Damn.
And then this was so stupid. This was so stupid. This was actually
Oh,
unlucky.
I heard about this.
Yeah, this was so
I heard
dumb.
you guys saying this in like the rank channel.
No, it was like I'm pretty sure I
like,
know.
like didn't somebody say like the node? They thought the node was like above the fountain or something. Oh, like what is that? And he has
And
no
then,
health.
yeah, Pearl in,
Oh
and
my
it's just
God.
cooked. Yeah, it's
Oh
hard
my
to think about that,
God.
right? Because you see it perching, and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna Pearl in, right? I have to Pearl, I have to
Yes.
make it, but then you just don't have enough health.
I just wouldn't have done that outside bed. Like you just know in the health you're 2 hearts. Like you just need to save. You literally have to 4-bed and hope you don't take a half heart of damage one rotation.
Yeah.
So like I just wouldn't wait outside there. Like you just have to. I feel like you just have to go there and just like hope it doesn't break bed. And I feel like as well for Dag perch, I feel like that's not gonna break the bed.
Yeah. It perches. It decides to perch like right there, and then wait, is it there or was it the corner before that? I think it decides to perch like here or something. No. I think it decides. Wait, what? Look, I don't remember. Where does it perch from? Yeah. It decides to perch like while you're running back towards the fountain, and then
It's so weird.
it's just crazy because it takes so long. It's just like spinning around.
Yeah, you see the end of his snap there.
Yeah. It just
God,
does
it's
such a
so
slow perch
cooked.
approach, and then it's so hard to tell. And yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you could maybe I don't know. It's so tight. I feel like you just have to play for that that bed not to break. I feel you just have to play for it. You just don't have a choice.
Yeah. I think so too. I mean, you don't really have any choice, but
Watch the next
Hax
zero.
Even, oh my God, Hax doesn't even have the pearls to go for the 0. Oh my
we're gonna
God.
go through all of them. Wow. Hax has to
Yeah.
go for 2 pearl, and then 90, and then
yeah, it's just like obviously not gonna work.
And then yeah, just has to hit it.
Yeah, oh, that's brutal, man. Damn, that's brutal. That's brutal. That's brutal.
Yeah, you had no. There was nothing you can do at that point. Like it's just like whatever. It sucks. Village.
Tournament life on the line for Steez here. Day 2 invite tomorrow. I guess day 4 invite tomorrow on the line for Steez. Acacia Village.
Oh, I just reminded me as well because I remember I think I wrote some notes down because on when you and Du were analyzing me and Beef's match for like I think like my seed 4 and seed 5 a little bit. I don't know if you remember like the seed 5, the village seed, like because I didn't pre-grab gravel just because it was just a small thing. Like I'm not the biggest fan of grabbing gravel like all the time. Oh, I sound like a turkey grabbing gravel, gobble gobble. But I just didn't like it there because I wanted to stay right because the line to the blacksmith is just better, and I just assumed like maybe there's just gonna be gravel later, but it's just like I just didn't like the gravel I saw and the line that there was to the blacksmith. That's like all there is. I think it maybe I undervalue how important frontline gravel is on a desert temple seed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like small stuff.
No, I mean that's like valid, but also I feel like gravel just is scary because it's just kind of rare sometimes, and so like you kind of want to front load it when you can.
Yeah, it's I think it's definitely way better, way more consistent. I think I just undervalue it. Wait, what is Hax doing? He needs to make a gold axe. Hax is a brick. Hax is a brick. He needs to make a gold axe here. And he realizes it there. He realized it after. And you just don't need the shovel. There's just no point in the shovel. Oh my God, Hax is like breaking out in this overworld. I like the play to get the RP. I think it's really good, but it's just like he's breaking out, and he should make shears, but like we have 2 iron to make shears. That's like half the reason you get an RP anyways in ranked. And now he does it. It's just like the ordering is awful. Ordering is just so clumsy here.
It's just overwhelming. It's hard to think about all of it. At least for me.
I don't know. I feel straightforward to me, but yeah, I understand, especially up 2-0, just like I can understand it being a lot. I mean, playoff servers are just like so bad, man. They're just so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, this just sucks. Like, Steez just didn't have blocks. And
yeah, but it's like Crimson though. You can overlap if you can. You can overlap trades with getting extra wood or like something. Cause that's what I did in the last seed. I remember. Because unless against me, like against Loki, like I didn't get many logs, but I was in a nice spot. I only overlapped 1 log, but it's just like that log is just huge.
I think Steez just does gold pick here instead.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Also gonna make the gold pick here. I really like that.
I want to use the full Dura though. I try to save it for the the couple blocks you're gonna break in the round because I feel like 20 is like still good and you have enough woods you can use a couple.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he could have used like 7 wood and then.
Ooh.
Oh my
Oh, no hog
god.
safe as well. Oh my god.
No hog safe is terrifying.
Yeah. You know, yeah, but like, yeah, you just like kind of waste some block throws, so it's like now he kind of needs it. No auto funnel. Yeah. You can't let the actually no, he can get like one guy up. He's got to stand more back because that one guy in the bottom right is just like stuck.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just yeah, you just need to stand more back.
It's like
And you have the
towards
one
like
stray guy over there.
That's a good path around. Ended up being
That's all,
like
he's in
fine.
a fine spot now. Yeah, he's in a fine spot now. This is chill.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying with the flint and steel looting.
Yeah, isn't
Oh
that
my
sick,
God.
right?
That's what it is.
Bro.
Yeah, I was confused what you were talking about with that, but yeah, no, that's so good. That's so good.
Yeah, when you watch it, like, I mean, that was like fine. He accidentally triple clicked, I think, so he accidentally placed the flint and steel down. But Duke does it, and like it's so crazy watching him do
It
it
actually
sometimes.
it's so clean, dude. It's so clean. I didn't realize that's how you do it typically.
You hit a crazy
I didn't
one
realize that's how you do
last
it. Yeah, I should definitely practice that tonight.
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you
it's pretty
practicing?
easy.
Just like a bastion chest looting. Like I hockey my hockey flint steel into the chest and then you like hover over
Oh yeah.
to get them
It's faster also to I don't know if she's had an opportunity to do it here, but the only reason why like you wouldn't do it is like per armor, but like if Steez had hotkeyed the armor and picked up the flint and steel at the same time, you know what I mean? Instead of like, so he could have like grabbed that chest plate and swapped it with the flint and steel, so then the flint and steel would have been, or the armor would have been on his bar, and then he would have picked up the flint and steel and then done all the looting. It just saves like an input. I don't know if I'm explaining that properly, but
No, yeah, you click the armor first, so it's on the bar, and you can just click it immediately.
yeah, you can
without
just
opening your inventory again.
Dude, oh my
Yeah.
God, Pavkin's calling me Feinberg looting because I can't, my mouse can't double click, and like if I have to do that, I have to like click twice and everything.
No, I mean
I don't know.
I just butterfly click it. I don't double click it. I just butterfly.
Yeah, I mean I can't. I don't know. It's like bad as well. I can't even butterfly because also with my mouse I have like two like buttons on like my left click on the top left. So it's like if I go to butterfly, I'm gonna hit those left ones, and it's just like I can't like it's just not left click. I can't.
I
You
thought
gotta
about
buy
switching
the
to double click looting.
Yeah, no, it's so good. Double click looting is like, and
I need
in
to-
very specific, you have to use it like in specific scenarios, but it's just definitely faster.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm just gonna win playoffs, and then I'm gonna have so much motion. I can have somebody sponsor me and get me a custom mouse.
Dude, yes, I want to see you have a custom
Can you
mouse
get
and fucking start drag clicking 12 side button mouse. Fucking dude, that'd be so. Oh, imagine the MCSR mouse drops. Oh shit.
Oh man.
That'd be fire. It has like a MOBA attachment and then a regular person attachment.
Healer person?
Oh fuck yeah, sponsored by Logitech. Logitech fucking makes a dry click mouse. Oh my god, it would be beautiful.
Logitech would never.
Dude, yes they would. They've gotta.
No, Logitech is so anti-drag because they're cringe.
Kenny said never heard something more stupid in my life.
Supportive.
Phenomenal point. And if it's anything like the last
Oh, the rod.
playing the train better.
He doesn't lose the rod Curry way.
Looks bad. He hasn't lost it entirely. It didn't fall.
Yeah, like it's fine when rods are down there. It's like honestly completely fine. It just is a little bit of a time loss.
Yeah, you just gotta like time it nicely. Like I think ideally, you can overlap. Like maybe if you have enough blazes, you can like overlap the pearl like in the air, just like and drop down and get that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, most of the time it's just like you pearl hang, then you just drop down. It's like it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, you lose the eye?
Oh wait, that was fucking clutch.
That was good. That was good. That was good.
Clutch as hell. Because if you
clean, that's
punch,
clean.
I'm pretty sure if you punch dolphins, like, okay, first of all, the dolphin was already playing with kelp, right? Like, what?
No,
the
but it threw it
fuck?
out though. They rotate through that shit so quickly.
Yeah,
man.
they do. But like, the dolphin, I think like, dude, the dolphins were so ready to grab that eye, like they were just going for it. But then as soon as you punch them, they get mad at you, right? So then they won't.
Yeah,
pick up
and
the
he's also
eye.
just and he just also hits them away. Also,
Yeah.
Rob made a good point. He could have done like hack stack, like like hacks drops a gravel when he measures. So it's like if there's dolphins, they play with that and they get away from the eye.
Oh,
Smart. I've
wait,
never thought about
what?
that.
That's so smart. I've never thought about that either. Oh my fucking god. Wait.
I don't know if dolphins always spawn that commonly, but I swear ranked always like spawns a pack of dolphins when you blind.
He's gotta hope it's a cold ocean blind.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe not a fan favorite decision, but he's gonna be fine with that outcome. Gets to pick up the eye.
Not a fan favorite decision. No, punching the dolphins.
Dude, the fans are just stupid.
Time save. Fuck.
Also, doesn't Steve's win this? Isn't this a 3-1? I'm like so confused. How does Steve save time on this seed? Because he's just like several blazes behind. Oh no, they have 4 as well. I keep forgetting the rod on the ground.
Yeah.
Actually, just like in the same spot.
Yeah, that's the rod. Yeah. The iron helmet. W. Wait, is that half a bar
Axe
more? Or
is
is it the
gone.
exact same? It's the exact same.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same armor bar. And you should make iron. Oh no, you already used iron boots. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. I mean, just in case you know
It's
the
just
full helmet
bored.
breaks. I was. Season froze up straight in the 20 seconds. Okay.
Wait, Hex is just. Why is Hex so far ahead?
I mean, you just play the clean overall.
But wait, was he
Yeah,
in before that much quicker?
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe not. I mean, he's like a cycle ahead, which is like 10 seconds.
Just
I mean, yeah, he's at the
of-
spot. Like, look how long he's at the spot.
Oh, just because, yeah, sweet. Why was Steve's waiting for trades for so long? Hold on, I just like mentally
Because he
didn't
messed
figure
up
that out.
his. Didn't he mess him up? I thought he messed something up with
felt
like getting
they
there.
were decent.
Because Hax is just early on. Hax is just like.
I mean, Hax gets them all in at like, but like it doesn't seem like Steve's doesn't have that much. Like
I don't know.
3, like Hax gets them all in at 308. So, but then like pretty much.
There's no
all
way
of
this
them-
one guy's. This guy's another late guy. I don't know.
Like
I don't know.
the pig count seemed completely fine. He got Obby from RP in Overworld.
Oh, the one Obby. There's no way, but it was only one. It was only one. I remember seeing that. It was only one. Is that like? Does that really make the difference?
Wait.
Because he would have tried to complete it because there was only one. Because there was one crying in there and he couldn't complete it with only one without having
Yeah,
to
but he
break
has
it with his
21.
diamond pick. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I know he left with 21, so it's like I don't.
Yeah,
I'm like,
think it
would that
matters.
one have helped?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is.
I mean, he's also just not checking trades here.
But like, this is 18.
18,
18 and 2 gold. like-
19. I mean, 19 now he could be able to go. He probably had like. No, didn't he throw didn't he throw extra gold early? Maybe one of those first gold trades he threw was Obby.
Yeah, probably something like that.
A crazy amount. Supposed to last.
Both can be the like that. Just there seems to not be happening.
Yeah, because I think he messes up here and throws an extra piece of gold. That I don't think hacks. Yeah, 2 extra.
Yeah, there's probably an
It's,
Obby
it's
too,
definitely just
but-
one of those. Probably like honestly, maybe both of them were. Because I think Hacks leaves with a decent
Like
bit of gold.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, because if he's like if those two trades are Obby plus the 1 and sees a 17, then Hacks is just out.
Yeah. It's like weird though, like you both had to like trade out all of the gold. I feel like
No,
yeah.
he did trade. No, Hacks did trade all the gold. Okay, no, Hacks did trade all the gold.
They're,
Okay,
they're
I
like
don't know
about
then.
to be finished. Like
I don't know. That's the bad. I mean, that's my best guess. That maybe just like it's like RNG 1 peg extra. It just like saves some time.
Oh my gosh. Maybe did have a little bit more pigs out of here a little sooner.
no, like the difference is not even that like crazy either. It's like, well, maybe it is. Like,
Well, because when is
hold on, I'm
Hacks at?
trying
When
to
is Hacks
see,
Pro
yeah,
land?
like
what is Pro land?
Land's
Pro land's
358
358.
compared to like
Hacks already out though. Sees the fort. Oh my gox. Maybe did have.
like Cease has a pearl hanging up. Like it's just gonna move,
Yeah,
like,
he just has to wait.
okay, like 12
He's
seconds.
12. Yeah, 12 behind.
And then there's maybe just more time save on the purling too.
Yeah.
Because
Is it
Hacks
the
is
terrain?
just
I
insta
don't.
on this
Yeah.
spawner.
Cease is just running a lot more. He's
Yeah,
just running around a
yeah,
lot more. Like yeah, like look at
this,
this here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That makes
It's just way more
sense.
open in front of him. He just needs to commit to it.
Yeah, and he's just losing time on time with hacks here.
Okay. I didn't realize. Like he might not have actually lost that. Like if, like I don't know if you lost any time at this one or not. I think about it. Like,
No, probably not.
or like maybe even save time.
Yeah.
Nah. Wait, how does he win the seed? I don't remember now. Oh, it was the terrain.
Rouse saying terrain nav. Yeah, like look what Hax is doing. He's 145 away. Like look at terrain in front of him. That like maybe that just I swear it doesn't cut off, but like
I would not have gone all the way up
79.
here. I just hate going so high up because
yeah,
it
it's
just feels like it would
scary.
close off like at any moment.
Oh my god, 3 drags sees. I do want to see this terrain nav sees. Because like I would honestly would think about doing the same thing as Hacks here and like trying to commit up hella, but like I know I've been punished for that like a lot recently, and I knew I need to be better with that. Because like here, he's like 100 away. Like yeah, like this is just way closer. Like this is just so close for Steez. Like yeah, like this train is so good for him. No,
yeah,
he should stay low here. Stay
no,
low.
but
Shit,
his
Steez should stay
fire res
low.
is out. Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh,
I
okay.
said that too.
Okay.
I said that
Okay,
too.
okay.
He should stay low, but his fire res is out.
That's smart. That's good then. That's good. Yeah, it's just not speed version because it's scary.
Yeah.
Let's check out preemptive. Hax is in starter. Hax is not in starter right now. That could matter maybe.
Oh yeah, and then also because yeah, Steez builds portal higher, so he's in starter. Yeah, Y42, Y43.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Hax goes below because it takes weirder terrain and it goes all the way down.
Wait,
Falls
why did
through.
Hax not
Oh,
insta
wow.
go mid after though? Like, oh, I guess maybe.
Yeah, you
has
should just
that
send that. You
spike?
should send that. I would check
Then-
that right way first, though. Honestly,
Really?
I just like check if it opens.
Yeah.
But if
I
not,
guess.
then your starter hero just go down mid.
I don't. Yeah. Why does he go so far diagonal right here? It's just not.
Yeah.
It's just mid. Well, he was pretty online with it actually, but it was
that,
more mid.
That
too.
crafting is from Steez. God, I gotta
Okay,
work
I
on
wanna
that,
see.
man. Like, no, it's just the flicks are so gross, man.
The eye crafts. Oh my god, yeah, that's sick.
It's just so hot, bro.
It's so sick.
That pick's good here. 58. Yeah, that's 395. Is that 103? Shit. Oh no, I'm tweaking. Really? I mean, with diamond pick, that feels crazy.
No, it's good. That was a good 0 setup.
Yeah, I just like I don't know if I go top on this.
No, I don't think I do either because I'm so accustomed to not ever pushing height on like the 4 wide towers because I just know like side setup 95 is just so consistent.
It's just so easy. It's an easy 3 rotation. Like literally the only thing you do here, it's higher risk for saving 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And like 58, I mean diamond pig as well, you feel more comfortable with it, I guess. But like that's just scary. Because even Hax messes up and he has to bail.
Yeah.
Is this setup like really that much faster for 97? Like bridging from this end instead
Oh,
of
that
the,
way, I know that way you can do it. That is more consistent for 2+2ing. But I don't know.
Yeah, there's like a
I
really
don't know if
nice
it's
2+2 setup on 97. I think.
Yeah, maybe I should do it for 2+2's sake.
Yeah.
You learned it last night. No, I've been on that one. I think I thought it was like a multi-block setup, but then I realized that I only ever did right bets. I never ever did the left bets. So I'm just on the same setup, but I just do the build stupidly. Bro, I was so mad at this seed. I was like, why? Like, this is so stupid. I was so pissed.
This seed? This overworld?
Yeah, it's because, like, why are they giving the fucking perfect BT, or the perfect RP? Like, it's just so dumb. Literally just, like, a perfect RP.
This is so beautiful. Oh my god, this is
And
so
the
beautiful,
grab the
man.
gold block, which I just don't agree with, but...
That is the most beautiful sight. Oh yeah, and this is when I tuned in. I remember watching this route.
This is so
I remember Hax was
dumb.
cleaner. I remember Hax was cleaner, but then I also liked what Steez did.
What did Hax do, actually? Because...
I liked what Hax did here, just like this little simple staircase.
Yeah.
It's like very simple, but then Steez goes higher up, which
Oh,
I
that's
kind of
so
liked going
freaky.
higher up more. Yeah,
I
yeah.
kinda like that.
It just like doesn't matter though. I think going higher up
more
is better
stairs is
'cause you-
worse.
I think it's just better for you because you want to get up and away from those pigs as much as quick
Yeah,
as you can
but
because they're
like,
getting mad at
the
you
more-
anyways.
Yeah, but the more stairs there are, the more that makes it like more likely they push each other off. No.
Usually,
That's like my concern.
yeah.
That's my
But
concern
there's
with
only
one block
two.
stairs.
There's
Pig
only
ones do
two
that.
following you from the bridge, so they probably won't. Like, there's only 2 or 3
Oh, was there
usually.
only 2? I thought there were 3.
They
I don't know.
shouldn't
They'll probably
like,
be
cram
fine.
off or anything. Also, is it better
I
to
think
just
I
like
tested it.
like open and then go to this left side first? Is it just like better routing? Because you're not going back on yourself. Because Steez says on both sides.
Wait, Like
I
how
don't
he
like
mines
I
the
don't like it
gold?
on. Yeah, the ordering. He opens here because it's like only blocks you can break, but then he goes left before getting the blocks in the middle. I don't like. I don't know about this on the left side, but like I don't like it on the right side rampart. I don't like it on right side rampart.
On left side, I think it's just because like you are kind of overlapping, like mining these blocks while you're like moving to the left, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
you
no.
just are already there, and then you come back, and then you're mining these blocks while you're kind of moving to the right. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
So
no,
it's like,
yeah,
oh.
yeah, no. It makes sense here. It makes sense here. I just don't like it on the right side because I want to make sure that the pigs can like see you because it's like always worried about with like treasure. I'm like trying to think about it recently, just like making sure you don't have late guys. Like especially when you break this last block, I always try to like crouch all the way back to make sure that they can get to me because like here it's just like I feel like it's so easy. You're just gonna have a stray guy here, and you're just gonna get fucked by.
Yeah, wait, does where you stand really matter though? Because usually I just hide
Yes.
and they'll just like path to you, and then
If
as long as you're and when you hide, like they can't like the crossbow guys don't shoot you, and they just insta path into the hole.
No, I feel like I've also noticed, like when you like you know when you drop down and like throw the gold into the hole like on the stairs,
Yeah.
like when you go back into the rampart. I remember I got stuck there on accident like on practice last night, and I noticed like
Okay, it's
I
just
had like
didn't-
like a stray guy that was instantly there. Like I messed up for like a second or two, and I had like no late guys because they got there so quickly because I think because I was standing in such a nice spot for them to pass to.
Wait, so
It's like
where is like
I
the
think
optimal place to stand when you're mining the
I
last backup?
I don't
Like
know.
just
Like
like
I
as
like
far
here
back
I
as
got like
possible?
I always try to go as far back as I can, like on the staircase. Like try to hover the staircase and crouch while I'm breaking the blocks. And then like obviously, you know, when I need to, I'll go and pick this up.
I wonder like what they would get confused by when you're standing over here. Like
It's just
why?
I think it's just the Y level. It's just like because you're standing all the way in the corner here, and then the path is like you have to go around and then up. When it's just like they're probably I would imagine they kind of just below you right now because they're mad at you and they can't path like this all the way around with the stairs. Like that's my guess. I don't know. I haven't really tested this. This is a couple times where I think I've noticed it and I feel like it's been better. I can't say for certain that it's like true, but like that's what I've been doing recently, and but I should test it more
Huh,
and like actually
yeah.
you know be more certain if it makes an impact.
No, yeah, that makes sense. Look at this looting.
Dude, like, oh my god.
Crazy.
That's just so good, bro. But then also like that one stuck guy there. I feel like if you're more right, he's gonna path around. You're not gonna get stuck.
Yeah,
But
and
I
then
don't know.
skip the backup as well here.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like
I
that.
don't like it
Even
either. I used to like think like maybe, but I don't know. It just feels like it throws stuff off.
what's the server name?
I
I'm
remember.
trying to think of a
Both of them are
funny.
kind of low pigs. MCSR ranked.
Yeah,
Dot com.
MCSRrank.net. Join
Dot
up.
net. Yeah, because this was so like okay. Sleeves
Oh yeah,
with
because I wanted him to play
52 gold.
strays.
And
Yeah, but he doesn't need anything more. He
yeah,
doesn't.
he
He
just
doesn't
does
need anything
that.
more.
But then it was here like, oh yeah, I wanted them to play strays too. I said lower RD because
Yes,
fuck it, play
yes.
for the
It looks
sub
so
fucking
good.
4 blind or whatever. And then like Steez like looks around before purling while eating, and then purls like once more to the right, and then
Right? What?
no, but look, because there's good part over there.
No, I
Wait,
swear on
what?
Hack's screen, is
Steez
there not
has
good parts to the
19
left?
gold. Wait, Steez is trading out way too.
Yeah, he should just be gone. He should just be gone in this.
Steez is
I understand
trading
trying
out
to
way too
wait though,
much.
but it's just like
Look, and
I
then
don't know.
the spawner is just right there.
Oh, it's good part here. I thought there was also. Oh, right. That was this. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Like this is so weird that the spawner is here, but like also since there is good part, like you should be exploring. Wait, actually.
Yeah. Also, I
how
thought
did
there was
you
more
know?
good part far left. I'm stupid though. Oh, you
Wait.
can see this fence here. That's really good vision.
Yeah, but like.
That's actually really good awareness.
Did you see
if you
like?
noticed it.
Oh, like there, like
You
that.
can see
like
that. Yeah,
kinda-
you can see that. You can see that. And
Oh,
also,
you
just
saw the
right below.
fences?
Also, right below, even closer, right below, you can see its good part, and you can see it goes through the fort. So you're just like, you just kind of like put it together. You see the fort.
Oh
right in front of
yeah,
you.
yeah. That's true. Yeah,
you
I
just know it's
see.
gonna be
Yeah,
more that way.
there. Yeah. Huh. Okay. It's so crazy that it overlaps
That's
like
really good
crazy
awareness.
like that.
Really good awareness. I don't know if I'd be thinking about that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is a buried fort, so that's a little bit annoying. But there's the spawner now, so still a sub 3 spawner, Parker.
Like Hack's play was like not even bad. He just kind of pulled into the middle, looked around, and then was like, okay. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna commit
probably
to
what
something.
most people would do. It's probably what most people would do.
At a different spawner, Parker found better terrain.
Just like awareness diff, like that happens so much on like so many different seeds. It's just like you see something your opponent doesn't, and that wins you the seed. Like,
Sorry, that was so good. even though he made up so much time, Steez right back at him, finding the spawn.
Alright, I think you should clear out the fire though. He gets a 2 spawn. Like all this fire is corrupting spawns here.
Yeah, it's not
It's
doing
like
too
bad.
much because
As well
it's
as like
kind
the
of
ones
high,
that
but like it's not.
No, but
good.
even the ones that are high, when they're higher, it's worse.
What do you mean when they're higher, it's worse? Like
I swear it is, like,
the
'cause, like,
worst
when it's,
is
like,
like being like lined up with like the spawner.
Yeah, no, I just feel like on the practice map, I see like when it's higher up, it like does that block and everything below it. I think I'm actually tweaking, but
I think
don't know.
like that fire definitely affects it, like for sure.
Yeah.
No,
No,
you
I
know
think
what?
I'm definitely tweaking. I'm thinking about it now. I think I'm tweaking.
No, you know why? You know what? You might actually be true. It's because maybe my geometry is just totally wrong, but it's like you think it's because blazes are 2 blocks tall to like, because like when if light's coming from like above a blaze, like it probably checks where like the foot of the blaze can spawn, if I had to guess.
Oh, maybe.
And then its head.
Oh yeah.
It needs
Oh,
space
that's
too.
It just
that's
creates
so
like
much
a
to
bunch
think
of
about.
little
from the
dots
floor,
though.
yeah, but
And
from
then
the floor,
besides-
the lighting only covers their like feet and below.
Yeah, I just think it just picks like, but like height like will be worse because they can spawn like 3 blocks or like 2 blocks above the spawner or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
so it's like
I think
slightly
that's what I'm thinking more so. It's just like, you know, if it's 3 blocks, if like the fire's 3 blocks high, it's gonna have that fire at the top and all the thing below it.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
think I'm just stupid. I'm thinking like the one that's lower, it's like only that bottom block and not anything above it, which is just like definitely wrong.
Yeah, it's just I think top is like or higher is like 1 block worse than lower fire, but like it's
Oh, the rod burns there for Steve. Is that how he gets lose time? Oh no, he's out. Never mind. Alright. I forget.
Steve's saved
Oh
time
yeah.
here.
Oh, I don't like that pearl
I
there.
really
That pearl
don't
there
like
is
it.
bad. You should, if
it was
like
just a full blind. Wait. Oh, maybe he tried to hit the.
it looks like he just hit the fort.
Yeah, and then just
Like,
goes
kinda on top
over
of
and then
it.
lands in like just the worst place ever.
Yeah, because that upper train looks good. The upper train looks good.
Yeah. That you were behind, so you're trying some freaky shit. No, that's like kind of valid. Hex did like you saved a lot of time in the fort.
I think the potential for a
Yeah.
ranked world record is out the window.
So yeah, same chords, 187. I didn't see the distance for packs. I wonder if like C's is closer here, or if it's like maybe just like
I think he
equidistant
is, yeah.
87, 97. That's like 2. I don't know. I'm not doing that math. But I think doesn't this? Yeah. Oh no, that's XFC that dropped. I know. Okay.
It just goes
But yeah, then you just like
over, and then
anticipating
it's
the
just
pearl.
so ugly now. 124 away, and still we're going
Yeah,
low.
because you
and,
want to
like,
go up there, but it's like fully closed
just
off,
so
kind of above you.
awkward, yeah.
You should just drop in the lava, because then you have better sight. Because now here, like you're stuck under the lava, and you just like
Yeah,
had no idea. You had no
like
idea.
throw like a nice pearl to like something, and then or like at least get some like vision or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, that was like scary, almost like suffocated.
Yeah.
But yeah, like some eagle picks, it's like makes it nicer. But it's like it's just mine shop, so it's like, you know, it's scary. But yeah, you know, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I was yelling at him
Oh,
to get
yeah.
up. I was like, get up! Fucking silverfish, dude.
I'm also surprised, why is Hax do single pro clip there?
I don't know.
I
With
feel
his
like I
whole
noticed as
pick.
well, like Loki did single pro clip against me as well, not like one of the seeds.
I might do single pearl clip like
I just don't get it. I think it's just
on
stupid.
4 pearl hunger reset, and then you save like half a heart maybe sometimes. Like double pearl clip, sometimes you take like an extra half a heart of suffocation. But I don't like it still. Like you can get away with 50, you can get away with double pearl clip, no extra damage, so you should just do that, I think.
Doesn't.
Chris always is geeking.
How doesn't Hax's setup? How doesn't the anchor break the crystal for Hax's setup? It's not. Is it offset at all?
It's wait, because it's 88 to 93 though, or 94.
Okay, I didn't know that wouldn't break the crystal.
Yeah, I mean it was 1 block off not breaking it. I didn't really know either.
I wonder if he was. I mean, he's probably aware. Because I need to practice 0 more. I need to practice 3 anchor more. It's so awkward.
Yeah, it sucks. If you could try to wait, do you have the OP1?
No, to be honest, I gave it to my roommate because honestly, I like the burst 2 way more.
Oh, fair. You could like with Anchor, a lot of like the meta is like
Airplays.
yeah.
Dude, I have to like change my debounce time to 0, and then it's like maybe I
Still
hit it because it's
inconsistent.
yeah, no, it's so fucked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dougal versus Blazemind. I mean, this was like, I started getting scared. I started getting
What do
scared.
you mean scared?
Cause Duke was up 2-0 and then lost 2, and I was like, uh-oh.
Oh, right. Oh, I thought he only lost 1. I forgot this was also
no,
best of
yeah,
5.
it
Oh
was
yeah, then
best of
then
5.
Blazemind dies on the last seed. Right.
Yeah. I really like Duke's routing on this overworld, like just grabbing like the 2 close chickens and then just having clean like all just these trees were just so clean. And I don't like pre-crafting there, but I know he does it every time just because the consistency of having the bow and having the tools. But like Blazemind just has to go to worse trees kind of.
Yeah.
And
It's also like inventory's more cluttered. Like the difference between 1 and 2 chicken, like it's not really much. It's just
yeah.
like it's just chicken. It's like so mid.
And then
What do
here,
you
oh
think
yeah.
is
Also, I
better,
don't know.
just to
I
never
also just don't.
pre-craft?
I also just I
I don't like
I
pre-crafting
really
on
don't
Iron X
like
or Gold X
I
seeds.
really don't like pre-crafting pick and shovel. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think it's good either. It's just objective time loss because you just craft it when you need it. And then you could save
Yeah.
time by saving a crafting table mine or save time by making an iron shovel later.
Yeah, I feel like it's because the only thing that I would pre-craft is like a boat, and I feel like that's so situational, like on how you routed the overworld. Like if your crafting table's already there and you have wood, I think you should make the boat. But if you don't have a crafting table down and then you're getting wood, I would just wait and like if you need to, you'll make it later because like it's the same exact thing. Doing the overworld, doing the nether, same exact thing.
Yeah.
So and then you just have the opportunities. Like sometimes you don't need it that boat to craft.
Yeah. Right here, he tunnel vision too hard because I feel like once you look here, you can count like the amount of blocks that you're gonna need. You need a bridge a little bit there, you need a bridge a little bit there. And he only has 40, and so he only has a wood pick. Like normally, like I would have been fine with this play if he had an iron pick, but I know he has to use the gold axe if he wants to get blocks, and so
I mean, you just go straight across the bridge here. This feels very chill.
but he like ends up having to like because like look, it just like ends up being like diagonal bridge.
I think he's just overcommitting though, because I don't even think he needs to use that much wood. Like he still gets here with 34. I think he's just overcommitting
Yeah, but he has
to blocks
to.
here.
Yeah, actually, maybe no. Yeah, you're right. Oh,
I mean,
what?
I think
okay,
you do
he's
enter on a
mining
low
way
amount.
too much now too.
Yeah, and it's also just like you're just wasting like 5 or 6 blocks right here when you could just go to that more left area. Like it's a little closer, and don't have to go up so much and save more blocks.
Okay, yeah. He actually just.
I think he's just
kind of
overcommitting. Yeah, then that's where like Blazemind saves all the time in this seed. And then here's where like I think Duke saves some time back because he has a wood pick, so he can go lower. Which I don't know. It's like this is weird. I feel like it's like one of the very few situations where like I get it, but then still I think I don't know. Blazemind, honestly, I feel like would you think about just breaking that chest? Because in Blazemind situation,
Oh, this
like, I don't know.
sucked. I remember this now.
Oh, you get double hit through the crack of the block. That was fucked.
Yeah, this was so.
That's
this
just
is,
so.
I think like you just have to. I guess you just have to place your crafting table like there or on like the ceiling, just because they can push each other and corner hit you.
Yeah.
Like because he was fully back in this corner. He's fully back.
Yeah, he's
in this
thinking about
corner.
it. He's thinking about
Yeah,
it.
and then this guy just gets shoved.
get
Double
pushed.
hit
Like,
max
it's
distance.
It's just
unlucky,
stupid. I remember watching that. I
honestly.
just felt so bad for him because it's just like that's so stupid. It's just stupid.
I don't know if I would
I mean, he still
break
gets
a chest.
he still gets hit a lot here though.
Yeah.
He takes a
it's
lot
so
of damage, so
awkward,
he
like,
doesn't put himself in a good position. Like he should have thrown. Does he throw out any of the armor? I think maybe he throws out one piece of armor, but like
Like, why does he just end up starting to take like so much damage? Oh, just because he.
that Piglin's just stupid, doesn't see it. But then like he doesn't see it again.
What? Oh my
Like,
god, so
it's
many
weird.
people got mad at him just because he didn't. Wait, why were so many pigs mad?
It's from the chest looting.
Yeah, just
loot
like
the chest.
opens it here, but then.
And then
Oh,
everybody at
this
the bottom
guy
like,
over here is
because
already mad from earlier.
Yeah, because that's the guy that saw him loot the
and
chest
then
the
this
first
dude
time.
got mad too.
Yeah, because they have the line of sight.
And then he drops one piece of gold armor.
Also,
and then
you
this
should just
kid
definitely drop it. You should definitely just
at
drop
the
it
guy.
right at your feet. No, like at your feet.
Oh, at
because
your
then everybody
feet?
can see it. Yeah, everybody can see it.
Yeah.
Because if you throw it to the left, then maybe there's a guy in front of you that can't see it, and then it just like messes you.
And then that other piglin like picks it up and dude, like honestly, this is crazy that there's so many mad though.
Yeah, it's so weird, man. I don't even know what's right here. Like, I don't even know, man. I can't fault him, honestly. I can't fault him.
That just sucks.
It's just I mean, it's like a now you know thing. You know, maybe like you try to be more aware when you have so many pigs. You know, you place that block one to the left so they can't like cram into the corner to hit you.
Yeah.
But like it's just like why does it have to be
Like
in playoffs?
I'm gonna start doing that in the future just because I saw that happen to him, right? But like I didn't even think about like I wouldn't.
Yeah,
have
it's
thought about
just
that in the
it
moment,
shouldn't
probably.
happen.
Immediately someone dies in the first seed. That's tough.
And look at this. I've never seen this.
That's where you have to block her from Duke.
Wait,
It's like scary from Duke though.
It's kind
I
of
feel
scary,
like that's,
but
like,
look,
scary.
because the way that he
Well, he
does
punches
it
a
is
pig,
like.
though.
No, but he
I'm
has
scared
to
about
like.
just
Because like look, since he does it like that, like he like makes like the distance, so he's mining this block with the pigs like not on his ass. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
then he can like
no, I like it.
he can like even jump up. Like he could have jumped
I'm just
up
worried
and
about
mined that block.
here. I'm worried about here because he punches the pig, then he blocks off here, and he has to like throw an extra gold here. Like I feel like that guy that he punched should be like on him. I mean, maybe he takes knockback
Yeah.
and he gets stuck behind because there's like 5 pigs in front waiting. So it's like maybe it's like that, and just like that knockback makes it easier. But like that's I feel
It's
like he should
definitely
have
a
hit there, but
little
maybe not.
risky. I think he should have given himself more space or something before he let the pigs up. I think you'd have to punch there because otherwise you're gonna be like missing
Yeah.
pigs. So like you just have
Yeah,
to
I think
like,
that's what
make
happened to
sure it
me.
work.
I didn't punch a pig, and then my route over there got so cooked.
Yeah. Anyway, we can kind of skip this because.
Yeah, it's fine. I think I remember. I didn't watch this either. I had to like wait till the next seed because I think I was like in bed or something.
In the end, really weird pearl clip because of the terrain, but hits it very cleanly. Organizes his top bar. His whole inventory is ready to go. A little bit of a weird pearl, but should still be fine to get to 99.
Oh wait, no, this was like a free buried though, because he only had to break like I don't know. Did he have to? Wait, can you check? Did he even have to break any blocks?
Oh yeah, it was like that. Yeah, it was so weird.
Yeah, single pro clip. Yeah, I just like wouldn't even break a. Actually, no, I wouldn't break a block. Then I just like look behind you because you have that one block to jump on. Yeah, I mean this is just very basic. Yeah, Blaze Mine just like takes so much damage, just like has to wait. There's like no health to play with.
Yeah, it just doesn't really matter. It's just too far behind. I can't make up that distance.
Overworld portion of it, and also the food. Are we getting golden carrots? Are we getting rotten flesh? We'll see. Shipwreck pretty close. The island does have trees. It's right side up, but it's warm ocean, so we definitely want to be aware of.
Dude, I was thinking. I guess like depending on like Iron Mount, would you like ever think about like just like chilling this ship here? No, you TNT.
Well, definitely not with TNT, but like
No.
I feel like this is something
Not with A9
EDCR might do. Like he's done like this to me before, but I feel like I don't know. The trees are like so close to me, but
no,
maybe
they
they're
are super
farther than
close.
I
I'm just
think.
wondering. I'm just wondering for like playoffs specifically, like just like try to go for more high early play because you know that's gonna save you time in the overworld.
Yeah.
But like I mean TNT just like can't, absolutely not, and still like 8 iron just can't do that.
Yeah.
TNT spot there from Blazemine. I think hesitated a little bit and just wanted to get it down. Looking for the
Also, Dugal saved 2 gold nuggets here, and then ended up crafting 1 extra, or like saving 1 gold later by when he crafted the gold
Ooh.
carrots.
Oh, that's actually because I would I'd grab the gold. I always feel like people should. I don't know. I feel like I don't see it enough. Like people don't grab the nuggets enough when you have carrots.
Yeah.
Because like it's just gonna save you an ingot. Like, it's just so good.
Where Steez Blazemine because the TNT wasn't that great.
Oh, Curry was so funny during this match. He kept calling
Oh my
Blazemine
god!
Steez.
Yes.
It was so funny,
Dude,
bro.
That was so. Oh my gosh! I was like getting annoyed. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. It's like, bro. So funny.
And Duke is in with not an insane lead, but maybe struggling to decide where to go here with the terrain. He decides to go left. Let's see if Blazemine decides to do the same thing. He does, slightly faster.
Yeah, it's like very clean terrain for Duke. I didn't like Blazemine going up here. I thought Blazemine going up there was really stupid. I think they said they saved time for going up there, but it's just like just go to the right. You just go around right, and it's so easy. So
Yeah,
free.
it's just linear. It's like less linear, but like you just don't have to go up, and up is slower than sideways.
Also, I was thinking about the decision. Blazemine goes lower and it goes more around. Like, I think what Duke did definitely better. I think it's like safer, but like I feel like Blazemine If he have distraction gold, I think what Blazeman's doing here is better.
Yeah. Blazemind's play is definitely better with distraction gold. Dougal's play is just nice because since he starts this bridge so early, he's just like he's just like
yeah, it's just so much height. It's just safe. It's so safe.
It's just so safe and just so chill, like getting this, and then you can just loot this free. Like look at oh my god, this is so fucking nice.
Like what is that, man? Like fuck off, dude.
It's so good.
Fuck off.
And is gonna build up just to buy himself a little bit of time, maybe heal up a little bit before going. Isn't gonna do that. Down to 3 hearts, Parker. End is gonna punch a Piglin. End is on 2 RD in a Soul Sand Valley. Like while all this is happening, a skeleton could have easily just spawned down here or something. Very scary. Is not gonna get punished though.
What happened to Blazemind? Because like I don't even know like what you're supposed to do in like. Oh, there's a gas there.
Going all the way up to the top. While Blazemind is on the
He's just like playing so aggro, and then like the Piglins are just in like the worst spot ever. And
I also don't like that he goes down here. You have so much distraction gold in there, and it's just like you're playing aggro, so it's just like play aggro. And then he's just like a weird in between where it's just like
like aggro the pig and then hide in the spot is just like not the best option.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think when people also I would also like I don't know if I would loot that other rampart. I would think about not looting that other rampart. I know you don't like it though.
My threshold, no. I think like not looting the second rampart is good, but I've been kind of trying to figure out like a threshold, and like me and Duke like ran some numbers like during one of the things, and it's like if you want a higher than 95% chance that you're gonna get your obby, then you need 11 from the top. So
11, okay.
Except I don't know if that calculates from
that
gold
just feels
specifically.
Wrong. I feel like you so often get 15 obby from trades and housing.
I think you get like, but like that's high. I don't know actually. Like now that I think about it, like because I don't know if that number is like perfect because the
so you get an extra gold block there. You have 2 gold blocks worth of gold before even getting any of the bottom blocks. Like I feel like I just like wouldn't bother.
The bottom chest hasn't been calculated. Which I think the bottom chest like kind of pulls up a lot, but like it's a higher than 95% chance of hitting. So like
that makes sense.
That's like
yeah,
playing very catch-all. If you
know, I get it. I just and I feel like you're pretty much going to the route with like 2 extra gold blocks. I don't know. I don't like it. I can't fault anybody for doing it, but like I don't think I would do it.
I think Dougal plays very consistent in playoffs, or just very consistent in general as well. But
yeah.
I think he kind of does in playoffs too.
Managing their health better, managing the mobs a little bit better, and these newer, maybe speedier players are taking just a little bit more damage. And it could matter, especially on a bastion as fast as housing, where you don't have a ton of time to regen properly. And if the fortress is far, having that extra health can really matter. But I guess we do have golden carrots. Blazemind is going to be crafting golden carrots here, so that's going to help his situation a lot.
So I'm interested to see. I don't know if. Oh my god, dude. I want to see if does Blazemind loot this? I just want to see because he's entering. He's pretty much entering lower with like 11 or 10 or 11 obby. I just want to see how much he leaves with. How much he gets from that? He gets 5. So he's got. So he's 16 obby. If he gets like 30 plus, then like my play would work on this.
On the other side for Blazemind, while Dougal actually doesn't have a sword, that could matter a little bit towards the end of the.
He's got 28. Actually, no, it doesn't work in this. I mean, obviously it works because you get a lot of treasure, but like just strictly that 5 obby only. You're low. You're down 3 with no extra gold to like for gold picks or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then also this source of Blazemind was just bad.
Yeah, it was too tunnel visioned. I think
look at the terrain. Like look at the terrain accords.
No, because it was just wrong. Actually, it was just completely wrong. Because look at yeah, it's pause Z. So do power is pause Z, and then we're in pause X right now. And
it has
so
to be like
it has to be negative X. So it has to be to the right. Yeah, and then Blazemind just forgets that. Like this might just be 4 hours of sleep diff. He just goes in like the straight line. But.
Yeah, and also the pearl from Duke was bad, just like hit his head. It's like
yeah, it was like I think he just hit his head or something.
Yeah, because he's on here. He's just walking above his head.
That's just not good.
far behind, but leaving from different spots, Parker. They're in completely different spots right now, and Dugal sees the fort.
Yeah, it's just like.
Yeah, I think it's just the knowledge of.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, maybe it's
He just forgot
Forgetting
that.
quadrants.
He just forgot quadrants.
No,
Yeah.
I have no idea where Blaze Mine is.
Oh, good strays. Actually, you got a pearl hell. Oh my god, there's like 3 packs of 2. So weird. Just leaves them.
Yeah, just
It's probably just better, honestly. Oh, it's like so weird.
It's just so consistent.
Yeah.
And then I remember like Blazemite actually saved a lot of time this for just playing strays, I think.
Actually, no, he's just on spawner. He's just not leaving this.
Does he double bet?
He just enters on spawner. Oh no, he's fine. We're aggro. Yeah, no, he's just not.
Ooh, I don't like.
He's just waiting too long. I don't mind checking, but like.
I don't.
I feel like if you're gonna make a choice, you gotta commit to it.
committing. Yeah, I don't like half committing,
It's like,
especially
yeah,
at
it's
the
like if
Blaze
you're gonna
spawner.
incorrect play, you just gotta make. I feel like whatever choice you make, you gotta commit to it. Unless it's like
Yeah.
egregious.
Yeah,
You just gotta commit to it in my mind.
Yeah, 100% agree. Especially with the Blaze spawner where you could have blown up Blazes easily. It's just so scary.
Yeah, it's scary to wait to blaze bed.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the faster you can overlap and the faster pre-crest that you have, maybe there's more of an argument for it. But BlazeMine mistyping just a little.
Oh, we should make another anchor. There you go.
Some nerves potentially. This
That portal's nice.
Yeah, it's clean as fuck.
Still so ahead here.
Yeah, now they're on like the same cycle. He's gonna have 5. Because yeah, they're on the same. Yeah, it does feel like he saved time because I think he just enters on spawner and he doesn't lose a cycle even though he waited to blaze bed. And he has strays as well around him if he wants to try and like higher a little bit and play aggro.
Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. If BlazeMine picks up this raw, and it's 100%, so it's 100%. Picks up the eye, leaving, throws back in.
That pearl is just. I don't even know if that's good.
With 3 gold.
Yeah, he
pairs, I
says
feel
like.
it's just fine.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I really like doing
Those
like
flicks are so good.
like early first portal or like like first portaling and then like ooh.
Oh my god, that is so scary. But he just saves all the time. He's in the same spot. Oh no, but Dude's gold picks. Yeah, and Blazeman's trying to save. Yeah, he's trying to save pearls, but he just messed up sprint crawl. So like yeah, they're at the same spot at the same time, but then yeah, Dude just saves time. Also, I swear there's like he's had the good spike there. Oh yeah, no, that spike's good from Duke. I feel like I remember one seed. There's like a pure spike. I was like surprised it didn't go to. Oh, this nav was weird.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
I remember
I'm curious
now.
what this like intended nav was. Cause I like Duke's spot here a lot. Like it makes sense, and especially library there. But then like BlazeMine digs through.
No. Heard something. Knows he wants to go this way.
Like this was just really weird. I think I was watching BlazeMine a little more on this. Oh yeah, oh then Duke just hears it. Oh, that's how. Okay. I was wondering how he got here so quickly because I'm just like watching BlazeMine this whole time. I don't know why Duke just doesn't pearl sprint crawl here.
Yeah, I don't know.
3 carrots, hell pearls. I just don't know why he doesn't do that.
BlazeMine, Dugal's gonna enter the end. I mean that I feel like BlazeMine had to hear something. I mean, for the audience, we can't hear anything. We have no audio, so
I think,
I was just looking at something. It seemed like BlazeMine was really happy with something.
Oh, in hindsight, I remember it was
Builds up for the zero, has
like it was that way that they were going, but it was just kind of a weird looking turn, and they just both missed it.
Oh, it was like after the library or something.
It was no, it was like before. It was the very first way that BlazeMine went. It was like see. Oh, wait, go back to. I want to go back to. See where Duke is. Wait.
I thought it was here.
Right here. Yeah, and then it was here. It's past this iron door and back left.
Oh, okay.
So it's really
Yeah,
weird.
that's weird. But yeah, but then he just hears it.
Like,
He
and
just
then he
disregarded the door.
Look,
Because
oh
you
my
don't- yeah,
god,
you
wait.
don't really know.
Wait, no, where is BlazeMine actually? Because BlazeMine was there like insta, right? That's like where BlazeMine.
Yeah, no,
went right away.
he tried a wormhole.
Like here.
Yeah. Like, does he hear it?
Like he
Yes,
could've.
shale and slipper.
Wait, really?
I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't know what shale and slipper means.
Wait, hold on. We can double check. I don't think.
I mean, it's like, what else could that be? It just pops up, and it's in the direction. It's in front of him. And it's like now, oh no, but then it like disappears. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm tweaking.
No, I think you're right.
say.
Oh no, maybe it's Sol. No, it's Solve Fisk Facer or whatever. That sounds like hisses or whatever. I feel like.
Oh, Swordfish hisses. Yeah,
I wonder what that other sound is.
Shale and Slipper. Because it looks like
Oh,
it is.
Soul
It's like
Sand
that's in the
something
direction.
maybe.
Oh, souls. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Souls like slipper, whatever it is. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, yeah, it was just like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, Blazeman's play is like totally fine here. Like, I just don't think like this
Yeah,
nav is just so
I'd probably do the
freaky
same
that it
thing,
just
especially
like
when you're
180s like
behind.
that. Yeah, he's just like trying to like, because like this is where his spike was. Like, it's just kind of deep, and he's
Yeah,
like going
you
to
gotta commit
little
to. He's gotta commit to
But yeah,
something.
you just gotta and then like rescanning there, I think maybe here he could figure it out. Like because you get it like, and then you get it the other way, but like he's just hard pushing through.
That was. I know, but you just get the spike in the direction. There's a way to go. You see the
I
library, so you know
low-key
it's like maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like.
I mean, he already lost at that
I
point,
don't.
but
I don't mind what Blazeman did here. It's just
but,
like very
it's
weird.
literally
It's
just like he has the info
Yeah.
to get it now because he got it from he like basically can try if he like had a perfect mental map image in his head of like where he got it from mid and where he got it from the rescan, like you can kind of draw like that like the like connection or whatever, triangulate the portal room, but like it's just really hard to remember that.
Yeah.
And also like
It's just unintuitive.
Yeah.
It's like it's something I try to do as well. Like you try to follow the intended way of like the intended nav, whatever. And it's just like it can get hard sometimes, especially when you feel like it's just there's an easier path.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember because yeah, Blazeman was looking at it right here, and then bang, like it's just
Yeah, it's
like
just like a
back.
weird turn. It's
just like
it's a very weird turn.
bro, it's so crazy. Honestly, it's just like reverses like
Yeah.
that, like a snake. Or like I don't know if it goes just like that way and in, but it's like
Yeah,
hard
it
to tell
looks like
because
it's a full. Yeah, it's
it-
just like two rooms where it's like two
the
right
ravine
turns
is, like,
and then goes
cutting
back
off.
left.
Yeah.
It's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah. It's so weird. I feel like Blazeman could have easily heard it from that. Like if he was just like I don't know, a couple blocks to the right, and then he would have been able to. win
Yeah,
that seed.
because you saw Soulstone block there, so he was there. He was like
Yeah.
in that vicinity. So it's just like it's just weird, man. It's just weird.
It's just like kind of unlucky. Oh yeah, I remember
this.
this.
Is yeah.
Harry said something about like Dougal not liking just grabbing food chests,
Yeah.
but we've been doing that. Like when Dougal and I were playing a bunch of village seeds against each other, we started like doing that more, just kind of forcing like food chests instead of grabbing hay bales and stuff. Just
Yeah, I do that a lot as well because
Yeah,
especially for playoffs, it's so consistent and so important. I feel like to get beds, I don't know why Duke doesn't get the other chest there.
I don't know
'Cause
why
he
he
has, like,
didn't
a-
either, but he ends up looting a different one later, and it's like kind of
Yeah.
slightly better. But I wouldn't really be aiming for getting 3 beds because like here, look, he just like
I like two feels nice.
2 feels
nice.
perfect, yeah.
4 is too Feinberg. It's too much.
But like yeah, it's like that.
Because he did that against Hacks, but
Yeah, he did this again. Like that. He goes for this one as well.
This double house is good. Like if you only lose this, I think it's
Yeah,
a high,
yeah.
a better high roll.
Yeah. I mean, honestly though, I would argue like the other 2 are better if you're getting them before the blacksmith in case you get 3 emeralds. So you get like 2 different.
Yeah.
But for this one, like yeah, that house is really nice.
Maybe he wants to play it for like golden carrots, or golden apples. But I know Duke has been very intentional about what he keeps in his inventory a lot of the time. So
His line was like clean there, but like Blazeman's not far behind at all. It's just like
Yeah. Also, it's also good. Just having that bread is just like definitely better. I thought Duke got hay on that. I didn't realize there was a second chest with just bread instead of
I think he skipped a little bit of apples too. He should have. How did he? Oh yeah. Wait, I kind of want to like rewatch because I was just staring at Dougal the whole time. I want to kind of. See
Yeah,
what
it looks
Blazeman
like
did.
Duke is better here. Like it just looks like Duke's line is better. It looks like
But
he's out of the
then
village first.
He's like he just like ends up with a lava pool slower and it's a worse lava pool.
Yeah.
Why was Blazeman like geeked in that chest? That's funny. 22 apples is just so
I'm
funny.
sad he doesn't get the 25.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit awkward. Like, do you grab the bread? I mean, I guess you have 6 bread, so it doesn't really matter.
I actually really like how he does that with like the you overlap like wait,
Who? Blazeman?
I don't know, it's so weird. Like when he crafts the when he goes to craft like the logs or whatever, he like brings the bed up like in the same mouse movement. It looked like.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's
really the
good.
same
That's
mouse movement,
good.
but it looks nice, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, it looks clean. Doesn't get the bucket ripped off.
I know like watching and talking to him, like he doesn't really like grabbing food and chest.
He's like,
he'll
what
grab
is?
bread, but he won't grab.
I think the whole diff is just like while I think we're all watching Duke here because he's getting this the house is eluding this for more beds and more chests, but like Blazeman's already got 2, and he's just like wasting his whole time just getting wood and just like routing through the village a little bit. He's going back on himself. It's like, yeah, they're just like at different spots, and yeah, like
Blazeman just like insta 180s. I kind of like that actually more because like when you spawn in, like I'm pretty sure Blazeman probably just looked behind and just like huh, okay.
Yo,
the river is
there's lava
oh
pool,
yeah,
there's lava pool.
river and
Yeah.
lava.
Yeah. So that's that makes sense.
The
That makes
line is
sense.
just so clean. Does Duke just not look in reverse of 5? Like just
yeah,
some
probably just
nerve,
misses or something.
like
Definitely
nerves
misses it.
tunnel vision. He does. It's literally
You
on
can
his
see it.
screen.
You can see it. You can see it. Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
he probably just gets
I
turned
love
around because
that.
he like leaves to the right. I think.
Yeah, Blazeman plays this a lot better.
But like, even though you have like grabbing food and chest, like he'll grab bread, but he won't grab anything else. It's very rare that he's gonna grab apples or something like that because it's just like maybe he'll grab some, but like the variance play, I'm surprised he's doing it in playoffs. Maybe this is something that's changed of him. I used to vividly remember him just like not grabbing. So curious if that's changed. Maybe he wants to play it for like golden carrots, or golden apples. But I know Duke has been very intentional about what he.
I think Blazeman maybe could have done a little bit better like log selection. I don't know,
Just like better like overlapping routing.
Yeah, just like with the moving and stuff. Hey.
Was it? Did you like did you like not see lava pool in this overworld, or like did you like just like misroute the overworld on this?
Because like at the beginning, it's like both of you and Blazeman reverse of 5. This is a 3rd seed.
Yeah,
like
C3 village
right
seed.
here, it's like right there.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't see that.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure
That makes
Blazeman just
sense.
sees it. Like Blazeman spots it like there, and then
Yeah, because
he
after he gets the
literally
black screen, he
looks
does the
towards
insta
it too.
180.
Yeah, so I think his routing is like a little nicer on the seed just because of
I mean, I think I would have entered first if I just had gravel. Like I did take like a 10-second detours to find gravel in the river.
Yeah, that was actually kind of dumb too, but
yeah, it's just like his line as well. Like he knows what lava pool is, and he's got. It's just like I don't know. He knows his line is like a lot easier. You just still need to. You didn't see anything, so you need to explore more. And you just like it's just like where you think you need to go to see for lava pool is just like not in the best line with gravel.
I mean, like Blazeman didn't see the gravel, did he? Like you just see a river.
It's a
There's
river.
gravel in there.
Yeah,
like, I have a river, and then there's just no gravel in there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like, I think when I'm in, like when I exit this house or something, is when I see the
So
lava.
the villager's just full scrolling. Wait, how'd you not lose your break on that? What?
It's some weird mechanic. Like if you're already punching the block and you keep holding left click.
Yeah, it's like the jumping thing. I
reset
bet it's like the jumping stuff.
Yeah, like right now I see the lava.
Yeah.
Can I see the break thing again?
Oh yeah. Okay. Just like I don't know. I'm
Where am I
surprised
looking?
how it like Duke's
Yeah, bro.
like there, and then it crosses back, and then he just like insta pops it.
Oh, that shit. Oh, yeah. I don't know what you call that. You can like keep your progress. It's so weird.
I don't like know how to force it really in that scenario. Like yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Blazeman's line is like more condensed and like I mean he has the extra info.
No, his line is better for sure. I think like he kind of choked the crafting a little bit.
And like
that lost him like 5
I
seconds
feel
or
like
something.
I would have picked like different kind of logs as well, like be a bit more
Wait, like,
overlap.
also,
And then he like
Duke,
mines
on
an
this, why-
extra gravel for some reason.
Wait, Duke, on this, why do you commit so far to the right here? You had gravel to your left, exposed.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait,
Where?
Go back more. To your left.
Bro!
Oh my god, it's right there.
I don't see that.
Okay. Okay. I thought you were just trying to high roll like gravel where you don't see right low here. 'Cause it's a cleaner line.
Oh my god.
That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, it would have been more equalized if your portal wasn't so scuffed, but like he's just out a nicer lava pool as well. Which is just like whatever, right? But
Yeah. I realized like right after I popped this water that like it's just gonna spill everywhere.
dude, you looked
Yeah.
like you
tried to
had
stop
it,
it.
and then it was like, oh.
It's
fuck.
just like every bucket just like whiffs. Like, oh nope,
Yeah.
oh nope. Like you replaced it on accident, like.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you still save it good enough, but yeah, it's just like
Dude, I was
so
doing this and I was
scuffed
just
now.
thinking like, this is going into Fulham analysis. It's like everyone's gonna watch this back.
Dude, I feel like if whenever that happens to me, like when I'm like behind into the nether, I just imagine like as I'm doing the lava buckets, I can just imagine the other person just like running into the nether to like, get to the bastion, just like there's one,
Like every
2,
single
3
second,
seconds.
yeah.
I know, it's just like
Dude,
it feels so dreadful.
the fletching table was like, why did Fulham have to talk about that for like a whole minute?
Your fletching table?
Dude,
Like, he
because
did Steve so
viewers
dirty.
love miscraft so much, bro. Or was it a miscraft?
It was like just
I
a
don't even think he
search craft.
crafted
Like
it.
it was just like a.
You just like hovered it on
You
twice
just
on accident.
hovered it and said because he was expecting it to be like a zero, like zero junk, and then it was junk, and it was in the spot that he was trying to craft, and it just fucked up.
Oh my god,
Yeah, dude, the
I
viewers
hate
love
you
it,
so
bro.
much.
That looting.
Dude, I
That
love
could-
double
that-
click looting.
That's so annoying, man. I can't do that. I can't do that. Like,
Oh my god.
Bro, just like, it's kind of easy.
Dude, Loki, you can.
It's
You should just. You'll be able to go. You won't be able to go as fast as that, but like you can go like pretty
No.
fast with just like
I'll
double
save
jitter
time.
click or whatever.
It's definitely saves time. Like I just gotta. Ugh. Or under the table, I can rebind something else to left click, and I could like hit him at the same time. Thoughts?
No, you can't do that.
True.
Bro, that whatever that was pisses me off. The fucking when a like you're so far back. You're all the way back. Alright, actually you're not that far back. But I hate
Oh,
when
like a
piglins
crossbow?
crossbow shoot you from below there. It just
Yeah.
always annoys me so much. Like I just hate crossbow pigs because they'll just take the shot at you before they like can remember that there's gold in front of them, and like if they finish the trade, they'll just like insta shoot you. It's just so annoying.
Yeah.
Do you bounce on 0 or 1 or like something else?
I use GX safe mode.
Is that for Swarm 2?
No. Oh no, I use an endgame mouse now. Like on my burst, I just use 0 bounce.
Really? Do you not get double clicks ever? Like accidentally?
No, I never did on that mouse.
What? Maybe I'll try it again sometime.
With your MOBA mouse that you definitely use. Yeah, like it's like.
You're the one that's like it's like 100 grams and 80 grams are on the left because the thumb buttons.
Like so lopsided. Like you pick it up and just like the left side doesn't go up.
Yeah. No, I started noticing that in like mice and it drives me crazy. It's like every time I try a new mouse, it's like, oh, this one's weighted towards like the front or the back.
Dude, I'm like
like thumb
almost
buttons.
scared to try a non-MOBA mouse because like I've like never have really. It's just like I'm like scared like what is like the weight
You need
difference?
to.
No, I can't, dude. I can't. I genuinely when people like have like a whole like inventory everything rebound on the keyboard, I can't wrap my head around doing that. I just don't know how. I just can't wrap my head around it.
It's just you're using your right hand like crazy, and we're just using our left hand like crazy. That's just the difference.
Yeah. I think it also maybe helps with like me with like terrain management or whatever. I can like focus more on the movement because I like the only thing I'm doing on my left hand is just movement. It's just only movement. Everything else, every inventory, everything else like on my right hand.
I don't think
Like that probably
I don't
helps.
think that does anything.
That's interesting.
No, I'm definitely coping. I'm like trying to think of something. I'm like thinking of something, you know. I'm like
Just wrap it up, bro.
Dude, sorry, Scott already got you out.
Like you
man,
think we're like
Jesus.
looking down at our hand to like talk?
No,
or something
no, it's
that.
like
We're not
mental. No, it's like mental. It's just all mental things. It's less mental
Not
power.
though, like,
It's
no,
just-
it's not.
It's
think
just
you
muscle
should find, like, a
memory.
good way
I'm
to-
just
But I wanted. Okay, I've been replaying this over and over. These pigs are fucking annoying. Like, how do you like not have this happen? Like, because
How did you even speak in the first place? Like,
are you
what the fuck?
pre-crafted even? Like, yeah. Why are they mad?
Yeah. They're just the guys that are down by the chest and then they have a staircase up.
I'm just surprised like they're not de-aggroed by now. Because like
You know,
usually
it's
they
just
de-aggro
It's
like
just insane
right
pigs
as
in.
you kind of go. Like they de-aggro at least a few seconds. Like and you
You do like almost full
pre-craft like
pre-crafts.
like yeah. Like I'm just
I
surprised.
mean,
they're
you do
still-
everything you need to. It's just insane. It's insane. It's insane.
But they're still mad.
Yeah.
And then you see them coming for
This is
you.
so awkward too. Like Blazemine just doesn't pearl hang, and then his line is better because he just like
Yeah, I
spams
like
pearls
Blaze
before.
Mine's pearls better. I don't know.
No,
Like I
I
was kind of
actually
just
like
tunnel
the.
vision on pearl hanging.
Actually,
Like maybe
yeah,
what I
never
should have done
mind.
is just like saw that there's not a good spot to pearl hang and just
I would
like
just pearl
dip
into the
and
little
like get
basalt.
trades and then go
If like
back.
that basalt in front of you, like I don't know if you can like land on that nicely. Like that little basalt ledge in front of you. Maybe it's like too close.
I feel
to
like
pearl
it's
hang.
probably too
Maybe.
close, but
I think I
That
saw
looks
that,
like
but I
clean
thought it was
line to
part of
me.
the bastion.
That's fair. I think it is, but I just like I don't know. I think it might still be too close to pearling, so it's like it makes sense. It is just weird, yeah, because you want to pearling, but like as like if you're gonna go to pearling, it's just like it feels just better. Like if you're already there, you just send a pearl. It's just like all weird. But I mean that pearl's so great
Yeah.
that you threw
Yeah,
that.
that pearl was good.
Yeah,
It just
that
took
pearl
me
was really
forever to
good.
set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if you lose time though, because you still have to like overlap trades, and you still leave with extra gold.
Yeah, I mean, do get a
True.
position.
Wait, you punched a pit. Wait, what? Did you loot the bottom double? No, he didn't. He didn't loot the
No,
bottom
I didn't.
double ever.
I don't think I
ever.
punched a pig.
No, he doesn't even loot bottom double.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just weird. It's probably just like weird like a late pig.
No,
Aggro's only one
I think I punched one of them like when they were like on me, and then that re-aggroed them, right? Like I punched this sword guy.
Oh yeah, but it still doesn't explain like why they're still mad at you in the first place.
Doesn't matter as much.
Oh. Oh. Like right here.
Yeah.
You didn't even punch that guy.
No, I didn't punch a guy, and I also didn't loot the double chest. So I don't know what this kid is talking about.
Ban him.
It's just wrong on both fronts.
It's not the fastest. Blazemind has his blaze bed off.
Dude, I'm so
Oh,
dumb for
there's
blowing up
that was
rod.
a full analysis there. Yeah. You see it in the last
I'm
second.
surprised,
Trey
like-
and Parker just don't notice it at all.
It's incredible.
I saw that it dropped, and I just assumed I picked it up. I didn't know I had a full
Yeah.
inventory.
No, it happens all the time. I do that a lot as well. It's hard. Like you just assume like you just get such in a rhythm of like clearing your inventory before leaving the bastion. It's just like the one time you don't, like you just don't think about it.
Yeah.
Especially when you have to manage pigs there.
Bro,
You're,
if you have your-
you're thinking about more like trying to preserve health and getting that pearling off instead of like trying to overlap other things.
Bro, you actually have to play with 100% fucking player sounds, because player sounds is pickup noise, and you would just hear yourself
I
pick it up, and
do.
that's what you can confirm. But you do?
No, I remember Danny talking about this as well. Like I look he should because I play with like such low audio game audio.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
actually.
Also, if I was playing with no particles, then I like would have been able to see it more clearly.
I guess. I like particles though. I was explaining about this like earlier, like all the good things from particles. Like even though it is visual clutter, but like that's like the only downside pretty much.
It
is
just
visual
feels
clutter.
better. I don't know. It just feels better.
Yeah, but it's just...
Never understood it, to be honest.
The biggest things, I think the most important things by far are the drips in the stronghold and the drips in the above your blaze beds for
Oh, your Soul Blaze Bed is so good.
yeah, like you just can't
It's
do that
so
without
good.
particles.
Yeah, I guess you could, if it's like one block above the spawn, I guess you could like plug it up and
Yeah.
then do the
I mean,
blaze
that's
bed.
it's rare though.
Dude.
I've only ever done that like twice, where you see it lava dripping and then just like
Yeah,
plug the hole.
I feel like
I know it's very niche, but like every time you do it, every time I've done that, probably done it, like 3 times. Something. It's like, but I feel so smart every time that happens. I feel so smart. It's like, oh, that's a win
Yeah.
con.
But also, I just feel like in the stronghold, like it's easier to tell that you're in a ocean stronghold when you can see the drips and stuff. Like you don't have to look
That's
at it and
true.
check biome and stuff. Like
Yeah, because like also like the more you see, the more exposed it's gonna be. So it's just like if it's like the more you see, it's better. The better it is to check.
yeah.
Because like I think on one of the last seeds against like me and Loki, I think it was like kind of ocean, but and, like I don't think it was full ocean. So it's just like because I didn't see any like drips around me. It was just like kind of cave, some weird cave shit.
Yeah.
You know what tech we actually gotta get on? I think I saw it from K4 is using a fabulous graphics. So
Yeah.
you can see the
Bubbles through the
like
top of the water, right?
yeah, the bubble columns.
Yeah.
I wonder how far you can even see that from.
It's not that far. Wait,
No,
dude, didn't we
no,
test
but you
this a
can't
while
play on
ago?
Fabulous because it messes up your preemptive.
Oh yeah, that's
Like, I
right.
tried
That's
this one.
right. I
What the fuck?
remember. I was trying to remember
That's so
because I
funny.
know we've messed with it. I just didn't remember what the problem was. It fucks up preempted. Yeah.
That's funny.
Why?
And it also cuts your FPS in half.
Yeah, no, I'm
For no
yeah,
reason.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
No, dude, No, dude, it's
Like
actually crazy. Like, I don't know how many of you remember playing Hyper Vanilla, but oceans are so laggy. Just like vanilla Minecraft, oceans are like notoriously laggy. These like performance mods had to do so much, bro, to get where we are now.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, dude, I just remember like playing like speedrunning back in the day was so much laggier than now, just because constantly there's
Oh
people who are,
my
like updating city
god.
and stuff.
Dude, I just like I don't even notice it. I don't even think about it anymore, man.
I know, it's
Yeah, I
like
remember
so much.
the-
Oh, 5-minute lag, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Dude,
bring back vanilla 5-minute lag.
Dude, oh my
There
god, the
was
Doi
so
Pingu 5-minute
many.
lag.
Dude, I was
So
so
sad.
like I was so mad with how I played this terrain. I just like went around the whole fort leg for no reason.
Yeah, I don't think
that's
Blazeman played it that well
10
either.
seconds.
Oh, wait, no, yours
Yeah,
definitely
I mean he
worse.
played it better than me, I think. Like I should have just pro'd on the other side of this fort leg.
Where are you setting a 1-eye right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's fair. I mean, you're
Did
so
no
far
one notice
behind.
that?
I
No,
didn't
no,
notice
they
that
did it.
until
I remember
now.
some chatter said it. Some chatter said it, but yeah, the commentators didn't notice at all. Because they didn't even notice you burned a rod.
Yeah, I mean, I sent a 1-eye and I still lost time in the fort because this terrain was just awful. And he got
Yeah.
3 strays.
Yeah, 3 strays before the spawner is just like so big. It's just like a full cycle. Then oh yeah, this.
Oh my god, this
now.
is so funny. Like this chest, like what is
Yeah, it's
that?
so weird.
Wait, what?
1, 2, 3
Oh,
chests in a
3!
row.
There's 3! Oh my god.
Oh, wait, it's a dungeon mixed
Wait,
with
but
it
then
too.
look. Oh my god. Wait. Duke has this dungeon. Blazeman doesn't
Oh,
have it.
what?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duke
I
has
even
5
look at Duke's
chests.
screen.
Yeah, and then look, Blazeman has nothing. Duke has a dungeon. Dude, you have
You
like
get
you have like
extra chests.
an
That's not
enchanted god
fair.
apple, bro. You get an enchanted
No,
god
it's literally W because you get
Fucking
EGAP.
god
I mean,
apple
well,
in
maybe
the
it's
chat.
probably a fake spike.
No,
You
but
have
those
5 chests. You have
those
5
chests
chests.
gave me like a fake spike
No,
though.
5 chests, and then you dug through this. That's a library, so 2 more chests.
Yeah, 7
Get
chests.
drink from the
bro.
chest, 1 extra bed.
God. Oh my god, wait, string away that's fast.
It's so dumb, bro.
Yeah, and you get a name tag
Where
so you
even
can name
was
tag
this
an Enderman.
floor?
I don't even know. I don't remember.
I got so like
Oh,
turned
then
around in the
Blazewing
stronghold.
gets like a big spike there. Oh yeah, it was so weird.
Oh,
It
you
did
have to
not look
wrap
like a
so
spike you
hard.
had. It did not. It looked weird. It looked weird.
Like I think it was the spike that I got, but I just couldn't figure out how to get there.
It's behind
I
the
also really
library, I
didn't.
think.
Also, this seed overall, I remember thinking I did not like how Blazeman played this like at all. Because like he also doesn't get bread ready to eat when he's entering. Doesn't have
Yeah,
a
I
gold
hate
pick on
that,
his bar, even though he's like 4 in his inventory. It's like there's a lot of this where I didn't like how he played it, but it's just like he just doesn't get punished.
I really don't like entering end on 7.5 hearts with 4 hunger down.
No.
Like if it's buried, he instantly loses. Yeah, like if he.
Yeah, no,
if
because
it's-
like what he should just do
I know
get
it's
gold pick on
close,
bar.
but like he.
Well, because it's
has
also
to-
like. Well, like the only thing you think he should have just ate 1 bread and then enter with like the overlap bread.
Yeah.
But like the only thing you think, oh, he's skeleton behind him, but he literally blocked off the portal room behind
Yeah,
him,
he
so the
blocked
skeleton
it.
can't get through.
Like-
So I was like so confused with what he was
His
doing.
mindset is definitely Duke's in Stronghold. He's probably like about to enter end, and I need to enter end and play for like the closer thing or whatever. But
Yeah.
so maybe like that's kind of valid, but like I don't know. I just feel like it
I
limits
just
a
don't like
lot
it.
of your
I don't like
zeros.
it.
Like he can hit back and front. It's just I guess no maybe it is fine because no because it's buried. Anything buried it would suck for. Anything buried it would really suck
Yes.
for. Which is like
be
half the
awful.
fun.
Oh my god, there's so many Endermen here. What the
Yeah,
hell?
because wait, I remember looking at this. It was
Oh, is it
building,
Endermite?
yeah, it's Endermite. and when he pearls here, and he's building up, like look, all of them are just going towards him. So many,
Oh my
bro.
god, that's so scary.
Holy shit.
I also got scared here that he did he double bedded that first rotation. That was like scary to me. He's just like I just like don't know why he's like pushing double so hard on this.
Yeah, I would. I mean, he probably looked at the height or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
But-
I'm sure he recognized it, but it's just like it's just unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't
Especially
even.
if
I don't even double. I'm not even like gonna like use any arrows unless I need to. If like I just hate using arrows because I feel like the chance of like your arrow going through and then you knocking the dragon up and having to use like 2 extra beds like is just too like I just don't want to play for that ever happening to me. So if I'm entering end like a lot ahead, I'm just not going to be using arrows like if unless I need to obviously get the damage, but
Yeah. It's
I
like
don't
I
know, I
only
just
do
like
best if
doing
it's
it.
safe. I remember I did
Yeah.
a 1-0 against Loki. It's just like I just like didn't double the first 2 rotations, but just like the third one is just like it's free. There's no reason not to.
Yeah. I think there maybe is some like angles where it's like you can go for the double, and even if your arrow goes through, then you'll still be fine or whatever. Like I don't know. It's like there's a lot of times where it's just like fine, but yeah, I just don't like.
As someone who doesn't play ranked, like just seems like a very
This is
don't
the
like
one
the
where
way.
he's sub 7s against me, right?
How many sub 7s were there today? Like 3?
There were so many, dude.
Yeah.
Like at this playoffs, there's been like 5 or something, right?
No, like these the seeds are always like it actually annoys me like it kind of annoys me that like they like pre-check some of the seeds.
Yeah.
Like to make sure that they're good.
Oh, it
I
pisses
don't
me
like
off
that.
so much that like they're just handpicking all these fast seeds, and they just like favor people who have like good
Yes.
mechanics and
It's
like high
just
roll
yeah.
playstyle.
It's annoying.
It's just weird because it's a balance, because the more that a seed is like, I understand where they're coming from, because the less the seed is linear, the more odds people will get upset because it's like a poorly like scouted seed or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it has just more odds to just like be like, oh, like this is so RNG, this is so stupid or whatever, you know what I mean? But
that's just like I mean I understand that, but like that's just like kind of what like speedrunning is.
yeah,
Like that's
I
what
think it
speedrunning
is too. Yeah.
It's like
But maybe
the
it's just like they get the
RNG and
shit for it.
variation is such an essential part of it. I feel like when you start to take out a lot of it, I think you're changing the essence of the category.
Yeah, maybe it's just like like I don't know. Like they're not gonna give like a buried ship in playoffs
No,
ever, but like
I think that's stupid. Yeah, but it's just like even lava housing. I'm not the biggest fan of taking out lava housing because there's like pretty much almost always something you can do to get around it.
yeah,
And if you don't know
there
that,
aren't
that
the
is just
same
a skill
as
issue.
maybe that's why Hacks kind of gets it, like is so good at he's like not as well, he's like pretty good at ladder still, but like I don't know, like he does has such good playoffs performances compared to like ladder. Usually he doesn't like just like do that well, but I mean he just doesn't play ladder, I guess, so it's just like kind of different. Like I don't know like how Blazeman decides to go this way. Like I'm trying to see, because you do like
Yeah, I don't know either. I saw a ravine right here that I thought was real. I saw kelp that was just like whatchamacallit, the thing with drowns in it.
Ruin.
Oh yeah, ocean ruin. So like this is the only ravine I have. And it looks pretty real, so I send it and it's just fake,
Yeah, it
and then
looks
I'm like,
chill.
oh,
It looks solid. Yeah. Like
but
where's
then like
Blazeman
does
go?
Blazeman just like see the gravel and just want to go towards it, or like does he just decide to go over here because it's like
It's
more
got to be a
open?
mix of like both. Like either doesn't see the ravine or like sees it and doesn't like it, and then just goes opposite side, sees gravel, and then he can overlap looking for a ravine while he mines the gravel.
yeah, something like that.
It's like kind of just
Because there's no way he saw this already, right?
No.
It's definitely more of a thing of just like clearing the ocean and just not liking the other things to go to.
So I don't like how he sends this 201. Like he should have gone
Yeah,
down
no,
one more to
yeah, I
get
did not
3D.
like that.
Definitely.
I'm like half surprised that was even real.
Yeah, I mean it's like having good seeds in the playoffs is fun or whatever. Like getting sub 7s or like seeing people on really good pace is fun, but
Dude, but when it's every seed though, like it just gets kind of boring.
Yeah, it does get boring when it's every seed.
It's so bad. Like even the seed, like the second seed against me, Loki, like fucking, he was in the stronghold for like 3 minutes. I died and was boating to the stronghold from home portal. It was like a 940. Like,
yeah,
it's just so stupid.
Oh, what? Getting a sub 10 in ranked?
Just like having like really good seeds in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve said, I knew it
keep
was
zoning
over.
out.
I knew it was over when I loaded in on the RP against Hacks.
Dude, I know. And every time so like I'm very calm with myself. Like I can gap people on terrain nav, and it's just like every seed against Loki, enter another. 2 seconds later, enter Bastion. Just like, oh, like fuck me, I guess.
Yeah,
like, it's just, like my like biggest strength.
No,
is like,
I literally
nope.
wonder, like, because average terrain, like, we have to, like, map, like, everybody's, like, average compared to, like, their real average. Like, their playoffs average compared to the real average, and see actually how
It's
much
gotta be
faster playoffs is. Even under the nerves, under the stress, like, it's definitely way faster. Like, Hacks probably has, like, a fucking 830 average or something. Like, It's yeah.
No, it's so. Oh my god, man. Can we get Oliver and call and yell at him?
Yeah.
Let's kill Oliver.
It's still we still have time. We still have time to make the seeds better for tomorrow.
Yeah, surely.
Dude, when are they gonna implement Taiga Village?
No,
Ruin
literally.
everyone's alive.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I think I've had
Dude,
it
I played
like
two.
once or something.
I've played 2 Taiga Village seeds, both against Aquacord, and one of them I got gravel on the side of a mountain, and he tried to seed change because he couldn't find gravel. It was beautiful.
Average. Yeah, I can't imagine
beautiful.
it goes anywhere else.
Yeah, it's
They'd
just
have
like
to like filter for like a plains and a river next to it, so you can get the lava
Yeah,
pool.
I mean there was water too. I remember there was water on the seed. I don't know what he was doing, but yeah, I just either way I still gained hella time.
Oh, I forgot about this dude. I like.
Oh, you had no
run.
blocks.
Yeah, I had no blocks, and I was just like, bruh.
You said
So
you couldn't
bad.
do
I mean, at
anything.
least you
That
didn't
was
place
aura,
the
though.
bed. At least you didn't place the bed.
Yeah.
That clutch.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there. Dude just didn't.
And then I
I'm
just
really
like
thinking
can't
about this
decide where to
lane.
pearl here. I'm just
Yeah,
like I was just so nervous. I
that's
was like,
fair. Yeah.
I was just thinking like I
Strays,
don't want to
strays.
get 3-0'd like, or I don't want to get reverse swept on.
Yeah.
That's fair. Oh my gosh, these strays look so. Oh. I mean, I guess it's not as much SSV, but like, dude, and from entering that fort, oh my god, that looks beautiful. Oh, nice move, nice block as well. Dude, you're getting all S tiers in flow state and CT in February. All S tiers.
What does that mean?
Like in the chamber trials that we're playing.
Oh,
Speedrunner
dude, I
team.
forgot about that.
That's fair. It's still like 2 or 3 weeks away. There's like a time.
Yeah.
Dude, okay, I don't even know what chamber trials is.
No, it's fine. It's
We'll be
fine.
locked. We'll be locked.
Dude, I'm gonna IGL as hard as I can. And like I'm gonna, cause I
Hell
know
yeah.
as well, like I don't know, like I don't want to be rude or anything, but I feel like you maybe just like get like more overwhelmed, like stuff like that. I'm making it my mission to make it everything as nice for you as possible.
I mean, honestly, our team is gonna have really good chemistry, I think. So like, it'll just. Be
Yeah,
totally
that's the
fine.
only thing we have. I honestly, if we get top 5 as a team, I'm happy, because like the teams are insane, dude.
Yeah.
Like we just need to get PvP out first, because just like there's like 3 teams that all have like high tier 1s.
Oh hell no.
Like there's a whole team that is just like top 10 PvPers in the world. Like it's just awful.
Why not, bro?
Jesus Christ.
No, it's like so bad. Like we have to. We're gonna diff on golf by a
Oh, it's
quadrillion
gonna be
points.
crazy. Yeah, that's gonna be so.
I
sick.
like. Oh my god, no! I'm actually so excited for golf.
I love golf. Oh my god, dude.
Golf
Dude,
is so good.
that's so funny. Did you guys see that against Blazebot? I hate when this happens, but I also love it because it's just so stupid. Like, why can you just crouch and take fall and take like fucking damage
Oh,
in the
that
ceiling?
shit.
It's
Dude, that reminds me of
so
like
funny.
Dude, that reminds me of like 115. Like in 115, you can just run into a block and you'll crawl sometimes. Like it's just like dumb stuff like that.
No, Infium, do you remember on 115, sometimes if you just like take fall damage on stairs, you just negate all of it.
Oh yeah. It's like so stupid.
It just happens sometimes.
It's no, 115 is so cursed. Also, I didn't realize I completely missed it from Blazemine here because I was like impressed as well, like how he got the top setup in this. I didn't realize he jump pearled.
Yeah, that was really
when he was, like, right
good. That
below.
was really good.
That was really smart from him. Really good awareness.
Where?
Just right here.
Like
just
right at the end here, like at.
Oh, right there. Yeah, I like doing
Yeah.
that.
Because I like if I'm in his spot, like I'm not gonna do that pearl, and I'm just gonna pivot and go to a side setup. There's like a little greater risk of like flying.
Oh,
like,
good
yeah,
for
that's
Ender
really good for him.
Mite, right? Because when you do it on the top of the tower, it fucks you.
Oh yeah. Okay. True.
Oh wait, no, wait, that's an insane point. I should change my 97 setup now that you mentioned Endermite. Like where you do
with
the
the
double
staircase.
Stack. Yeah, because I don't double stack. I just do like a regular
Oh
staircase.
my god, dude, you're there so early. Oh my god. That's insane. Oh.
Yeah, that build is so nice.
That's like, oh my gosh. No, that's just. I mean, Nobo's annoying, but yeah, that's like so clean.
Dang.
Offhand Diamond Sword does more damage on beds.
on top 103, the tallest tower in the game. Blazemine every split, just chipping away at the lead more and now. do come back. Temple. But again, down on top.
Well, like, I don't know. It's like, it is dumb. Like, I think they haven't given any Temple, Woodlight RNG seeds. Like, that just would be kind of dumb, right?
Really? What?
Now that I'm thinking about it, like, they just haven't, right?
That's probably a good thing, right?
Like, it would just be dumb,
I think
right?
it's good. I think it's good, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's such a like stuff like that. I feel like it's such a big part of just like the ladder and everything. Just like when you regularly queue.
Yeah.
And I feel like there are ways you can do it to help mitigate like that variance and stuff. Like I mean, it's not much. It's hard. Like it's just it's just a weird balance because you don't want to have like in a situation like this like the least amount of variance and RNG is good because it's just like such big stakes. But at the same time, it's just like that's just not what ranked is about. That's not what
I think the
Micro Rank's
problem
about.
is that on ladder, it's more okay because you can balance it out over a lot of matches you're gonna, like, but then in playoffs, you only have, like, 3 matches or whatever to, like, prove yourself, or, like, 5 matches, and, like, and if you just get one of your seeds just completely fucked by that, it's just, like, feels so demotivating and just difficult to, like, come back.
Also, dude, that TNT was scaring me. I'm like, cause it's like hovering over the block you're under, like you're on. I thought that was gonna do hella damage to
This
you.
one? Yeah, me too, honestly, but, like, I
mean, it's obviously fine. It works out. But it's like
It's
scared me because I've seen people take.
on top.
Wait, yeah, I didn't even realize that. It's like so far.
It just
But, like, as
arcs
long as the
exactly
center
to
of
the
it is
side.
over the block, it's fine, right?
I think.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it worked out for you, so it's definitely you're definitely doing something right. You definitely know something.
Yeah.
Also,
I feel
oh
like
my
you
god, this
went way
TNT from
too
Blazeman
far.
is awful. Like, where's Blazeman going? Oh, we just forgot to get gravel on the way. Oh.
Didn't you
Oh, he
like
like
miss
wants.
the lava
Oh, it
pool
makes
too?
2. Yeah, he makes 2 buttons. Like, oh, this is like actually so bad for him.
No, because I
Like your
remember he
line is just
enters
way
with, like,
cleaner.
low blocks, or low wood, I mean.
Yeah, he just like has to. He's like he just can't afford to go back. But yeah, then you. Yeah, and his bucket ghost as well. Yeah, he misses the lava pool.
Heading into the desert.
They put 3 woodlight seeds back to back to back in LCQ. Okay, well, maybe they do put them in, and we just haven't seen that in playoffs yet.
Versi needs to be Temple Woodlight into lava housing.
Yes.
Max variance.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then friggin' equidistant like spawners from strongholds. We need that too.
Need everything.
That was a clean portal from Blazeman though. I like the tech
Yeah,
just like just get that like air block from the lava behind it so it doesn't spread instead of like anything else.
Yeah, I like that too, yeah.
Decides as the terrain here goes way lower. This is
Yeah, I didn't like this terrain. Oh, dude, I feel
Yeah,
like
this lower
what?
terrain is
Oh,
tweaker.
this was so scary. This was so scary. Okay, firstly, maybe your way of getting in is
Instincts.
good.
I would go here. I'd go here where Duke's going here. Instincts.
Really? I feel
Yeah, it
like
just
I
feels
might
better.
have mined in, but
I mine in.
But like,
oh, I think what I would do there, I think I tried to head hit or just walk across. But like, can you hit your head on that?
well, you can
like
walk
right here.
like
I would just like
you
no,
can go
like
here.
like on that 2 block. Like I would just like
Oh,
like after
yeah,
you
you
break this
could
block.
just walk there, right?
But I
No,
think if you
and
know,
then
you
here?
just hit your
Oh,
head
that's
though.
nice
I would
save.
actually no, it actually work out fine.
Maybe you
'cause
could
have a
mine
block
this
there to-
top block and just jump. But like,
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like I was thinking doing
Too
that,
much
just like
fall
not mine
damage.
that top block. But yeah, it's like if you can
That's
just
a
fall
lot of fall
down.
damage.
Yeah, it is a lot of fall damage, but I would say you have a lot of food. I mean, 23
Not
flesh, 2 gaps.
really.
I mean, 23 flesh, 2 gaps feels really safe to me. Especially you're in the fort at this point. I feel
Yeah.
safe to me.
This but this was like so cooked. Like I was thinking about this, like what you should have done here, and like I feel like the only play is like,
Oh, with this Hoglin?
Oh, you just
yeah.
gotta like bridge over left.
No, like if you like, you have to like. I feel like if you like, dude, I don't even know. You have to like stop the Hoglin like early. Like it's on you right now. Like if you place
Just put
like
the
a
lava down.
block or a lava like somewhere here to like block it so that it can't path to you, something like that, then I feel like
Wait.
that maybe is good.
I feel like you're just overcooking.
I don't.
I feel like you
Oh
just
no, I
place
want
2
to try
blocks to the
something.
left. Just place 2 blocks to the left on on like the level you're standing at right now. You can just walk over them.
What the fuck is this?
Like you just place 2 blocks to the left here in that gap.
Oh, like here, right? And
Yeah,
then
you just place 1 block there. You just go over. This is free. Because
Yeah,
the
but
block's
you're
not gonna
still
hit you
gonna
until
get
you're
hit.
cleared. But he just gonna be way cleaner health.
Well, actually, also
Like even
with
if it hits you.
well, you're Stone Sword Seed, but if you had
diamond or gold pick, sometimes I like drilling to the left as well, and you don't get
Oh,
hit at
that's
all.
nice. Yeah, no, that's nice. That's nice.
But
Oh,
yeah,
and then
that
just
was
like
like just so awkward.
you're supposed to have so much micro movement, just like actually just like punishes you.
Is gonna live at the cost of a gaffle.
Yeah, I think it's.
I was scared. I thought you were gonna die for a second.
Yeah, it was like
I
tight.
lost so much health there.
I like that hog prevent though, but it's just like doesn't matter because they can just go
And
around to the
Blazemon
right.
just his hog's path differently. Wait, does Blazemon enter differently? Like,
I forget what.
so he doesn't bait the hogs out.
Same
Yeah, he
spot.
digs in.
I
Yeah,
feel
just
like
it digs in
yeah,
and
that's like
down.
what I would have done. I think.
Oh, that's like
the
so clean
hog
for him. Yeah, that's
aggro's
so
on him,
clean.
and then it just forgets about him or something like.
Yeah, because he's just so far away at this point. I feel like you kind of hovered in that area a little
Okay,
bit
look how he
longer.
blocks off the chalice though. Like if I did this, then I would have been fine. I think.
Wait, you know, I might know why Blazemine's Hogland went in the pit there.
Yeah, I think it's.
Because like while he was running to the chalice, he placed a block under him, and I think that blocked off like the tunnel since it's buried. If you like go back, he placed like
Oh,
a
that
nether
block?
rack.
Oh, like
I
that
don't know if
nether
that-
rock, like.
Oh.
Well, actually, I don't know if that would block the Hogland.
Like that netherrack right there. Maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe because it can't go left around. It can't like go around the like edge of the
I
block and get
think
that
it
one
can't go
out.
around, but this like only works buried, and he just wasn't aware. He just like did it. And
Yeah,
worked.
but
It's- yeah,
that's
it
I was
definitely
trying to
wasn't-
think about
probably
like
not
something
good.
like how Duke could do that though, because I feel like this isn't an uncommon scenario. Like I've had this happen to me before, right?
I'm looking at bridge right now. I feel like there's like a block placement you can do that would just trap the Hogland there no matter what, and people have just like never thought to bother.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It might not have been. Might have just been like pathing really slowly or forgot insta, but.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, oh yeah. Oh, that's what happens. That's what we're talking about spreading lava.
I mean, it didn't really lose that much time at all.
Also, I just don't get. I don't get why you place the two blocks there. Like, can the hogs not play path around on the other to the right?
What 2 blocks?
Like these 2 blocks to block the hogs. Can they not just path around to the right here easily?
I think usually that terrain isn't there.
I know. Just like saying it here, just like it's like I
Yeah,
feel like it's
here it
pointless.
probably does nothing, but I guess Hoglins are just
I think
stupid.
they can't.
Wait, I want to see Duke's stream. They're not on it, are they?
No, Duke does the same thing. They do the same production blocks.
Yeah.
But, like they're not there though, so it's like definitely something's. I'm definitely like tweaking, but like.
It looks
just
like they
looks
would
like
go
it.
around, but I think they're just dumb.
Yeah.
I think they just don't.
Yeah, they're probably just dumb because
No,
I'm
they're
like yeah.
they're just too fat.
No,
They
but
don't
like,
fit onto the
Whoa.
block.
but like if they go
Like
like
here,
around
yeah.
here and then up, you know what I mean? Like around this.
No,
Like,
they
pillar.
just like can't path there because they
Oh,
try
because
to go
also
on the
yeah,
block
it
and
has to be the
like,
2 blocks.
the sandstone on the left is in the way.
No, that makes sense. No, I see what you're
These
saying.
stupid
That
ass
makes sense.
brains
That makes
can't like
sense.
figure out how to go up.
Because it's a 2 block gap that they can go between, but they're just like too stupid to like actually fit in
Yeah.
there.
Oh. I see.
Gonna break the block. Dugal with such an advantage right now. The piglin counts are probably gonna be similar.
I think Chris
The
commentating
RP.
this like just like so locked in, just like this is like game 7 NBA finals. Like
No, it is.
comes
dude.
down to this. No, I know it's good. It's good. I just think it's funny.
Wait, Duke, do you have you I think you used to do this, but like you swapped off. But like, see how Blazemind like mines the block there and then drops it in.
Mhm.
Do you not like that anymore?
Yeah, I stopped that because I was getting hit sometimes.
Okay, fair.
Either runner. And Parker, it's gonna come down to the Pyrain for the fortress, the terrain to get there. We haven't seen it yet.
No.
Once Blazemine die here, I forget what happens.
At the fort.
Oh, he dies
It
in
was
the fort. Yeah.
cooked, yeah. It was
I
honestly a
got
fucked
so
up death.
nervous. I got so nervous when I like unhang this pearl and I just like can't see the fort.
Yeah, it was so awkward. The turn was so awkward.
Dude, I like against beef like treasure seed like you're just like I'm just sending a quadrant because I feel like it's too much of a time loss to check for like the
Yeah,
quadrants.
I
whatever,
checked
like,
the
it's,
seed
like, so
and
scary.
the like intended terrain is to go like through this tunnel on the left.
Oh hell
Oh,
no.
there? Ew.
Yeah. Or you can
I
go
mean,
like
you almost
all the
go
way
here. Wait, no, you
around
do go
to the
here.
left rampart or like the right rampart and then exit out of there.
I think
look
you
at
have
it.
Like, I
Blazemine,
just
honestly.
pearl through this lava. I have to like chug my gap and then I'm still on like 1 heart entering the fort. It's so
Blazemind
fucked.
had
Yeah.
like more health leaving than you, I think, and so he saved time. Look at when he eats this rotten flesh. Look at how much leftover saturation was from his gap. How much gets healed.
Oh my
Isn't that
god.
crazy?
Dude, I need to think about that more. I've never thought about that with the saturation. Oh my god, that's so good. But yeah, it's like, you know, you really crank this terrain. I think you guys both played this pretty well, like for how
Oh, that
just
pearl
like
was so
gross this was.
annoying. That pearl hitting the ceiling, like, cause that would have led you exactly to where he went, and then he saved time here because pearled here, pearled there, and then I think he like throws like the same pearl as that, but he doesn't hit this. Wait, I don't remember
No, this pearl
actually.
hits. This pearl just hits.
Oh, he's at a
or like
different
no, this next pearl.
angle. He has a different
Yeah,
angle.
like
That's why.
he doesn't even see it, but like this pearl, he lands on fort here.
Bro, where's he going? What?
Yeah, like
He's in the bad part though.
yeah.
I can just see the spawner right now.
Yeah, so yeah,
How's
you're
he
definitely in the
How
worst
does he
spot.
end up
He's on
dying?
such good health.
Oh yeah, I remember
Oh,
that.
this was the
Faster strike.
Skelly.
Like
He,
this Skelly
I
goes
don't
in?
know what he was doing here. I don't know why he tried to force it here. I was just like, what do you do though? And he just like strafes back into the arrow. He just needs to like.
No, that's
He
just
has
like
space to his
the
right. He just has
5
to run.
a.m. 5 a.m. mindset.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
mean,
mean,
he's
he's just
like,
trying to
if you're
play
gonna run through this,
quick,
he has
and
to
then
run right here. He
he just has
to
to
run
run
right
like
here.
straight, like just like yeah, like just
Because he
like,
has no space to his left. Because
oh
he's
my God,
going
there
to
was
the right
another
and he tries.
skeleton. Oh no, that's wait, what? That's a blaze.
Blaze.
But then like, um,
He just strafes back left when he shouldn't, and it lines up the arrow nicely.
I think he wanted to like run along the fort or something like that. But I think he would have been fine even strafing back left. But he just falls into the soul sand and it slows him down so much. And then the skeleton gets
Yeah.
such an easy shot.
Yeah, it's just
Like I think he
brutal.
was trying to like hit a pump fake on the skeleton, but then messed up the movement and then just like got
Yeah, it's
totally
just
screwed.
yeah. That stuff is just so precise. I feel like it's just way better to be just like better to run like perpendicular more so from the skelly.
Yeah,
like, just more
especially
consistent
just
to not get hit there.
Yeah, to play safer, like way
Yeah.
safer there.
Also, dude, when do you realize that like you're like fully clear and he died?
I mean, like he hasn't got into fire yet, so like by the time I'm like blinding and he still hasn't got into fire, I'm just like.
I think you
don't know,
saw,
just, like,
right? You scroll.
like,
I
he's
remember you.
probably just
Yeah, right
dead.
there, right?
Yeah, like right there. I'm
Yeah.
checking chat.
Yeah.
I felt so relieved when I realized that he died because I was like,
No, I bet, dude.
I'm
It's
so
just like
stressed for this.
I know, man. I know.
Dude, the fucking perch. Dude, your entry is so funny. Like after 2 minutes, you started to regret not going for the 0.
I mean, how many explosives did you have?
I had a lot. I just like, I mean,
Oh, okay.
I just like, I don't want to put myself in any situation where I might choke, and it's like,
Yeah, no, yeah, it makes
Blazeon's
sense.
not
You
gonna
got,
catch
you
up
have
to
like,
me in 3 minutes.
yeah, you have like 7-bed 1 anchor.
It's just back
I
like
fully
100
get
or
it.
something, or is it
I
back
fully get
103?
it, dude.
It's back
like,
103, I
Back
think.
103, yeah. Okay, just like whatever.
Yeah, I get it. I
And
get
then it's
it.
just funny. It's just like it's waiting for so fucking long.
Yeah, like I'd probably do the same thing as well. Like you just don't want to add variance when like everything's so locked up.
No, I fixed it. I think the VOD should have audio now. I fixed it.
Also, did Blazeman go to sleep? Because I raided him last night before I went to bed, and he was alive. Like, did he actually
Did he
go to bed and
sleep
then wake
at
up?
all?
sleeping
I
right
don't
now.
know. Yeah, probably.
I just expected him to like just like fully stay up for like 10 hours.
Yeah, me too. Like he was alive until like a few hours before playoffs, no? And then like he just what did he sleep for 3 hours?
Maybe just like a power nap.
Yeah.
Power nap.
Fully makes sense there. Room portal picker.
So yeah, like what happened on these seats, man?
I know.
I
This is
raided
crazy.
him last night, and then he was alive. He was alive until 12 hours ago. So he was alive
Damn.
until like 3 a.m.
Damn.
And
Because
slept
I
for,
raided
like,
him as
12 hours.
well. I think it's like actually, yeah, I think I did it like a 12:30ish. That's weird. So yeah, like what happened on these seats?
No, I hear it.
Why did I hear myself?
Sorry, I was just fixing the
That's
audio.
okay.
That
Okay.
person is just trolling. It's literally it's in the VOD. Unless the like live VOD thing doesn't work the same, but I'm 99% sure it just does.
The most depressing finish that you can have.
Yeah, this was crazy.
Like oh my god.
Wow, we have 85
He 5'9", like oh my god. I mean, it's just stone axe shears.
Iron, so axe, pickaxe, yeah, that's just crazy. And then we have a gold for a shovel as well. Wow.
Oh yeah, and like
Dude,
Awkward's like messing with his crafting.
Oh,
Did he change? Did he change his binds recently? Awkward.
It looked like he stopped. Like, has Awkward been off tab space for a long time? I swear he used to
I don't
tab
know.
space, but like that was like the most like stuttery crafting I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was bad.
And he was talking. I was in his chat like a day ago, and his open check. He is just on T, but he's like fast at it. But he might. That's why I was asking because he was considering changing it.
It was
I have it
9.
on T.
He quit tab space a while ago.
I feel like T isn't even that bad.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it seems
not.
alright.
It's also just so free because it's TRE, TRO. It's like they're right next to each other. Always like hitting.
Yeah.
Also, I remember Fine was saying like he liked the play to get chickens here. I just like fully disagree. Like
I would get
you
one.
just-
I would get them if they're like so linear, but like I wouldn't go out that way.
It's just I think it's just stupid. Like it's an E gap, bro. You have to be so bad at the game to not be able to do the enter stronghold without hungry setting.
I mean, yeah, kinda. Why did he do this? I remember. Like, Skycrab spent too long grabbing food, and then Aquacord just decided to not do the RP completion.
This is like the most linear portal ever, too. What the fuck?
I don't know this completion. I don't remember this one.
What do you mean?
You just place. Look at
it.
Skycrab. It's just like you just place
Okay,
two
like,
blocks. That's it.
I don't know, but it's just like weird. It's like always like what side do you place it on? That's what I always get confused about.
The one without the lava.
Yeah. You just have to make sure there's the one that has a bunch of gold blocks. That one, like the lava goes underneath, so you have to make sure it doesn't flow in. But
Yeah, like
all
and
the
they
other
also
ones,
they
it's just
that
completely
one.
fine.
Yeah, that one definitely is what I'm thinking about as well. Because like in my mind, all those room portals, all those big room portals, just like blend together so much in my mind.
There's only two.
It's just like I tried to learn them, but like a while ago, and I just like gave up. Oh my god, Scarab's almost in lava there. Like if he doesn't like get out of boat early before it all the way down, he's just in lava. If he's holding W, I guess.
They're both going this way though, so I think it's
Like, what do you even pick if you don't pick T though for chat? T, I just don't even know.
Isn't space like goated?
I thought about using space.
Right.
Could be
I
good.
think I was too new to like decide if it was good or not, and I switched
Oh,
to
I
a
love
mouse
some
button.
Skycrab.
I would use mouse button, but I can't because of my binds. It just like doesn't work. I have perspective and offhand, and like
Hey,
neither of those can open up the chat.
I have a mouse that could allow you to do that.
Oh.
Yeah, you could fucking like call someone on it. It has so many buttons.
Also, like Skyrim doesn't block off at all. Isn't he like he just breaks one? I think he just breaks one block and like doesn't block off, but throws extra gold low.
Wait, what?
I think he breaks the one block.
Oh, he just does the same way that Duke does.
Yeah,
it.
but does do like any block behind him?
Yeah, because he does the old
takes
way
one
that
block, let's
like
take note
people do
on
it.
Aquacord
Oh, like
Screen.
hex hella gold and stuff. I
That'd be a
guess yeah.
difference maker in that treasure bastion, right? You have a couple piglins just sort
Just
of
not
jump
this.
off,
It's
that
not
can
the
slow
safe.
down your trades by a couple cycles.
Yeah,
Safe
yeah.
boomer, not safe boomer, just regular boomer.
Aquacord doesn't look like he lost any pigs directly on the bridge there. But obviously, who knows where they're
He
wandering.
fucking missed his drag or something and just right clicked it really slowly, so the block took so long to get up.
Skycrab's lead continues here as we continue to route this bastion. I don't know. Did you see the fort? I didn't. I might have saw it.
It is
but
like
it was a little
two
bit.
pearls. It's two pearls directly behind. You can see it. On
Yeah, you can
screen.
see the four on like Skyrim screen every time he looks down.
So
Yeah.
It's like
I
so
don't
free.
think we'll break spawner necessarily, unless you might need to go down there if there's not enough obby, of course. But we don't need to break the spawner.
Yeah, I feel like Aquacord maybe gained a
It's like yeah,
little
Skyrim's so many
time
late pigs.
on just mining these
I
gold
just don't think he
blocks.
plays it
Maybe
that
it's hard
well.
to tell. I feel like he was more behind the
Oh, he almost pushes off the pearls.
I said that.
So let's see what the obby looks like, Nerdy. Like you said, we could have to go bottom treasure.
Yeah, unless you did F,
Only 5
F with your
obby
thumb.
chests. If the trades don't work out, there's 6 obby in that chest, and that's it.
What
So
world are you
Skycrab
pressing
on
F with your
7
thumb?
obby has to go and check
If you
the
don't want to
trades.
press both with your
Could
pointer.
get 20, but it's not guaranteed. We're on 24.
Or middle and
So
index,
there's the
index,
trade
like that's that feels
coming
like
in clutch for us.
more awkward for me.
Not gonna need to go down. As Aquacord checking.
Aquacord drops to 3 gold before checking the trades.
Gold on the ground. Skycrab also keeping 3 gold. Aquacord.
You can do that pretty overlap though, I think, which is why I'm low-key kind of liking it a little bit more.
Seen runners, try to adopt that more and more. 1 gold pick, so crucial, even just compared to 0.
I remember this. Skycrab enters here, kind of pearls in.
Oh, right.
I guess my
Like,
point is that one gold pick saves
no,
so
I
much
think
time for
actually
have
like
just saving
go,
one pick. You don't need like 4 gold picks.
like enchanted golden apple, like one chicken is really good on this seed because if you have the enchanted golden apple, like
one gold pick
you're not
is
gonna
very intentional.
you're not gonna like want to
For this gold pick. We've seen runners
like if Awkward ate the enchanted golden apple right now, he would not get the fast heal from it. He needs to eat the enchanted golden apple and one piece of chicken, and then he gets like the maximum healing from it. But maybe it just doesn't matter because he gets so many absorption hearts anyway. Like I don't know.
And regen, like it's just
Yeah, you do just get the regen as well. Maybe it just doesn't.
Like, it just doesn't matter. Like what you should be doing here, I would say, you just pop the E gap when you like as late as you can because maybe 2 hearts, no can't pearl. Okay, pop the E gap because now you have distortion harps as late as you can, and then you're gonna have the regen up back to full health, and you just keep the chicken for safety later if it's like some weird 0.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Count is a little low. Skycrab decided to leave.
No, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Early, but
there's glowstone on the spawn.
Wait, so you would pop the E gap like after like two
I would wait
pearls?
longer. Yeah, like I'll pop a fire res in the bastion, and then like when I'm like at a health where it's like I feel a little scared or I
It just
can't pearl,
regens
I'll,
you
like,
all the way up to full, right? Like, you
it's
don't even
40
need-
seconds of regen, bro.
Yeah,
It's 40
yeah,
seconds. It's
yeah.
disgusting.
40.
Yeah. You should just always.
I
just
swear it's
pop
maybe
it
not
every
40,
once.
maybe not 40. I swear it's like 40.
No,
I swear it's, like,
that sounds
disgusting.
something. That sounds something.
40 sounds
like
way too
40.
long. It's got to be
Yeah,
like
I'm
10
looking at it.
seconds
I'm
of like
looking at
regen too.
I'm looking at Agacorn
let
now,
me
and
see
like
it.
he does not have regen still. I'm actually stupid.
Let's see when he pops it. It's just
What?
kind of easy to figure it out. It's pops it for
Yeah, this is like probably
42,
But there's
42.
on the
and
spawner,
then
right? So if the string was low, I don't know what our
It's not even buffering right now still.
no, yeah, it is long. Like it is long. He's still getting it. Still getting it.
Because he also started at 3 hearts. He was 3 hearts down.
And then it's gone.
It's like 20. It's like 20.
For
Okay.
502. Yeah, it's 20. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just brick. I actually just fully doubled.
Doubled, but like it's still
But it's
a lot.
full
That
health.
gets you
It's like
from
full. It's like full
that
health.
gets you from half a heart to full.
Yes,
Dang.
yes. Because he went from 3 to 10 and with extra regen.
Spawner that Aquacord notably is not
Yeah.
at right now, so he's not gonna have this glowstone. So the
Also,
explosive
oh
count,
right, this he was so
honestly,
tweaker.
Skycrab's
I don't.
even though
Oh,
Aquacord
dude,
data
there's
is
like,
low,
oh my gosh, I did not like this end fight. I just remembered.
tons of crying.
I did not like this end fight
Yeah.
from anybody.
Super nice getting those 4 anchors and 2 beds. So not the worst situation at all. And Aquacord, like you said, Feinberg hit. That was just basically effectively.
Also, yeah, I like what Skycrab's doing here, saving the gap for pearls to cords, and then like if you still have like the whatever version you have the resistance, so you probably don't have to hunger reset. Because if he doesn't take any melee damage, he's just 1 pearl and then he pops it. Going to cords.
The rates are bad. Skycrab finally
Yeah.
When's he gonna decide to eat this notch? I mean,
Keep the
surely he's not
absorption.
gonna hunger reset. I'd imagine you eat it soon. I'm just thinking that he's gonna be too low on hunger to have any sort of natural healing, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like.
when you have
Awkward. Oh yeah, with the rates are bad. I was gonna say Awkward only gets an only rod now, but then he's got back to back, and Skycrab's got 2 rods as well.
You get resistance too from a EGAP.
Yeah, I mean every pearl only does 2 hearts.
Oh, okay. I thought resistance 2 was a little better than that. Still pretty good though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Really,
what
Raw?
it is,
That's
man.
fucking high.
Yeah, it's like he
That's
should.
really
Yeah,
sick.
like Skycrab should not have
I
just
do remember that.
should not have popped that ECAP yet.
I mean, this could come down to random,
Because I also think I like to, because I guess yeah, because I thought it was 40 seconds, which I'm just like stupid. Because my thought process though, with like popping it late is like if you're like really aggro with pearls and go through your absorption, you still have like a little regen. I thought, but that's just like should never happen. You're never gonna go through 8 hearts in 20 seconds with pearls.
Exactly the terrain these runners have to take. They are at different spawners, which just makes it a little weird, but it's the same stronghold. So
Dang, that's gonna be really sick then.
as Aquacord is leaving,
Yeah, Awkward leaving first is crazy.
how is he up on rods?
Yeah.
He's now ahead.
It's definitely just like spawner diff because like yeah, Skycrab has like hella glowstone on his spawner.
He must have just gotten better drops, I guess. I mean, it looks like Skycrab is a little bit like he's
Like why did he say you must have got better drops?
Yeah, no,
So
dude. Oh my
funny.
gosh, I remember saying that. That was so
He just
stupid.
he just definitely misspoke, but it's just so funny.
As they're trying to, match chords in the middle here. but
Notably, the
Skycrab
biggest
first
thing
to
that's
put their seed
standardized.
down. So, immediately back in his favor once again.
He meant to say spawns.
Hunger reset. Look at their health. No advantage for Aqua.
He's like 6 seconds behind.
The spike looks a little too big.
Just like I was surprised Skyker went top right here.
Yeah, I want to.
It looks way more bottom right to me. I mean, not way more, but like.
No, definitely, yeah.
Oh yeah, that chest is gross. Like.
Yeah, and then Awkward goes
It
bottom
just
right,
is
gets
here.
fucked.
Yeah, it's just like.
I'm
like the variance is just so. Oh my gosh. I mean, Skyrim was that anyway. Even if Awkward is an abs, like, even if he gets the gap, Awkward has hunger reset and he's still behind. So. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the pearl's bad. Because here, if you're gonna go for 0, you have to go to 90 because you need the max damage anchors. I just like wouldn't even pre-place anchors though. I think pre-place anchors here is stupid.
I'd pre-place 1 at the top.
Yeah, maybe the top one. And then trying to double that, I think is just bad as well.
Yeah.
Like, and then like, what is Skyrim doing?
He just misplay.
Yeah. Like that anchor was good. But yeah, then it flies. Just like that was just like, this is really bad for Skycrab. Like nothing against him, but it's just like I'm sure he knows it as well.
He's in a 2+3, and he's gonna send the 2+3.
Yeah, then Awkward tries to go top setup, which I respect. Because you're playing for like, that's just what you're playing for. And then Awkward just like pre-places every anchor.
Yeah,
I think it's just like really bad. I just like it's like so likely it's gonna fly at 90, and you're just like you're screwing yourself. You're just screwing yourself over.
Like he just goes too early on the first bed, and then.
Yeah, and it's just like too low, and then he gets the flare and flies
flies.
away. Even and if it didn't fly away, I think he was gonna die of the dragon. I don't think there's any world where he
Bro,
survived. Also, dude, that height, yeah.
The arrow, like, I'm surprised it didn't do more damage, because look how much it knocked the dragon out. Boom! Holy shit.
It's just not on the head. It's just not on the head.
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you think if that's on the head and it does, like, perfect damage, do you think it
Like
kills it?
70? Yeah, like, I mean, in theory,
That's so
but, like...
good. That's so good.
It's never gonna happen.
So even though Aquawar's dragon's a little bit lower, I don't think he's gonna be able to kill the dragon.
But yeah, and then it's just like, the like part of the win con is just Skyrim played a different spawner that had glowstone out there, so he gets a 4th anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
And I think he still definitely wins it though. Not definitely, but like mostly he still wins it because he did just enter first. His half bow, full bow is better.
He's gonna set it up now. It's interesting that he puts it on the top instead of blowing it up on the ground.
Also, I feel like I feel like it's scary sometimes if you like try to place it low, even though it's better damage. I feel like you just like I'd be so scared. You just get like a fast fly or something. Like I just don't want to risk it.
A fast.
That stuff just like scares me because I just like don't probably understand how it works.
Yeah, I don't know how it works either. I want to see this clip. Oh wait, I think I've. Wait, no, I haven't watched this.
I haven't seen this.
It's
crazy.
He
He doesn't even notice. Oh my gosh.
That's so funny.
Like, let me just say the whole seed. And like, I don't even have the excuse that it's early because it's 1-1. One shot plus time. I just
Oh yeah, and then RP on the ship as well.
Oh yeah, this is so weird.
Yeah.
Carrots in the food chest.
I mean, it's fine. I'm just surprised Awkward took so long to find the ship. Because
he
we need
instantly
to
goes
start
500
like
ED.
boycotting playoffs whenever they give us seeds like this, which is like the wrong seed type.
Yes.
Like you see this, then just go AFK.
Hey Duke, thoughts? It happens to us. We both go AFK.
I'm down.
No, I can't. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get banned.
Oh, there's a room portal for us to start it off.
Did Awkward
When is someone gonna go
forget the
rogue?
seed
Can
type?
He had to have, because he insta goes 500 ED. I mean, he's looking in the ocean for the ship. I mean, to be fair, his spike was like this direction. He didn't have any spike out any other way.
No,
I
but
get it, but like, he just shouldn't have increased any distance.
he just takes pie chart away and then never brings it back to try and scan for the. And yeah, it's right below him right now. Wait, is it? No, it's not.
Yeah, no, I think it was in the direction of the RP. Oh, wait, no, it's like it's like a complete opposite side of Aquacord.
Neither of these runners have yet to see the shipwreck.
Oh, wait, I'm actually confused. No, it's complete opposite side of him.
Yeah,
opposite
it's
side of the
complete
island.
opposite side. But like, if he had pie charted, he wouldn't have to deal with all this shit. But he just didn't pie chart for some reason. Finally, starts
Yeah,
to pie
like
chart
he
and
just,
sees it.
yeah, he just shouldn't have increased any distance. Like, I just wouldn't there. I just wouldn't. It's just bad. And then like yeah,
I don't know. I think he legit forgot the C type and then just decided, fuck it, like like,
He had to.
and then he just like
I
raised
mean,
everything.
like he had to have, but like, there's like, how do you forget the C type? He chose Shipwreck.
Bro, I've done that before though, because in playoffs it doesn't tell you, right? It just does like it doesn't.
No,
do
it doesn't.
The
but
screen.
like, that's just.
You just have to
They've only been
remember.
it's only been telling you the C type for like a month.
I know. Well,
If,
that's the thing
like-
because like back in the day, like I would forget too.
No, I do it sometimes still. It's like I just like don't pay attention. On like and like and want to queue. I just like don't pay attention at all, and like I just like don't remember the C type.
Looks like randomly generated. It's something that you'd like.
Why does he do this portal with a log?
Wood axe or gold axe. Break. I know. I thought it was a good play for him. This is the gold
Is
axe.
that faster than leaves though?
I feel like it has to be with cooldown skip. I feel like it has to be.
Oh, it's.
You could cooldown skip the leaves too.
Yeah, I know, but like, yeah, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like whenever I do cooldown skip or I try to cooldown skip leaves, I always miss it. So I'm just tweaking. But I feel like
I mean, to be
Gold
fair, he
Wait,
should
what
just
are we
have
talking-
shears in his hotbar, right?
Yeah, well, no, because it doesn't save time. Like,
I guess shoes are just bad though, because you could just break too fast and you just fuck yourself.
but,
I don't know,
yeah,
I like the play. I like the play. I like the play.
It's like, oh, why does he have 8 tool in his hotbar? But this is,
oh, punching a leaf and mining a log with a gold axe has to be like the same time.
It's probably pretty similar.
And like,
That was really funny. That's just like so bizarre.
No, it's actually so similar.
like because you can, if you do the cooldown skip perfectly, you're gonna fuck yourself over either way probably. Like you can with a plank, you can and a iron axe, you can like break the lava down. So weird.
Oh, this seed was so annoying as well. Yeah, because like it's double, triple top. I mean, you can't see it. I like Awkward's play here to go manhunt, but then he doesn't get the obby here, so he needs to check up top. But like, there's just no obby up top. Like, it's just so scuffed. Oh, this is see, but you still just trade. You get a raw 20 from trades, which is just disgusting.
I don't
I forgot that was
know. I
this.
guess manhunt is better because you just get so many pigs.
Well, it's just like the
Wait,
insta
what
commit.
was
It's just the
the-
insta commit. It's just the insta commit.
What was the terrain like for Sky Crab?
It's just
Ew.
like he just
It's just
sees
weird.
it and then turns and then just looks and then
It's
right
not
there.
bad. It's not bad. It's not
He
a
just
bad play
loops
at
like
all.
weirdly.
Top down is good here.
No, it is, but it's just like I feel like I don't know. For playoffs, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't say which one I would prefer more. I think in playoffs
I
mindset, I
think
probably
like I
do
would just
manhunt.
I think top down's better. Like,
No, it definitely is better. It definitely is like better, more consistent. But like I feel like
yeah.
manhunt. When you look at this, manhunt just looks like a higher ceiling.
No obby advancement for Aquacord yet.
What's that head hitter that Aquacore did, or that Sky Crab did?
It's like a different
Oh,
way
going
of
down?
doing it. Like
Is there obby?
Oh, I saw this. That's just. Oh, that one. Oh.
it's
Okay,
just like
that's
a
just-
different way of doing the placement.
Working.
That's just
below
that's
you,
just
right?
worse though. You have the blocks. The only reason you would do that, like, because you drop down. C
I guess you
here.
get one extra head hitter.
No, but it's just
Well,
bad.
I don't know,
It's just
actually.
bad.
You
No, it's
don't,
just
though.
worse than like the one block you place at the bottom.
Oh my god, almost
Yeah.
lost it.
Yeah, let's get awareness.
No obby for Aquacord. Wow,
It's
some
whatever.
manhunt punished in this situation, but if it wasn't, Aquacord saves a lot of time here. But we'll just have to see, Nerdy. Bastion, so interesting of a split because Aquacord could have.
Do you fuck with in housing whenever you start this pit? Something I started doing is I like pre-throw the gold where I'm gonna dig the pit. Do people fuck with that much? Or is
Oh,
there like any downside?
I tried to start
Ooh.
doing that, and Beef Salad told me that he does it, and I just had problems with being too slow and then getting hit by pigs, and so I just couldn't like make it
Yeah.
like work.
Oh, my problem with it is that like you drop your stack of gold in the corner, right? And then like if you can't block in time or something, or like there's a guy that gets in the hole with you, like you have no distraction, so you're kind of just dead.
Yeah, the only thing I try to do to like mitigate, like, cause I don't do the gold throw, but like only thing I do to like try to mitigate that is just like I just throw the gold into the hole as like fast as you can, like even before they get there, cause I feel like it's just like the same thing almost. Cause I think as well, like it just feels like there's too much variance that can happen. Cause like also if you throw the gold early and they trade it before like they're in the hole, they just wander out. I mean they'll get back there, but it's just like I don't know if that's like better. Cause they're not, like it's just like a
I feel
second
like there's
or two.
enough time. Like,
I mean
don't know, like-
probably yeah. I think I'm also
like,
just
while,
coping
like while you're
'cause-
mining.
I'm also just coping. I think because I think it's just too. I think you're just doing too much. It's just like so much.
It depends on pig count, I think, for me, maybe.
Okay, this lead from this lead from Skycrab was like so good.
I liked your analysis. I liked it a lot.
Like, what does like Awkward do?
Yeah, Raw, I do that too.
He's just like, yeah, he does the same thing, but he goes like 20 blocks higher because he doesn't see it early. And he goes too far left, and then he has to go further back right.
Yeah, he went to the left and then cut back to the right.
Double blaze bed coming out here for Skycrab.
I mean, I feel like he just has such a commanding lead on the sea. This is the better spawner to blaze bed as well. Aquaquard's going to it.
So much fire, dude.
The terrain, sort of the netherrack out here, it's really.
Wait, so wait, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we'll have to check out the trade.
Like Aquacord didn't feel like he was that far behind, and then Skycrab saved even more time. It was just the top down was like even like that much better.
Well, it's also just Skycrab was just like the head bite he's in bed.
Your analysis. I liked it.
Yeah, the exit was really clean from him, from Skycrab.
The spawner immediately, so no issues there.
Aquacord just does the exact same thing that Skycrab did, but just way slower.
Yeah, because he goes up like 10 blocks. His pearl goes further to the right, and then he gets this little like thing here because it's just like less you can see because he's further away from the fort. Also, is it just like unlucky fire, or like is that? I feel like this is an insane amount of fire.
What did he do from
All this netherrack is level. I was saying like they both played the wrong spawner. They should have played the other spawner that's like fully open.
What?
I don't. I would like. I mean, I would like this spawner more because I feel like it allows you for more time to overlap pre-crafts. Yeah, because the terrain. I feel like it gives you more time to
Maybe
pre-craft.
it's just like you have to punch out all this fire.
You know, it
it's
is
kind of like you're either
insane amount
punching
of
out the
fire.
fire or you're building a platform. So it's kind of
Yeah.
just like whatever.
I think also I like to do this just because like it gives me more time to overlap because like it's just like I know I need to give myself more time with mechanics stuff. So it's just like it makes me feel like I lose less time.
Maybe he loses a blaze. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just feeling comfortable with that gold pick. Just didn't want to. Maybe got a little.
Bow bread overlap. Can you do that in Yiddish?
Oh right, I forgot this happened.
Who's overlapping bow and bread?
Oh yeah, but then the spawn cycles are so bad it just doesn't matter.
I feel like Aquacord's inventory management was like so much worse than it normally is.
So this unironically isn't
I don't
like.
know.
Yeah, I just felt like I don't know, like Awkward's like so good and so consistent, but it's just like I felt like there's just like he makes small mistakes early and he brings it back, but then it's just like it just keeps getting like too much or like some like stupid thing happens or like nav or just like just something weird. Like I thought he played so well, but it's just like it just felt like everything was not going his way. Like nothing went his way.
Actually 0 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow. That is wild.
And the slow spawner split, 0 time loss.
It's pretty rare that
He like couldn't pull the momentum in his favor, I guess.
Yeah. It's just like every time something happens, like a new seed, just like immediately on this seed came out of ship, and it's just like the mental's like kind of annoyed. And
yeah,
he's got player progress very slow on the right, and it's like he saves time in the fort. He's been playing the forts better and everything. So it's like it's good for the mentals where like you're playing better in that sense. But it's just like then you lose to nav, and it's just like the mental goes back down.
Yeah, I guess just like spawners.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but.
I thought he was pre-crafted. Maybe he's not pre-crafted. I think he is though.
See, I like this terrain from. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say I like this terrain from Aquacord better. Like yeah, no, because it is just better terrain.
So if this is good chords for Aquacord, he is about 20 blocks away and gonna be building this portal first.
He just goes higher, right? And then
yeah, he just goes higher. Also,
really, like down too early.
Yeah. Also, finds funny. 20 blocks away, digs 3 blocks, starts building portal.
Skycrab was like 20.
Like you said, Feinberg, and here we are, 635.
So that's a really big spike though for Aquacord.
Yeah.
Not loving that, but
Like I like this from like this is so weird. I really like this. That like for Aquacord, that spike in the direction he went makes so much sense. He goes top right and then he goes straight down mid, but then it's just like it's just a 50-50. It's just a 50-50, and like you just like what are you supposed to do about it?
Behind, like you said, Feinberg, and here we are, 635.
I mean, he gets the spike kind of down mid. Actually, he gets that big spike first down mid.
No, yeah.
They get the same spike down mid a bit.
Like there, like dude.
Yeah, and then he scans
then,
again
like,
and he gets a
yeah,
smaller
like-
spike. I get it though. I get it.
It's like
you
yeah,
get that
you get
smaller
it here,
spike.
but like you still got the mid spike, so you should be more mid oriented.
Well,
on
yeah,
this.
no, but what I would think here is though, like you have the big spike down mid, and you think it's 2 spawners, and then you have that smaller spike to the right, so you think, okay, so it's 2 spawners, and the smaller one, I think it's the portal room instead. Let me go more right for the portal room.
Yeah, that's right. But he also preemptives with hitboxes on, so I think his numbers are a little different. Like, I feel like the big, it's like, it looks like bigger, but it's like not actually. It's like still good, but maybe I'm wrong.
He does have hitboxes on. Yeah, no, I mean, I like this. I don't mind the
he
choice
does
from him.
actually have. Yeah, because when he he does. You're right. Actually, he does have double spike because when he looks back left here, like that's a spike, right? Like that's just a spike. So there is something to the left and something to the right, or like something mid and or wait. Now that I think about it though, like no, this is where the portal room is, isn't it? He's just picking up the portal room.
Yeah.
So he's just yeah. I mean,
So I expect Skycrab here just like not hungry. Oh no, I forgot he's bread. Never mind. He's got bread.
And he's got 4 bread to spare, so the fact he's on 1 heart here isn't gonna.
You know, if I'm Aquacord and I just go down mid and I see it's there, I'm actually like, I'm gonna like break a line.
Yeah, you're fucking snapping your headset.
Yeah.
It's like those clips where like when people like slam their desk and like every Microsoft product opens.
Dude, I know, it's just like, dude, like stuff like that is like so annoying because it's like that's a nav. In my mind, it's like, oh my god, I lose to Ludwig on that nav, bro. It's like so tilting.
Yeah, Ludwig would do chunk borders 800, 500 ED and just hit it.
Yeah, you just
like
go down
got
mid. Who
actual
cares?
no
You just go down
information.
mid. Who cares? Oh, I went 99. Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to play. Almost, you have to play for the win con. Or just like fly to 90, 95.
Yeah,
like,
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. I actually like that a lot. Yeah, and damn. Must have. Twice. I mean, twice, kind of. They entered Stronghold the same time the other time. Or like,
yeah.
Aquacord
was a little bit ahead on that. Other one, Skycrab was like 2 seconds ahead. So it's like they're both pretty much 50-50s, and they just both go Skycrab's way so far.
Yeah. I found this village shredding pretty interesting. Like, well, I would have grabbed this chest that Aquacord grabbed.
Oh, one more.
I know, it would have been so sad.
Also, what do you think about like this feels like an early hard toggle? I mean, the field it is. I don't know. I feel weird about like hard toggles like this. Like,
really?
I don't know.
I feel like it's just like might as well, right? Like.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. It definitely is. But to me, it just feels like that setting change is like potential time loss, and it's just like. I don't know. I just feel weird about it. Like whenever I try to reason with it, I don't have a good reasoning for it. And I know I don't. It's just like I don't know.
I think
I always skip bad vibes. I don't have a good reason.
I think as early as possible is probably just good because you have more time for the fire to spread around and stuff.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it insta. It's just gonna be the best. Also, yeah, it's actually a crazy mob pool Skycrab sees.
Yeah, and then yeah, I'm just surprised. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like this is like just not like the There's no other
yeah, Aquard's going the
pools
same
or
way
whatever.
now, but it's just like I like Aquard's doing better. It's like well, because you have to go to the river and you have to go to this river anyways for gravel. That's like weird. Yeah, then he sees it. That's like so weird, man.
So awkward. Yeah, I mean, if there's one tree, then the one tree could get burned down, I guess, and then you wouldn't see it. But
yeah,
I don't know.
We'll have to see if he can maintain
I think it's a lot of lead, right? Aquacord hasn't even started building his portal. Just the micro routing for the wood, for the food, you know. Aquacord still has to craft stuff as well. Doesn't craft even his bucket, so this is a massive lead for Skycrab. On the way to maybe the first sweep we've seen, second sweep we've seen all bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, Skycrab. I mean, I think a lot of people would say
3-0s and then gets 3-0'd.
Skycrab just absolutely setting aside his lack of playoffs experience and playing very well so far, looting this chest and continuing on to the triple here.
Remember the terrain that Aquacor's taking? He's so low.
Yeah, I didn't like this from Skycrab.
Aquacor's going even lower.
Ooh, yeah, that was gross. Wait, what did Skycrab do? That was really nice on this.
Just the micro
I feel like it was like.
For the wood, for the food, you know, Aquacord still has to craft stuff as well. Doesn't craft even his bucket.
Instantly went up and raft, and it's just right there.
The first sweep we've seen, second sweep we've seen all bracket.
You say you didn't like what Skycrab did?
I mean,
No. I just wanted to see what he did. It looked good.
Okay.
Because look what Aquacord does. Like, just instead of going up there, he just like goes down and then It goes here, and then
to the triple here
Remember the
of
terrain
this
that
housing.
Awkward's taking?
I mean, for Awkward, it like
if he looks
it just he just
up,
needs to look
like
up. He just needs to look up there. He just looks doesn't look up far enough, so it doesn't see it.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's just kind of
Is
cooked.
it because did Skygrab go up there? I missed it. Skygrab just
Well,
go up in the
Skycrab went
ravine.
up slightly earlier. He went up like here
Oh,
on the
he's
right
just
side.
he's like he's just looking in a different way. Oh yeah, that's so clear from him. Are there portals in the same spot? That feels like actually no. He's just looking a different direction.
Just makes
The
that
portal I'm sure in the same spot.
yeah. He just makes his decision so quick, and then it makes it like so obvious.
Yeah, I mean, Skycrab.
I suppose even from Awkward's
I think
POV.
a lot of people would say Awkward
Yeah,
was
just
the
like his
favorite in
like
this seed, but Skycrab just absolutely.
it's just like oh, there's like no terrain.
Oh,
Just
you
looks
see
like
it
there's
above you
no-
though. No, you
but
see it above
do
you. You see it
see
above you. Yeah,
I think you should
yeah.
definitely not be traversing in
It's
ravines
hard.
compared to
Yeah, it's hard to excuse that. Yeah.
and then up again. Like
Even lower.
I mean, I guess the Bastion's not that far, but you have
No,
a
it's
decent amount of
not.
looks, but like it's just not good. To
Yeah,
do.
it's just I mean like height is just so good, man. Height's just so good.
Yeah.
From this terrain.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think it was
It's just
actually
so fun.
that big of a difference.
So
No, it
No,
was pretty. It
no.
was because he was already.
I don't
quite a
think
bit
it was that
ahead.
much though. I don't think it's that much because I mean, well, he does go down. Like when they enter, 55
and then
to like 210 ish or whatever. I jumped the gun.
Skycrab. I mean, I think a lot of people would say
I
Awkward
guess
was the
just
favorite in this seed.
214. 155, 214. He's on the chest insta. Was Awkward enter?
wait.
Playing very well. Skycrab. I mean, I think a lot of people would say Awkward was the favorite in this seed, but Skycrab.
So he's 20 seconds behind right now. 214. 20 seconds behind.
So
Yeah, he's
How much time is it?
It's already 214 to like it's almost 30 seconds. He just loses like almost 10 seconds raw.
Yeah,
I
okay.
keep saying raw, but yeah, he just loses like 10 seconds to that.
Like 5 chunks away, so I don't really know. It's not like it's crazy terrain and it's treasure bastion. It is just literally right here.
I wonder what that pig picked up. I wonder if it was like a gold block or something.
It is like 5 chunks away, so I don't.
Yeah, it's like weird. Like you wanna
not like
not
it's
let.
crazy terrain.
Yeah. Oh, it was a gold block. Yeah.
Ah, I thought so.
Yeah, you wanna like stand next to the chest so that that doesn't happen because. I mean, like, I get, like, the idea you, like, in FSG or whatever, they, like, break it and then, like, let the pigs, like, pick up the trade so that they are, like, safe or whatever, but
Yeah.
I think you don't want to risk anything where, like, you'll lose a gold block. It's just bad.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary because like it could easily be a win con.
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't be on this because you have like the only win con to be on this is like pearls, but like you have because you have 2 beds, you have food, you have 9 obby
Yeah.
from the chest, and you still haven't even checked the bottom double.
Yeah.
We've seen Aquacore make up time in these fortresses.
That is true.
Something
That
we've
is
seen
true.
in both the seeds. So it could happen again, which is interesting, right? Because it feels like Skycrab.
I like that quick pearl hanging from Skycrab as well. It's like you know you're not gonna have much time to overlap, but he's like, oh, he's on fire is right, and he's already out.
Oh, yeah. I was like.
Yeah, he's
thought,
just, he's
like,
thinking about it
Awkward had
so
this-
much.
I thought, like, this is Awkward's chance to, like, come back, and, like, I mean, he did, but.
Yeah, it was a really good window.
Well, he just didn't maybe fully check his Tradle or something. It's interesting that he's going back. Is there even any fire res? I mean, look at Aquacord. There is 1 fire res.
One. Okay. Okay.
But that's a lot of time lost,
Awkward
right?
have a pearl hang?
What was maybe
No.
a 30-second lead.
Just so awkward in that Bastion. Like, how do you not get any pre-crafts up or pearl hang? Like, you just don't get anything.
Yeah,
when it's
he's
that
I think he's
slow
just messing with
trades.
inventory too much. Yeah, and also he messes up gold throw, so it's just like wasted time.
Wait. Oh, look at this. He didn't get fire res.
Because yeah, he's just messing with his inventory so much.
Pretty decent mistake there. I'm pretty sure that's what he's.
Also, he throws out his arrows. He throws out the. Oh no, never mind. He's got 37. I didn't see that.
Check his Tradle or something. It's interesting that he's going back. Is there even any fire res? I mean, look at Aquacord. There is 1 fire res.
One. Okay. Okay.
But that's a lot of time lost, right? Like.
Yeah, he's not-
Honestly, if I'm
he's just
Skycrab,
doing
I would generally
inventory.
think about. I mean, maybe not if I'm Skycrab, but like I would think about just like not even going back like at all, and just like just playing the fort normally, because like you have 12 bread. Like I feel like it's like I feel like it could just be chill. And you can make a shield if you need to.
1 heart in the spawner. He hasn't popped the fire res yet. He's got to pop it now.
I would, I mean, yeah, no.
I don't know. I mean, I'm also just like really confident in myself with like no fire stuff. But like I know like a lot of people don't like it. Wait, then how do we? Wait, how does Skycrab or Awkward just make all the time back?
Aquacord.
Even
yeah,
even
this is
still like
so
with like
weird,
being slow
like-
with everything. It's like he's just like Skycrab's like been out and like been at this fort, even though like he's like it's just like food.
Awkward just pearled up, and it's just like he's at the same spot that Skycrab's at, and then he instantly pearls.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, it's just a lot of this downtime. Oh, he gets stuck there. Huh.
You could totally
I've never
jump
seen
that.
that before.
And then yeah, this is just like good. I feel like it's crazy that Skycrab went for spawner 2 here on 1.5 hearts and just having to run over and
Yeah, and he throws out his axe as well. Like, just like it's just,
hey.
yeah, it still just feels so bad. Yeah, but I think this one is like a third seed. Awkward just like loses then 50-50 nav or something. Cause like yeah, he misses. It's a one spawn. He's just fire on the spawner, and it's like it's so bad.
Yeah, we lost a rod.
At all for the healing and the other inventory stuff he had to manage, right? Took an extra spawn on this spawner for only one blaze loss. And Nerdy, these spawners are far enough apart where we could see different strongholds. We could see different terrain to the strongholds as well.
Looks like Aquacord here a little bit ahead at this point, honestly, on 6 rods.
Yeah, no,
Grab doesn't keep gravel, that's
two
interesting.
plus 1 cycle. It was 2 cycles for those 3 blazes. So just 2 fast cycles.
I mean, yeah, it's like Awkward's so far here.
Hey, what
It's annoying us with the
happened,
2
man?
eyes. I think this is just a nav diff again.
Skycrab gonna try
Lost
to
a
go
nav
for
3
7
times.
He does get it so he can
I think so.
his measurement and
It's like eye breaks.
So Aquacord needs another blaze, which is right here, but it's some time loss, right? He's got to get this blaze.
Awkward didn't have
He doesn't
pre-crafts.
the
Oh,
Like
okay.
it's just in his inventory. It's
So
just
closer than we
so
think now,
like
because Skycrab can measure, leave this eye and go. And the pearl hang was towards
What are you talking about?
like Awkward's inventory this whole time just feels so uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah. Also, is Skycrab sitting a one eye?
Maybe they're on the same chord. Skycrab
No, no.
ahead, same terrain they're heading to right now.
Yeah, then Awkward loses time because he lost a rod that fell down, and then he didn't have pre-crafts.
Yeah.
But Aquacord
He's building portal first, and Skycrab fell. I forgot.
Yeah.
He's got time. It's not blinking. It's not blinking.
641. Yeah, he's like 7-8 seconds ahead.
Does he get a clean spike? It's a good
You
spike
get like
back.
something that way, but like, oh, this is just like fake. Oh, yeah, this nav was so weird.
Spike behind. Aquacord going down here.
I'm like so curious as to what like this was.
If this is the wrong way. Skycrab doesn't know where he's going either. Neither of these
Also, like how Awkward's actually up on health, so it's like if he finds if Skycrab finds portal room soon, like he just like has to almost like has to hunger reset.
Water staircase down mid.
But yeah, it's just like goes down mid and gets a spike.
Fake spike
Like it's just
behind and then just full cold,
You
and
just-
he just gives up on the face
Yeah.
spike way earlier than Awkward. That's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
so. That just sucks. Like
Yeah,
feel
it's
like-
just
actually,
like,
though.
it's just so weird. Yeah, he's like he just like Awkward has nothing. He has nothing.
Like
on
that
him.
that portal room has no reason to be cold either. It's like 2 blocks
doesn't even
covered by the
turn.
biggest ravine ever. Yeah.
Does it even like I feel like I've sometimes seen it cold it like if it's like if it does like a 90-degree turn, but like I swear it's like just straight like same orientation as the way you're
You know.
facing.
There's
So it's just
no
like I
reason.
just don't get it. I just don't get it. And also like the spike, like obviously they both send the same spike, but like definitely like it doesn't look fully real.
yeah, it looks a little weird. But, like they're
It's
both
probably-
sending it and rescanning, so maybe
Maybe
like
it's
probably
Duke's. Maybe
safe.
it's like Duke's 7 chest. It's just like it's like this big
Yeah.
orange, but it's not even like that big.
Yeah,
Like it's like well, I
almost
feel like the only time you
real.
see it, I feel like the only time you see it is like it pops up for like a second when you first load the pie.
Yeah. It's like barely on the border, and then Skycrab just gives up way earlier. And
He
then...
just goes down there and it's like so obvious.
yeah. That's absurd. That's absurd.
Yeah, it's just so brutal, man.
2 months ago.
Crazy stuff.
2 pearls away. 3
And then it's another thing where it's just like if I'm Awkward, like Ludwig out nabs me on this because he just goes down mid, doesn't do anything else. Like it's just like it's just so tilting.
That just sucks for Awkward losing to Nav 3 times in a row. Like, bro.
No, it's so awful, bro. It's so brutal. And you just like it's like you can't really fault him on any of it, man.
Yeah. Like, I would argue he played better on the first seed and got unlucky, and then on the second seed, I think Skycrab did the nav a bit better, but then on this seed, like
Awkward is I mean Awkward, like you say Awkward plays first seed better and loses nav, and then like Awkward is just in Stronghold first on the next two seeds.
yeah, and
So
he's
it's
in
just like
Stronghold first on next, so he's just like if he just has like an easy just spike down mid, then he'll just win both of those.
Yes.
Take a seed, nerdy, and Skycrab.
It's just brutal.
Just crazy. Skycrab's hitting the fucking RSG looking ranked playoffs right now.
No, actually, bro.
Bro's never getting world record.
He's wasting it all in playoffs.
Yeah. Wow, is that everybody? Huh. Okay. We made it. I mean, we could rewatch this one
I don't
if you
feel
want
like
to.
I don't feel like we didn't. I don't feel like we fully watched. I feel like we skimmed over it a bit.
Yeah, you wanna
can,
I mean,
we just go over like a little quicker. But yeah, I'm down to go over it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm down too.
Because we can definitely skip over the second seed a lot. And I feel like the first seed overall as well, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like skip ahead. You can just like skip through and like just like anything that happens, like I'll just point out or like because I didn't really pay attention to what like Loki was doing.
Okay. Curry pinged me. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait, what were the pick bans actually? I want to look at that.
He banned Village, right? He banned Village. I just banned BT.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Would you ever think about banning RP?
No. I'm like even though like oh my gosh, so scared 824. Like I'm like honestly like I would say RP is like my most competency type like at this point right now. Like I feel really good about RP is really yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
There we go. There it is.
And then the only thing I think I was toying with was like banning Village myself, but then he banned Village. The only thing I was thinking about it was just like I know in Village Seeds he always gets like a lot of extra food and tries to play aggressive with pearls, and I'm just confident that I'm better with food management and that stuff. So it's like that's why I was like felt fine playing like a BT seed, even though like I banned it. It's just like whatever, I'll ban it. But I feel good. I feel fine on that seed because it's very low food and it's just like takes a lot to manage it to play the seed properly.
Yeah, that does make sense. Beltech for Village, maybe. I don't know. I don't really love it. It'd have to be really linear for me to think it's worth it.
Hey, Infium, do you ever like back up against a chest? Do you know about that tech?
Oh, you mean back up against the chest?
Like if you back up against a chest, you just insta pick up all the items from that chest, so you don't have to walk around to get them.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that's not bad though.
You're standing in the corner. It feels like you like grabbed everything from both of those two chests. Cause like when he turns around, maybe the corner.
You grab like half.
No, yeah, this chest
from each of
is
them.
probably. But like this just has nothing.
Yeah, because I moved left a little bit as well. Like, there's the only thing that's like left over that I didn't get was like this, like the diorite or whatever.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
We gotta start hitting one stack head hitters in the temple.
Bro, you're the only one that can even do that.
Wait, what do you mean one stack head hitters?
The like 3-block head hitters where you hit your head and then it makes you jump faster.
Wait, what? Like the one where you just build it like on the ground?
No, not
No. It's like
oh, my crafting looks shaky there. I'm actually
you know,
really
like
surprised.
there's that staircase in housing where you can X surf and like go up really fast.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, and like the same thing in stables gap.
Yeah.
And like you go up faster because you're hitting your head on the ceiling when you jump. And like
oh, that's what you mean.
You just
yeah,
it just like boosts you down kind of. And it saves 2 ticks per jump.
Oh yeah. Also,
no,
I didn't get
I was thinking of something similar with like the Emma pillaring with gravel, but I think that takes a lineup where you save 2 ticks per jump because you're like one stacking with gravel and making it fall on your feet.
Yeah, very clean stuff there from Loki.
Like, that doesn't even save time though, does it?
It does. It's like 1 tick faster than Soul Sand each jump, but it's like a lineup, so it's not
Really?
like something you can rip.
Wait, so we
Oh,
go
it's
back.
insane you don't die here.
No, like, dude, look when I go in F5. Like when I go in F5 here, like, look at the bottom right of my screen. Like, you see, just like that guy's
Bro.
coming in so
Oh
fast.
my god, dude. Bro,
It looks
look,
so
coming in hot.
quick. Oh my god.
It's the twink hitbox.
Hello?
What does that even mean?
Wait, are you not aware of that?
Somebody said that earlier.
I mean, I feel like this one compared to the stables one later, I feel like this one's like way more like, oh yeah, that's like so. I feel like this is so easy. Like I don't die here. To me, this feels so easy.
On 4.5 hearts. Wet Manhunt, he could die
Bro.
right here. 2 hearts. This is the one where you have to bridge.
He does throw some gold. Places the blocks behind him.
And he made it.
It looks like he's gonna be okay.
But he's on 2 hearts still, right? And we have
Yeah,
no
I mean,
gap and 13
I feel like I don't. I feel like I do
survival
top down here probably.
for the rest of this seed.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just thinking as well, like Manon has a higher ceiling. That's just like all it is, and I'm already behind, so it's just like I just want to send it.
Yeah.
I probably should like. I don't know, I think for like recently for playoffs, I've been trying to think like I need to play like a lot more aggressive and like riskier plays. But it's just like I did that on 2 seeds, and I lost both of them, and then I went for more consistent play on the last seed, and it worked out. So it's like I don't know. It's just really weird.
I think it does have a higher peak, but like you can also like you can kind of determine like what the like how good your manhunt is gonna be based on like just how like dry it is or whatever. It's obviously if it's super like just full like dry manhunt floor, then you're just never gonna you're always gonna have a fast manhunt. Like you're always gonna have a fast manhunt. And then with these, it's like you kind of have to determine whether or not. Because I think I mean, you just didn't open it up, which is like fine, whatever. Like kind of just.
Yeah, I just don't really consider that much.
But
I see
had
manhunt,
2 or
and,
3
like, especially with
pigs there, so,
temple.
like...
I don't know. I feel like especially with temple, you have the blocks. I just like don't even think about it like ever being bad. I feel like it's just like if you do it properly, it's just like so chill.
I guess I just don't think like that. There's like that much you can do about like unless you're playing it riskier, like you can't like build the bridges very nicely for them. So then you're just gonna lose pigs that are on like some of the ramparts in the outside part.
Yeah.
So you just, I mean, if you had armor or something like that, then it would be like a lot safer, and then you could just go out there and just like build like multiple bridges and like connect everything, and then it'll just be normal. Yeah, I really didn't like how Loki just leaves, like, enters this bastion.
I just want to see. How does he play this?
Like he eats.
I haven't been watching him at all.
Like
Oh yeah,
he
you were
should
talking about
eat
earlier.
insta, and then
yeah, he should be eating
eats
here.
as soon as he leaves. He eats a bit, and then doesn't eat again until he's like he could have been eating
like now,
and then I mean I don't know. Or like now.
I just want to see his pearls he took as well, because finds out something about like one like weird pearl on a tree.
Like
he's dead.
now, like he just could have been eating like so early, and then he's just leaving the bastion on 5.5 hearts with only rotten flesh to heal. I like how he exits
like,
here because he gets the height early, so he's saving a pearl in this way. Compared to you, you have the pearl up, and then
yeah, this is way better than what I did. I didn't even think that even crossed my mind. Because in my mind it's like, you know, I just leave out I pearl into the main part of the housing, and then I can send another pearl. It's just gonna be faster than walking up and then setting the pearls.
It's just because you have to. It's just because you don't have the health. That's it.
Yeah, because I take a harder damage there, and it takes like this so long for me to regen. It's just like, you know, if I'm not gonna pearl, I don't want to wait there doing nothing. I was like, I might as well move.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, then I'm just thinking here. I just need to do 1 pearl. I need to do 1 pearl on to the fort.
For Infume, you really needed that food.
Yeah, not only the time loss.
Because like I could be throwing a pearl here, but it's just like
he needed the food. Like that was the whole point.
I can only throw
right?
1 pearl.
It's double time loss because he needed this food.
Here we go, Loki on 3 hearts. So it's looking a little bit better here.
Yeah, but then I just enter at a better spot because it's just better with pearl, because like I think I enter 4 like 25 seconds behind, but I'm at spawner 10 seconds behind, so which is good.
Yeah.
And then it's just like you can like skim through this a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to like.
You could skip through a lot of this.
That's fair.
I think this one is just like very straightforward. I just like like also just like I think the only thing is notice is like just like when he hits the second spawner.
Oh yeah.
He has a 3 spawn. Like I just like don't get that. That's so
I don't
weird.
get it either. It's just like you hit it like earlier than him, and then you get a 1 spawn, and then he hits it like a little later, and then you get like he gets a 3 spawn. Like it's just so random.
Yeah.
Though, because I think it's 1 pearl away.
True, yeah.
I mean, Infume is in a different little micro spot here in this village.
Or wait, maybe these are strays. Now that I think about it,
Oh,
because
shit.
there's a wither
That would make
skeleton
more
there. Like
sense.
it could have just been 2 blazes too.
Infume is in a different little micro spot.
I just can't see.
No, I'm trying to look at like the particles. I'm trying to look at the particles like when they spawn. That close one is where it spawns. That close one definitely spawns.
True, yeah.
I mean, Infume is in a different little.
No, they all spawn. No,
Yeah.
that looks like they all spawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Or at least two. At least two. That's weird.
As we hit this last
Yeah, then I think I just make up the time because he just doesn't have the spawner loaded here. Like, be my only guess. Oh, and then also just like I think I just managed to terrain a little better.
So awkward with low terrain like this. He's got
Yeah, because I'm out on this cycle, and then like, dude, I just like still letting nerves get to me. Like when I killed this last blaze, I just like,
rod after this. I don't think he's gonna get it off of this
I just like,
blaze, but if he does,
I just like,
that's
I don't know, I should crit
crazy.
it.
Because now Loki
Oh, he
doesn't have
fell
nearly as many
there.
blazes as we thought. How is Infium up on a blaze? I don't know.
Wait, I want to see what your exit was because I actually wasn't paying attention. Because like
Yeah,
he
Loki
just,
went bottom right.
he just like
I
wanted to get a
just-
pearl hang off, but then you don't have a pearl hang, and then he just like, and then you just like
I
kind of
have
have
way
it nicer.
cleaner
But
terrain.
also, if his pearl doesn't fall down there, then he's way faster too. His
Oh,
pearl
yeah,
was
yeah,
like
100%,
one block
100%.
off.
And that's the time that could matter, right? If this is instant nav, he's just ahead a little bit here, and the menuing and everything. Good spike.
Yeah, then this is just like I just don't check my spikes good enough because yeah, when I go to the 4-way where the direction is, I don't have it because I do like that first spike, I do that first turn, I like almost like miss this portal room, and then when I go back here, I have enemies and I just like don't notice. I just don't clock it. That's just it. You can go to the also you if you want, you go like the second or third, like maybe the third seed. I feel like we talking about the second seed a bit. That's up to you though. I don't know if you want to do it for like if you want to do like analysis for your video or whatever.
I might just like combo what we did or what we talked about earlier and what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I feel like we skimmed over a lot more of these than earlier than like the other seeds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was just a clean 0, and then like, I mean, you were only a second behind. Like, it kind of sucks losing to Nav there.
Yeah. And then ship seed, lava pool, and then I die because it's a weird spike to spawner, and I just like I got way too tunnel vision on the fort.
Right. Yeah, I remember this whole seed now.
Yeah. Wheat wall.
Wheat wall.
I remember when I did that, I was thinking like that might get screenshotted.
Been there.
You just know it's getting clipped.
Yeah,
my miscraft was the thumbnail of the fucking.
Oh yeah, it was the leaf boat.
Yeah,
The leaf boat.
yeah.
Anyways, I don't know how much time that saved him.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
And is Loki just force top down on this, or like? Oh no, he's just more
No,
indecisive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like surprised you are so decisive because to me it looks kind of like the terrain is like.
I
But
just
I
can't
guess
see
you
the
just
top. I
like
can't see where the
never
top
are gonna
one
play
is.
top down here because it's just too far away. Like even if it is.
Yeah,
lava
it's like
far.
at like best case scenario it's to my left, and then I don't have terrain. I have to like dig through or whatever. It's just like
I
weird.
guess.
Not too applicable though, or not doesn't matter too much. And is Infium going to make sure his pigs get up for Manon? He is. Piggies are up, they are not blocked off. As
Yeah,
both
and then like
blocks
this
are. He's
is.
actually on these backup blocks first.
Yeah, we talked about the spike earlier as well. The spawner spike. I remember I showed it in call as well. It's like
Right.
really weird.
Yeah, that was really weird. I mean, like.
The obsidian up there.
I do
feel
forget
like-
fire res, and like it's just weird.
Oh yeah, it was so awkward with forgetting the fire res.
Yeah, this seems just awkward all around to me. And then yeah, because Loki as well, like he repies earlier before I do, because I commit more to the right and he repies before that.
I think he spots it now,
Yeah.
but this is so much time loss.
Yeah.
How does he make up the time back?
No, I just like I try to play aggro on strays and I just tunnel vision my health. Or tunnel vision, don't look at my health.
Yeah, happens. Like, it was also kind of fucked. Like, I feel like you had the feel, like you knew you shouldn't have been on 2 hearts at this point. You've been fucking, you were at 2.5 for 8 seconds, but then it's just like you didn't look, and then it's just like, GG.
Yeah.
Like you had the feel. Like you shouldn't have been on 2.5 hearts there. I don't know why it works like that even, but
It's fine. I should just be more aware of it either way.
yeah, I mean,
It's fine.
what can you do?
Dude, oh yeah, then fucking Fulham analysis. So look at Loki Pearl. Alright, good analysis. Like, okay.
Oh yeah.
like I'm so
Look at this guy. Look at this dude. It's just funny.
That was a crazy save.
No, it is gross. It is gross. I'm not gonna lie, it's gross.
It's kind of funny, like Loki is so good at just putting himself in situations and then just like aura clutching.
Oh my god, yeah. No, because I actually remember, like, that's so reminiscent of, like, what Rain would do. Like, I just remember he would always practice, like, the hardest possible zeros and always fuck up, and he was so good at the backups. And, like, I think that's just what Loki does, too. He just always practices going at absolutely 120% speed and fucks up all the time and then just tries to recover it in practice. I think that's what he does. Like, it's just so good, honestly, because he just gets so good in the clutch scenarios.
Really cool. I've never thought about this. He's getting the cows away from
I was like wondering how I didn't get the crit on the second cow. I just jumped. I just like landed.
And then killing all the action there. That was crazy.
Good stuff there from Infume. I will say, does
and
Loki have any food?
No food. Yeah. Infume went after these cows. Loki has no food. So crazy potential for this seed.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I was talking about this seed as well. I remember talking about like my stupid gold pick inventory management.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
I forgot about that.
Do you ever make shovel, like, when you don't need it?
No.
It's just
Interesting.
so risky, right?
You know what it's reminiscent of though, Feinberg?
Do you switch iron sword with shovel?
Last season, right?
No, I put it in my one slot.
Seed where Hacks got no pork, I think.
I don't really switch shovel with anything.
And Hacks just played the seed super
That's real.
cleanly, so it didn't matter.
When you don't have shovel, you just don't really know. Just like some random shit is there.
Exactly. So
Yeah, I think actually no. Only time I changed it, I try to put my eyes there and I have my gold pick in my one slot. I'll replace my gold pick with my iron sword. Actually, no, I'll replace the iron sword with gold pick or whatever.
I do like Infume's position maybe a little more here. It's gonna be hard to say. I mean,
Yeah, that's like but yeah, like up until I don't touch my 3 slot until like before leave. So
it's insane. It's like sometimes in Pearl Siege you get 3 chickens, sometimes you get 5. 6 steak is just it's just absurd. Like each steak, I haven't fully done the math or gotten caught up on it in a while, but I feel like a steak is like 8 hearts of like healing. I feel like a steak is just so.
Yeah, and like I missed that gold throw and I just think I've lost the seed already.
Yeah.
Because I just assumed the time I lost like
so
in the
annoying.
water pool for Loki.
Yeah, this is bad. Like he should. Like
Wait,
this is actually
more?
really
Can you
like
just,
because he always loots like the left side first, but it's just worse because of this late pigs. Like
Yeah, and like
this.
I think as well, this could be a thing where like, he's standing in this corner, so the pig's right below him, and then he goes around, and then the pig passes around.
Oh.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but like that's what I'm like. That's what I think. I want to stand more back over the hole. I don't know if that's right though, but like that's what I feel. That's what I feel like happens.
Yeah, no, that's definitely possible. I mean, look, we could check the replay honestly, and see how the pig pass. Yeah, apparently it's available for 3 days.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's why I wasn't. Oh yeah, because remember when you talked? Because I watched. I think I mainly watched the analysis you and Duke did on my match. I remember you guys like talking about like it's like weird with replays.
Really? Why is it only 3 days?
Because like the server was like going down a little bit ago, and they had to like lower it.
Is that for every match?
I think so.
Bruh.
So yeah, like if somebody wants to make a video on playoffs, you gotta.
Oh, you can download it. Yeah.
This is a little weird.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yep, he's under a.
Like Rooks has them downloaded already, I think.
No, that's nice. I also just thought I was like way behind here because I enter on spawner. I didn't realize Loki just like didn't even enter on spawner. He's got one stray and activates spawner, but. Oh yeah, and then I have lower RD, try to get some strays to get some maybe correlation, not causation strays.
You can just ask Rooks. I think he'll probably give it to you.
And he's in the lead on food.
Yep, exactly.
Loki's just committing to.
I shouldn't have eaten there, honestly. Can you go back and see how much health I was on?
Loki, no fire rest.
I was like I was supposed to see how much health I was on when I entered the spawner.
Infume has good strays on these spawners here. I feel like Infume's gonna be in the lead in Blaze's kill.
I think about 3.
And he's in the lead on food.
I just like I guess I wanted to eat, but I just like shouldn't though, because I feel like the waste of time eating, I could just like potentially miss like I have fire on my spawner and I miss a cycle.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't hate eating because like
Yeah, I don't
otherwise
think it's
you
that
eat
bad.
afterwards, and then if you eat afterwards, then you might get like double hit by a blaze or something. Just like
Yeah.
you're avoiding like the really unlucky scenario.
Yeah, it's better for safety. But like also there, like I get a 3 spawn instead of a 4 spawn. Like I probably could have gone if I have like I like clear out one more fire.
Yeah,
That's like, it's whatever.
One more blaze. Infume's got blazes waiting though. That's also not the 6th. But Loki's got more blazes waiting.
Is this gonna be it?
Wait, do you see what Loki did? Wait, go back. Look what Loki did when he cut that last blaze.
I was wondering.
Look at it. Look
did
at
he, like,
look at
walk
his.
into
Look,
it?
no. Look at his hotbar. He goes to shovel because he's like autopiloting with sword, but he doesn't have a sword, so he tries to hit it with a shovel.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, that's funny. I thought that was with his axe, but he just like he just
Yeah.
went to sword shovel or like axe sword, and then he just doesn't have an axe. It's funny. He did that twice this seed.
Oh, Hax was so upset because Hax was so upset Loki kept talking shovel. Funny. That's funny. Hax even noticed it.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Dude, yeah. I remember being so nervous killing these blazes here.
And this micro is gonna matter, right? You know, when can you leave
Let's talk about earlier as well with like just like blinding first on 5 rods.
Wait, what? He left the eye?
And this micro is gonna matter, right? You know, when can
No
you
way.
when can you
He's got no ah!
I kind of like it actually. 60...
Yeah.
No, I don't like it. I would have grabbed the eye and I would have pearled twice on Hunger Reset. Because it's 1600 and then you can pearl 3 times instead of just twice on the way to second portal.
Maybe. I don't mind it though from him because, you know, like you're up 2-0. You have to win one of the next 3 seeds. You know you're gonna lose a lot of time because you have to Hunger Reset and do that, all that stuff. It's just like an extra Hunger Reset that you might have to do. I don't mind it from him. I think it's a good play. Like for the situation.
No.
Great spike down mid though for Infume.
Oh yeah, this was a stupid nav where it's like all while I'm going here, it's to my left.
Oh yeah,
It's like to my left, and I don't hear it. I don't even have lava pops, and then the surface spawns out of nowhere.
It just looks so funny.
Yeah, it looks so stupid.
Why did Loki not do the roof Hunger Reset?
Oh, that's weird. I don't know.
It's not free,
Hasn't learned it.
but he has more explosives than Loki.
Yeah, this was.
What tower is this?
Oh yeah, and see, Loki does. Oh no, Loki does double perk, but he builds up 2.
Yeah.
Like yeah, that's what I don't get. Oh, and this was the Enderman, right? Yeah, he just like.
Yeah.
He's like it's just kind of like lack of awareness and whatnot. If anything.
I'm surprised you like double betting here more. I feel like this bet like always ends up sucking. Like.
Well, yeah, it does, but like sometimes if I only have 5 beds, I can turn around and hit the anchor or hit the crystal and it does like hella damage.
Yeah, that's true.
It's I don't know. It's like a little ore farm, and I know it is more risky, but like I don't know. I just like doing it.
No,
Because
I mean,
also
that's-
sometimes
you can do
on
that
that first after the second rotation when you double the first time, sometimes you get so much height you don't even need to hit a bed the second time, and you can just do an early bow and the two beds do so much damage. It's like it's weird. It's like because it's scary to give it that much height, but like it can just be really nice sometimes, like really nice.
Oh, so you give it a lot of height off the second bed, and then you have it rotate over and skip, so you don't even have to do the shit bed.
Yeah.
So then you can.
Yeah,
get
you can
a
do
good...
that sometimes. Yeah.
Huh.
I
Yeah,
definitely
okay,
I
that's
definitely prefer
interesting.
though just placing one bed because it helps manage the height a little better. Because sometimes you have to hit that double. You have to shoot the dragon really early because or else it will break the bed sometimes. It's a really weird thing to balance, and so it's just like 6 bet on that. I like really I feel really safe on. But yeah, it's all weird. It's all weird.
Low 348 to the
right place.
Oh yeah, this was the axe seed.
Yeah.
He's 2 seeds
Hold on, I'm gonna fill up my water real quick.
And
Okay.
now he's 1 seed away from not being able to get redemption, right? We could see an Infume Hacks Grand Finals again, but not if Loki has anything to say about it. 2 seeds left to go. Infume, his life on the line, down 0-2, has brought it back to 1-2. As he's looking
Both runners
for the BT.
finding that BT pretty quick there.
Damn, like dude, he just loots that so fast, man. Ugh.
Not gonna be an issue for Loki, hopefully.
And we get shears for blocks as well. We get the gold shovel, 1 spare gold for distraction. Infume holding on to the 2 emeralds. Might make his inventory look a bit.
Yeah, full reset. He crafted 3 axes.
What?
I mean, he realizes it quick though. He does it so quick. He does it like 25 seconds in.
Oh no.
So I was wondering like how much time did I lose just overworld? I mean, well, it's also like maybe like a buffer of 5 seconds because he already knows what the BT is.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
3
I don't know.
axes?
Yeah, he just
Was he bug
maybe it was-
crafting? How do you drag 3? You hold like shift, right? So you drag. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Wow.
something like that. I'm not exactly.
He just accidentally
Yeah, I
left
was like,
clicked instead of right clicked, which is kind
yeah,
of silly.
because I remember I was like really surprised like how far ahead I was like in the Bastion. Because I was just like I'm just like watching like I'm like doing my triple to gap, getting ready to do my triple to gap. I'm just like watching Loki start a match and it's just like it's like so long because I'm in at 109.
Ooh, but I will say one thing.
And you were like, holy fuck, I cranked the shit out of this. Let's fucking
No,
go.
I was like Loki gassing myself up. Like, oh my god, I'm like crazy.
Yeah. We'll have to see if he
I mean,
maybe
it does.
does it. I don't
Oh,
know if
that's not
that's
double
really
grab.
gonna matter that much, but you know, maybe
109.
that much.
I mean,
like it's not like you.
it's like a 25 second. He reset like 25 seconds. I'm 24 seconds ahead into the Nether, and then like you maybe give him a couple seconds from like having to just because he already knows what the BT is on the second run through. Like I think I still plays overall better.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar. I think yeah. It's just this Bastion that was scuffed as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking too much about that block, and then I give that guy gold, and I don't know, like I don't feel like there's any good spot though to do that. Like I feel like if even I throw gold, I'm still cooked. Because like look where that guy is.
You have to throw it at your feet right now, and then he'll just path up through you.
Oh, at your feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I just like push him, and like it's just like inside me. And I
It's
can't
just hard
do
with
anything.
nerves and stuff too.
Yeah. It was a good save though. I played this stupid though, because I wanted to stay back because I just wanted to let more pigs go back, but like I was stupid to me like hang over the edge there.
So not the worst situation for Infume.
And I see like so many late guys coming in, which made me feel better. I see like so many guys like coming in, but it's just like I knew this was like really bad time loss. And then you like skip ahead like right to the leave, the Bastion leave.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I look at the second pixel up and then jump. Is that what you mean?
Ball 69 and it's Taniel. Come and get me.
These fuckers. Wait, what was this again? Because it's crazy. Like that's just crazy. That's just crazy.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
how did he not get hit there?
Yeah, I just I don't know how I don't die there.
My
man.
heart dropped. I thought you lost. Like I just thought you lost as soon as that happened.
Mine did too. Mine did too. And I'm just like sitting in the corner at 2 hearts. I'm like, what the fuck
I'm
just
like,
happened?
he's dead. I said, he's dead. I was just like, fuck. It's over.
Like, oh my god.
Infume definitely making some blunders here. Loki is.
Yeah, and it's like here, I'm like thinking it's like probably about even.
No, I mean Loki sends a blind pearl, but like
Yeah,
Loki,
that's what's happening to
it's
myself. I've been trying to do better with like not sending blind pearls. 'Cause I
yeah.
feel like they can be so punishing.
Infume definitely making some.
This blind pearl right here. I mean, it's not terrible. I would probably just have pearled to the tree that he can see. That's probably what I would have done.
Yeah, you have health.
Instead of
He has
going over
food
it.
to work with as well, and like COD.
Yeah.
Like that pearl's just bad. It's just like
Bro.
too high. Like that pearl's just bad.
But he still saves a bit of time, I think, because you just had to run through the warped forest for a while.
Yeah.
I always just like
I remember
insta pearling like up to like crimson or warped trees, and then just being able to see everything.
Yeah, no, it's really clean.
As the seed progresses here, first rod there for Loki and for Infume.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, because I wanted to, because I knew I was like, I lost a lot of time that I should not have lost. I remember, like, because I wanted to, like, I thought about like almost like trying to like lower deep type of strays here, and then like I also like I maybe wanted to like play a second spawner, but it's just like in my mind as well. I remember thinking about it. It's just like that's just another variance play, and I'm in the lead. I feel like it's better to just limit variance for me.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So I don't know where the variance is going to come in on this seed in the fortress.
Yeah, and it's like these spawns are so good, but I was like actually kind of worried. I want these races to be bad because it's just like I know if I can't get my pre-caps down, like I'm just gonna get gapped and like Loki's gonna
Yeah.
time on this. Like I got kind of worried when that guy dropped and I'm like, oh fuck, I've got 6 rods.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, but it's like it's just the thing, like you know the practice in the Blaze practice map, clearing up fire. Loki gets like a 2 or 3 spawn. I get back to 4 spawns, so I'm up on a rod.
Really? I forgot about that. Yeah, that just makes sense. I'm surprised neither of you pre-craft before blind.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like the spawns were really good, man. The spawns were really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I got so worried that this guy was gonna hit me. Like you, like watch like the moonwalk I do.
Yeah, I saw. I remember
So
watching that
stupid.
like live or whatever, and I was like, Careful, careful, like just move.
I just thought that pearl was gonna land so closer. Like every I don't know. It felt like the game was so slow for me there. It's just like I'm just like in my mind, it's like land.
Yeah.
Look how far ahead Infume is.
Yeah, and I was proud of this terrain nav. I was like really happy with how I nabbed this.
I mean, most likely, right? Surely.
Oh, it's two blazes that he lost.
There we go.
Maybe the fire was worse than we thought.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's
He's
unfortunate.
going to chords.
Yeah, and then every time just like I'm in stronghold first, it's just like please be an easy nav. Please be an easy nav. Oh, and then this was this nav. We low key tweaked out on.
Yeah.
It's just like misinterpreting the spike.
Yeah, slight tunnel vision or something like.
Yeah. I don't know, but I remember just feeling good though. I remember feeling good. Like I've like fully cleared this bottom left, so it's not gonna be here. And then I know there's no way Loki's gonna go more mid on this. So I felt pretty good honestly that like I was still gonna gap him on the nav. Like I was gonna be ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just goes bottom left first.
Yes, half a heart, not dead to the silverfish. There's the crafting.
I have 6 hobby. I could have made a 3rd anchor. I remember just like thinking, I just like autopilot just made 2 anchors.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
An Infume on pace for a mid-7.
I think is this the front 99? Oh yeah, like dude, look at I was so shaky here, man. I guess you don't really see it. I remember like, dude, I was shaking so bad on this 0, man. I remember because I don't even
Oh my god,
double
I
on
could
these
see
first 2
it.
rotations.
When you went for the arrow.
Yeah.
But the damn he does just decided not to shoot there.
Ooh.
Is this too low? No.
That's nice though. That's nice.
And we're going to a game 5. Loki having a mess in the stronghold that we're watching on the other side of our screen. A little hunger reset in this water area. How did Infume save blazes? It was like 2 blazes as well, because Loki killed the first one on the new spawn, and there was.
Yeah, it's like Loki's well. Like I didn't realize he didn't even enter the end.
Infume got a 4 spawn. Loki got a.
I know.
Yeah, because this spike seemed more back left.
I just want to see what he picked.
For us.
I was also kind of surprised Loki picked ship on this. I was like kind of surprised, like
Wait,
for his
what
last
is-
seed. Because I picked it and he won it. He won it by a good margin, but like I was like confused why he picked it. I mean, the only thing I think is
What
like
are
he
his
gapped it over
options
by like
right
6
now?
seconds.
It's just
Anything. Pretty much anything
village.
except maybe BT. Really, village, temple, ship, RP. Anything you can choose from.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I feel like I would.
Confidence he gave him, or maybe he's not even really thinking about
Yeah,
it.
because I feel
He
good on
lost on
ship seeds. I feel
RP
good
and
on ship seeds.
BT.
For us.
I mean, maybe just because he that's the one he won on, right?
To them.
Yeah, he won on it, and he got me on both overworlds, but I think maybe he's thinking like not do temple because like I know I am just like good on temples, so like maybe just thinks like a one-off thing where he gaps in the overworld, but then like he just like gaps on ship overworld by like 5-6 seconds. Actually no, he only gapped in the overworld because he got a fucking lava pool. No, fuck that.
6 carrots.
Oh, he does get the stew. That was a sat stew.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so bad. I don't know why he just like doesn't full loot the chest.
I remember thinking about it
sometimes.
as well because you guys broke down like my match against beef, and I remember like saying like Duke said something like he prefers like eating the stew there, and I think it was a match against beef. There was a sat stew that I didn't eat that beef ate that like helped save him time.
Oh,
So like I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean you just need to grab them. Like the potential is just so high for. That just can do so much. Like they're just so crazy.
Yeah.
I do love seeing different overworlds so we can.
Yeah, I remember like I almost like committed to another tree there, but like because like it's just like you don't have shears, so you got to get more wood. But then it's just like that just defeats the whole purpose of what I'm doing. Like the whole purpose of doing this is so I don't need to get extra blocks. That's what I'm playing for. So I just like tell myself like to shut the fuck up.
Wait, how did you Did you like intentionally try to like mine all the dirt so that you could like get more blocks as well?
Yeah. It's the only blocks I can get, and it's just like I either have to do this or break leaves. I might as well get blocks back myself. I thought about going lower here again, but I thought that was like too much of a commit.
Yeah, I actually really like the dirt play.
I also thought about as well, like trying to like with the gravel I got, making some coarse dirt, but I thought that was like a little bit of an overcook.
That would be pretty good, honestly.
5 to 10 second time
but
save, and Loki dug
you just
down on
don't have
Bravo
quite
for
enough
his
to make it
tunnel,
nice. Yeah,
so
like
they're
Loki's
able to
just
meet
like,
within, a second of each
if
other.
he didn't go down this bad part though, like he would have been
Oh,
literally
that's
tied up.
how.
He would have been tied up with you, and he got shears. He has like so many more blocks.
Yeah, he's in a way better spot. Yeah, because I remember swimming over it. I saw the part that he went down. I was like, oh my god. I remember telling myself, if he goes down there, he's stupid. But then I like swim back over it. And it's like, wait, no, this is like actually opens up and it's fine.
Yeah.
This lets him connect up.
This was
Yeah,
so
I thought about going to the
awkward.
right
He got so
here, but like I
punished.
thought going to the right needed too many blocks.
And it did, and
All this wood, he's gonna have to get more wood building here, and Loki's so much faster.
bro, he literally
he just drops
didn't
down.
even mean to. Look. He tries to place the bow. Look, right here. He just tries to place it, and then it's just on the edge, and then he just is like, whatever, I guess I could just boat clutch. And then he got like
Yeah, he gets like that weird thing.
the
And just,
like
stops
hover.
clicking.
Yeah, he doesn't long drag, he short drags it, and then gets
Yeah, because I also knew as well, like,
punished.
because I see him enter here.
But
It's like
why
I
does he
didn't
do
think he took the
this?
terrain I took, so I knew I was gonna be at a better spot. I just like, wow, I just can't believe I didn't realize this was double triple.
Bro, he's so geeked. Like, why does he go into that triple and then back into this one? Like, he just forgot that you have to go right to left on double triple.
Yeah, yeah, because that mistakes, all like every little mistake he makes here is just like more time save for me because I'm just gonna be doing a slower route. And then also, like, I feel like is it better just to do double triple even like in a situation like this when you have the gold carrots?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I would I would probably do triple the gap, but I'm not really sure.
On the carrots, he has to use maybe 5 gold on the carrots. I think he ate 1.
Just because it's like it's an ocean seed, so home portal is gonna suck ass.
Yeah.
And then yeah, gold carrots is like a reason why you would do triple the gap, and like it's middle triple to down, so it's like the best triple the gap variation. And
Yeah. So I remember checking to make sure which triple I was in.
then you
Because
have
like,
the
I
obby
moved to
for
the
the
top
first
and there's like
triple.
a terrain below me. I just want to wait. When do I eat this sus stew? I just want to see. I just want to like make sure this was actually a sat stew. Yeah, it's sat stew. You can see the red particles.
There we go. There's some.
Just 4 though, not the guaranteed chest, but only 4.
There we go.
That's up to 12. That should be enough. Oh, that'll be.
I remember, like, look at how many picks Loki's missing. I don't know
yeah, it's
why.
so much.
I think they okay, yeah.
Oh, and another
First
guy
of all,
there. Wow.
that's so dumb. I don't know why people do this. I was like always thinking about this because like I was like I've never seen anybody get punished for it, but I'd see like Aquacord do this. I see so many people do this where when they drop into so I think what happened was Loki pulled these pigs from this triple down here, and then they weren't able to get
yeah,
to him.
yeah.
And then so he pulled like all of those triple pigs that would have normally gone up, over, and down. Either that or the terrain is just weird and that's why they path like that. But then also like falling and placing this block here, you just create a little like pocket for the pigs to get stuck here. I always place it 1 block to the right of this so that you cancel the fall damage and there's no pocket. And then I see people do this and then they don't usually get punished for it, but then you can just get punished for it. And then
yeah,
like this was so weird too. Like I mean,
Preparing the double triple, getting these pigs ready.
like he just gets no pigs. Like he just gets legit no pigs.
Yeah.
On double triple.
I guess yeah. I should be more behind on this.
Yeah, but like he just doesn't get pearls either because he has to leave early because he has no pigs. Like
yeah, he has to overlap something.
We don't even know how much obby there is in the bastion, right? Like if there's not 20 up here, Loki loses.
But like no, you already got the chest. We saw that. You had all that.
Just 4 though, not the guaranteed chest, but only 4.
There we go.
That's up to 12.
Dude, watching my gameplay back, I feel like my mechanics look better than how they feel when I play.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like my mechanics are way worse, but then I watch myself back, it's like, oh, that's actually not that bad.
Loki should be out a little faster. How many
Look, he goes down 14 gold still.
17.
Like
17 pearls. Yeah.
I feel like I wouldn't
I'm
leave,
just
honestly. Like I think he should definitely drop his gold and then just pre-craft 2 beds, and then he just doesn't pre-craft. Why does he not? He's just like saving 7 gold, but like he should be using that 7 gold to try to. Yeah, no, that's so bad. He could have just traded.
Oh,
Like,
and then another blind pearl just
yeah,
goes into
another blind
lava.
pearl that goes into lava.
Dude, I was actually thinking here. I thought he died because that's what's taking him so long. I straight up thought he died. And then also, I tried to play some strays here because I know I only have 14 logs, 2 beds. Like, I mean, I guess that's with because that's why I do a single blaze bed. I want to just like try and play some strays, which is just like I don't know. I got too many wither skellies, but at least I play the second spawner. But I was just trying to play aggro because I knew I didn't really have the flexibility to do a double blaze bed.
Wait, why not? Oh, low wood? Yeah.
Yeah, I have 14 wood.
How does Loki? I think Loki just hit another flat editor.
Because I only got 1 log. Because I wanted to overlap the pearl fully with just breaking logs. And I broke 2, but I only picked up 1.
Hold this lead. How does Loki? I think Loki just hit another flat editor.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I don't
Yeah, because I think I lose time here. Because I mean, I think I'm up by 2 or 3 blazes, but you're just at the spawner like the same time. Oh, he's no pre-crafts though, and he just keeps
like,
messing up
this is
the.
like why,
the
like, I
pickaxe.
just don't get, like, I want to see what happens here, like, does he get a spawn? No, okay, so he doesn't really get punished for it, but like,
Yeah, the second spawn cycle is like takes a while.
it's just like, wait, like, what even happens? Like, does he craft the gold carrots? Oh, he crafts the gold carrots early
crafts
because
them
he
early.
is so low, but then, like, I just
And he
feel
doesn't get
like
the sats too.
you just should, like, insta just drop the gold and then just do your pre-crafts, and you can do them in 6 seconds, no big deal, but instead he just sits over the hole and is eating rotten flesh. I just don't think it's correct.
Yeah, because he's just trying to wait for one pearl trade and go. But yeah, like he should just be doing something here.
Better, routing to terrain. And Loki had a sword there. It was not looted.
No, I've been second guessing front and back Billy's bed. I don't know if it's actually better because
Dude, I remember on that the seed 3, there was like a on the RPC. There's another room portal like at the bottom of the bastion. I thought about getting it because I thought Loki might get it. And I was like worried there was gonna be like a looting sword in there, but it's just like I didn't have like a good time to like overlap it, so I just didn't want to bother trying to risk it.
Dang. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, like I'm up like 3 blazes on him, but it's just like I'm just like at the spawner late, but then I make more time back up. Actually, no, I don't because he doesn't lose. He doesn't get punished for not having pre-crafts.
Yeah, he just doesn't really get punished.
In either case, it is definitely scary here for Loki. I feel like it is interesting to me that he has his.
I'm second guessing front and back blaze bed because it feels like it takes more time to punch out the fire, and then that time that it takes to punch out the fire, like the time that it takes to punch out the fire is lower than the time it takes to mine the couple extra blocks.
Yeah, dude. Can you go back? Like, cause I burn a rod there when I kill that guy. I burn a
Really?
rod. Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I feel like I should have picked that up. You see it drop.
Oh wow, yeah, that's like on top of you. Wait, hold on. I wonder if it's-
I just like fully thought I picked it up, and then I looked down. I realized I still only have 2 rods, and I tried to turn hitboxes and look down.
Yeah, you
It's like
you
it's like
turned in
so
like
close.
so barely too early, I think.
And then I look down, I can't see anything, and it's just like I'm just like, oh fuck. Well, that's a lose con. I could definitely lose a seed to that.
Yeah.
Because I'm also just assuming Loki did triple gap and he can he can do 0 and everything.
Probably.
Like obviously like in hindsight, like look at this, I'm in such a better position. But then also it's like I have 5 rods here. I have 5 rods here, so it's like I could just be going if I picked up that rod.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I had to kill like a couple 3 extra blazes or something, and it definitely lost me time.
Infume on 5 rods. Loki only on 3.
Ladoi's the only one who noticed you burned a rod on a rod. That's crazy. Oh yeah, the dude. I throw the second eye, and then it's like the offset was 15 to the right, and like my budget disappears because it said cannot calculate. You do my first eye? Yeah, just look at like do the first eye, and then you see it, and then I measure the second eye, and my overlay disappears.
Loki only on 3. No pre-craft.
Because it's like 91. I don't want to send that, especially when I have a lead.
Oh, because you have
It
to
just
offset it
disappears.
so far to the right or something?
Yeah. I did 15 to the right. I just wanted to get like
Oh my
as quick of
God.
a measure as I could. Because like I know I'm gonna have 100% after 2 eyes, so it's just like I
Yeah,
can
that
overlap
makes
that
sense,
with
that
like
makes
whatever
sense.
micro movement. And I should just honestly, it's something I need to do better here. I don't know if I
It's a
did it
shallow
already.
ocean.
I need to be changing pie chart here. That's a really bad habit I have. I need to be changing pie chart here 100 times out of 10. Or it's just like
Yeah.
yeah.
But also, I feel
It's
like
just
you
like I
should
don't.
have
It's like
pearled straight
bad.
up and then,
I just don't like
you
pearling
have
straight
gold
up on 2
carrots?
throws.
but it's like such a shallow ocean, and if you jump throw it, you have more time, and if it doesn't hit, you just throw another pearl straight up, and then you jump down for the other one. And like I feel like
I
it's
probably
not
would
that
have
big of a time loss.
I probably
if
would have been
if you
fine.
miss
I
it.
probably would have been fine. Yeah, it is just I don't know. I just feel like you just more often get punished.
I don't know, like what you just don't really, you're not really getting punished by anything though, because you just have the pearls and the food. Like
I guess, yeah. Yeah, then that guy drops, and then dude, I almost go the wrong way.
Yeah, I saw that. You just like a slight stutter.
Dude, then I was like started tweaking here because I remember there's like terrain above me was good, but then it's just like I've done a full pearl already. It's only 1200, so it's like 150 in the nether. It's like probably 80 more this way. Then it just opens up so nicely here.
Wait,
I was like
'cause that-
really worried about this terrain nav
Yeah,
here.
because this is a blind pearl and it just lands you somewhere super weird. Like I would have just totally pearled to this warped thing right there and then just looked.
Yeah, I just hit the pearl because it just looks so open. I just imagine in my mind there's just like full terrain here because I could see the trees, so it just looks like this nice terrain. And then I just hit like a little ravine here.
Yeah.
And then, but it just ends up paying off because like it's just like a pearl it gets up going too low, and then yeah, it pays off here. And then like I was like debating trying to go low right there, but I thought like low right would be too far.
That was it.
Because like I only have to go 7 blocks to my right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely better if this connects all the way through. Then I thought about just building portal here at like Y48, but it's just like I just like can't do it. I just can't
Why
bring
didn't
myself
you
to
go
do
down
that.
to 40?
It's just the same thing. I almost wanted to go to 48 because I thought this was like neck and neck, like really fucking tight or whatever. Because like I knew I lost time from burning the rod. Yeah, it's like I guess get like a little spike there, and I pearl through as well.
Yeah, that was.
Like I have health. Yeah, I like that pearl a lot.
So Loki can't zero. It's one pearl. There's just no.
And then yeah, I forgot how many. I thought this was a 1-eye, but I forgot.
He can't get to the node.
Yeah, because I will say as well, I threw the pearl through the corridor because like obviously I'm on full health. I have 2 gold carrots. I'm like chilling, but it's like because Loki did that in his 530.
There's nothing standing between him and the final day of playoffs once again.
Yeah, and then I just shit myself. When I see I don't have an arrow.
Dude, it's so funny. Like you're like tweaking. You're like actually tweaking right now. Everybody else is like, "Wow, GG, Infium got it," but then you just like are like thinking that it's so close because everybody else knows that Loki can't zero except for you. You're the only one on Earth that doesn't know that Loki can't zero, and you're just thinking it's so close.
I'm like panicking. It's like, oh fuck, if I have 6 rotation, need 2 rotations, I lose 12 seconds because 4 rotations, 3 seconds per, and I'm 11 seconds ahead. It's like I'm fucking tweaking. I'm tweaking. I was terrified in the fountain here. I was terrified. I was fucking terrified.
Dude, because you don't even have advancements on. You can't even see that he was fucking. He literally tried to advance him and metagame you. You just don't have advancements on.
I saw that. Yeah,
he tried to like
shoot
the dragon, and be like, "Ooh, I'm close."
I know that would have made it, dude. If I see that and he hits that, I'm shitting myself because like, oh fuck, he does have arrows and I don't.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god.
Dude, he shot the dragon like 5 seconds after entering in there. Like that's not
Yeah.
realistic.
No, it's also it was like
It's
so
not
quick after.
realistic. He's like, yeah, I'm hitting a fucking back 104-0 right now, you fucker.
It's just fucking, oh my gosh. She's flying creative and drag clicking all the way up. Like,
yeah, literally.
What a clutch from Infium. Wow.
Cannot believe we got a reverse sweep in this matchup of all matchups.
I know.
Infium Loki up to
Damn.
swatted out of the.
Such a good day though, honestly. Like besides the awkward match where it was like just a clean sweep, like everything else was just there was so much drama. I mean, even the awkward match was like filled with drama. In
it's
terms
just
of, like,
every seed was just a 50-50 on Nav. Almost.
Yeah, it was just a
Nav.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
Look at that, I'm so excited for tomorrow. Are you guys excited or are you guys nervous?
I'm fucking nervous, man.
I'm not as nervous anymore. I get like I don't know. I get most nervous for like round of 16 and round of 8. Like I'm okay with losing to Infium, so
Yeah. Dude, it's like also like the
less
mindset we're just like because like you made it last day, like worst case scenario, you're playing like if like whichever one of us loses, like you're playing a next match for $500. Like it's still like you know, it's still nice. I think as well, like I think I was like same thing mindset like
Dude,
last playoffs.
I hope
remember
I hope I can just at least get top 3 so I can justify buying an OLED.
Dude,
That's
yes,
cool.
go on. Yes.
Wait, what's an OLED? What's an OLED?
Monitor, but
Like a
good.
monitor.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like it's just like a really like it OLED is just like really good colors, but then there's like this monitor that Duke and I were looking at that's like 480 hertz OLED, and it's just so
No,
Oh
it's
my
fucking,
god.
it looks
no, it's
so nice.
And the latency is
no,
better
it's
too.
the
It's just
ROG
like
Strix,
everything is
right?
better.
I think
No, I think the ROG Strix is like by like a mile is like the most like insane monitor.
Is it
Cause
OLED?
like, huh? Yeah, it's OLED, 480 hertz OLED.
Yeah, I think that's the one I was looking at.
Yeah, cause like since I live near a micro center, I like compared all the 480 hertz OLEDs like in person, and it's like like the
Oh,
Blurbuster
really?
website, or do you know about it?
the what?
It's just like it's like a website called Blurbusters. It's just to check like your ghosting. So it's just like some movement. It just puts movement on a
Oh, is it the
website to
thing
see
with the
ghosting.
like alien and the
Yeah.
UFO?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I've seen
You
that.
know, like doing the test on that was like unreal. It's like 480 hertz. You can see like the like
There's no
it's like
blur
because
or
it's
whatever.
1440. Yeah, because like its eye is like a single black pixel. Every other monitor, it gets like smudged out from the movement. It's just perfectly crystal clear on the ROG Strix at
Yeah.
480 hertz.
No, isn't it called the
There
ROG
is
Swift?
zero ghosting. I've never seen like a no ghosting monitor ever.
Yeah. No,
Dude, I
that
just want.
it's $1,200 for
Oh my
Canadian.
I know it's
God.
like 800 right now.
It's $750 for me on Amazon.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's
It's like
1269
that's actually
Canadian
the
for
lowest
me
I've
on
ever seen
Amazon.
it. It's
Oh
been getting
right,
lower.
Monopoly money.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
more for me. Like even with the
Yeah.
conversion, why is it so expensive? I could
That's
get
kind of
it. Wait,
fucked.
what? It would come in 5 days. Oh my god.
Dude,
Dude,
I could get it. I could get it Monday.
Oh.
Dude,
My
that's
gosh,
gonna
can you
be
get
my
it? Can
next
you get
money
it?
sink.
Can you get it tonight? Can you get it tonight?
I mean, I
I
no,
hope
if
not.
I
I hope
ordered it
not.
right now, it would get here Monday.
Okay.
Wait, OLED is so worth? Dude, like can you like imagine I'm just imagining like the color settings are probably insane. Like you could adjust it so that you have the like gravel looks like a fucking like like I don't even know, like
Green.
pink or something. And then you just like
Yeah.
just
I
like
mean,
absolutely beautiful.
My roommate has a pretty good OLED monitor, and the settings are like very random. It's
Oh
kind of
really?
like a yeah. The settings are usually like a green-red like shifts. Just because like how the colors work on OLED, it's kind of like you kind of alter it to be more green or more red.
Yeah.
But it does work.
No,
Dude,
like I
I
usually
wanna.
my monitor is more red.
Dude, I want to win playoffs so I can have a better excuse to drop like $1,000 on like a fucking Herman Miller or something.
Dude, yes.
I need the back support, bro.
I'm
I
pretty
know
sure
I know my shit is cooked.
I bought my Herman Miller after I won Twitch Rivals like way back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
Dude,
good.
I
That's so
don't
good.
even realize this. Like, I just have a chair. Like, I stole this chair from my brother, and I think he got it from like our dad or something. But apparently, it's just like $1,000 Herman Miller chair.
Oh my
And I just have no
gosh.
idea.
You just
Dude,
stole
oh my gosh. I'm literally playing people with better gaming chairs than me, bro. How am I supposed to win?
Yeah.
So
That's
cooked.
so
It's so
funny.
Dude,
cooked.
maybe I should. That's always been like such a low priority. Maybe I should care a little more about my chair.
No, legit,
Yeah,
like
no,
when
I
I
definitely
first
good.
bought it, like it helped my back problems a lot. Like I don't know, like I have double back problems because I feel like since I'm like tall a little bit and like I slouch a little bit and then I like feel like I sleep like kind of poorly sometimes on it and like so my back is just kind of fucked. Like I think it's also genetic. Like my dad always has had back problems and this chair like helped so much with it. It helped so much.
Interesting. Oh my god, dude. I need $800 to throw at the wall so I can buy a monitor. Like the literal
want to
endgame
hear?
monitor of all time.
I mean, this doesn't really save you that much more time. Like,
Yeah.
if
Oh
you're
my
tapped,
gosh,
you just
my
get on
head
the
is hurting a
starter
bit. I
and
need
just,
to,
save the
dude. I need to get some
time
food. And I
straight
need to
away,
get some
like,
sleep, bro. I need to
Yeah.
lock in.
Yeah. Lock in. I'm
Are you
probably
staying live,
ending.
Silver?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna end
okay.
soon. I'll probably Red Emerald or something.
Alright.
But I like
So
talking
have you
about
been live
monitors.
this whole time?
Yes, we are in live chilling.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Dude, I'm very proud of you. We're in live chilling. You didn't even notice.
Well, you saw the real
Slayer.
me. You saw the
It's am-
real me, and
yeah,
whether I'm
it's
live or not.
Yeah, it's improvement. It's improvement from the last time we were in VC offline.
See, I am a good person.
Yeah,
whatever.
Wait, who is this? What's that skin? That skin's
Paul?
so
That's
silly.
skin.
Oh yeah, that's
Looks like
Paul.
Chris. What's
Yeah.
fall?
What the fuck is that skin again? Like, what is that from? I like know I recognize it. I feel like
Wait, let me see.
it's just a stupid skin.
It looks
is
like
this
a
Castle
Christian
Crashers?
knight.
Castle
No, it's Castle
Crashers.
Crashers.
What is
Dude,
Castle? Okay.
No, that's Aura
Castle
though. No,
Crashers?
that is
What?
absolutely a throwback to like console Minecraft because
Holy.
console Minecraft had Castle Crasher skin pack.
Oh wow. Okay, that's actually sick. That's actually sick. That's
I
sick.
haven't
Yeah, no, dude,
seen
Castle
that,
Crashers and
actually.
console Minecraft. That was like peak console game. That was like peak PS3 or Xbox 360 days.
That was like only reason why.
Well, maybe Call of Duty too. I didn't play enough though.
Okay, I think I'm gonna head out into my own stream now. So it was
Okay.
good talking.
Peace.
Good luck tomorrow, dude. I don't know if I'll talk to you, but good luck on the match.
You too. You too.
Just like friends right next to each other, so it's just impossible to find.
Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny to think like GD players probably unironically get OLEDs because of the 1 ms like time save on just the raw like gray to gray of the monitor.
No,
Yeah.
it's worth it though.
No,
No.
for literally only for a game like GD or like top level Osu, I could see it. Yeah.
I like Minecraft speedrunning though. Come on, be honest.
Isn't there like no screen tearing too?
Yeah, oh my no, dude, once you go like 240 hertz, I think screen tearing is just like gone entirely, unless your graphics card sucks.
Kinda.
Yeah, I've been having like better
You know, I just play raw VSync off, and I've used 360 and 480, and like I just don't tear at all. There's none. Like
Yeah,
tearing
I
it just
so.
gets worse the lower your refresh rate is.
The only thing that I'm kind of worried about with switching to that monitor is the 1440p, but like I think it'll be fine. Like,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
No,
problem.
also like if you have two different res monitors on Linux, it's really scuffed.
Oh,
Oh, it's a
really?
problem there too.
It's gonna be a problem on Windows with having out too. Maybe I just buy
Wait, so
two
Yeah,
like
just buy two
1440
of them.
shit. No, not two
Yeah.
of them. Just like
If I
two
win
shit
playoffs, I'm
1440p
getting two of them.
monitors.
no, what I don't, actually I don't even know what exactly it is in Windows because I thought the monitors just had to be like divisible by each other, but I don't get black screening, but my resolutions are like totally different.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, but why would it be a problem on Linux? Because Linux, you don't even use full screen.
Mm,
I think it's more of a GPU issue.
I think it kind of depends on your like desktop environment. Like it might be fine for you.
Okay, well, we'll see. Alright, well, I'm gonna end too. Okay, bye chat. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. See you September World. Peace, peace. Good stream today, long stream, and obviously we'll be back again tomorrow for the final day playoffs. Watch party. It's gonna be really fun. I'll probably upload these analysis just you know to have them out Insta. Might as well, and I'll probably do the same thing again tomorrow, where we just do another analysis and call afterwards, because it's pretty fun. And yeah, okay, sounds good. Bye bye.